They were as ready as they would ever be. If time drifted on without decisive action from either side, the long, boring days of strike inactivity would erode their determination. What had seemed like disaster merely minutes before, he now saw was a heaven-sent opportunity. Let them come. We will be ready for them, he thought, and braked alongside a group of 4 loungers on the pavement outside the public bar of the Grand Fordsburg Hotel. Get a message to all area commanders. They are to assemble at the trade hall immediately. It's an emergency. Brothers, hurry. They scattered quickly, and he pedaled on up the rising ground of the dip, calling out his warning as he went. In the trade union offices there were still a dozen or so members. Most of them were eating sandwiches and drinking thermos tea, while a few worked on the issue of strike relief coupons to union families, but the relaxed atmosphere changed as Fergus burst in. All right, comrades, it's beginning. The Zarps are on their way. It was classic police tactics. They came in the first light of dawn. The advance guard rode down into the dip of land between Fordsburg and the railway crossing, where the Johannesburg Road ran down between sleazy cottages and overgrown plots of open ground, thick with weeds and mounds of rotting refuse. There was a heavy ground mist in the dip, and the 9 troopers on police chargers waded through it, as though fording the sluggish waters of a river crossing. They had muted harness and muffled accoutrements, so that it was in ghostly silence that they breasted the softly swirling mists. The light was not yet strong enough to pixuid Afrikaans Republic policy, used as a derogatory term, out their badges and burnished buttons. It was only the dark silhouette of their helmets that identified them. 50 yards behind the leading troopers followed the 2 police carriages. High 4-wheelers with barred windows to bold prisoners, and beside each one of them marched 10 constables. They carried their rifles at the slope and were stepping out sharply to keep up with the carriages. As they entered the dip, the mist engulfed them, chest-high, so that their disembodied trunks bobbed in the white soft surface. They looked like strange dark sea animals, and the mist muted the tramp of their boots. Fergus MacDonald's scouts had picked them up before they reached the railway crossing, and for 3 miles had been pacing them, slipping back unseen ahead of the advance, runners reporting every few minutes to the cottage where Fergus had established his advance headquarters. All right, Fergus snapped, as another of the dark figures ducked through the hedge of the sanitary lane behind the cottage and mumbled his report through the open window. They are all coming in on the main road. Pull the other pickets out and get them here right away. The man grunted an acknowledgement and was gone. Fergus had his pickets on every possible approach to the town center. The police might have split into a number of columns, but it seemed his precautions were unnecessary. Secure in the certainty of complete surprise and in overwhelming force, they were not bothering with diversion or flanking maneuvers. 29 troopers, Fergus calculated together with the 4 drivers, was indeed a formidable force. More than sufficient, if it had not been for the warning from some unknown ally. Fergus hurried through into the front parlor of the cottage. The family had been moved out before midnight. All the cottages along the road had been cleared. The grumpy, squalling children in pajamas carried on the shoulders of their fathers, the women with white, frightened faces in the lamplight, bundling a few precious possessions with them as they hurried away. Now the cottages seemed deserted, no lights showed, and the only sound was the mournful howling of a mongrel dog down in the dip. Yet in each cottage, at the windows that faced onto the road, silent men waited. Fergus spoke to one of them in a whisper, and he pointed down into the misty hollow, then spat and worked around into the breech of the Lee-Enfield rifle which was propped on the windowsill. The rifle bolt made a small metallic clash that lit a sparkle of memory and made the hair rise on Fergus' neck. It was all so familiar, the silence, the mist, and the night fraught with the menace of coming violence. Only on my order, Fergus warned him softly. Easy now, lads. Let them come right in the front door before we slam it on their heads. He could see the leading horseman now, half a mile away but coming on fast in the strengthening light. It wasn't shooting light yet, but the sky beyond the dark hills of the mine dumps was turning to that pale gull's egg blue that promised shooting light within minutes. Fergus looked back at the road. The mist was an added bonus. He had not counted on that, but often when you did not call for fortune, she came a-knocking. The mist would persist until the first rays of the morning sun warmed and dispersed it, another half-hour at least. You all know your orders. Fergus raised his voice and they glanced at him, distracted for only a moment from their weapons and the oncoming enemy. They were all good men, veterans, blooded, as the sanguine generals of France would have it. It flashed through Fergus' mind once again how ironical it was that men who had been trained to fight by the bosses were now about to tear down the structure which the bosses had trained them to defend. We will tear down and rebuild, he thought, with exultation tingling in his blood. We will destroy them with their own weapons, strangle them with their own dirty loot. He stopped himself and pulled the dark gray cloth down over his eyes and turned up the collar of his coat. Good luck to all of us, brothers, he called softly and slipped out through the front door. That old bugger has got guts, acknowledged one of the soldiers at the window. You're right, he ain't afraid of nothing, agreed another, as they watched him dodge under the cover of the hedge and run forward until he reached the ditch beside the road and jumped down into it. There were a dozen men lying there below the lip, and as he dropped beside them, one of them handed him a pick handle. Ryu strung that wire good and tight. Fergus asked, and the man grunted. Tighter than a monkey's arsehole, the man grinned wolfishly at him, his teeth glinting in the first soft light of morning. And I checked the pegs myself. They'll hold against a charging elephant. Right, brothers, Fergus told them. With me when I give the word. And he lifted himself until he could see over the low blanket of mist. The troopers' helmets bobbed in the mist as they came on up the slope, and now he could make out the sparkle of brass cap badges and see the dark stick-like barrels of their carbines rising above each right shoulder. Fergus had paced out the ranges himself and marked them with pieces of rag tied to the telephone posts on the verge. As they came up to the 150-yard mark, Fergus stood up from the ditch and stepped into the middle of the road. He held his pick handle above his head and shouted, "Halt! Stay where you are." His men rose out of the mist behind him and moved swiftly into position like a well-drilled team. Dark, ominous figures standing shoulder to shoulder, blocking the road from verge to verge, holding their pick handles ready across their hips, faces hidden by caps and collars. The officer in the center of the squadron of horsemen raised a hand to halt them, and they bunched up and sat stolidly while the officer rose in his stirrups. "Who are you?" "Strikers' Council," Fergus shouted back, "and we'll have no scabs, blacklegs, or strike breakers on this property. I am under orders from the Commissioner of Police, empowered by a warrant of the Supreme Court." The officer was a heavily built man with a proud erect seat on his horse and a dark waxed mustache with points that stuck out on each side of his face. "You're strike breakers," Fergus yelled, "and you'll not set a foot on this property. Stand aside," warned the officer. The light was good enough now for Fergus to see that he wore the insignia of a captain, and that his face was ruddy from sun and beer, his eyebrows thick and dark and beetling under the brim of his helmet. "You are obstructing the police. We will charge if we have to." "Charge and be damned, puppets of imperialism, running dogs of capitalism. Troop, extend order," called the captain, and the ranks opened for the second file to come up into a solid line. They sat on the restless horses, knee to knee. "Strike breakers," yelled Fergus. "Your hands will be stained with the blood of innocent workers this day, batons," called the captain sternly, and the troopers drew the long oaken clubs from the scabbards at their knees and held them in the right hand like cavalry sabers. "History will remember this atrocity," screamed Fergus, The blood of the lamb, walk, march. Forward. The line of dark horsemen waded forward through the mist as it swirled about their booted legs. Gallop, charge, sang out the captain, and the riders swung forward in their saddles. The batons extended along the horses' necks, and they plunged forward. Now the hooves drummed low thunder as they came down upon the line of standing figures. The captain was leading by a length in the center of the line, and he went on to the wires first. Fergus' men had driven the steel jumper bars deep into the verge, pounding them in with 9-pound hammers, until only 2 feet of their 6-foot length protruded, and they had strung the barbed wire across the road, treble strands pulled up rigid with the fencing strainers. It cut the forelegs out from under the leading charger. The bone broke with a brittle snap, startlingly loud in the dawn, and the horse dropped, going over onto its shoulder still at full gallop. An instant later, the following wave of horsemen went on to the wire, and were cut down as though by a scythe, only 3 of them managing to wheel away in time. The cries of the men and the screaming of the horses mingled with the exultant yells of Fergus, band as they ran forward, swinging their pick handles. One of the horses was up, riderless, its stirrups flapping, but it was pinned on its haunches, the broken forelegs flapping and spinning as it pawed in anguish at the air, its squeals high and pitiful above the cries of fallen men. Fergus pulled the revolver out of the waistband of his trousers, dodged around the crazed, screaming animals, and pulled the police captain to his knees. He had hit the ground with his shoulder and the side of his face. The shoulder was smashed, sagging down at a grotesque angle, and the arm hanging twisted and lifeless. The flesh had been shaved from his face, ripped off by stone and gravel, so that the bone of his jaw was exposed in the mangled flesh. "Get up, you bastard," snarled Fergus, thrusting the pistol into the officer's face, grinding the muzzle into the lacerated wound. "Get up, you bloody blackleg. We'll learn you a lesson." The 3 troopers who had escaped the wire had their mounts under control and had circled to pick up their downed comrades, calling to them by name. "Grab a stirrup, Heinche. Come on, Paul, get up." Horses and men, milling and shouting and screaming in the mist, a savage, confused conflict, above which Fergus raised his voice. "Stop them, don't let the bastards get away," and his men swung the pick handles, dodging forward under the police batons to thrust and hack at the horsemen, but they were not quick enough. With men hanging from each stirrup leather, the horsemen reared and wheeled away, leaving only the badly hurt officer and another inert body lying among the wires and the terribly mutilated animals, while the police escort was doubling forward up the road in 2 columns. Fergus saw them and fumed impatiently, trying to force his captive to his feet, but the man was hardly capable of sitting unaided. The 20 constables stopped at 50 yards and one rank knelt, while the others fell in behind them, rifles at the ready. The command carried clearly. 1 round. Warning fire of the volley of musketry crashed out. Aimed purposely high, it hissed and cracked over the heads of the strikers, and they scattered into the ditch. For one moment Fergus hesitated, and then he pointed the pistol into the air and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. It was the agreed signal, and instantly a storm of rifle fire crashed from the silent cottages along the road, the muzzle flashes of the hidden rifles dull, angry red in the dawn. The fire swept the road. Fergus hesitated a second only, and then he lowered the pistol. It was a Webley .45-5, a British officer's sidearm. The police captain saw his intention in his eyes, the merciless glare of the stooping eagle, and he mumbled a plea through his mangled lips, trying to lift hands to protect his face. The pistol shot was lost in the storm of rifle fire from the cottages, and the answering police fire as they fell back in confusion into the dip. The heavy lead bullet smashed into the captain's open, pleading mouth, knocking the 2 front teeth out of his upper jaw, and then it plunged on into his throat and exited through the back of his skull in a scarlet burst of blood and bone chips, clubbing him down into the dirt of the roadway, while Fergus turned and darted away under the cover of the hedge. Only at Fordsburg were the police raids repelled, for at the other centers there had been no warning, and the strikers had not taken even the most elementary precautions of placing sentries. At the Trades Hall in Johannesburg, almost the entire leadership of the strike was assembled, meeting with the other unions who had not yet come out, but were considering sympathetic action. There were representatives of the Boilermakers' Society, the Building and Allied Trades, the Typographical Union, and half a dozen others, together with the most dynamic and forceful of the strikers. Harry Fisher was there, Andrews and Ben Caddy, and all the others. The police were into the building while they were deep in dialectic, debating the strategy of the class struggle, and the first warning they had was the thunderous charge of booted feet on the wooden staircase. Harry Fisher was at the head of the conference table, slumped down in his chair with his tangled, wiry hair hanging onto his forehead, and his thumbs hooked in his braces, his sleeves rolled up around the thick, hairy arms. He was the only one to move. He leaned across the table and grabbed the rubber stamp of the High Council of Action and thrust it into his pocket. As the rifle butt smashed in the lock of the council chamber, he leapt to his feet and thrust his shoulder into the shuttered casement. It burst open, and, with surprising nimbleness for such a big man, he slipped through it. The facade of the Trades Hall was heavily encrusted with fancy cast-iron grill work, and it gave him handholds. Like a bull gorilla, he swarmed up onto the third-floor ledge and worked his way to the corner. Below him, he heard the crash of overturning furniture, the loud challenges of the arresting officers, and the outraged cries of the labor leaders. With his back pressed to the wall and his hands spread out to balance himself, Harry Fisher peered around the corner into the main street. It swarmed with uniformed police, and more squads were marching up briskly. An officer was directing men to the side alleys to surround the building, and Harry Fisher drew back quickly and looked around him for escape. It was senseless to re-enter another window, for the whole building was noisy with the tramp of feet and shouted orders. 15 feet below him was the roof of a bottle store and general dealer's shop, but the alleyway between was 10 feet wide and the roof of galvanized corrugated iron. If he jumped, the noise he would make on landing would bring police running from all directions, yet he could not stay where he was. Within minutes the building would be surrounded. He edged sideways to the nearest downpipe and began to climb. He reached the overhang of the roof and had to lean out to get a grip on the rim of the guttering. Then he kicked his feet clear and hung from his arms. The drop of 50 feet below him sucked at his heels, and the guttering creaked and sagged perceptibly under his weight, but he drew himself up on his arms, wheezing and straining until he could hook one elbow over the gutter and wriggle the rest of his body up and over the edge. Still panting from the effort, he crawled slowly round the steeply gabled roof and peered down into the main street, just as the police began hustling the strike leaders out of the front doors. 50 helmeted constables with sloped rifles had formed a hollow square in the road, and the strikers were pushed into it, some of them bareheaded and in their shirt sleeves. Already a crowd was forming on the sidewalks, and every minute it swelled, as the news was shouted from door to door and the curious hurried from every alleyway. Harry Fisher counted the prisoners as they were brought out, and the total was 20 before the mood of the crowd began changing. "That's it, comrades," Harry Fisher grunted, and wished he could have been down there to lead them. They surged angrily up to the police lines, calling to the prisoners and hissing and booing the officer who ordered them, through a speaking trumpet, to disperse. Mounted police wheeled into line, pushing the crowd back, and as the last prisoner was led out, the escort stepped out, maintaining its rigid box formation which enclosed the dejected huddle of strikers. Somebody began to sing the red flag, but the voices that joined in were thin and tuneless, and the escort moved off towards the fort, carrying away not only most of the strike leadership but all of its moderate faction, those who had so far counseled against violence, against criminal activity and bloody revolution. Harry Fisher watched them go with a rising sense of triumph. In one stroke he had been given a band of martyrs for the cause and had all serious opposition to his extreme views swept away. He had also in his hip pocket the seal of the Action Committee. He smiled a thin, humorless grin and settled down on the canted rooftop to wait for nightfall. Mark Anders carried the general's heavy crocodile-skin briefcase down the steps to the rolls and placed it on the seat beside the chauffeur while he gave him his instructions. To Groot Schuer first, and then to the city club for lunch. He stood back as the general came out of the house and paused on the top step to kiss his wife, as though he were about to leave on a crusade to far places. He smothered her in a vast bear hug, and when he released her, he whispered something in her ear that made her bridle and slap his shoulder. "Off with you, sir," she told him primly, and Sean Courtney came down the steps looking mightily pleased with himself and grinned at Mark. "The Prime Minister is making a statement to the House today, Mark. I'll want to see you directly afterwards." "Very well, sir," Mark returned the grin. "I'll look for you in the visitors' gallery as soon as he's finished and give you the nod. Then we'll meet in the lobby and I'll see you up to my office." Mark helped him into the back seat of the rolls while he was speaking. He was always clumsy and awkward when moving sideways on to the badla, and nevertheless, he resented the helping hand fiercely, hating any weakness in himself even more than he disliked it in others, and he shrugged Mark's hand away the moment he was comfortably seated. Mark ignored the gesture and went on levelly. "Your notes for the cabinet meeting are in the first folder." He indicated the crocodile bag on the front seat beside the chauffeur. "And you are lunching at the club with Sir Herbert. The House sits at 215 and you have 3 questions from opposition members. Even Herzog himself has one for you." Sean growled like an old lion hated by the pack. "That bastard. I have your replies clipped to your order paper. I checked with Erasmus and then I added a few little touches of my own, so please have a look at them before you stand up. You may not approve. I hope you stuck it to them hard." "Of course," Mark smiled again. "Are with both barrels." "Good boy," Sean nodded. "Tell him to drive on." Mark watched the rolls go down the driveway, check at the gates and then swing out into Rhodes Avenue before he turned back into the house. Instead of going down the passageway to his own office, Mark paused in the hall and glanced guiltily about him. Ruth Courtney had gone back into the domestic depths of the kitchen area, and there were no servants in sight. Mark took the stairs 3 at a time, swung through the gallery and down to the solid teak door at the end. He did not knock but turned the handle and went in, closing the door behind him quietly. The stench of turpentine was a solid shock that made his eyes water for a few seconds until they adjusted. Mark knew that he was quite safe. Storm Courtney never emerged before mid-morning from that sacrosanct area beyond the double doors that were painted with gold cherubim and flying doves. Since arriving in Cape Town, Storm Courtney had kept such hours that even her father had grumbled and huffed. Mark found himself lying awake at night, just as he was sure the general did, listening for the crunch of wheels on the gravel drive, straining his ears for the faint sounds of gay voices, and mentally judging the length and passion of each farewell, troubled by feelings to which he could not place a name. His relations with Storm had retrogressed drastically. In Natal, there had been the beginnings of a relaxed acceptance and undertones of warmth. It had begun with a smile and a friendly word from Storm. Then he had escorted her on the daily ride, driven with her to South Beach to swim in the warm surf, and sat in the sun arguing religion with her instead. Storm was going through a fashionable period of spiritualism, and Mark had felt it his duty to dissuade her. From religion, the next step had been when Storm had announced, "I need a partner to practice a new dance with." Mark had wound the gramophone, changed the needles and danced to Storm's instruction. "You really are quite good, you know," she had told him magnanimously, smiling up at him, light and graceful in his arms as they spun around the empty ballroom of Emoyoni. "You would make a crippled blacksmith look good job la," she laughed. "You are the gallant Mr. Anders." This had all changed abruptly. Since they had arrived in Cape Town, she had neither smiled nor spoken directly to him, and Irene Luchars, who was to have been a house guest of Storm's for 4 months, stayed only one night, and then caught the next mail ship. Her name had not been mentioned again, and Storm's hostility to Mark had been so intense that she could hardly bear to be in the same room with him. Now Mark felt like a thief in her studio, but he had not been able to resist the temptation to steal a glimpse of the progress she had made on her latest canvas. Full-length windows had been put into the north wall for the light, and they looked out on the mountain. Storm's easel stood in the center of the bare, uncarpeted floor, and the only other items of furniture were the artist's stool, a carpenter's table cluttered with paint pots, and a chair on the raised model's dais. Framed canvases in all sizes and shapes were stacked against the walls, most of them still blank. At one stage, during the period of friendliness, she had even asked Mark to help with the timber framework. He felt a pang when he remembered. She was a ruthless supervisor, checking every low, MT and tack with a perfectionist's meticulous care. The canvas was almost completed, and he wondered when she had found time to do so much work in the last few days, and realized that he had misjudged her. She had been working in the mornings when he had believed she was lying abed, but now he became absorbed by the picture. He stood before it with his hands thrust into his pockets and felt a glow of pleasure spread slowly through his body. It was a picture of trees, a forest glade with sunlight playing on earth and rock and 2 figures, a woman in a white dress, stooping to gather wild flowers, while a man sat aside, sprawled against a tree trunk and watching her. Mark was aware that it was a great advance on anything she had painted before, for although it was a simple picture, it evoked in him an emotion so strong that he felt it choke in his throat. He was awed by the peculiar talent which could have produced this work. He marveled at how she had taken reality and refined it, captured its essence and made of it an important occasion. Mark thought how it was possible for an untrained eye to pick out special talent in any field, just as a person who had never watched épée used before would recognize a great swordsman after the first exchange. Now Mark, who knew nothing of painting, was moved by the discovery of real beauty. The latch clicked behind him, and he spun to face it. She was well into the studio before she saw him. She stopped abruptly and her expression changed. Her whole body stiffened and her breathing sounded stifled. "What are you doing here?" He had no answer for her, but the mood of the picture was still on him. "I think that you will be a great artist one day," she faltered, taken completely off balance by the compliment and its obvious sincerity, and her eyes slipped away to the picture. All the antagonism, all the haughtiness drained from her. Suddenly she was just a very young girl in a baggy smock, smeared and daubed with oil paint, and with a wash of pleased and modest color spreading over her cheeks. He had never seen her like this, so artless, so open and vulnerable. It was as though for a moment she had unveiled the secret compartments of her soul to allow him to see where she kept her real treasures. "Thank you, Mark," she said softly, and she was no longer the glittering butterfly, the spoiled, flighty little rich girl, but a creature of substance and warmth. The rush of his own feelings must have been as obvious. He had almost sucked home to the desire he felt to take her in his arms and hold her hard, for she stepped back a pace, looking flustered and uncertain of herself, as though she had read his intention. and yet you won't slide out of it that easily. The curtains were drawn hastily across the secret places, and the old familiar ring was in her voice. This is my private place. Even my father wouldn't dare come in here, without my permission first obtained. The change was extraordinary. It was like a superb actress slipping into a familiar role. She even stamped her foot, a gesture that he found suddenly insupportable. It won't happen again, he assured her brusquely, and he stepped to the doorway, passing her closely. He was so angry he felt himself trembling. "Mark!" She stopped him imperiously, but it was with an effort he forced himself to turn back. His whole body felt rigid, and his lips were numb and stiff with anger. "My father asks permission to come in here," she told him, and then she smiled, a slightly tremulous but utterly enchanting thing. "Couldn't you just do the same?" She had him off balance, his anger not fully aroused before she assuaged it with that smile. He felt the rigidity melting out of his body, but she had turned to the bench and was clattering her pots busily, and she spoke without looking up. "Close the door as you leave," she instructed, a princess tossing an order to a serf. His anger, not yet fully assuaged, flared again brightly, and he strode to the door with his heels clashing on the bare boards, and he was about to slam it with all of his strength, and hope that it smashed off its hinges when she stopped him again. "Mark!" He stopped, but could not bring himself to answer. "I will be coming down to Parliament with you this afternoon. We will leave directly after lunch. I want to hear General Smut's speech. My father says it will be important." He thought that if he tried to answer her, his lips might tear. They felt as stiff and brittle as parchment. "Oh dear," she murmured. "I had completely forgotten when addressing Mark Anders Esquire, one must always say please." She crossed her hands demurely in front of her, hung her head in a caricature of contrition, and made those dark blue eyes huge and soulful. "Please, may I ride to Parliament with you today? I would be ever so grateful, I really would. And now you can slam the door." "You should be on the stage, you're wasted as a painter," he told her, but he closed the door with studied deliberation, and she waited to hear the latch click before she dropped into the model's chair and began to shake with laughter, hugging herself delightedly. Gradually the laughter dried up, but she was still smiling as she selected a blank canvas from the stock and placed it on the easel. Working with charcoal, she blocked in the shape of his head, and it was right at the first attempt. "The eyes," she whispered, "his eyes are the key." And she smiled again as they appeared miraculously out of the blank canvas, surprised that she had them fixed perfectly in her mind. She began to hum softly as she worked, completely absorbed. The Assembly Chamber of Parliament House was a high square hall, tiered with the galleries for press and visitors. It was paneled in dark carved indigenous wood, and the canopy above the speaker's chair was ornately worked in the same wood. Softly muted green carpeting set off the richer green leather of the members' benches, and every seat was filled, the galleries crowded, but the silence that gripped that concourse was of extraordinary intensity, a cathedral hush into which the high piping voice of the Prime Minister carried clearly. He made a slight but graceful figure as he stood in his seat below the speaker's dais. The entire Witwatersrand complex is passing slowly into the hands of the Red Commandos. He used his hands expressively, and Mark leaned forward to obtain a better view. The movement brought his outer leg against Storm Courtney's, and he was aware of the warmth of her thigh against his during the rest of the speech. 3 members of the police have been killed in a brutal attack at Fordsburg, and 2 others have been critically injured in clashes with Stryker's commandos. These groups are armed with modern pattern military firearms, and they are marching freely through the streets in quasi-military formations, committing acts of outrage on innocent members of the public, on public officers going about their duties, on all who cross their paths. They have interfered with public services, transport, power, and communication, and have attacked and occupied police stations. Sean Courtney, who had been slumped in his front bench seat with one hand covering his eyes, lifted his head and said, "Shame," in a sonorous voice. It was his third whiskey voice, and Mark could not help but grin as he guessed that the club lunch had fortified him for the session. "Shame indeed," Smuts agreed. "Now the strikers have gathered about them all the feckless and dissolute elements in the community. Their mood has become ugly and threatening. Legitimate strike action has given way to a reign of terror and criminal violence. Yet the most disturbing aspect of this terrible business is that the management of this labor dispute, or should I say, the stage-managing of the strike, has passed into the hands of the most reckless and lawless men, and these men seek nothing less than the overthrow of civilized government and a rule of Bolshevik anarchy." "Never!" boomed Sean, and the cry was taken up across the assembly. "This House and the whole nation is faced by the prospect of bloodshed and violence on a scale which none of us expected or believed possible." The silence was unbroken now as Smuts went on carefully. "If any blame attaches to this government, it is that we have been too patient and shown too much forbearance for the miners' grievances. We have allowed them too much latitude, too much expression of their demands. This was because we have always been aware of the temper of the nation and the rights of individuals and groups to free expression." "Quite right, too," Sean agreed, and here, answered Horv across the floor. "Now, however, we have been forced to reckon the cost of further forbearance, and we have found it unacceptable." He paused and bowed his head for a moment, and when he lifted it again, his expression was bleak and cold. "Therefore a state of martial law now exists throughout the Union of South Africa." The silence persisted for many seconds, and then a roar of comment and question and interjection filled the house. Even the galleries buzzed with confusion and speculation, and the press reporters jostled and fought each other at the exit doors in the race to reach a telephone. Martial law was the weapon of last resort, and had only been used once before, during the 1916 rebellion, when De Wet had raised his commandos again and ridden against Botha and Smuts. Now there were cries of protest and anger from the opposition benches, Herzog shaking his fist and his pince-nez glinting, while the government members were also on their feet voicing their support. The speaker's vain cries of "order, order," were almost drowned in the uproar. Courtney was signaling to Mark in the gallery, and he acknowledged and helped Storm to her feet, shielding her through the excited press of bodies as they left the gallery and went down the passage to the staircase. The general was waiting for them at the visitors' entrance. He was scowling and dark-faced with concern. A measure of his agitation was the perfunctory kiss he dropped on Storm's uplifted face before turning to Mark. "A pretty business, my boy." He seized his elbow. "Come on, let's go where we can talk," and he led them to the members' entrance and up the stairs under the portraits of stern-faced chief justices to his own office. Immediately the door was closed, he waved Storm away to one of the chairs and told Mark the regiment was called out at 10 o'clock this morning. "I managed to get Scott on the telephone at his home, and he's got it in hand. He's a good man. They will be fully mobilized by now, and there is a special train being made up. They will entrain and leave for the Witwatersrand at 11 o'clock tonight in full battle order." "What about us?" Mark demanded. Suddenly he was a soldier again, and he dropped neatly into the role. His place was with the regiment. "We'll join there. We leave tonight. We are going up in convoy with the Prime Minister and will travel all night. You will drive one of the cars." Sean was at his desk now, beginning to pack his briefcase. "How long will it take us?" "It's 1,000 miles, sir," Mark pointed out. "I know that, damn it," snapped Sean. "How long?" Sean had never liked nor understood the internal combustion engine, and his dislike showed in his ignorance of their speed and capability, whereas he could finely judge a journey by wagon or horseback. "We won't be there before tomorrow evening. It's a hell of a road." "Bloody motor cars," Sean growled. "The regiment will be there before us by rail. They've only 300 miles to go." Mark felt obliged to come to the defense of the car, and Sean grunted, "I want you to get on me now. Have my wife pack my campaign bag and get your duffel together. We'll leave immediately I get home." He turned to Storm. "Go along with Mark now, Missy. I'm going to be busy here for a while." Mark strapped up his bag and reflected how his worldly possessions had multiplied since he had joined the Courtney household. There had been a time when he could carry everything he owned in his pockets. The thought was broken by a knock on the door. "Come in," he called, expecting a servant. Only Ruth Courtney ever came down this end of the house on her weekly inspection, a determined crusade against dust and cockroaches. "Please take it down to the car," he said in Zulu, adjusting his uniform cap in the mirror above the wash basin. "All on my own?" Storm asked sweetly in the same language, and he turned startled. "You shouldn't be here." "Why not? Am I in danger of violation and ravishment?" She had closed the door and leaned against it, her hands behind her back but her eyes bold and teasing. "It would be safer, I should imagine, to attempt to ravish a swarm of hornets." "That was merely boorish, coarse, and insulting," she said. "You really are improving immensely." And she looked at the strapped case on the bed. "I was going to offer to help you pack. Most men are hopeless at that. But I see you've managed. Is there anything else I can do for you?" "I am sure I could think of something," he said with a solemn expression, but something in the tone of his voice made her smile and caution him. "Not too much improvement in one day, please." She crossed to the bed and bounced on it experimentally. "God, who filled it with bricks? No wonder Irene Luchers went home. The poor darling must have sprained her back." Her expression was innocent, but her gaze raked him, and Mark felt himself blushing furiously. Suddenly, much that had puzzled him was clear, and as he turned back to the mirror, he wondered how she had found out about Irene. For something to do, he tipped the brim of his cap. "Beautiful," she agreed. "Are you going up there to brutalize those poor strikers, or to bounce on their wives also?" And before he could give expression to the shock he felt, she went on, funnily enough, "I didn't really come down here to fight with you. I once had another old tomcat and I was really very fond of him, but he got run over by a car. Have you got a cigarette, Mark? You don't smoke." He had found it difficult to keep up with the conversation. "I know, but I have decided to learn." "It's so suave, don't you think?" Suave was the fashionable word at that moment. She held the cigarette with an exaggerated vampish pose after he had lit it. "How do I look?" "Bloody awful," he said, and she batted her eyes and took a tentative draw, held it for a moment, and then started to cough. "Here, give it to me." He took it away from her, and it tasted of her mouth. He felt the ache in his body, the terrible wanting, mingled now with a strange tenderness he had never felt before. She seemed for once so tender and young. "Will it be dangerous?" she asked, suddenly serious. "I don't think so. We'll be just like policemen. They are killing policemen." She stood up and walked to the window. "The view is dreadful. Unless you like dustbins, I'd complain if I were you." She turned back to face him. "I've never seen a man off to war before." "What should I say? I don't know. Nobody ever saw me off before." "What did your mother say?" "I never knew my mother." "Oh, Mark, I'm sorry." "I didn't mean to." Her voice trailed off, and he was shocked to see that her eyes were brimming with tears. "It doesn't matter," he assured her quickly, and she turned back to the window. "Actually, you can just see the top of Devil's Peak if you twist your head." Her voice was thick and nasal, and it was many seconds before she turned back. "Well, we're both new to this, so we'll just have to help each other. I suppose you should say, 'Come back soon.'" "Yes, I suppose I should, and then what do I do? You kiss me." It was out before he had thought about it, and he was stunned by his own audacity. She stood very still, rooted by the words, and when she began to move, it was with the slow deliberation of a sleepwalker, and her eyes were huge and unblinking. She came across the room. She stopped in front of him, and as she lifted her arms, she came up on her toes. The air about her was filled with her fragrance, and her arms were slim and strong about his neck, but it was the softness and the warmth of her lips that amazed him. Her body swayed against him, and seemed to melt with his own, and the long artistic fingers slowly caressed the nape of his neck. He passed an arm around her waist, and was again amazed at how narrow and slim it was, but the muscles of her back were firm and pliant as she arched it, pushing forward with her hips. He heard her gasp as she felt him, and a slow, voluptuous shudder shook her. For long moments she lingered, her hips pressed to his and her breasts flattened against his tunic. He stooped over her, his hands beginning to move up the hard, resilient little back, his mouth forcing hers open so the soft lips parted like the fleshy red petals of an exotic blooming orchid. She shuddered again, but then the sound in her throat turned into a panicky moan of protest and she twisted out of his arms, though he tried desperately to hold her. But she was strong and supple and determined. At the door she stopped to stare at him. She was trembling, her eyes were wide and dark, as though she had truly only seen him for the first time. "Hola, who was talking about swarms of hornets?" she mocked, but her voice was gusty and unsteady. She twisted the door open and tried to smile, but it was a poor, lopsided thing, and she did not yet have control of her breathing. "I'm not so sure of that come back soon anymore." She held the door open to give herself courage, and her next smile was more convincing. "Don't get run over, you old tomcat," and she slipped out into the passageway. Her receding footsteps were light and dancing in the silence of the big house, and Mark's own legs were suddenly so weak that he sat down heavily on his bed. Mark drove fast, concentrating all his attention on the twisting, treacherous road through the mountains, driving the big, heavily laden rolls down the path of its own glaring brass-bound headlights, up Baines Kloof, where the mountain fell away on his left hand sheer into the valley, past Worcester with its orderly vineyards standing in dark lines in the moonlight, before the final ascent up the Hex River mountains to the rim of the flat, compacted shield of the African interior. They came out over the top, and the vast land stretched away ahead of them, the dry, treeless Karoo, where the flat-topped koppies made strangely symmetrical shapes against the cold, starry sky. Now at last, Mark could relax in the studded leather driver's seat, driving instinctively, the road pouring endlessly towards him, pale and straight out of the darkness, and he could tune his ears to the voice of the two men in the rear seat. "What they don't understand, old Sean, is that if we do not employ every black man who offers himself for work, no, more than that, if we don't actively recruit all the native labor we can get hold of, it will result not only in fewer jobs for white men, but in the long run it will mean, finally, no jobs at all for the white men of Africa." A jackal, small and furry as a puppy, lolloped into the path of the headlights with its ears erect, and Mark steered carefully to miss it, his own ears cocked for Sean's reply. "They think only of today." His voice was deep and grave. "We must plan for 10 years from now, for 30, 50 years ahead, for a nation firm and undivided. We cannot afford once again to have Africander against Britain, or worse, we dare not have white against black. It is not enough that we are forced to live together, we must learn to work together." Slowly, slowly, old Sean, the Prime Minister, chuckled. "Don't let dreams run away with reality. I don't deal in dreams, Janny. You should know that. If we don't want to be torn to pieces by our own people, we must give all of them, black, white, and brown, a place and a share." They ran on hard into the endless land, and the light of a lonely farm house on a dark ridge emphasized how vast and empty it was. Those who clamor so loudly for less work and more pay may find that what benefit they get now will have to be paid for at 1,000% interest someday in the future. A payment in misery and hunger and suffering. Sean Courtney was speaking again. "If we are to steer off the reef of national disaster, then men will have to learn to work again, and to take seriously once more the demands of a disciplined and orderly society." Have you ever wondered, Sean, at how many people these days depend for their livelihood on nothing else but finding areas of dispute between the employers and the employed, between labor and management. Sean nodded, taking it up where Smuts left off, as though the two were not shackled to each other with bonds that nothing can break. They travel the same road to the same goal, bound together irretrievably by destiny. When one stumbles, he brings the other down on bloody knees. When one falls, the other comes down with him slowly. As the stars made their circuit of grandeur across the heavens, the talk in the back seat of the roles dwindled into silence. Mark glanced in the mirror and saw that Courtney was asleep, a traveling rug about his shoulders and his black beard on his chest. His snores were low and regular and deep, and Mark felt a rush of feeling for the big man. It was a fine mixture of respect and awe, of pride and affection. I suppose that is what you would feel if you had a father, he thought. And then, embarrassed by the strength and presumption of his feeling, he once again concentrated all his attention on the road. The night wind had sifted the sky with fine dust, and the dawn was a thing of unbelievable splendor. From horizon to horizon and right across the vaulted domes of the heavens, vibrant color throbbed and glowed and flamed, until at last the sun thrust clear of the horizon. We won't stop in Bloemfontein or any of the big towns, Mark. We don't want anybody to see the Prime Minister. Sean leaned across the back of the seat. We'll need petrol, General. Pick one of the roadside pumps, Sean instructed. Try and find one with no telephone lines. It was a tiny iron-roofed general dealer's store set back from the road under two scraggy eucalyptus blue gum trees. There was no other building in sight, and the open empty veldt stretched dry and sun-scared to the circle of the horizon. The plaster walls of the store were cracked and in need of whitewash, plastered with advertisement boards for Bovril and Joko tea. The windows were shuttered and the door locked, but there were no telephone lines running from the solitary building to join those that followed the road, and a single red-painted petrol pump stood at rigid attention in the dusty yard below the stoop. Mark blew a long, continuous blast on the roll's horn, and while he was doing so, the Prime Minister's black Cadillac that was following turned off the main road and parked behind them. The driver and the three members of the ministerial staff climbed out and stretched their stiff muscles. When the proprietor of the store emerged at last, unshaven, red-eyed, but cheerfully doing up his breeches, he spoke no English. Mark asked in Afrikaans, "Can you fill up both cars?" While the storekeeper swung the handle of the pump back and forth, and the fuel rose alternatively into the two one-gallon glass bowls on the top of the pump, his wife came out from the store with a tray of steaming coffee mugs and a platter of crisp, golden, freshly baked rusks. They ate and drank gratefully, and were ready to go on again within 20 minutes. The storekeeper stood in the yard, scratching the stubble of his beard, and watched the twin columns of red dust billowing into the northern sky. His wife came out onto the stoop and he turned to squint up at her. "Do you know who that was?" he asked, and she shook her head. "That was clever Janny and his English gunmen. Didn't you see the uniform the young one wore? He spat into the red dirt and his phlegm balled and rolled. Khaki, damned khaki." He ripped the word out bitterly and went around the side of the building to the little Lenta stable. He was clinching the girth on the old sway-backed gray mare when she followed him into the stall. "It's none of our business, Hendrik. Let it stand. None of our business," he demanded indignantly. "Didn't I fight khaki in the English War? Didn't I fight it again in 1916 when we rode with old De Wet? Isn't my brother a rock breaker on the Simmer and Jack mine? And isn't that where clever Janny is going with his hangman?" He swung up on the mare and put his heels to her. She jumped away, and he pointed her at the ridge. It was 8 miles to the railway siding, and there was a telegraph in the ganger's cottage. The ganger was a cousin of his. The Railway Workers' Union was out in sympathy with the miners now. The action committee would have the news in Johannesburg by lunchtime that clever Janny was on his way. While Mark Anders drank coffee at the wayside store, Fergus MacDonald lay under the hedge at the bottom of a garden ablaze with crimson cannas in orderly beds, and peered through a pair of binoculars down the slope at the Newlands police station. They had sandbagged the windows and doors. The lady of the house had sat on her veranda the previous evening, drinking coffee and counting 47 police constables arriving by motor lorry to reinforce the station. Her son was a shift boss on the Simmer and Jack. Whoever commanded the police at Newlands was no soldier, Fergus decided, and grinned that wolfish, wicked grin. He had seen the dead ground instantly. Any soldier would have picked it up at a glance. Pass the word for the Mills bombs, he muttered to the striker beside him, and the man crawled away. Fergus swung the glasses up along the road where it started to climb the copies and grunted with satisfaction. The telephone wires had been cut, along with the power lines. He could see the loose ends dangling from the poles. The police station was isolated. The striker crawled back to Fergus' side, dragging a heavy rucksack. He had a tooth missing from his upper jaw, and he grinned gap-toothed at Fergus. "Give them hell, comrade." Fergus' face was blackened with soot and his eyelashes were singed away. They had burned the Fordsburg police station a little before midnight. "I want covering fire on my whistle. You'll get it, never fear." Fergus opened the rucksack and glanced at the steel globes, with their deeply segmented squares for fragmentation. Then he slung the strap over his shoulder and adjusted the burden to hang comfortably on his flank. "Look after it well." He handed his Lee Enfield rifle to the gap-toothed striker. "We'll need it again today." He crawled away down the shallow drainage ditch that led to a concrete culvert which crossed under the road. The culvert was lined with circular tubes of rusty corrugated iron, and Fergus wriggled through it carefully, emerging on the far side of the road. Lying on his side, he raised himself slightly to peer over the edge of the drainage ditch. The police station was 150 yards away. The blue light over the front door, with the white-lettered police, was dead, and the flag hung limply on its pole in the still, windless morning. It was 50 yards to the slope of dead ground under the eastern windows of the brick building, and Fergus could see the rifle barrels of the defenders poked through the gaps in the sandbags. He pulled the silver whistle from his back pocket by its lanyard and came up on his knees like a sprinter on the blocks. He drew a deep breath and blew a long, shrill, ringing blast on the whistle. Immediately, a storm of rifle fire crashed out from the hedges and ditches that surrounded the station. The blue lamp shattered into flying fragments, and red brick dust popped off the walls like dyed cotton pods. Fergus came out of the ditch at a run. A bullet kicked dust and stone chips stung his ankles, and another jerked like an impatient hand at the tail of his coat. Then he was into the dead ground and out of their field of fire. He still ran doubled over, however, until he reached the police station. Then he flattened himself against the wall between two of the sandbagged windows while he struggled with his breathing. A rifle barrel protruded from the left-hand window as it blazed away up the slope of the copy. Fergus opened the rucksack and took out a grenade with his left hand. He pulled the pin with his teeth while he groped for the Webley. .45 revolver stuck into the belt of his trousers. He locked one arm over the barrel of the police rifle, dragging it harmlessly aside. Then he stepped into the window and, still holding the rifle, looked through the narrow hole in the sandbags. A young, beardless face stared back at him, the eyes wide with amazement, the mouth hanging open slightly, and the police helmet pulled down low over his eyes. Fergus shot him in the bridge of the nose between the startled, staring eyes, and the head was smashed backwards out of view. Fergus hurled the grenade through the gap and ducked down. The explosion in the confined space was vicious and ear-numbing. Fergus bobbed up and tossed in another grenade. Glass and smoke blew from the windows, and from within there were the screams and cries of the trapped police constables, the groans and gasping walls of the wounded. Fergus threw in a third grenade and screamed, "Chew on that, you bloody strike breakers." The bomb exploded, shattering out a panel from the front door, and smoke billowed from all windows. Inside, a single voice started screaming, "Stop it! Oh God, stop it! We surrender! Come out with your hands in the air, you bastards!" A police sergeant staggered out of the shattered doorway. He held one hand above his head, the other hung at his side in a torn and blood-soaked sleeve. The last call that went out from Newland's police station before the strikers cut the lines was a call for help. The relieving column coming over the ridge from Johannesburg in a convoy of 3 trucks got as far as the hotel in Main Street, where it was halted by rifle fire. And the moment it stopped, strikers ran out into the roadway behind it and set all the trucks ablaze with petrol bombs. The police abandoned their vehicles and raced for cover in a cottage beside the road. It was a strong defensive position, and they looked set to hold out against even the most determined attacks, but they left 3 dead constables lying in the road beside the burning trucks, and another 2 of their number lying near them, so badly wounded they could only cry out for succor. A white flag waved from across the road, and the police commander stepped out onto the veranda of the cottage. "What do you want?" he called across. Fergus MacDonald walked out into the road, still waving the flag, a slight unwarlike figure in shabby suit and cloth cap. "You can't leave these men out here," he shouted back, pointing at the bodies. The commander came out with 20 unarmed police into the road to carry away the dead and wounded, and while they worked, strikers under Fergus, orders slipped in through the back of the cottages. Suddenly, Fergus whipped the Webley out from under his coat and pressed it to the commander's head. "Tell your men to put their hands up, or I'll blow your bloody brains all over the road." In the cottage, Fergus, men knocked the weapons out of the hands of the police, and in the roadway armed strikers were among them. "You were under a flag of truce," protested the commander bitterly. "We aren't playing games, you bloody blackleg," snarled Fergus. "We're fighting for a new world." The commander opened his mouth to protest again, and Fergus swung the revolver sideways, slashing the barrel into his face, snapping out the front teeth from his upper jaw and crushing the lip into a red wet smear. The man dropped to his knees, and Fergus strode among his men. "We'll siege the Brixton Ridge now, and after that Johannesburg. By tonight, we'll have the red flag flying on every public building in town. Onward, comrades, nothing will stop us now." The Transvaal Scottish detrained at Dunswart Station that same morning to march in and seize the mining town of Benoni, which was under full control of the Action Committee's commandos, but the strikers were waiting for them. The advancing troops were caught in flank and rear by the crossfire from hundreds of prepared positions, and fought hard all that day to extricate themselves. But it was late afternoon when, still under sniping fire, they were able to retrain at Dunswart. They carried with them 3 dead officers and 9 dead other rankers. Another 30 were suffering from gunshot wounds, from which many would later die. From one end to the other of the Witwatersrand, the strikers were on the rampage. The Action Committee controlled that great complex of mining towns and mining properties that follows the sweep of the gold-bearing reef across the bleak African veldt, 60 miles from Krugersdorp to Ventersdorp, with the city of Johannesburg at its center. It is the richest gold-bearing formation yet discovered by man, a glittering treasure house, the foundation stone of the prosperity of a nation, and now the strikers carried the red flag across it at will, and at every point the force of law and order reeled back. Every police commander was loath to initiate fire, and every constable loath to act upon the order when it did come. They were firing upon friends, countrymen, brothers. In the cellars of the Fordsburg Trade Union Hall they were holding a kangaroo court. A traitor was on trial for his life. Harry Fisher's huge bulk was clad now in a military-style bush jacket with button-patch pockets, over which he wore a bandolier of ammunition. On his right arm was a plain band of red cloth, but his unkempt black hair was uncovered, and his eyes were fierce. His desk was a packing case, and Helena MacDonald stood behind his stool. She had cropped her hair as short as a man's, and she wore breeches tucked into her boots, and the red armband on her tunic. Her face was pale and gaunt. Her eyes in deep plum-colored sockets were invisible in the bad light, but her body was tensed with the nervous energy of a leashed greyhound with the smell of the hair in its nostrils. The accused was a storekeeper of the town, with pale, watery eyes behind the steel-rimmed spectacles which he blinked rapidly as he watched his accuser. He asked to be connected with police headquarters in Marshall Square. "Just a minute," Helena interrupted. "You are on the local telephone exchange, is that right?" "Yes, that's right. I am exchange supervisor." The woman looked like a schoolteacher, iron-haired, neatly dressed, unsmiling. "Go on. I thought I'd better listen in, see what he was up to." The storekeeper was wringing white bony hands and chewing nervously on his lower lip. He looked at least 60 years old with the pale silver fluff of hair standing up comically from his bald pink pate. "Well, when he started giving them the details of what was happening here, I broke the connection." "What exactly did he say?" Fisher demanded. "He said that there was a machine gun here. He said that." Fisher's expression was thunderous. He transferred his glare to the storekeeper, and the man quailed. "My boy is in the police. He's my only boy," he whispered, and then blinked back the tears from the pale eyes. "That's as good as a confession," said Helena coldly, and Fisher glanced over his shoulder at her and nodded. "Take him out and shoot him," he said. The light delivery van bumped along the overgrown track and stopped beside the old abandoned number 1 shaft on the Crown Mines property. It had not been used for 12 years, and concrete machinery slabs and the collar of the shaft were thick with rank grass that grew out of the cracks in the concrete and covered the rusted machinery. 2 men dragged the storekeeper to the dilapidated barbed wire fence that protected the dark black hole of the shaft. Number 1 shaft was 1,500 feet deep, but had flooded back to the 500-foot level. The warning notices on the barbed wire fence were embellished with the skull and crossbones device. Helena MacDonald stayed at the wheel of the delivery van. She lit a cigarette and stared ahead, waiting without visible emotion for the executioner's shot. The minutes passed, while the cigarette burned down between her fingers, and she snapped impatiently when one of the armed strikers came to the side window of the van. "What's keeping you?" "Begging your pardon, missus, neither of us can do it." "What do you mean?" Helena demanded. "Well," the man dropped his eyes. "Old Cohen's been selling me my groceries for 10 years now. He always gives the kids a candy bar when they go in with an impatient exclamation." Helena opened the van door and stepped out. "Give me your revolver," she said, and as she strode to where the second striker guarded the old storekeeper, she checked the load and spun the chamber of the pistol. Cohen started to smile, a mild, ingratiating smile as he peered at her face myopically. Then he saw her expression and the pistol in her hand. He dropped to his knees, and he began to urinate in terrified spurts down the front of his baggy gray flannel trousers. When Helena parked the van in the street behind the market buildings, she was aware immediately of a new charge of excitement in the air. The men at the sandbagged windows called out to her, "Your old man's back, missus. He's down in the cellar with the boss." Fergus looked up from the large-scale map of the East Rand over which he and Harry Fisher were poring. She hardly recognized him. He was sooty and grimed as a chimney sweep, and his eyelashes had been burned away, giving him a bland, startled look. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were little wet beads of dirty mucus in the corners. "Hello, love," he grinned wearily at her. "What are you doing here, comrade?" she demanded. "You are supposed to be at Brixton Ridge." Harry Fisher intervened. "Fergus has taken the ridge. He's done fine work, really fine work. But now we have been granted a stroke of really good fortune. What is it?" Helena demanded. "Slim Janny Smuts is on his way from Cape Town." "That's bad news," Helena contradicted coolly. "He's coming by road and he's got no escort with him," Harry Fisher explained. "Like a lover, right into our arms," grinned Fergus and spread his own arms wide. There were dark splotches of dried blood on his sleeves. The Prime Minister's aide-de-camp had spelled Mark at the wheel of the rolls on the long stretch northwards from Bloemfontein. Mark had been able to sleep, hunched up on the front seat, oblivious of the lurching and shaking over the bad stretches of road, so that he woke refreshed when Courtney stopped the little convoy on a deserted hilltop, 15 miles south of the built-up complex of mines and towns of the Witwatersrand. It was late afternoon, and the lowering sun turned the banks of low false cloud in the north to a somber purple hue. It was not cloud but the discharge from the hundreds of chimneys of the power stations and refineries, of the coal-burning locomotives, and the open fires of tens of thousands of African laborers in their locations, and of burning buildings and vehicles. Mark wrinkled his nose as he smelled the acrid taint of the city fouling the clean, dry air of the Highveld. The entire party took the opportunity to stretch cramped muscles and to relieve other physical needs. Mark noted wryly that nice social distinctions were observed when those members of the party who had general officer's rank and cabinet minister's status used the screened side of the puked cars, while the lesser members stood out in the open road. While they went about their business, there was an argument in progress. Sean was advocating caution and a roundabout approach through the suburbs and outlying areas of Johannesburg. "We should cut across to Standerton and come in on the Natal Road. The rebels are holding all the southern suburbs. They'll not be expecting us, old Sean. We'll go through fast and be at Marshall Square before they know what's happened," Janny Smuts decided. "I can't afford the extra 2 hours it will take us to circle around." And Sean growled at him. "You always were too damned hot-headed, Janny. Good God, you were the one who rode into the Cape with 150 men in your commando to capture Cape Town from the whole British Army. Gave them the fright of their lives." The Prime Minister chuckled as he came around the back of the rolls, buttoning his trousers, and Sean, following him, went on with relish. "That's right. But when you tried the same tricks on Leto von Vorbeck in German East Africa, you were the one who got the fright. He roasted your arse for you." Mark winced at Sean's choice of words, and the Prime Minister's party looked to heaven and earth, anywhere except at their master's suddenly unsmiling countenance. "We are going into Johannesburg on the Buissens Road," said Janny Smuts coldly. "You'll be no damned good to us dead," grumbled Sean. "That's enough, old Sean. We'll do it my way." "All right," Sean agreed lugubriously, "but you'll ride in the second car. The Cadillac will lead with your pennant flying." He turned to the Prime Minister's driver, flat out. "You understand, stop for nothing." "Yes, sir. Have you gentlemen got your music with you?" he demanded, and all of them showed him the sidearms they carried. "Mark," Sean turned to him, "get the Mannlicher off the roof." Mark unstrapped the leather case from the luggage rack and assembled the 9-3 sporting rifle, the only effective weapon they had been able to find at short notice in Somerset House before leaving. He loaded the magazine and handed the weapon to Sean, then slipped 2 yellow packets of Eli Kynoch ammunition into his own pockets. "Good boy," Sean grunted and peered at him closely. "How are you feeling? Did you get some sleep?" "I'm fine, sir. Take the wheel." Darkness fell swiftly, smearing the silhouettes of the blue gum trees along the low crests of the rolling open ground, crowding in the circle of their vision. There were the flickering pinpoints of open cooking fires from a few of the native shacks among the hills, but these were the only signs of life. The road was deserted, and even when they began to speed past the first brick-built buildings, there were no lights, and the stillness was unnatural and disquieting. "The main power station has shut down." The coal miners were limiting supply to 50 tons a day for essential services, but now they've stopped even that, the Prime Minister mused aloud, and neither of them answered him. Mark followed the twinkling red rear lights of the Cadillac, and the darkness pressed closer. He switched on the main beams of his headlights, and suddenly they were into the narrow streets of Boeisens, the southernmost suburb of Johannesburg. The miners' cottages crowded the road like living and menacing presences. On the left, against the last faint glimmer of the day, Mark could make out the skeletal shape of the steel headgear at Crown Mines haulage, and ahead, the low table-like hillocks of the mine dumps gave him a nostalgic twinge. He thought suddenly of Fergus MacDonald and Helena, and glanced once again to his left, lifting his eyes from the road for a moment. Just beyond the crown-deep headgear, not more than a mile away, was the cottage on Lover's Walk where she had taught him he was a man. The memory was too wrapped around with pain and guilt, and he thrust it aside and turned his full attention back to the road just as the first rifle shots sparkled from the darkened cottage windows on the right side of the road ahead. Instantly, he was judging the angle and field of the enemy fire, noticing how they had chosen the curve of the road where the vehicles must slow. Good, he thought dispassionately, applauding the choice, and he hit the gear lever of the rolls, doubled declutching into a lower gear to build up revolutions for the turn. "Get down," he shouted at his illustrious passengers. Ahead the Cadillac swerved wildly at the volley and then recovered, and went roaring into the turn. 6 or 7 rifles, Mark estimated, and then saw the high hedge and the open pavement below the cottage windows. He would give them a changing closing target, he decided, and used the power and rush of the rolls to broadside up onto the pavement, under the cover of the hedge. Foliage brushed with a light rushing whisper against the side of the roaring vehicle, and behind him a service revolver hanged lustily as Sean Courtney fired through the open window. Mark hit the brakes and fanned the back of the rolls through the turn, bounded off the pavement and let her sway out across the road, to further confuse the riflemen in the cottages. Then he tramped down hard on the accelerator, guided her through the turn, and went howling down into the dark, deserted commercial area of Boeisens, leaving the stupefied riflemen staring into the deserted bend and listening to the receding note of the Rolls-Royce engine. Only 2 miles and they would be through the danger area, over the ridge and into Johannesburg proper. Ahead of him, the Cadillac was running through the area of shops and warehouses and small factories, its headlights blazing harshly on the buildings that lined the road, carving a tunnel of light down their avenue to safety. In the back seat of the Rolls, the 2 generals had not taken Mark's advice to seek cover, and were both sitting bolt upright, discussing the situation objectively in cool, measured tones. "That was quick thinking," Smuts said. "They weren't expecting that turn." "He's a good lad," Sean agreed, "but you are wasting your time with that pistol." "Gives me something to do," Sean explained as he reloaded the chambers of his revolver. "You should have ridden with my commando, old Sean. I would have taught you to save ammunition." Smuts sought revenge for Sean's earlier remarks. The headlights of the Cadillac tipped slightly upwards as it charged through the dip and reached the first rising ground. They all saw the roadblock at the same moment. It was flung up crudely across the road, oil drums, bulks of timber, iron bedsteads, sandbags, and household furniture obviously dragged from the cottages. Sean swore loudly and with ferocity. "I can turn now," Mark shouted. "But they'll get us when we slow down and we'll have to go back through the ambush." "Watch the Cadillac," Sean shouted back. The heavy black machine had not hesitated, and it roared up the slope at the barricade, picking the spot which seemed weakest. "He's going to open a breach. Follow him, Mark." The Cadillac smashed into the roadblock, and tables and chairs flew high into the night. Even above the roar of wind and engine, Mark could hear the tea-leering crashing impact, and then the Cadillac was through and going on up the ridge, but its speed was bleeding away, and a white cloud of steam plumed from the torn radiator. However, they had forged a breach in the barricade, and Mark steered for it, bumping over a mangled mass of timber and then accelerating away up the slope, gaining rapidly on the leading vehicle. The Cadillac was losing speed, clearly suffering a mortal injury. "Shall I stop for them?" Mark demanded. "No," said Sean. "We have to get the Prime Minister." "Yes," said Smuts. "We can't leave them." "Make up your bloody minds," yelled Mark, and there was a stunned, disbelieving silence in the back, and Mark began to brake for the pickup. The machine gun opened from the scrubby bush at the base of the nearest mine dump. The tracer flailed the night, brilliant white fire sweeping down the road in a blinding storm. The high, ripping, tearing sound was unmistakable, and Mark and Sean exclaimed together in appalled disbelief. "Vickers!" The Prime Minister's green and golden pennant on the bonnet of the Cadillac drew the deadly sheet of fire, and in the horrified microseconds that Mark watched, he saw the car begin to break up. The windshield and side windows blew away in a sparkling cloud of glass fragments. The figures of the 3 occupants were plucked to pieces like chickens caught in the blades of a thrashing machine. The Cadillac slewed off the road and crashed headlong into the blank wall of a timber warehouse on the edge of the road. And still the relentless stream of Vickers' fire tore into the carcass, punching neat black holes into the metalwork, holes that were rimmed with bare metal that sparkled in the headlights of the Rolls like newly minted silver dollars. It would only be seconds before the gunner swiveled his Vickers onto the Rolls, Mark realized, and he searched the road ahead for a bolt hole. Between the timber warehouse and the next building was a narrow alleyway, barely wide enough to admit the Rolls. Mark swung out to make a hay cart turn for the alley, and the gunner guessed his intention, but was stiff and low on his traverse as he swung the Vickers on to the Rolls. The sheet of bullets ripped the surface of the road, a boiling, teeming play of dust and tarmac that ran down under the side of the car. Before the gunner could correct his aim, the petrol tank of the ruined Cadillac exploded in a woofing clap of sound, and a vivid rolling cloud of scarlet flame and dense black smoke. Under its cover, Mark steered for the alleyway and slammed the Rolls into it, although she was suddenly heavy on the steering and thumping brutally in her front end. 50 feet down, the alley was blocked with a heavy haulage trailer, piled high with newly sawn timber balks, and Mark skidded to a halt and jumped out. He saw that for the moment they were covered by the corner of the warehouse from the Vickers, but the timber trailer cut off their escape down the alley, and it would be only minutes before the strikers realized their predicament and moved the Vickers to infiltrate the alleyway and shoot them to pieces. One glance showed him that machine gun fire had shredded the offside leading wheel. Mark jerked open the rear door and snatched the Mancher from Sean, and paused only a moment to snap at the 2 generals. "Get the wheel changed." "I'll try and hold them off." Then he was sprinting back down the alleyway. "I shall have to insist that in future when he gives me an order he calls me sir," Sean said with thin humor, and turned to Smuts. "Have you ever changed a wheel, Janny?" "Don't be stupid, old Sean. I'm a horse soldier and your superior officer." Smuts smiled back at him with his golden beard looking like a refined Viking in the reflected headlights. "Bloody hell," grunted Sean. "You can work the jack." Mark reached the corner of the warehouse and crouched against it, checking the load of the Mannlicher before glancing around. The Cadillac burned like a huge pyre, and the stink of burning rubber and oil and human flesh was choking. The body of the driver still sat at the wheel, but the smoky red flames rushed and drummed about him so that his head was blackening and charring, and his body twisted and writhed in a slow, macabre ballet of death. There was a wind that Mark had not noticed before, a fitful, inconstant wind that gusted and puffed down the ridge, rolling thick clouds of the stinking black smoke across the road, and then changing strength and direction, so that for a few seconds the smoke pall once again poured straight upwards into the night sky. Over all blazed the flickering orange wash of the flames, uncertain light which magnified shadow and offered false perspective. Mark realized that he had to get across the road into the scrub and eroded ground below the mine dump before he could get a chance at the vicar's gunner. He had to cross 50 open yards before he reached the ground where he could turn the clumsiness and relative immobility of the vicars to his own account. He waited for the wind. He saw it coming, rustling the grass tops in the firelight and rolling a dirty ball of newspaper down the road. Then it picked up the smoke and wafted it in a stinking black pall across the open roadway. Mark launched himself from the corner of the warehouse and had run 20 paces before he realized that the wind had tricked him. It was merely a gust, passing in seconds and leaving the night still and silent when it had gone, silent except for the snapping, crackling flames of the burning Cadillac. He was halfway across as the smoke opened again, and the cold weight of dread in his belly seemed to spread down into his legs and slow them as he ran like a man in shackles. But the battle clock in his head was running clearly, tolling off the seconds, judging finely the instant that the vicar's gunner up on the dump spotted his shadowy running figure, judging the time it took for him to swing and recite the heavy weapon. Now, he thought, and rolled forward from the waist without checking his speed, going on to his shoulder and somersaulting, ducking under the solid blast of machine-gun fire that came at the exact second he had expected it. The momentum of his fall carried him up onto his feet again, and he knew he had seconds before the unsighted gunner picked him up again. He plunged onwards, and lances of pain shot through the old bullet wounds in his back, wounds which he had not felt in over a year. The pain was in anticipation, as well as from the wrench of his fall. The bank of red earth on the far side of the road seemed to loom far off while instinct warned him that the vicar's was on to him again. He launched himself feet first, like a baseball player sliding for the plate, and at the same instant the stream of vicar's bullets tore a leaping sheet of dust off the lip of the bank, and the ricochets screamed like frustrated banshees and wailed away into the night. Mark lay under the bank for many seconds with his face cradled in the crook of his arm, sobbing for breath while the pain in his old wounds receded and his heart picked up its normal rhythm. When he lifted his head again, his expression was bleak, and his anger was cold and bright and functional. Fergus MacDonald swore softly with both hands on the firing handles of the vicars, his forefingers still holding the automatic safety catch open and his thumbs poised over the firing button. He kept the weapon swinging in short rhythmic traverses back and forth as he peered down the slope, but he was swearing, monotonous profanity in a low, tight whisper. The man beside him was kneeling, ready to feed the belt to the gun, and now he whispered hoarsely, "I think you got him." "The hell I did," hissed Fergus and jerked the gun across as something in shadow caught his eye down on the road. He fired a short holding burst and then muttered, "Right, let's pull out." "Damn it, comrade, we've got them," protested the loader. "You bloody fool, didn't you see him?" Fergus asked. "Didn't you see the way he crossed the road? Don't you realize we've got a real ripe one on our hands? Whoever he is, he's a killer. Are we going to let one bastard chase us?" "You're so right," snapped Fergus. "When it's that bucko down there, I'm not going to risk this gun. It's worth 100 trained men." He patted the square steel breech block. "We came here to kill clever Janny, and he's down there, cooking in his fancy motor car. Now let's get the hell out of here." And he started the complicated process of unloading the vicars, cranking it once to clear the chamber of its live round, and then cranking again to clear the round in the feed block. "Tell the boys to cover us when we pull back," he grunted, as he extracted the ammunition belt from the breech pawls, and then started uncoupling the vicars from its tripod. "Come on, work quickly," he snapped at his loader. "That bastard is on his way. I can feel him breathing down my neck already. There were 8 strikers on the slope of the dump, Fergus and 2 for the Vickers, with 5 riflemen spread out around the gun to support and cover. "Right, let's go." Fergus carried the thick-jacketed barrel over one shoulder and a heavy case of ammunition in his left hand. His number 2 wrestled with the ungainly 50 pounds weight of metal tripod, and the number 3 carried the 5-gallon can of cooling water and the second case of ammunition. "We are pulling out." Fergus called to his riflemen, "Look lively. That's a dangerous bastard coming after us." They ran in a group, bowed under their burdens, feet slipping in the loose white cyanided sand of the dump. The shot was from the left. Fergus had not expected that, and it was impossibly high on the dump. The bastard must have grown wings and flown to get there, Fergus thought. The report was a heavy booming clap, some sort of sporting rifle, and behind him the number 3 made a strange grunting sound as though his lungs had been forcibly emptied by a heavy blow. Fergus glanced back and saw him down, a dark untidy shape on the white sand. "Good Christ," gasped Fergus. It had to be fluky shooting at that range, and in this impossible light, just the early stars and the ruddy glow of the burning Cadillac. The rifle boom boomed again, and he heard one of his riflemen scream and then thrash about wildly in the undergrowth. Fergus knew he had judged his adversary fairly. He was a killer. They were all running now, shouting and firing wildly as they scattered tack under the tee of the dump, and Fergus ran with them, only one thought in his mind: he must get his precious Vickers safely away. The sweat had soaked through his jacket between the shoulders, and had run down from under his cap so that he was blinded, and unable to speak when at last he tumbled into the cover of a deep donga and sat against the earth of the bank, with the machine gun cradled in his arms like an infant. One after another his riflemen reached the donga and fell thankfully into cover. "How many were there?" gasped one of them. "I don't know," panted another. "Must have been a dozen Zarps at least. They got Alfie, and they got Henry also. I saw 5 of them." Fergus had recovered his breath enough to speak now. "There was one, only one, but a good one." "Did we get Slim Janny?" "Yes," said Fergus grimly. "We got him all right. He was in the first car. I saw his flag and I saw him cooking. We can go home now." It was a little before 11 o'clock when the solitary Rolls-Royce was halted at the gates of police headquarters on Marshall Square by the suspicious sentries. But when the occupants were recognized, half a dozen high-ranking police and military officers hurried down the steps to welcome them. The Prime Minister went directly to the large visitors' drawing room on the first floor, which had been transformed into the headquarters of the military administration, empowered and entrusted by the declaration of martial law with the government of the nation. The relief on the faces of the assembled officers was undisguised. The situation was a mess, but Smuts was here at last, and now they could expect order and direction and sanity to emerge from the chaos. He listened to their reports quietly, tugging at his little goatee beard, his expression becoming more grim as the full extent of the situation was explained. He was silent a little longer, brooding over the map, and then he looked up at General Van Deventer, an old comrade in arms during 2 wars, a man who had ridden with him on that historic commando into the Cape in Eiga, and who had fought beside him against the wily old German, Leto von Vorbeck, in German East Africa. "Jacobus," he said, "you command the East Rand." Van Deventer whispered an acknowledgement, his vocal cords damaged by a British bullet in or, "Sean, you have the West. I want the Brixton Ridge under our control by noon tomorrow." Then, as an afterthought, "Have your lads arrived from Natal yet?" "I hope so," said Sean Courtney. "So do I," Smuts smiled thinly. "You will have a merry time taking the ridge single-handed." The smile flickered off his face. "I want your battle plans presented by breakfast time, gentlemen. I don't have to remind you that, as always, the watchword is speed. We have to cauterize this ulcer and bind it up swiftly." In early autumn, The Highveld sun has a peculiar brilliance, pouring down through an atmosphere thinned by altitude out of a sky of purest, gayest blue. It was weather for picnicking and for lovers in quiet gardens. But on 14th March 1922, it was not calm, but a stillness of a menacing and ominous intensity which hung over the city of Johannesburg and its satellite towns. In just 2 days, Van Deventer had swept through the East Rand, stunning the strikers with his Boer commando tactics, rolling up all resistance in Benoni and Dunswart, recapturing Brakpan and the mine, while the Brits' column under his command drove through the Madder and Jetald mines and linked with Van Deventer at Springs. In 2 days, they had crushed the revolt on the East Rand, and thousands of strikers came in under the white flag to be marched away to captivity and eventual trial. But Fordsburg was the heart, and the Brixton Ridge which commanded it was the key to the revolt. Now at last, Sean Courtney had the ridge, but it had been 2 days of hard and bitter fighting. With artillery and air support, they had swept the rocky koppies, the school buildings, brick fields, the cemetery, the public buildings, and the cottages, each of which the strikers had turned into a strongpoint. And in the night they had carried in the dead of both sides and buried them in the Milner Park Cemetery, each with his own comrades, soldier with soldier and striker with striker. Now Sean was ready for the thrust to the heart, and below them the iron roofs of Fordsburg blinked in the fine, clear sunlight. "Here he comes now," said Mark Anders, and they all lifted their binoculars and searched for the tiny fleck of black in the immense tall sky. The DH-9 sailed in sedately, banking slowly in from the south and leveling for the run over the cowering cottages of Fordsburg. Through the lens of his glasses, Mark could make out the head and shoulders of the navigator in the forward cockpit as he hoisted each stack of pamphlets onto the edge of the cockpit, cut the strings, and then pushed them over the side. They flurried out in a white storm behind the slow-moving machine, caught in the slipstream, spreading and spinning and drifting like flocks of white doves. A push of the breeze spread some of the papers towards the ridge, and Mark caught one out of the air and glanced at the crude printing on cheap, thick paper. Martial law notice: women and children, and all persons well disposed towards the government are advised to leave before 11 a.m. today that part of Fordsburg and vicinity, where the authority of the government is defied, and where military operations are about to take place. No immunity from punishment or arrest is guaranteed to any person coming in under this notice who has broken the law. Sean Courtney, control officer. It was clumsy syntax. Mark wondered who had composed it as he crumpled the notice and dropped it into the grass at his feet. "What if the pickets won't let them come out, sir?" he asked quietly. "I don't pay you to be my conscience, young man," Sean growled warningly, and they stood on in silence for a minute. Then Sean sighed and took the cigars from his breast pocket and offered one to Mark as a conciliatory gesture. "What can I do, Mark? Must I send my lads into those streets without artillery support?" He bit the tip off his cigar and spat it into the grass. "Whose lives are more important, the strikers and their families, or men who trust me and honor me with their loyalty? It's much easier to fight people you hate," Mark said softly, and Sean glanced at him sharply. "Where did you read that?" he demanded, and Mark shook his head. "At least there are no blacks caught up in this," he said. Mark had personally been in charge of sending disguised black policemen through the lines to warn all tribesmen to evacuate the area. "Poor blighters," Sean agreed. "I wonder what they make of this white men's madness." Mark strode to the edge of the shallow cliff, ignoring the danger of sniping fire from the buildings below, and glassed the town carefully. Suddenly he exclaimed with relief, "They're coming out EV far below where they stood." The first tiny figures straggled out of the entrance of the Vrededorp subway. The women carried infants and dragged reluctant children at arm's length. Some were burdened with their personal treasures, others brought their pets, canaries in wire cages, dogs on leashes. The first small groups and individuals became a trickle and then a sorry, toiling stream, pushing laden bicycles and hand carts, or simply carrying all the possessions they could lift. "Send a platoon down to guide them and give them a hand," Sean ordered quietly and brooded heavily with his beard on his chest. "I'm glad to see the women out of it," he growled, "but I'm sad for what it means." "The men are going to fight," Mark said. "Yes," Sean nodded, "they're going to fight. I had hoped we had had enough slaughter, but they are going to make a bitter ending to a tragic tale." He crushed the stub of his cigar under his heel. "All right, Mark. Go down and tell Molyneux that it's on. 1100 hours will open the barrage." "Good luck," son Mark saluted, and Sean Courtney left him and limped back from the crest to join General Smuts and his staff, who had come out to watch the final sweep of the battle. The first shrapnel bursts clanged across the sky, and burst in bright gleaming cotton pods of smoke above the roofs of Fordsburg, cracking the sky and the waiting silence, with startling violence. The Y were fired by the horse artillery batteries on the ridge, and immediately the other batteries on Sour Street joined in. For 20 minutes, the din was appalling and the brilliant air was sullied by the rising mist of smoke and dust. Mark stood in the hastily dug trench and peered over the parapet. There was something so dreadfully familiar in this moment. He had lived it 50 times before, but now he felt his nerves screwing down too tightly, and the heavy, indigestible lump of fear in his guts nauseated him. He wanted to duck down below the parapet, cover his head to protect his ears from the great metallic hammer blows of sound, and stay there. It required an immense effort of will to stand where he was and to keep his expression calm and disinterested, but the men of a company lined the trench on each side of him, and to distract himself, he began to plan his route through the outskirts of the town. There would be road blocks at every corner, and every cottage would be held. The artillery barrage would not have affected the strikers under cover, for it was limited to shrapnel bursts. Sean Courtney was concerned with the safety of over 100 police and military personnel who had been captured by the strikers and were being held somewhere in the town. No high explosive was the order, and Mark knew his company would be cut to ribbons on the open streets. He was going to take them through the kitchen yards and down the sanitary lanes to their final objective, the trades hall on Commercial and Central Streets. He checked his watch again, and there were 4 minutes to go. "All right, Sergeant," he said quietly. The order passed quickly down the trench, and the men came to their feet, crouching below the parapet. "Like old times, sir," the sergeant said affably, and Mark glanced at him. He seemed actually to be enjoying this moment, and Mark found himself hating the man for it. "Let's go," he said abruptly, as the minute hand of his watch touched the black hairline division, and the sergeant blew his whistle shrilly. Mark put one hand on the parapet and leapt nimbly over the top. He started to run forward, and from the cottages ahead of him came the harsh crackling of musketry. Suddenly, he realized he was no longer afraid. He was little more than a youth with smooth, pink cheeks and the lightest golden fluff of a mustache on his upper lip. They shoved him down the last few steps into the cellars, and he lost his footing and fell. Another yellow belly, called the escort, a strapping bearded fellow with a rifle slung on his shoulder and the red band around his upper arm, caught him trying to sneak out of the subway. The boy scrambled to his feet. He had skinned his knees in his fall, and he was close to tears as Harry Fisher towered above him. He carried a long black sjambok in his right hand, a vicious tapered whip of cured hippohide. "A traitor," bellowed Fisher. In the last days of continuous planning and fighting, the strain had started to show. His eyes had taken on a wild, fanatical glare, his movements were jerky and exaggerated, and his voice ragged and overloud. "No, comrade, I swear I'm no traitor," the youth bleated pitifully. "A coward, then," shouted Fisher, and caught the front of the boy's shirt in one big hairy fist and ripped it open to the waist. "I didn't have a rifle," protested the boy. "There'll be rifles for all later, when the first comrades die." The lash of the sjambok split the smooth, white skin of the boy's back like a razor stroke, and the blood rose in a vivid, bright line as he fell to his knees. Harry Fisher stood over him and swung the sjambok until there were no more screams or groans, and the only sound in the cellar was the hiss and splat of the lash. Then he stood back panting and sweating. "Take him out so the comrades can see what happens to traitors and cowards." A striker took each of the boy's arms, and as they dragged him up the steps, the flesh of his back hung in ribbons and tatters, and the blood ran down over his belt and soaked into the gabardine of his breeches. Mark dropped cat-footed over the back wall into the tiny paved yard. Cases of empty beer bottles were piled high along the side walls, and the smell of stale liquor was fruity and heady in the noon heat. He had reached the bottle store in Mint Road less than an hour after the starting time of the drive, and the route he had led his men, through the backyards and over the rooftops, had been more successful than he had dared hope. They had avoided the roadblocks and twice had outflanked groups of strikers dug into strong positions, surprising them completely and scattering them with a single volley. Mark ran across the yard and kicked in the back door of the bottle store, and in the same movement flattened himself against the wall, clear of the gaping doorway and any striker fire from the interior of the building. The sergeant and a dozen men followed him over the wall and spread out to cover the doorway and barred windows. He nodded at Mark, and Mark dived through the doorway sideways with the rifle on his hip, and his eyes screwed up against the gloom after the bright sunlight outside. The store was deserted, the shutters bolted down over the front windows and the shelves of bottles untouched by looters, in testimony of the strikers' discipline. The tiers of bottles stood neatly in their gaily colored labels, glinting in the dusky light. The last time Mark had been in here was to buy a dozen bottles of porter for Helena MacDonald, but he pushed the thought aside and went to the shuttered windows just as the sergeant and his squad burst in through the back door. The shutters had been pierced by random shrapnel and rifle fire, and Mark used one aperture as a peephole. 50 yards across the road was the trades hall, and the complex of trenches and defenses that the strikers had thrown up around the square. Even the public lavatories had been turned into a blockhouse, but all the defenders' attention was directed into the streets across the square. They lined the parapets and were firing frantically at the kilted running figures of the Transvaal Scottish racing towards the square from the station side. The strikers were dressed in a strange assortment of garb, from greasy working overalls and quasi-military safari jackets, caps and slouch hats and beavers, to Sunday suits, waistcoats and ties. But all of them wore bandoliers of ammunition draped from their shoulders, and their backs were exposed to Mark's attack. A volley through the bottle store windows would have done terrible execution among them, and already the sergeant was directing his men to each of the windows in a fierce and gleeful croak of anticipation. I could order up a machine gun, Mark thought, and something in him shied away from the mental image of a Vickers firing into that exposed and unsuspecting group. If only I hated them. As he watched, first one and then others of the strikers at the barricades crouched down hopelessly from the withering fire, the Highlanders were now pouring onto them. "Fix bayonets," Mark called to the men, and the steel scraped from the metal scabbards in the somber gloom of the store. A stray bullet splintered the shutter above Mark's head and burst a bottle of Scotch whiskey on the shelves behind him. The smell of the spirit was sharp and unpleasant, and Mark called again on my order, "Break open the windows and doors, and we'll show them steel." The shutters crashed back, the main doors flew open, and Mark led his company in a howling racing line across the road. Before they reached the first line of sandbags, the strikers began throwing down their rifles and jumping up with their hands lifted above their heads. Across the square, the Highlanders poured into the street cheering and shouting and raced for the barricades. Mark felt a surge of relief that he had taken the risk of going with the bayonet, rather than ordering his men to shoot down the exposed strikers. As his men ran into the square, knocking the weapons out of their hands and pushing the strikers into sullen groups, Mark was racing up the front steps of the trades hall. He paused on the top step, shouted, "Stand back inside," and fired 3 rifle bullets into the brass lock. Harry Fisher leaned against the wall and peered out of the sand-bagged window into the milling, yelling chaos of the square. The madness of unbearable despair shook the huge frame, and he breathed like a wounded bull when it stands to take the matador's final thrust. He watched his men throw down their arms, saw them herded like cattle with their hands held high, stumbling on weary, careless feet, their faces gray with fatigue and sullen in defeat. He groaned, a low, hollow sound of emotional agony stretched to its furthest limits, and the thick shoulders sagged. He seemed to be shrinking in size. The great unkempt head lowered, the blazing vision dimmed in his eyes as he watched the young lieutenant in Barathea battle dress race up the stairs below him, and heard the rifle shots shatter the lock. He shambled across to his desk and slumped down into the chair facing the closed door, and his hand was shaking as he drew the service revolver from his belt and cocked the hammer. He laid the weapon carefully on the desk in front of him. He cocked his head and listened to the shouted orders and the trampling confusion in the square below for a minute. Then he heard the rush of booted feet up the wooden staircase beyond the door. He lifted the revolver from the desk and leaned both elbows on the desktop to steady himself. Mark burst in through the main doors of the hall and stopped in surprise and confusion. The floor was covered with prostrate bodies. It seemed there must be hundreds of them. As he stared, a captain of Highlanders and half a dozen men burst in behind him. They stopped also. "Good God," panted the captain, and then suddenly Mark realized that the bodies were all uniformed, police khaki, hunting green kilts, Barathea. "They have slaughtered their prisoners," Mark thought with nightmare horror, staring at the mass of bodies. Then suddenly a head lifted cautiously and another. "Oh, thank God," breathed the captain beside Mark, as the prisoners began scrambling to their feet, their faces shining with relief, a single voice immediately becoming a hubbub of nervous gaiety. They surged for the door, some to embrace their liberators and others merely to run out into the sunlight. Mark avoided a big police sergeant with rumpled uniform and 3 days' growth of beard, ducked under his arms and ran for the staircase. He took the stairs 3 at a time and paused on the landing. The doors to 5 offices on this floor were standing open, the 6th was closed. He moved swiftly down the corridor, checking each of the rooms. Cupboards and desks had been ransacked, and the floors were ankle-deep in paper, chairs overturned, drawers pulled from desks and dumped into the litter of paper. The 6th door at the end of the passage was the only one closed. It was the office of the local union chairman, Mark knew, Fergus MacDonald's office. The man for whom he was searching, driven by some lingering loyalty, by the dictates of shared comradeship and friendship to find him now, and to give him what help and protection he could. Mark slipped the safety catch on the rifle as he approached the door. He reached for the handle, and once again that sense of danger warned him. For a moment he stood with his fingers almost touching the brass lock. Then he stepped quietly out of the line of the doorway. Reaching sideways, he rattled the handle softly and then turned it. The door was unlocked, and the latch snicked and he pushed the door open. Nothing happened, and Mark grunted with relief and stepped through the doorway. Harry Fisher sat at the desk facing him, a huge, menacing figure, crouching over the desk with the big tousled head lowered on massive shapeless shoulders, and the revolver held in both hands, pointing directly at Mark's chest. Mark knew that to move was death. He could see the rounded leaden noses of the bullets in the loaded chambers of the cylinder and the hammer fully cocked, and he stood frozen. "It is not defeat," Harry Fisher spoke with a strangled, hoarse voice that Mark did not recognize. "We are the dragon's teeth. Wherever you bury one of us, 1,000 warriors will spring up. It's over, Harry," Mark spoke carefully, trying to distract him, for he knew he could not lift the rifle and fire in the time Harry Fisher could pull the trigger. "No." Fisher shook the coarse, tangled locks of his head. "It is only just beginning." Mark did not realize what he was doing until Harry Fisher had reversed the pistol and thrust the muzzle into his own mouth. The explosion was muffled, and Harry Fisher's head was stretched out of shape, as though it were a rubber ball struck by a bat. The back of his skull erupted, and a loose mass of bright scarlet and custard yellow splattered the wall behind him. The impact of the bullet hurled his body backwards, and his chair toppled and crashed over. The stench of burned powder hung in the room on filmy wisps of gunsmoke, and Harry Fisher's booted heels kicked and tapped a jerky, uneven little dance on the bare wooden floor. "Where is Fergus MacDonald?" Mark asked the question 100 times of the files of captured strikers. They stared back at him, angry, bitter, some of them still truculent and defiant, but not one of them even deigned to answer. Mark took 3 of his men, under the pretext of a mopping-up patrol, down to Lover's Walk as far as the cottage. The front door was unlocked, and the beds in the front room were unmade. Mark felt a strange repugnance of mind, balanced by a plucking of lust at his loins, when he saw Helena's CRPE de Chine dressing gown thrown across the chair, and a crumpled pair of cotton panties dropped carelessly on the floor beside it. He turned away quickly and went through the rest of the house. The dirty dishes in the kitchen had already grown a green fuzz of mold, and the air was stale and disused. Nobody had been in these rooms for days. A scrap of paper lay on the floor beside the coal-black stove. Mark picked it up and saw the familiar hammer and sickle device on the pamphlet. He screwed it up and hurled it against the wall. His men were waiting for him on the stoop. The strikers had dynamited the railway lines at Bromfontein Station and at the Church Street level crossing, so the regiment could not entrain at Fordsburg. Most of the roads were blocked with rubble and the detritus of the final struggle, but most dangerous was the possibility of stubborn strikers still hiding out in the buildings that lined the road through the dip to Johannesburg. Sean Courtney decided to move his men out up the slope to the open ground of the Crown Deep property. They marched out of Fordsburg in the darkness, before good shooting light. It had been a long, uncomfortable night, and nobody had slept much. Weariness made their packs leaden to carry and shackled their legs. There was less than a mile to go, however. The motor transport was drawn up in the open ground near the headgear of Crown Mines' main haulage, a towering structure, shaped like the Eiffel Tower, steel girders riveted and herringboned for strength, rising 100 feet to the huge wheels of the winching equipment. When the shift was in, these wheels spun back and forth, lowering the cages filled with men and equipment, hundreds of feet into the living earth, and raising the millions of tons of gold-bearing rock out of the depths. Now the great wheels stood motionless. They had been dead for 3 months now, and the buildings clustered about the tower were gloomy and deserted. The transport was an assortment of trucks and commercial vans, commandeered under martial law, gravel lorries from the quarries, mining vehicles, even a bakery van. But it was clear that there was not enough to take out 600 men. As Mark came up, marching on the flank of a company, there were half a dozen officers in discussion at the head of the convoy. Mark recognized the familiar bearded figure of General Courtney standing head and shoulders above the others, and his voice was raised in an angry growl. "I want all these men moved before noon. They've done fine work. They deserve hot food and a place." At that moment he saw Mark and frowned heavily, waving him over and beginning to speak before he had arrived. Where the hell have you been? With the company I sent you to take a message and expected you back. You know damned well I didn't mean you to get into the fighting. You are on my staff, sir. Mark was tired and irritable, still emotionally disturbed by all that he had seen and done that day, and he was in no mood for one of the general's tantrums. His rebellious expression was unmistakable. "Sir," he began, and Sean shouted at him, "And don't take that tone to me, young man." An uncaring, completely irresponsible dark rage descended on Mark. He didn't give a damn for the consequences, and he leaned forward, pale with fury, and opened his mouth. The regiment was bunched up now, halted in the open roadway, neat symmetrical blocks of khaki, 600 men in ranks 3 deep. The shouted orders of the NCOS halted each section, one after the other, and stood them at the easy position. From the top of the steel headgear, they made an unforgettable sight in the rich yellow light of early morning. "Ready, love," whispered Fergus MacDonald, and Helena nodded silently. Reality had long faded and been replaced by this floating, dreamlike state. Her shoulders were raw where the carrying straps of the heavy ammunition boxes had bitten into the flesh, but there was no pain, just a blunting numbness of body. Her hands seemed bloated and clumsy, the nails broken off raggedly and rinded with black half-moons of dirt, and the harsh canvas of the ammunition belts between her fingers felt smooth as silk, the brass cartridge cases cool so that she felt like pressing them to her dried, cracked lips. Why was Fergus staring at her that way? She wondered with a prickle of irritation that did not last, once again the dreamy floating sensation. "You can go down now," Fergus said quietly. "You don't have to stay." He looked like a very old man, his face shriveled and falling in upon itself. The stubble of beard on his lined and haggard cheeks was silvery as diamond chips, but the skin was stained by smoke and dirt and sweat. Only the eyes below the peak of the cloth cap still burned with the dark fanatic flames. Helena shook her head. She wanted him to stop talking. The sound intruded, and she turned her head away. The men below stood shoulder to shoulder in their orderly ranks. The low sun threw long, narrow shadows from their feet across the red dust of the roadway. A second longer Fergus stared at her. She was a pale, wasted stranger, the bones pushing through the smooth, drawn flesh of her face, the scarf wound like a gypsy around her head, covering the black, cropped hair. "All right, then," he murmured, and tapped the breech of the Vickers once, twice, training it slightly left. There was a group of officers near the head of the column. One of them was a big, powerful man with a dark beard. The sunlight sparkled on his shoulder tabs. Fergus lowered his head and looked through the rear sight of the Vickers. There was a younger, slimmer officer with the other, and Fergus blinked twice rapidly as something stirred deep in his memory. He hooked his fingers into the automatic safety bar and lifted it, priming the gun, and he brought his thumbs on to the firing button. He blinked again. The face of the young officer moved something in him. He felt a softening and blurring of his determination, and he rejected it violently and thrust down on the button with both thumbs. The weapon juddered on its tripod, and the long belt was sucked greedily into the breech, Helena's small pale hands guiding it carefully, and the empty brass cases spewed out from under the gun, tinkling and ringing and bouncing off the steel girders of the headgear. The sound was a deafening tearing roar that seemed to fill Helena's head and beat against her eyes, like the frantic wings of a trapped bird. Even the most skilled marksman must guard against the tendency to ride up on a downhill shot. The angle from the top of the headgear was acute, and the soft yellowish early light further confused Fergus' aim. His first burst carried high, shoulder high instead of belly high, which is the killing line for machine gun fire. The first bullet struck before Mark heard the gun. One of them hit Sean Courtney high up in the big, bulky body. It flung him forward, chest to chest with Mark, and both of them went down, sprawling in the roadway. Fergus tapped the breech block, dropping his aim a fraction onto the belly line, and traversed in a long, unhurried sweep along the ranks of standing soldiers, cutting them with the scythe of the vicars in the eternal seconds that they still stood in stunned paralysis. The stream of tracer hosed them and washed them into crazy heaps, piled them on each other, dead and wounded together, their screams high and thin in the rushing hurricane of Vickers' fire. Sean rolled half off Mark, and his face was contorted, angry and outraged, as he tried to struggle onto his knees, but his one arm was dangling. His blood splattered them both, and he flopped helplessly. Mark wriggled out from under him and looked up at the headgear. He saw the tracer flickering like fireflies and darting into the crowded roadway on the triumphant fluttering roar of the gun. Even in his own confusion and despair, he saw that the gunner had picked a good stance. He would be hard to come at. Then he looked down the road, and a cold fist clenched on his guts as he saw the bloody execution. The ranks had broken, men running and stumbling for what little cover the vehicles and ditches offered, but the road was still filled. They lay in windrows and piles. They crawled and cried and twisted in the dust which their blood was turning to chocolate-red mud, and the guns swiveled and came back, flickering tracer into the carnage, chopping up the road surface into a spray of dust and leaping gravel, running viciously over the piles of wounded, coming back to where they lay. Mark twisted up into a crouch and slipped an arm under the general's chest. The weight of the man was enormous, but Mark found strength that he had not known before, goaded on by the fluttering, rushing roar of the vicars. Courtney heaved himself up like a bull caught in quicksand, and Mark got him onto his feet. Bearing half his weight, Mark steadied him and kept him from falling. He weaved drunkenly, hunched over, bleeding badly, breathing noisily through his mouth, and Mark forced him into an ungainly crouching run. The guns swept their heels, kicking and smashing into the back of a young lieutenant who was creeping towards the ditch, dragging both useless legs behind him. He dropped face down and lay still. They reached the drainage ditch and tumbled into it. It was less than 18 inches deep, not enough to cover the general fully, even when he lay flat on his belly and the vicars was still hunting. After that first long slicing traverse, it was firing short, accurate bursts at selected targets, more deadly than random fire, keeping the gun from overheating and preventing a stoppage, conserving ammunition. Mark, weighing it all, realized that there was an old soldier up there in the tower. "Where are you hit?" he demanded, but Sean struck his hands away irritably, twisting his head to peer up into the tall steel headgear. "Can you get him, Mark?" He grunted and pressed his fingers into his shoulder, where the blood welled up thick and dark as molasses. "Not from here," Mark answered quickly. It had taken him seconds to assess the shoot. "He's holed up tight. Merciful Jesus, my poor boys, he's built himself a nest." Mark studied the steelwork. The platform below the winch wheels was covered with heavy timber, fitted loosely into the framework of steel. The gunner had pulled these up and built himself 4 walls of wood, perhaps 2 feet thick. Mark could see the light glimmering through the open gaps in the floorboards and make out the shape and size of the fortified nest. "He can hold us here all day." Sean looked down at the piles of khaki bodies in the roadway, and they both knew many of the wounded would bleed to death in that time. Nobody dared go out to them. The gun came back, ripping a flail across the earth near their heads, and they ducked their faces to the ground, pressing their bodies into the shallow ditch. The ground sloped down very gradually towards the steel tower. Only when you lay at ground level like this was the gradient apparent. "Somebody will have to get under him, or behind him," Mark spoke quickly, thinking it out. "It's open ground all the way," Sean grunted. On the opposite side of the road, 50 yards away, a narrow-gauge railway ran down the short, open, grassy slope to the foot of the tower. It was used to truck the waste material from the shaft head to the rock dump, half a mile away. Almost opposite where they lay, half a dozen of the steel cocoa pans had been abandoned at the beginning of the strike. They were small four-wheeled tip trucks, coupled to each other in a line, each of them heaped high with big chunks of blue rock. Mark realized he was still wearing his pack, and he shrugged out of the straps as he planned his stalk, judging angles and range as he groped for the field dressing and handed it to Sean. "Use this." Sean tore open the package and wadded the cotton dressing into the front of his tunic. His fingers were sticky with his own blood. Mark's P-14 rifle lay in the road where he had dropped it, but there were 5 clips of ammunition in the pouches on his webbing belt. "Try and give me some covering fire when I start to go up," he said, "and watch the tower for the next burst of tracer." "You'll never get there," said Sean. "We'll bring up a 13-pounder and shoot the bastard out of there." "That will take until noon. It will be too late for them." He glanced at the wounded in the road, and at that moment a stream of brilliant white tracer flew from the tower, aimed at the far end of the column, and Mark was up and running hard, stooping to gather the rifle at full run, crossing the road in a dozen flying strides, stumbling in the rough ground beyond, catching his balance and sprinting on. That stumble had cost him 1/10 of a second, the margin of life and death perhaps, while the gunner high up in the tower spotted him, swiveled the gun and lined up. The steel cocoa pans were just ahead, 15 paces, but he wasn't going to make it. The warning flared in his brain, and he dropped into the short grass and rolled sideways, just as the storm of Vickers' fire filled the air about him with the lash of 100 bullwhips. Mark kept rolling like a log, and the gun gouged a furrow out of the dry, stony earth inches from his shoulder. He came up against the wheels of the cocoa pan with a force that bruised his hip and made him cry out involuntarily. Vickers' bullets hammered and clanged against the steel body of the truck and howled off in ricochet, but Mark was under cover now. "Mark, are you all right?" The general's bull bellow carried across the road. "Give me covering fire." "You heard him, lads," shouted the general, and 1 or 2 rifles began firing spasmodically from the ditches, and from behind the stranded motor lorries. Mark dragged himself onto his knees and quickly checked the rifle, brushing the sights with his thumb to make certain they were cleaned of dirt and undamaged in the fall. Then he worked his way to the coupling of the cocoa pan and threw the release toggle. The brake wheel was stiff and required both his hands to unwind it. The brake chocks squeaked softly as they disengaged, but the slope of the ground was so gentle that the truck did not move until Mark put his shoulder to it. He strained with all his weight before the steel wheels made a single reluctant revolution. Then gravity took her, and the cocoa pan began to roll. "Give the bastard hell!" Sean Courtney yelled, as he realized suddenly what Mark was going to do, and Mark grinned without mirth at that characteristic exhortation, and he trotted along, doubled up behind the heavily laden steel truck. A terrible tearing, hammering storm of Vickers broke over the slowly rolling truck, and instinctively Mark ducked lower and steadied himself against the metal side. He realized that as he came closer to the tower, so the gunner's angle would change until he was shooting almost directly down on top of Mark. Then the side of the truck would give him no cover, but he was committed. Nothing would stop the slowly accelerating rush of the cocoa pan down the slope. It had the weight of 10 tons of rock behind it, and its speed was gathering. Soon he would not be able to keep up with it. Already he was running, and the Vickers roared again, the bullets screeching and wailing furiously off the steel body. Twisting as he ran, he slung the rifle on one shoulder and reached up to hook both hands over the side of the truck. He was pulled instantly off his feet, and they dangled without foothold, in danger of being caught up in the spin-rung steel wheels. He drew his knees up under his chin, hanging all his weight on his arms and taking the intolerable strain in his belly muscles as the truck flew down into the stretching octopus shadow of the headgear. Still hanging on his arms, Mark flung his head back and looked up. The tower was foreshortened by perspective, and it crouched over him like some menacing monster, stark against the mellow morning sky, crude black steel and timber balks pyramiding into the heavens. At its zenith, Mark could see the pale, mirror-like face of the gunner, and the thick, water-jacketed barrel of the Vickers trained down at its maximum depression. The gun flamed, and bullets rang the steel near his head like a great bell. They churned into the blue rock, disintegrating into chips of buzzing metal and shattering the rock into vicious splinters and pellets that cut at his hands, so that he screwed his eyes shut and clung helplessly. Such was the speed of the truck now that he was under fire for only seconds, and the gunner's aim could not follow it, as it raced down onto the concrete loading bank and slammed into the buffers. The force of the impact was brutal, and Mark was hurled from his perch. The rifle strap snapped, and the weapon sailed away, and Mark turned in the air and hit the sloping concrete ramp on his side with a crash that jarred his teeth in his head. The rough concrete ripped away the thick barathea cloth from his hip and leg and shoulder, and scared the flesh beneath with gravel burn. He came up at last against a stack of yellow-painted oil drums, and his first concern was to roll onto his back and stare upwards. He was under the headgear now, protected from the gunner by the legs and intricate steel girders of the tower itself, and he pulled himself to his feet, dreading the give and crippling drag of broken bone. But though his body felt crushed and bruised, he could still move, and he hobbled to where his rifle lay. The strap was broken and the butt was cracked and splintered, and as he lifted it, it snapped into two pieces. He could not fire from the shoulder. The foresight had been knocked off, and the broken metal had a sugary gray crystalline look. He could not aim the weapon. He would have to get close, very close. There was a deep, bright scar in the steel of the breech. He muttered a prayer, "Please God." As he tried to work the bolt open, it was jammed solid, and he struggled with it fruitlessly for precious seconds. All right, he thought grimly. No butt to hold to the shoulder, no foresight with which to aim, and only the one cartridge in the breech. It's going to be interesting. He looked around him quickly. Beneath the steel tower, the two square openings to the main shaft were set into the concrete collar, protected by screens of steel mesh. The one cage stood at the surface station, doors open, ready for the next shift. The other was at the bottom station, 1,000 feet below ground level. They had stood that way for months now. On the far side was the small service elevator, which would take maintenance teams the 100 feet to the summit of the tower in half a minute. However, there was no power on the shaft head, and the elevator was useless. The only other way up was the emergency ladder. This was an open steel stairway that spiraled up around the central shaft, protected only by a low handrail of inch piping. High above Mark's head the Vickers fired again, and Mark heard a scream of agony out there on the roadway. It hastened him, and he limped to the stairway. The steel mesh gate was open, the padlock shattered, and Mark knew by what route the sniper had reached his roost. He stepped onto the stairway and began to climb, following the coils up the casing round and up and up. Always at his right hand, the open black mouth of the shaft gaped, an obscene dark orifice in the earth's surface, dropping straight and sheer into the very bowels, 1,000 dark, terrifying feet. Mark tried to ignore it, dragging his bruised and aching body up by the handrail, carrying the broken weapon in his other hand, and strained his neck backwards for the first glimpse of the gunner above. The Vickers fired again, and Mark glanced sideways. He was high enough now to see into the road. One of the trucks was burning, a tall dragon's breath of smoke and sullen flame pouring into the sky, and the drab khaki bodies were still strewn in the open, death's discarded toys. Even as he watched, the Vickers' fire thrashed over them, mangling already dead flesh, and Mark's anger became cold and bright as a dagger's blade. "Keep firing, love," Fergus croaked in that husky stranger's voice. Short bursts. Count to 20 slowly, and then a touch on the button. "I want him to think that I am still up here." He pulled the Webley from his belt and crawled on his belly towards the head of the steep staircase. "Don't leave me, Fergus." "It'll be all right." He tried to grin, but his face was gray and crumpled. "Just you keep firing. I'm going down to meet him halfway. He'll not expect that." "I don't want to die alone," she breathed. "Stay with me. I'll be back, love, don't fuss yourself," and he slid on his belly into the opening of the staircase. She felt like a child again, in one of those terrible dark nightmares, trapped and enmeshed in her own fate, and she wanted to cry out. The sound reached her lips but died there as a low, blubbering moan. A rifle bullet chunked into the barricade of timber beside her. They were shooting from down below. She could not pick them out, for they were hidden in the ditches and the irregularities of the ground, screened by long purple shadows, and her eyes were blurred with tears and with exhaustion. Yet she found the last few grains of her strength and crawled to the gun. She squatted behind it, and her hands were almost too small to reach the firing button. She pressed the barrel downwards and forced her blearing vision to focus, marveling at the little toy figures in the field of the sight. The gun juddered in her hands like a living creature. A short burst, she whispered to herself, repeating Fergus' instructions, and lifted her thumbs from the firing button. 1, 2, 3, she began to count to the next burst. Mark paused at the next burst of firing and stood for a moment staring up. He was over halfway to the top, and now he could make out the floor of the service platform below the winch wheels, the platform on which the Vickers was sighted. There were narrow cracks in the woodwork through which bright lines of open sky showed clearly, and as he watched he saw one of the lines of light interrupted by a dark movement beyond. It was that flicker of movement that caught his attention, and he realized that he was looking at the body of the person who served the gun. He must be squatting directly over one of the narrow joints in the floor of the platform, and his movements blocked out part of that bright line of light. A bullet through the gap would cripple and pin him, but he glanced at the broken weapon in his hand and knew that he would have to get closer, much closer. He began to run upwards, and though he tried to keep his weight lightly on the balls of his feet, the hobnails in his boots rang on the steel stairs. Fergus MacDonald heard them and checked his own run, shrinking into the protective lee of one of the steel girders. "One man only," he muttered. But coming up fast, he dropped on one knee and peered down through the gaps between the stairs, hoping for sight of the man who he was hunting. The steps overlapped each other like fan playing cards, and the lateral supports of the tower formed an impenetrable steel forest below him. The only way he could hope for a glimpse was to hang out over the handrail and look down the central shaft well. The idea of that 1,000-foot black hole repelled him, and he had formed an estimate of his opponent high enough to guess that the reward for putting his head over the side would be a bullet between the eyes. He edged into a better position where he could cover the next spiral of staircase below him. "I'll let him come up to me," he decided, and braced his arm against the girder at the level of his chin, and laid the Webley over the crook of his elbow to give the heavy pistol support. He knew that over 10 paces it was wildly inaccurate, but the dead rest would give him at least one fair shot. He cocked his head slightly to listen to the clatter of booted feet on steel, and he judged that the man was very close. One more spiral of the stair would bring him into shot. Carefully, he thumbed back the hammer of the Webley and looked down over the slotted rear sight. Above them, the Vickers fired again, and Mark paused to catch his breath and check the situation of the gunner, and to his dismay, he realized that he had climbed too high in the tower. He had changed the angle of sight, and could no longer see through the cracks in the timber platform. He had to retreat carefully down the staircase before once again the bright lines of light opened in the dark underbelly of timber. A vague blur of movement reassured him that the gunner had not changed his position. He was still squatting over the joint, but the shot was almost impossible. He was shooting directly upwards, awkward even in the best conditions, but now he had no but to steady the rifle and no foresight. He was shooting into a single dark mass of timber, and had to guess the position of the crack, because the gunner's body obscured the light from the far side. The crack itself was only 2 inches wide, and if he missed by a smallest fraction, the bullet would bury itself harmlessly in the thick timber. He tried not to think that there would be only one shot. The jammed breech made that certain. He put his hip to the guardrail and leaned out over the open shaft, squinted upwards trying to set the target in his mind as he lifted the broken rifle in an easy, natural movement. He knew that he had to make the shot entirely by instinct. He had no chance if he hesitated or tried to hold his aim steadily on the target. He swept up the shattered weapon, and at the moment the long barrel aligned, he pressed the trigger. In the flash and thunder of the shot, a tiny white splinter of wood jumped from the edge of the crack. The bullet had touched wood, and Mark felt an instant of utter dismay. Then the body that had obscured the light was jerked abruptly aside, and the crack was a single, uninterrupted line again, and on the platform somebody screamed. Helena MacDonald had just reached the count of 20 again, and was aiming at a gathering of men she could see grouping beyond one of the lorries. She squatted low over the gun and was on the point of jamming her thumbs down on the firing button when the bullet came up through the floor timbers. It had touched one of the hard mahogany balks, just enough to split the casing of the bullet and alter its shape, mushrooming it slightly, so that it did not enter her body through a neat round puncture. It tore a ragged entry into the soft flesh at the juncture of her slightly spread thighs and plunged upwards through her lower abdomen, striking and shattering the thick bony girdle of her pelvis, glancing off the bone with still enough impetus to bruise and weaken the lower branch of the descending aorta, the great artery that runs down from the heart, before going on to embed itself in the muscles high in the left side of her back. It lifted Helena into the air and hurled her across the platform onto her face. Oh God, help me, Fergus, Fergus. I don't want to die alone," she screamed, and the sound carried clearly to the 2 men in the steel tower below her. Mark recognized the voice instantly. It did not need the name to confirm it. His mind shied at the enormity of what he had done. The broken rifle almost slipped from his hands, but he saved it and caught at the handrail for support. Helena cried again, a sound without words. It was exactly that strange, wild cry that she had uttered at the zenith of one of their wildest flights of passion together. And for an instant Mark remembered her face shining and triumphant, the dark eyes burning and the open red mouth, and the soft pink petal of her tongue aflutter. Mark started to run, hurling himself upwards. The screams caught Fergus like a flight of arrows in the heart. A piercing, physical agony, he dropped the pistol to his side and stood irresolute, staring upwards, not knowing what had happened, except that Helena was dying. He had heard the death scream too often to have any doubt about that. What he was listening to was mortal agony, and he could not force his body to begin the climb upwards, to the horror he knew waited him there. While he hesitated, Mark came around the angle of the staircase, and Fergus was not ready for him. The pistol was at his side, and he fell back and tried to bring it up, to fire at point-blank range into the chest of the uniformed figure. Mark was as off balance as he was. He had not expected to run into another enemy, but he saw the pistol and swung the broken rifle at Fergus' head. Fergus ducked, and the Webley fired wide. The bullet flew inches past Mark's temple, and the report slammed against his eardrum and made him flinch his head. The rifle struck the girder behind Fergus and was jerked from Mark's grip. Then they came together chest to chest. Mark seized the wrist of his pistol hand and held with all his strength. Neither of them had recognized the other. Fergus had aged into a gray caricature of himself, and his eyes were shaded by the cloth cap. Mark was in unfamiliar uniform, dusty and bloodied, and he had changed also. Youth had become man. Mark was taller, but they were matched in weight, and Fergus was endowed with the terrible fighting rage of the berserker which gave him superhuman strength. He drove Mark back against the guardrail and bowed his back out over the open shaft, but Mark still had his pistol wrist, and the weapon was pointed up over his head. Fergus was sobbing wildly, driving with all the wiry, uncanny strength of a body tempered by hard physical work, and fired now by the strength of anger and sorrow and despair. Mark felt his feet slip, the hobnails of his boots skidding on the steel steps, and he went over further, feeling the mesmeric suck of 1,000 feet of open space plucking at his back. Above them, Helena screamed again, and the sound drove like a needle into the base of Fergus' brain. He shuddered, and his body convulsed in one great rigid spasm that Mark could not hope to hold. He bent backwards over the guardrail, but still he had his grip on Fergus' gun hand, and his other arm he had wound about his shoulders. They slid into the void, locked together in a horrible parody of a lover's embrace, but as they started to fall, Mark hooked both legs over the rail like a trapeze artiste and jerked to a halt, hanging upside down into the shaft. Fergus was somersaulted over him by the force of his own thrust. As he turned in the air, the cloth cap flew from his head, and he was torn from the arm that Mark had around his shoulder. He came up with a jerk that almost tore Mark's shoulder from its socket, for some animal instinct had kept Mark's grip locked on the pistol hand, and he dangled from that precarious hold. The two of them penduled out over the black emptiness of the shaft, Mark's legs hooked over the rail, hanging at full stretch, with Fergus' body the next link in the chain. Fergus' head was thrown back, staring up at Mark, and with the cap gone, his lank sandy hair fell back from his face, and Mark felt fresh shock loosen his grip. "Fergus," he croaked, but the madman's eyes that stared back at him were devoid of recognition. "Try and get a grip," Mark pleaded, swinging Fergus towards the staircase. "Grab the rail." He knew he could not hold many seconds longer. The fall had wrenched and weakened his arm, and the blood was rushing to his head in this inverted position. He could feel his face swelling and suffusing, and the pounding ache in his temples, while the black and hungry mouth of the shaft sickened him. With his other hand he groped and got a second hold on Fergus' wrist. Fergus twisted in his grip, but instead of going for the rail, he reached upwards and took the pistol from his own hand, transferring it to his free hand. "No," Mark shouted at him. "Fergus, it's me, Mark." But Fergus was far past all reason as he juggled with the Webley, getting a firing grip on the hilt with his left hand. "Kill them," he muttered. "Kill all the scabs." He lifted the barrel to aim upwards at Mark, dangling over the drop, twisting slowly in that double retaining grip. "No, Fergus," screamed Mark, and the muzzle of the revolver pointed into his face. At that range, it would tear half his head away, and he saw Fergus' forefinger tighten on the trigger, the knuckle whitening under pressure. He opened his hands and Fergus' wrist slipped from his fingers. He spun away, falling swiftly, and the revolver never fired, but Fergus began to scream a high, thin wall. Still hanging upside down, Mark watched Fergus' body, limbs spread and turning like the spokes of a wheel, as it dropped away, shrinking rapidly in size, and the despairing wailing cry receding with it, dwindling away to a small pale speck, like a dust mote which was swallowed abruptly into the dark mouth of the shaft far below, and the wailing cry with it. In the silence afterwards, Mark hung bat-like, blinking the sweat out of his eyes and for many seconds unable to find strength to move. Then from the platform above him came a long, shuddering moan, and it roused him. Forcing his bruised body to respond, he managed to get a grip on the guardrail and drag himself up, until he tumbled onto the staircase and started up it on rubbery legs. Helena had dragged herself to the pile of timber, leaving a dark, wet smear across the platform. The khaki breeches she wore were sodden with blood, and it oozed from her still to form a spreading puddle in which she sat. She lay back against the timber next to the tripoded Vickers in an attitude of utter weariness, and her eyes were closed. "Helena," Mark called her, and she opened her eyes. Mark, she whispered, but she did not seem surprised. It was almost as though she expected him. Her face was completely drained of all color, the lips seemed rimmed with frost, and her skin had an icy sheen to it. "Why did you leave me?" she asked. Hesitantly, he crossed to her. He knelt beside her, looked down at her lower body, and felt the scalding flood of vomit rise into his throat. "I truly loved you." Her voice was so light, breathing soft as the dawn wind in the desert, "and you went away." He put out his hand to touch her legs, to spread them and examine the wound, but he could not bring himself to do it. "You won't go away again, Mark?" she asked, and he could hardly catch the words. "I knew you'd come back to me." "I won't go away again," he promised, not recognizing his own voice, and the smile flickered on her icy lips. "Hold me, please, Mark. I don't want to die alone." Awkwardly, he put an arm around her shoulders, and her head lolled sideways against him. "Did you ever love me, Mark, even a little bit?" "Yes, I loved you," he told her, and the lie came easily. Suddenly there was a hissing spurt of brighter, redder blood from between her thighs as the damaged artery erupted. She stiffened, her eyes flew wide open, and then her body seemed to melt against him and her head dropped back. Her eyes were still wide open and dark as a midnight sky. As he stared at it, slowly her face changed. It seemed to melt like white candle wax held too close to the flame. It ran and wavered and reformed, and now it was the face of a marble angel, smooth and white and strangely beautiful, the face of a dead boy in a land far away, and the fabric of Mark's mind pulled and tore. He began to scream, but no sound came from his throat. The scream was deep down in his soul, and his face was without expression, his eyes dry of tears. They found him like that an hour later. When the first soldiers climbed cautiously up the iron staircase to the top of the steel tower, he was sitting quietly, holding the woman's dead body in his arms. "Well," said Courtney, "they've hanged Taffy Long." He folded the newspaper with an angry gesture and dropped it onto the paving beside his chair. In the dark, shiny foliage of the loquat tree that spread above them, the little white eyes pinkled and twittered as they probed the blossoms with sharp, busy beaks, and their wings fluttered like moths about the candle. Nobody at the breakfast table spoke. All of them knew how Sean had fought for leniency for those strikers on whom the death sentence had been passed. He had used all his influence and power, but it had not availed against the vindictive and vengeful who wanted full measure of retribution for all the horrors of the revolt. Sean brooded now at the head of the table, hunched in his chair with his beard on his chest, staring out over the Ladyburg Valley. His arm was still supported by the linen sling. It had not healed cleanly, and the bullet wound was still open and draining. The doctors were anxious about it, but Sean had told them, leopard and bullet and shrapnel and knife. "I've had them all before. Don't twist a gut for me. Old meat heals slowly, but it heals hard." Ruth Courtney, watching him now, was not worried about the wounds of the flesh. It was the wounds of the mind that concerned her. Both the men of her household had come back deeply marked by the lash of guilt and sorrow. She was not sure what had happened during those dark days, for neither man had spoken about it, but the horror of it still stalked even here at Lion Cop, even in the bright soft days, on these lovely dreaming hills where she had brought them to heal and rest. This was the special place, the center and fortress of their lives, where Sean had brought her as his bride. They owned other great houses, but this was home, and she had brought Sean here now after the strife and the turmoil. But the guilt and the horror had come with them. "Madness," muttered Sean, "utter raving madness. How they cannot see it, I do not know." He shook his head and was silent a moment. Then he sighed. "We hang them now and make them live forever. They'll haunt and hound us all our days." "You tried, dear," said Ruth softly. "Trying isn't enough," he growled. "In the long run, all that counts is succeeding." "Oh, Pater, they killed hundreds of people." Storm burst out, shaking her shining head at him with angry color in her cheeks. "They even tried to kill you. Mark had not spoken since the meal began, but now he lifted his head and looked at Storm across the table. She checked the other words that sprang to her lips as she saw his expression. He had changed so much since he had come home. It was as though he had aged 100 years. Though there was no new line or mark on his face, yet he seemed to have shed all his youth and taken upon himself the full burden of knowledge and earthly experience. When he looked at her like that, she felt like a child. It was not a feeling she relished. She wanted to pierce this new armor of remoteness that invested him. "They're just common murderers," she said, addressing the words not to her father. "We are all murderers," Mark answered quietly, and though his face was still remote, the knife clattered against his plate as he put it down. "Will you excuse me, please, Mrs. Courtney?" He turned to Ruth, and she frowned quickly. "Oh, Mark, you've not touched your food. I'm riding into the village this morning. You ate no dinner last night. I want the mail to catch the noon train." He folded his napkin, rose quickly and strode away across the lawn, and Ruth watched the tall, graceful figure go with a helpless shrug before turning to Sean. "He's wound up so tight like a watch spring about to snap," she said. "Are what's happening to him, Sean?" Sean shook his head. "It's something that nobody understands," he explained. "We had so much of it in the trenches. It's as though a man can stand just so much pressure, and then something breaks inside him. We called it shell shock, for want of a better name, but it's not just the shelling." He paused. "I have never told you about Mark before, about why I picked him, about how and when I first met him," and he told it to them. Sitting in the cool green shade of the loquat tree, he told them of the mud and the fear and the horror of France. "It's not just for a single time or a day or a week, but it goes on for what becomes an eternity. But it is worse for a man who has special talents. We, the generals, have to use them ruthlessly. Mark was one of those, and he told them how they had used Mark like a hunting dog, and his two women listened intently, all of them bound up in the life of the young man who had gradually come to mean so much to each of them. A man gathers horror and fear like a ship gathers weed. It's below the waterline, you cannot see it, but it is there. Mark carries that burden, and at Fordsburg something happened that brought him close to the breaking point. He is on the very edge of it now. What can we do for him?" asked Ruth softly, watching his face, happy for him that he had a son at last, for she had long known that was what Sean saw in Mark. She loved her husband enough not to resent that it was not her own womb that had given him what he so desperately wanted, glad only that he had it at last and that she could share it with him. Sean shook his head. "I don't know," and Storm made an angry hissing sound. They both looked at her. Sean felt that soft warmth spreading through his chest, a feeling of awe that this lovely child could be part of him. Storm looked so smooth and fragile, yet he knew she had the strength of braided whipcord. He knew also that though she had the innocence of a newly opened bloom, yet she could sting like a serpent. She had the brightness and beauty that dazzled, and yet below that were depths that mystified and awed him. And when her moods changed so swiftly, like this unaccountable spurt of anger, he was enchanted by her under her fairy spell. He frowned heavily now to hide his feelings. "Yes, Missy, what is it now?" he grumped at her. "He's going away," she said, and Sean blinked at her, swaying back in his chair. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. "Mark, he's going away. How do you know that?" Something deep inside of Sean cringed at the prospect of losing another son. I just know," she said, and came to her feet with a flash of long, sleek limbs like a gazelle rising in alarm from its grassy bed. She stood over him. "You didn't think he would be your lap dog forever?" she asked, a biting scorn in her tone that at another time would have brought from him a sharp retort. Now he stared at her speechless. Then suddenly she was gone, crossing the lawn in the sunlight that gilded her loose dark hair with stark white light and struck through the flimsy stuff of her dress, revealing her long slim body in a stark dark silhouette, surrounding her with a shimmering halo of light that made her seem like some lovely unearthly vision. "Don't you see that it's better you cry a little now than cry for the rest of your life?" Mark asked gently, trying not to let her see how the tears had eroded his resolve. "Won't you ever come back?" Marian Littlejohn was not one of those women who cried well. Her little round face seemed to smear and lose its shape like unfired clay, and her eyes swelled and puffed pinkly. "Marian, I don't even know where I am going. How can I know if I'm coming back? I don't understand, Mark. I truly don't understand." She twisted the damp linen handkerchief in her hands and she sniffed wetly. "We were so happy. I did everything I knew to make you happy. Even Thatteet's not you, Marian," Mark assured her hurriedly. He did not want to be reminded of that which Marian always referred to as that. It was as though she had loaned him a treasure which had to be returned with interest at usurious rates. "Didn't I make you happy, Mark? I tried so hard. Marian, I keep trying to tell you. You are a fine, pretty girl, you're kind and good and the nicest person I know. Then why don't you want to marry me?" Her voice rose into a wail, and Mark glanced with alarm down the length of the porch. He knew that sisters and brothers-in-law were probably straining their hearing for snatches of the conversation. "It's that I don't want to marry anybody." She made a low moaning sound and then blew her nose loudly on the inadequate scrap of sodden linen. Mark took his own handkerchief from his inside pocket, and she accepted it gratefully. "I don't want to marry anybody. Not yet," he repeated. "Not yet," she seized the words. "But someday," he agreed. "When I have discovered what it is I want out of my life and how I am going to get it, I will wait for you." She tried to smile, a brave, watery pink smile. "I'll wait for you, Mark." No, Mark felt alarm flare through every nerve of his body. It had taken all his courage to tell her, and now it seemed that he had achieved nothing. "God knows how long it will be, Marian. There will be dozens of other men. You're a kind, sweet, loving person. I'll wait for you," she repeated firmly, her features regaining their usual pleasant shape, and her shoulders losing their dejected droop. "Please, Marian. It's not fair on you." Mark tried desperately to dissuade her, realizing that he had failed dismally. But she gave one last hearty sniff and swallowed what was left of her misery, as though it were a jagged piece of stone. Then she smiled at him, blinking the last tears from her eyes. "Oh, it doesn't matter. I am a very patient person. You'll see," she told him comfortably. "You don't understand." Mark shrugged with helpless frustration. "Oh, I do understand, Mark." She smiled again, but now it was the indulgent smile of a mother for a naughty child. "When you are ready, you come back here to me." She stood up and smoothed down the sensible skirts. "Now come along, they are waiting lunch for us." Storm had taken great care choosing her position. She had wanted to catch the play of afternoon light and the run of the clouds across the escarpment, and yet to be able to see into the gorge, for the white plume of falling spray to be the focus of the painting. She wanted also to be able to see down along the Ladysburg Road, and yet not be overlooked by a casual observer. She placed her easel on the lip of a small saucer of folded ground near the eastern boundary peg of Lion Cop, positioning both easel and herself with an artist's eye for aesthetic detail. But when she posed on the lip of the saucer, with the palette cradled in the crook of her left arm and the brush in the other, she lifted her chin and looked up at the powerful sweep of land and forest and sky, at the way the light was working, and at the golden-tinged turquoise of the sky, and immediately she was intrigued. The pose was no longer theatrical, and she began to work, tilting her head to appraise a color mix, moving about the canvas in a slow ritual, like a temple maid making the sacrifice, so completely absorbed that, when she heard the faint putter of Mark's motorcycle, it did not penetrate into the silken cocoon of concentration she had woven about herself. Although her original intention in coming to this place had been to waylay him, now he was almost past before she was aware of him, and she paused with the brush held high in one hand, caught in the soft golden light of late afternoon, a much more striking picture than she could have composed with studied care. The dusty strip of road snaked 500 feet below here she stood, making its first big loop on to the slope of the escarpment. And as he came into the bend, Mark's eyes were drawn naturally to the small, delicate figure on the slope. There were clouds along the summit of the escarpment, and the late sun burned through the gaps, cutting long, shimmering beams across the valley, and one of these fell full on Storm. She stood completely still, staring down the slope at him, making no gesture of recognition or welcome. He pulled the big machine into the side of the road and sat astraddle, pushing the goggles onto his forehead. Still she did not move, and they stared at each other. Mark made a move at last as though to restart the machine, and Storm felt a shock of deprivation, although it did not show either on her face nor in the stillness of her body. She exerted all her will, trying consciously to reach him with mind, and he paused and looked up at her again. "Come," she willed him, and with an impatient, almost defiant gesture, he pulled the goggles off his head and stripped the gloves off his hands. Serenely, she turned back to the painting, a small secret smile playing like light across her softly parted lips, and she did not watch him climbing up through the yellow knee-high grass. She heard his breathing behind her and she smelled him. He had a special smell that she had learned to know, a flowery smell a little like a suckling puppy or freshly polished leather. It made her skin feel hot and sensitized, and put a painful little catch in her breathing. "That's beautiful," he said, and his voice felt like the touch of fingers along the nape of her neck. She felt the fine, soft hair there rise, and the hush of blood spread warmly down her chest and turn her nipples into hard little pebbles. They ached with something which was not pain, something more obsessive. She wanted him to touch her there, and at the thought she felt her legs tremble under her, and the muscles cramped deeply in the wedge of her thighs. "It's truly beautiful," he said again, and he was so close she could feel his breath stir the fine hair of her neck, and another thrill ran down her spine. This time it was like a claw cutting through her flesh, and she clenched her buttocks to ride the shock of it as though she was astride a mettlesome horse. She stared at the painting and she saw that he was right. It was beautiful even though it was half finished. She could see the rest of it in her mind, and it was beautiful and right, but she wanted the touch of his hands now. It was as though the painting had heightened her emotional response, opened some last forbidden door, and now she wanted his touch with a terribly deep physical ache. She turned to him, and he was so close and tall that she felt her breathing catch again, and she looked up into his face. "Touch me," she willed him. "Touch me," she commanded silently, but his hands hung at his side and she could not fathom his eyes. She could not stand still a moment longer, and she stirred her hips in a slow, voluptuous gesture. Something was melting and burning deep in her lower body. "Touch me," she tried to force him silently to her will. "Touch me there where it hurts so fiercely." But he did not heed her, would not respond to all her silent pleas, and suddenly she was angry. She wanted to lash out at him, to strike him across that solemn, handsome face. She had a mental image of ripping his shirt away and sinking her nails deep into the smoothly muscled chest. She stared now at the V of his open shirt, at the coils of dark hair, and his skin had an oiled gloss gilded by the sun to warm golden brown. Her anger flared and focused. He had aroused these surging emotions which she could neither understand nor control, these heady, terrifying waves of physical arousal, and she wanted to punish him for it, to make him suffer, to have him mauled by his desires as she was. At the same instant in time, she wanted to take that splendid, proud head of his and hold it to her bosom like a mother holds her child. She wanted to cherish, and gentle and love him, and claw and ravage and hurt him, and she was confused and giddy and angry and puzzled, but most of all she was racing high on a wave of physical excitement that turned her bird-like and quick and vital. "I suppose you've been bouncing about on that fat little trollop of yours," she almost snarled it at him. Immediately the hurt and shock showed in his eyes, and she was pleased and savagely triumphant, but also aching with contrition. wanting to fall at his feet and plead for forgiveness, or to lash out with her nails and raise deep bleeding lines across that smooth, brown, dearly beloved face. Wouldn't it have been wonderful if the providence that gave you your beauty and your talent had thought to make you a nice person at the same time? He said quietly, almost sadly. Instead of a vicious, spoiled little brat, she gasped with the delicious, profane shock of it. The insult gave her cause to discard the last vestige of control. Now she could loose the rein and use lash and spur without restraint. "Oh, you swine!" She flew at him, going for his eyes, knowing he was too quick and strong for her, but forcing violent physical contact on him, forcing him to seize her. And when he held her powerless by both arms, she flung her body against his, driving him back a pace, and she saw the surprise on his face. He had not expected such strength. She turned against him, her body fined and tuned and hardened by physical exercise on the courts and in the saddle, forcing him off balance. And as he shifted his weight from foot to foot, she hooked one ankle with hers and threw her weight in the opposite direction. They fell together, tumbling backwards into the grassy saucer of ground, and he released her wrists, using both hands to break their fall and cushion her shock as she landed on her back. Instantly she was at him with both hands, and her nails stung his neck. He grunted, and she saw the first flare of real anger in his eyes. It delighted her, and when he seized her wrist, she twisted and bit him in the hard, sinewy muscle of his forearm. Hard enough to break the skin and leave a double crescent of small, neat teeth marks. He gasped, and his anger mounted as he rolled over her, pinning her lower body with one leg as he fought to hold her flying, flailing hands. She bucked under him. Her skirts had pulled up to her waist, one slim, smooth thigh thrusting up, natural, untutored, cunning, into his groin, not hard enough to injure him, but enough to make him suddenly conscious of his own arousal. As he realized what was happening, his grip of her arms slackened and he tried desperately to disengage, but one of her arms slid around his neck, and the silken warmth of her cheek was pressed to his. His hands acted without command, running down the deep groove in the center of her arched back, following the small, hard knuckles of her spine to the rounded divide of her buttocks, felt through the glossy slipperiness of silken underwear. Her breathing rasped hoarsely as sandpaper, and she shifted her head and her mouth joined his, arching her back and lifting her lower body to let her silk underwear come away freely in his hands. The waxen fork of her body rose out of the bright, disordered petals of her skirts like the stamen of some wondrously exotic orchid, its flowing perfection interrupted only by the deep, finely sculptured pit in the center of the perfect plane of her belly, and below that the shockingly abrupt explosion of dark, smoky curls, a fat, deep wedge that changed shape as she relaxed in a slow, voluptuous movement. "Oh, Mark," she breathed. "Oh, Mark, I can't stand it." Her anger had all evaporated. She was soft and breathless, slowly entwining, warm and gentle and loving, but the sound of her voice woke him suddenly to reality. He realized the betrayal of the trust placed in him by Courtney, the abuse of a privileged position, and he pulled away from her, appalled at his own treachery. "I must be mad," he gasped with horror and tried to roll away from her. Her response was instantaneous, the instinctive reaction of a deprived lioness, that uncanny ability to go from soft purring repose to dangerous blazing anger in the smallest part of a second. Her open hand cracked across his face, in an explosion of brilliant Catherine wheels of color that starred his vision, and she screamed at him. "What kind of a man are you?" She tried to strike him again, but he was ready for her and they rolled together chest to chest in the grass. "You're a nothing and you'll stay like that because you haven't the guts and the strength to be anything else," she hissed at him, and the words hurt 1,000 times worse than the blow. His own anger flared to match hers and he came up over her. "Damn you, how dare you say that?" she shouted back at him, "At least I dare, you wouldn't dare," but she broke off then as she felt it happen. Then she cried out again, but in a different voice. "Oh, go." Her whole body racked as she locked him to her, enfolding and holding him while she purred and murmured with a voice gone low and husky, arid, victorious. "Oh, Mark! Oh, darling, darling Mark!" Sean Courtney sat his horse with the slumping, comfortable seat of the African horseman, long stirrups and legs thrust forward, sitting well back on his mount, sjambok trailing from his left hand and reins held low on the pommel of the saddle. In the shade of the leadwood tree, his stallion stood with the patience of a trained gun horse, its weight braced on 3 legs, and the 4th cocked at rest, neck stretched against the reins as it reached to crop the fine sweet grass that covered the upper slopes of the escarpment, its teeth making a harsh tearing sound with each mouthful. Sean looked out across the spreading forests and grassland below him, and realized how much it had all changed since he had ran across it barefooted with his hunting dogs, and throwing sticks as a small boisterous child. 4 or 5 miles away, nestled against the protective wall of the escarpment, was the homestead of T. Buney's Kraal, where he had been born in the old brass bedstead in the front room, both he and Garrick, his twin brother, in the course of a single sweltering summer morning, a double birthing that had killed the mother he had never known. Garrick lived there still, and at last he had found peace and pride among his books and his papers. Sean smiled with affection and sympathy, tinged with ancient guilt. What might his brother have been if one leg had not been shattered by the careless shotgun that Sean had fired? He thrust the thought aside, and instead turned in the saddle to survey his own domain, the thousands upon thousands of acres that he had planted to timber, and which had given him the foundation of his fortune. From where he sat, he could see the sawmills and timber yards adjoining the railway yards down in the town, and once again he felt the warm contentment of a life not thrown to waste, the glow of achievement and endeavor rewarded. He smiled and lit one of the long, dark cheroots, striking the match off his boot, adjusting easily to the shifting balance of the horse under him. A moment longer he indulged this rare moment of self-gratification, almost as though to avoid thinking of the most pressing of his problems. Then he let his eyes drift away across the spreading rooftops of Ladysburg, to that new ungainly structure of steel and galvanized sheet iron that rose tall enough to dwarf any other structure in the valley, even the massive 4-story block of the new Ladysburg Farmers' Bank. The sugar refinery was like some heathen idol, ugly and voracious, crouching at the edge of the neat blocks of planted sugar which stretched away beyond the limit of the eye, carpeting the low, rolling hills with waving, moving green that rolled in the wind like the waves of the ocean, planted to feed that eternally hungry structure. The frown puckered the skin between Sean's eyes at the bridge of his big beaky nose. Where he counted his land in thousands of acres, the man who had once been his son counted his in tens of thousands. The horse sensed his change of mood and gathered itself, nodding its head extravagantly and skittering a little in the shade, ready to run. "Easy, boy," Sean growled at him and gentled him with a hand on his shoulder. He waited now for that man, having come early to the rendezvous as was always his way. He liked to be there first and let the other man come to him. It was an old trick, to let the other seem the interloper in established territory, while the waiting man had time to consider and arrange his thoughts, and to study the other as he approached. He had chosen the place and the time with care. He had not been able to sanction the tough of Dirk Courtney riding onto his land again and enter his home. The aura of evil that hung around the man was contagious, and he did not want that evil to sully the inner sanctum of his life, which was the homestead of Lion Cop. He did not even want him on his land, so he had chosen the one small section of boundary where his land actually bordered on that of Dirk Courtney. It was the only half-mile of any land of Sean's along which he had strung barbed wire. As a cattleman and horseman, he had an aversion to barbed wire, but still, he had strung it between his land and that of Dirk Courtney, and when Dirk had written asking him for this meeting, he had chosen this place where there would be a fence between them. He had chosen the late afternoon with intent also. The low sun would be behind him and shining into the other man's eyes as he came up the slope of the escarpment. Now Sean drew the watch from his waistcoat and saw it was 1 minute before 4, the appointed time. He looked down into the valley and scowled. The slope below him was deserted, and he could follow the full length of the road into town beyond that. Since he had seen young Mark puttering past on his motorcycle half an hour before, the road also had been deserted. He looked beyond the town to the flash of the white walls of the grand mansion that Dirk Courtney had built when first he returned to the valley. Great Longwood, a pretentious name for a pretentious building. Sean did not like to look at it. To him it seemed that the same aura of evil shimmered about it, even in the daylight, an almost palpable thing, and he had heard the stories they had been repeated to him with glee by the gossip-mongers, about what happened up there under the cover of night. He believed those stories, or he knew with the deep instinct which had once been love, the man who had once been his son. He looked again at the watch in his hand and scowled at it. It was 4 o'clock. He shook the watch and held it to his ear. It ticked stolidly, and he slipped it back into his pocket and gathered the reins. He wasn't coming, and Sean felt a sneaking coward's relief, because he found any meeting with Dirk Courtney draining and exhausting. "Good afternoon, father," the voice startled him, so that he gripped the horse with his knees and jerked the reins. The stallion pranced and circled, tossing his head. Dirk sat easily on a golden-red bay. He had come down out of the nearest edge of the forest, walking his mount carefully and silently over the thick mattress of fallen leaves. "You're late," growled Sean. "I was just leaving." Dirk must have circled out, climbing the escarpment below the falls on to Lion Cop, avoiding the fence and riding up through the plantations to come to the rendezvous from the opposite direction. Probably he had been sitting among the trees watching Sean for the last half hour. "What did you want to speak to me about?" He must never again underestimate this man. Sean had done so many times before, each time at terrible cost. "I think you know." Dirk smiled at him, and Sean was reminded of some beautiful, glossy, and deadly dangerous animal. He sat his horse with a casual grace, at rest but in complete control, and he was dressed in a hunting jacket of finely woven thorn-proof tweed, with a yellow silk cravat at the throat. His long, powerful legs were encased in polished chocolate leather. "Remind me," invited Sean, consciously hardening himself against the fatal mesmeric charm that the man could project at will. "Oh, come now. I know you have been busy thrashing the sweating, unwashed hordes back into their places. I read with pride of your efforts, father. Your butcher's bill at Fordsburg was almost as fearsome as when you put down Bombada's rebellion back in 1906. Magnificent stuff, get on with it." Sean found himself hating again. Dirk Courtney had a high skill at finding weakness or guilt and exploiting it mercilessly. When he spoke like this of the manner in which Sean had been forced to discharge his duty, it shamed him more painfully than ever. Of course it was necessary to get the mines operating again. "You do sell most of your timber to the gold mines. I have the exact sales figures somewhere." Dirk laughed lightly. His teeth were perfect and white, and the sunlight played in the shining curls of his big handsome head, backlighting him and making his looks more theatrically magnificent. "Good on you, dear papa. You always had a keen eye for the main chance. No future in letting a bunch of wild-eyed reds put us all out of business. Even I am utterly dependent on the gold mines in the long run." Sean could not bring himself to answer. His anger was choking him. He felt dirtied and ashamed. "It's one of the many things for which I'm indebted to you," Dirk went on, watching him carefully, smiling and urbane and deadly. "I am your heir. I have inherited from you the ability to recognize opportunity and to seize it. Do you recall teaching me how to take a snake, how to pin it and hold it with thumb and forefinger at the back of the neck? Sean remembered the incident suddenly and vividly. The fearlessness of the child had frightened him even then. I see you do remember. The smile faded from Dirk's face. The lightness of his manner was gone with it. So much, so many little things. Do you remember when we were lost after the lion stampeded the horses in the night? Sean had forgotten that also. Hunting in Mapani country, the child's first overnight away from the security and safety of the wagons. A little adventure that had turned into nightmare. One horse killed by the lions and the other gone, and a 50-mile walk back through dry sandveld and thick trackless bush. You showed me how to find water. The puddle in the hollow tree, I can still taste the stink of it. The bushman wells in the sand, sucking it up with a hollow straw. It all came back, though Sean tried to shut his mind against it. They had gone wrong on the third day, mistaking one small dry stony river bed for another, and wandering away into the wilderness to a lingering death. I remember you made a sling from your cartridge belt and carried me on your hip. When the child's strength had gone, Sean had carried him, mile after mile, day after day in the thick dragging sand. When finally his own great strength had been expended also, he had crouched down over the child, shielding him from the sun with his shadow, and had worked his swollen tongue painfully for each drop of saliva to inject into Dirk's cracked and blackening mouth, keeping him alive just long enough. When Embajane came at last, you wept the stampeded horse had reached the wagons with the lion claw marks slashed deeply across its rump. The old Zulu gunbearer, himself sick with malaria, had saddled the gray and taken a pack horse on the lead rein. He had backtracked the loose horse to the lion camp, and then picked up the spoor of man and child, following them for 4 days along a cold, wind-spoiled spoor. When he reached them, they were huddled together in the sand, under the sun, waiting for death. It was the only time in my life I ever saw you cry, Dirk said softly. But did you ever think how often you made me weep? Sean did not want to listen longer. He did not want to be further reminded of that lovely, headstrong, wild, and beloved child who he had reared as mother and father together. Yet Dirk's quiet, insidious voice held him captive in a web of memory from which he could not escape. Will you ever know how I worshipped you? How my whole life was based on you, how I mimicked every action, how I tried to become you. Sean shook his head, trying to deny it, to reject it. Yes, I tried to become you. Perhaps I succeeded, no. Sean's voice was strangled and thick. Perhaps that's why you rejected me, Dirk told him. You saw in me the mirror image of yourself, and you could not bring yourself to accept that. So you turned me away and left me to weep. No. God, no, that's not true. It was not that way at all. Dirk swung his horse in until his leg touched Sean's. Father, we are the same person, we are one. Won't you admit that I am you? Just as surely as I fell from your loins, just as surely as you trained and molded me. Dirk, Sean started, but there were no words now. His whole existence had been touched and shaken to its very core. Don't you realize that everything I have ever done was for you? Not only as a child, but as a youth and a man. Did you never think why I came back here to Ladybird, when I could have gone to any other place in the world, London, Paris, New York? It was all open to me. Yet I came back here. Why, Father, why did I do that? Sean shook his head, unable to answer, staring at this beautiful stranger with his vital strength and his compelling, disturbing presence. I came back because you were here. They were both silent then, holding each other's eyes in a struggle of wills and a turmoil of conflicting emotions. Sean felt his resolve weakening, felt himself sliding slowly under the spell that Dirk was weaving about him. He heeled his horse, forcing it to wheel and break the physical contact of their legs, but Dirk went on remorselessly. As a sign of my love, of this love that has been strong enough to stand against all your abuse, against the denials you have made, against every blow you have dealt it, as a sign of that, I come to you now, and I hold out my hand to you. Be my father again, and let me be your son. Let us put our fortunes together and build an empire. There is a land here, a whole land, ripe and ready for us to take." Dirk reached out across the space between the horses with his right hand, palm upwards, fingers outstretched. "Take my hand on it, father," he urged. "Nothing will stop us. Together we will sweep the world from our path. Together we will become gods." Dirk, Sean found his voice as he fought himself out of the coils in which he had been trapped. "I have known many men, and not one of them was all good nor completely evil. They were all combinations of those two elements, good and evil, that is, until I came to know you. You are the only man who was totally evil, evil unrelieved by the slightest shading of good. When at last I was forced to face that fact, then I turned my back on you. Father, don't call me that. You are not mine, and you never will be again. There is a great fortune, one of the great fortunes of the world now." Sean shook his head. "It is not there for either you or me. It belongs to a people, to many peoples, Zulu and Englishman and Afrikander, not to me, but especially not to you. When I came to see you last, you gave me cause to believe." Dirk began to protest. "I gave you no cause, I made no promise. I told you everything, all my plans." "Yes," said Sean. "I wanted to hear it, I wanted to know every detail, not so that I could help you, but so that I could stand in your way." Sean paused for emphasis and then leaned across so his face was close to Dirk's and he could look into his eyes. "You will never get the land beyond the Bubezi River. I swear that to you." He said it quietly but with a force that made every word ring like a cathedral bell. Dirk recoiled, and the high color drained away from his face. "I rejected you because you are evil. I will fight you with all my strength, with my life itself." Dirk's features changed, the line of the mouth and the set of the jaw altered, the slant and tilt of the eyes became wolfish. "You deceive yourself, father. You and I are one. If I am evil, then you are the source and fountain and father of that evil. Don't spout noble words to me, don't strike postures. I know you, remember. I know you perfectly as I know myself." He laughed again, but not the bright, easy laughter of before. It was a cruel, thin sound, and the shape of the mouth did not lose its hard line. "You rejected me for that Jewish whore of yours, and the bastard slut you spawned on her soft white belly." Sean bellowed, a low, dull roar of anger, and the stallion reared under him, coming up high on his hindquarters and cutting at the air, and the bay mare swung away in alarm, milling and trampling as Dirk sawed at its mouth with the curb. "You say you will fight me with your life," Dirk shouted at his father. "It may just come to that. I warn you." He brought the horse under control, barging in on the stallion so he could shout again. "No man stands in my way. I will destroy you, as I have destroyed the others who have tried it. I will destroy you and your Jewish whore." Sean swung back-handed with the sjambok, a polo cut, using the wrist so the thin black lash of hip hide fluted like the wing of a flighting goose. He aimed at the face, at the snarling, vicious wolf's head of the man who once had been his son. Dirk threw up his arm and caught the stroke. It split the woven tweed of his sleeve like a sword cut, and bright blood sprang to stain the luxurious cloth, as he kneed the bay away in a wide, prancing circle. He held the wound, pressing the lips of the cut together while he glared at Sean, his face contorted with utter malevolence. "I'll kill you for that," he said softly, and then he swung the bay away and put her into a dead gallop, straight at the five-stranded, barbed fence. The bay went up and stretched at the jump, flying free of earth and then landing again on the far side, neatly gathered and fully in hand, reached out again into a run, a superb piece of horsemanship. Sean walked the stallion, fighting the temptation to lash him into a gallop, following the path over the high ground, a path now almost indiscernible, long overgrown. Only a man who knew it well, who had been along it often before, would know it as a path. There was nothing left of the huts of Jane's kraal, except the outline of building stones, white circles in the grass. They had burned the huts, of course, as is the Zulu custom when a chief is dead. The wall of the cattle kraal was still intact, the stone carefully and lovingly selected, each piece fitted into the shoulder-high structure. Sean dismounted and tethered the stallion at the gateway. He saw that his hands were still shaking as though in high fever, and he felt sick to the gut, the aftermath of that wild storm of emotion. He found his seat on the stone wall, the same flat rock that seemed molded to his buttocks, and he lit a cheroot. The fragrant smoke calmed the flutter of his heart and soothed the tremble in his hands. He looked down at the floor of the kraal. A Zulu chief is buried in the center of his cattle kraal, sitting upright facing the rising sun, with his induna's ring still on his head, wrapped in the wet skin of a freshly killed ox, the symbol of his wealth, and with his food pot and his beer pot and his snuff box, his shield and his spears at his side in readiness for the journey. "Hello, old friend," said Sean softly. "We reared him, you and I, yet he killed you. I do not know how, nor can I prove it, but I know he killed you, and now he's vowed to kill me also." And his voice quivered. "Well," smiled Sean, "if you have to make an appointment to speak with me, it must be some business of dire consequence." Through the merry twinkle of his eye, he was examining Mark with a shrewd, assessing gaze. Storm had been right, of course. The lad had been gathering himself to make the break. To go off somewhere on his own, like a wounded animal perhaps, or a cub lion leaving the pride at full growth. Which was it, Sean wondered, and how great a wrench would the parting make on the youngster? "Yes, sir, you could say that," Mark agreed, but he could not meet Sean's eyes for once. The usually bright and candid eyes slid past Sean's and went to the books on the shelves, went on to the windows and the sweeping sunlit view across the tops of the plantations and the valley below. He examined it as though he had never seen it before. "Come on in then." Sean swiveled his chair away from the desk and took the steel-rimmed spectacles off his nose and waved with them at the armchair below the window. "Thank you, sir." While he crossed to the chair, Sean rose and went to the stinkwood cabinet. "If it's something that important, we'd best take a dram to steel ourselves, like going over the top." He smiled again. "It's not yet noon," Mark pointed out. "That's a rule you taught me yourself." "The man who makes the rules is allowed to change them," said Sean, pouring 2 huge measures of golden brown spirit and spurting soda from the siphon. "That's a rule I've just this moment made," and he laughed, a fat contented chuckle, before he went on. "Well, my boy, as it so happens, you have chosen a good day for it." He carried 1 glass to Mark and returned to his desk. "I also have dire and important business to discuss." He took a swallow from his glass, smacked his lips in evident relish, and then wiped his mustaches on the back of his hand. "As the elder, will it be in order if we discuss my business first?" "Of course." Sir Mark looked relieved and sipped cautiously at his glass, while Sean beamed at him with ill-concealed self-satisfaction. Sean had conceived of a scheme so devious and tailored so fittingly to his need that he was a little in awe of the divine inspiration which had fostered it. He did not want to lose this young man, and yet he knew that the surest way of doing so was trying to hold him too close. "While we were in Cape Town, I had 2 long discussions with the Prime Minister," he began, "and since then we have exchanged lengthy correspondence. The upshot of all this is that General Smuts has formed a separate portfolio and placed it under my ministry. It is simply the portfolio of national parks. There is still legislation to see through Parliament, of course. We will need money and new powers, but I am going ahead right away with a survey and assessment of all proclaimed areas, and we will act on that to develop and protect." He went on talking for almost 15 minutes, reading from the Prime Minister's letters and memoranda, explaining and expanding, going over the discussions, detailing the planning, while Mark sat forward in his chair, the glass at his side forgotten, listening with a rising sense of destiny at work, hardly daring to breathe as he drank in the great concept that was unfolded for him. Sean was excited by his own vision, and he sprang up from the desk and paced the yellow wood floor, gesturing, using hands and arms to drive home each point, then stopping suddenly in full flight and turning to stand over Mark. "General Smuts was impressed with you that night at Bouisson's, and before that." He stopped again, and Mark was so engrossed that he did not see the cunning expression on Sean's face. "I had no trouble persuading him that you were the man for the job." "What job?" Mark demanded eagerly. "The first area I am concentrating on is Chaka's Gate and the Beaubasy Valley. Somebody has to go in there and do a survey so that when we go to Parliament we know what we are talking about." "You know the area well." The great silences and peace of the wilderness rushed back to Mark, and he felt himself craving them like a drunkard. "Of course, once the bill is through Parliament, I will need a warden to implement the act." Mark sank slowly back in his chair. Suddenly the search was over. Like a tall ship that has made its offing, he felt himself come about and settle on true course with the wind standing fair for a fine passage. "Now what was it you wanted to talk to me about?" Sean asked genially. "Nothing," said Mark softly. "Nothing at all." And his face was shining like that of a religious convert at the moment of revelation. Mark Anders had been a stranger to happiness, true happiness, since his childhood. He was like an inreocent discovering strong liquor for the first time, and he was almost entirely unequipped to deal with it. It induced in him a state of euphoria, a giddy elation that transported him to levels of human experience whose existence he had not previously guessed at. Sean Courtney had engaged a new secretary to take over Mark's duties from him. He was a prematurely bald, unsmiling little man who affected a shiny black alpaca jacket, an old-fashioned celluloid butterfly collar, a green eye shade and cuff protectors. He was silent, intense, and totally efficient, and nobody at Lion Cop dreamed of calling him anything but Mr. Smothers. Mark was to stay on for a further month to instruct Mr. Smothers in his new duties, and at the same time Mark was to set his own affairs in order and make the preparations for his move to Chaka's Gate. Mr. Smothers' inhuman efficiency was such that within a week Mark found himself relieved almost completely of his previous duties, and with time to gloat over his new happiness. Only now that it had been given to him did he realize how those tall stone portals of Chaka's Gate had thrown their shadows across his life, how they had become for him the central towers of his existence, and he longed to be there already, in the silence and the beauty and the peace, building something that would last forever. He realized how the recent whirlpool of emotion and action had driven from his mind the duty he had set himself, to find the grave of old grandfather Anders and fathom the mystery of his death. It was all now before him, and his life had purpose and direction. But this was only the foundation and base of his happiness, from which he could launch himself into the towering heady heights of his love. True enchantment had sprung from that incredible moment in the grassy saucer on the slopes of the Ladyburg escarpment. His love, which he had borne secretly, a burden cold and heavy as a stone, had in a single magical instant burst open, flowering like a seed into a growth of such vigor and color and beauty and excitement, that he could not yet grasp it all. He and Storm cherished it so dearly that no other must even guess at its existence. They made elaborate plans and pacts, weaved marvelously involved subterfuges about themselves to protect this wondrous treasure of theirs. They neither spoke to each other, nor even looked at the other in the presence of a third party, and the restraint taxed each of them, so that the moment they were alone together they fell ravenously each upon the other. When they were not alone together, they spent most of their time planning and scheming how to be so. They wrote each other flaming notes which were passed under the table in the presence of Sean and Ruth, and should have scared the fingers that touched them. They developed codes and signs, they found secret places, and they took hideous chances. Danger spiced their already piquant banquet of love and delight, and they were both insatiable. At first, they rode to hidden places in the forest along separate and convoluted pathways and galloped the last mile, arriving breathless and laughing, embracing, still in the saddle while the horses stamped and snorted. The first time they were still locked together when they tumbled from the saddles to the forest bed of dead leaves and ferns, and they left their horses loose. It had been a long walk home, especially as they clung to each other like drunkards, laughing and giggling all the way. Luckily, their horses had found a field of lucerne before they reached the homestead, and their riderless return had not alerted the grooms. Their secret remained intact, and after that they wasted a few seconds of their precious time together while Mark hobbled the horses. Soon it was not enough to have only a stolen hour in the day, and they met in Storm's studio. Mark climbed the banyan tree, crawling out along the branch, while Storm held the window open and squealed softly with horror when his foot slipped, or hissed a warning when a servant passed, then clapped her hands and flung her arms around his neck as he came in over the sill. The studio was furnished with a single wooden chair. The floor was bare and hard, and the danger of sudden intrusion too great for even them to ignore. However, they were undaunted and inventive, and they found almost immediately that Mark was strong enough and she was light enough, and that all things are possible. Once Mark became unsteady at the scorching noonday of their loving, and backed her into one of her own unfinished masterpieces. Afterwards, she knelt on the wooden chair holding her skirts to her waist, and elevated her perfect little round stern, while Mark removed the smudges of burnt umber and Prussian blue with a rag moistened with turpentine. Storm was shaking so violently with suppressed laughter that Mark's task was much complicated. She was also blushing so furiously that even her bottom glowed a divine ethereal pink, and forever afterwards, the smell of turpentine acted on Mark as a powerful aphrodisiac. On another terrifying occasion, there was the heavy tramp, and the unmistakable limping drag in the passageway beyond the studio door, and they were frozen and ashen-faced, unable to breathe as they listened to its approach. The peremptory knock on the door almost panicked her, and she stared into Mark's face with huge, terrified eyes. He took control instantly, realizing just how terrible was the danger. Courtney, faced with the sight of somebody actually tupping his ewe lamb, was fully capable of destroying both them and himself. The knock came again, impatient, demanding, and Mark whispered quickly as they adjusted their clothing with frantic hands. She responded bravely, though her voice caught and quavered. One moment, Daddy Mark seized her paint-stained smock and slipped it over her head, grabbed a brush from the pot and put it in her right hand, squeezed her shoulders to brace her, and then pushed her gently towards the door. There was just enough space between the wall and a canvas for him to crawl in and crouch, trying to still his breathing, while he listened to Storm shoot the door bolt and greet her father. "Locking the door now, Missy." Sean growled at her, throwing a suspicious glance around the bare studio. "Intruding, am I? P never paid her, not you," and they were into the room, Storm following meekly while Sean gave critical judgment of her work. "There isn't a tree on Wagon Hill. I'm not taking photographs, Daddy. There should be a tree there. It balances the composition. Don't you see?" She had recovered like a champion, and Mark loved her to the point of pain. Mark was emboldened enough to take a cautious glance around the edge of the canvas, and the first thing he saw was a 5-guinea pair of cami knickers in sheer oyster silk, the wide legs cuffed with ivory cambrai lace, lying crumpled and abandoned on the studio floor where Storm had dropped them earlier. He felt a cold sheen of sweat break out afresh across his brow. On the bare floor, the lovely silk was as conspicuous as a battle ensign. He tried to reach that blatantly sinful little pile, but it was beyond his fingertips. Storm was hanging on to her father's arm, probably because her legs were too weak to support her, and she saw what Mark's desperate arm and groping hand protruding from behind the canvas was trying to reach. Her panic flooded back again at high spring tide. She gabbled meaningless replies to her father's questions and tried to lead him towards the door, but it was like trying to divert a bull elephant from his set purpose. Inexorably, Sean bore down upon the discarded knickers and the canvas where Mark cowered. At his next step, the silk wrapped itself around the toe of his boot. The material was so filmy and light that he did not notice it, and he limped on happily, one foot draped in an exotic piece of feminine underwear, while two young people watched in abject terror the knickers, slow circuit of the room. At the door, Storm flung her arms around his neck and kissed him, managing to anchor the knickers with the toe of her shoe, and then propelling her father into the passage with indecent dispatch and slamming the door behind him. Weak with terror and laughter, they clung together in the middle of the studio, and Mark was so chastened that, when he regained his voice, he told her sternly, "We are not going to take any more chances, do you understand?" "Yes, master," she agreed demurely, but with a wicked sparkle in her eye. Mark was awakened a few minutes after midnight with a wet pointed tongue probing deeply into his ear, and he would have let out a great shout, but a strong little hand was pressed firmly across his mouth. "Are you mad?" he whispered as he saw her bending over him in the moonlight from the open window, and realized that she had made the journey across the full length of the house, down cavernous passageways and creaking staircases, in pitch darkness and clad only in a gossamer pair of pajamas. Yes, she laughed at him. "I'm mad, completely wonderfully insane, a magnificent noble rage of the mind." He was only half awake, or he would not have asked the next question. "What are you doing here?" "I have come to ravish you," she said, as she slipped into the bed beside him. "My feet are cold," she announced regally. "Warm them for me." "For God's sake, don't make so much noise," he pleaded, which was a ridiculous request in the circumstances, for only minutes later they were both raising such a chorus of cries that should have woken the entire household. Long afterwards, she murmured in that special purry feline voice of hers that he had come to know so well, "You really are an amazingly talented man, Mr. Anders. Wherever did you learn to be so utterly depraved?" And then she chuckled sleepily. "If you tell me, I shall probably claw your eyes out of your head. You mustn't come here again." "Why not? It's so much better in bed." "What will your father do if he finds out?" "He'll murder you," she said comfortably. "But what on earth has that got to do with it?" One of the ancillary benefits which accrued to Storm from this relationship was that she had at last a fine male figure model for her work, something which she had always needed, but had never found the courage even to ask her father to give her. She knew exactly what his reaction would be. Mark was not gushing with enthusiasm for the idea either, and it took all her wheedling and cooing to have him disrobe in cold blood. She had picked one of their secret places in the forest for her figure studio, and Mark perched self-consciously on a fallen log. "Relax," she pleaded. "Think beautiful thoughts." "I feel such an ass," he protested, wearing only a pair of striped cotton underpants at which he had drawn the line despite her entreaties. "Anyway, there's nothing under there you could paint on canvas," he pointed out. "But that's not the point. You're supposed to be an ancient Greek, and whoever saw an Olympic athletino?" Mark cut her short. "They stay on. That's final." She sighed at the intransigence of men and applied herself to her paints and canvas. Slowly he did relax, and even began to enjoy the freedom and the feel of the sunlight and cool air on his skin. He enjoyed watching her work also, the little frown of total concentration, the half-closed eyes, the porcelain white teeth nibbling thoughtfully at her lower lip, the almost dancing ritual of movement she performed around the canvas. And while he watched her, he fantasized a future in which they walked hand in hand through the garden wilderness beyond Chaka's gate. A future bright with happiness and radiant with shared labor and achievement, and he began to tell her about it, letting his thoughts find expression in words that Storm did not hear. Her ears were closed, her whole existence transferred into eyes and hands, seeing only color and form, sensitive only to mood. She saw the awkwardness and rigidity of his body flowing into a pose of natural grace, such as she could never have composed. She saw the rapture dawning on his features, and she nodded and murmured agreement softly, not wanting to spoil it or break the mood. Her fingers racing to capture the moment, all her mind and art concentrated on that single task. Her own rapture rising to complement and buoy his even higher, seemingly bound close and fast by the silken traces of love and common purpose, but in reality as far from each other as earth is from moon. "I'll be studying the ground for the exact place to site the homestead," he told her, "and it will take a full year to see it all in every season. Good water in the dry, but safe from flood in the rains. The cool sea breeze in summer, and protected from the cold weather in winter." "Oh yes," she murmured, "that's marvelous." But she was looking at his eyes. "If only I can capture that fleck of light that makes them shine so," she thought, and dabbed a touch of blue to the white to mix the shade. 2 rooms to start, one to sleep and one to live. Of course a wide veranda looking out across the valley. "That's wonderful," she exulted softly as she touched the eye with the tip of the brush, and it came instantly alive, gazing back at her from the canvas with an expression that squeezed her heart. "I'll quarry the stone from the cliff, but away from the river so there'll be no scar to spoil it, and we'll cut the thatch from the edge of the swamp, and the roof poles from the forest." The sun had swung to the west, and it filtered down through the forest roof with a cool greenish light that touched the smooth, hard muscles of his arm and the sculptured marble of his back, and she saw that he was beautiful. "We can build on slowly, as we need new rooms. I'll design it that way. When the children come, we can change the living room to a nursery and add a new wing." He could almost smell the aromatic shavings of the Waddell's poles and the sweet perfume of new-cut thatch, and in his mind he saw the bright new roof mellowing and darkening in the weather, feel the cool of the high deep rooms at midday, and hear the crackle of the fiercely burning mean osa thorn in the stone fireplace on the cold and starry nights. "We'll be happy, Storm. I promise you that." They were the only words she heard, and she lifted her head and looked at him. "Oh, yes, we'll be happy," she echoed, and they smiled at each other in total misunderstanding. When Sean had told Ruth Courtney that Mark was leaving, her dismay had alarmed him. Sean had not realized that he had taken such a place in her affections also. "Oh no, Sean," she had protested. "It's not as bad as it might have been," he assured her quickly. "We'll not lose him altogether, it's just that he'll be on a longer reign, that's all. He'll still be working for me, but now only in my official capacity," and he explained it all to her. She was silent for a long time when he had finished, considering it from every angle before she gave her opinion. "He'll be good at that, I think," she nodded at last. "But I had rather got used to having him around us. I'll miss him." Sean grunted what could have been agreement, not able to make such a sentimental admission outright. "Well," Ruth went on immediately, her whole attitude becoming businesslike, "I'll have to get on with it," which meant that Mark Anders was to be fitted out for his move to Chaka's Gate by one of the world's leading experts. She had sent her man on campaign or on safari so often that she knew exactly what was necessary, the absolute bare necessity for survival and comfort in the African bush. She knew that anything more than that would not be used. Bundles of luxuries would come home untouched or be abandoned along the way. Yet everything she selected was of the finest quality, for she rated Sean's campaign bag blatantly, justifying each theft with the firm utterance, "Sean won't be using that again." The sleeping roll needed darning, and she made the repair a little work of art. Then she applied herself to the one luxury the pack would contain, books. This choice she and Mark discussed at length, for weight and space made it essential that each book must be able to withstand numerous rereadings. They had a wide selection from which to make their choice, hundreds of battered old volumes, stained by rain and mud, spilled tea, and in more than one case, by splotches of dried blood, and faded by sunlight and age, all of them having been carried great distances in Sean's old canvas book bag. Macaulay and Gibbon, Kipling and Tennyson, Shakespeare, and even a small leather-bound Bible were given a place, after being carefully screened by the selection committee, and Mark, whose previous camping equipment had been limited to a blanket, a pot, and a spoon, felt as though he had been given a permanent suite at the Dorchester. Sean provided the other essentials for the expedition: the 9.3 Marmlicker in its leather case and 2 mules. They were big, rangy animals, both hard workers and of equitable temper, both salted by having been deliberately exposed to the bite of the tsetse fly and surviving the onslaught of the disease that resulted. They had cost Sean dearly for this immunity, but then the Nagana had an almost 90% mortality rate. Salted animals were essential. It would have been less trouble and had the same end result to shoot them between the eyes, rather than take unsalted animals into the fly belt beyond Chaka's gate. Each day, Sean set aside an hour or so to discuss with Mark the objects and the priorities of the expedition. They drew up a list, which was added to daily, and as it grew, so did Sean Courtney's enthusiasm. More than once he broke off to shake his head and grumble. "You lucky brighter, what I wouldn't give to be your age again, and to be going back into the bush. You could come and visit me," Mark smiled. "I might just do that," Sean agreed, and then resettled his spectacles on his nose to bring up the next point for discussion. The first of Mark's tasks was to compile an estimate of what species of wild animals still existed in the proclaimed area, and how many of each there were. Clearly, this was of the utmost importance to any attempt at protection and conservation. All would depend on there being sufficient wildlife surviving to make their efforts worthwhile. It may already be too late in the afternoon, Sean pointed out. Number Mark would not even listen to the suggestion. "There is game there, just enough to give us a chance." I'm sure of it. Next important was for him to contact the people living in the area of Chaka's Gate, the Zulus grazing cattle along the edge of the tsetse fly belt, the native hunters and gatherers living within the belt, each wandering group, each village, each headman, each chief, and hold discussions with them. Gauging the attitude of the Zulu peoples to the stricter administration of the proclaimed area, and warning them that what for many years they and their ancestors had looked upon as commonage and tribal hunting ground was under new control. Men were no longer free to cut timber and thatch, to gather and hunt at will. Mark's intimate knowledge of the Zulu language would serve him well here. He was to build temporary accommodation for himself and conduct a survey to choose the final site for a permanent warden's post. There were 50 other tasks less important, but no less demanding. It was a program to excite and intrigue Mark and make him want to begin, and as the day drew nearer, only one cloud lay dark and heavy on the splendid horizon ahead of him. He would be parting from storm, but he consoled himself with the sure knowledge that it would not be for long. He was going ahead into Eden to prepare a place for his Eve. As Storm watched him sleep flat on his back, spread like a crucifix on the forest floor, without even the cotton underpants between him and nature, the possessive smile of a mother watching over the child at her breast warmed and softened Storm's lips. She was naked also, her clothing scattered around them like the petals of an overblown rose, thrown there by the storm winds of passions which were now spent and quiescent. She sat over him cross-legged on the corner of the plaid rug, and she studied his face, wondering at how young he looked in sleep, feeling a choking of tenderness in her throat, and the soft melting afterglow of loving deep in her body where he had been. She leaned over him, and her breast swung forward with a new weightiness, the tips darker and wrinkled like small pinky brown raisins. She dipped her shoulders and let the nipples brush lightly across his face, and smiled again as he screwed up his nose and pursed his lips in his sleep, snorting as if to blow away a bothersome fly. He came awake suddenly, and as he reached for her, she squealed softly and plucked her breasts away from him, slapping at his hands. "Unhand me, sir, this instant," she commanded, and he caught her and pulled her down onto his chest, so that she could hear his heart beating under her ear. She snuggled down, making throaty little sounds of comfort. He sighed deeply, and his chest swelled and expanded under her cheek, and she heard the air rush into his lungs. "Mark," she said, "I'm here. You're not going. You know that, don't you?" The air in his lungs stayed there as he held his breath, and the hand that was stroking lightly up from the small of her back to the nape of her neck stilled. She could feel the tension in his fingers. They stayed like that for many seconds, and then he let the air out of his lungs with an explosive grunt. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Where am I not going? This place up there in the bush," she said. "Chaka's gate." "Yes. You're not going. Why not?" "Because I forbid it." He sat up abruptly, joggling her roughly off his chest. They sat facing each other, and he was staring at her with such an expression that she ran her fingers through her hair and then folded her arms across her breasts, covering them protectively. "Storm, what on earth are you talking about?" he demanded. "I don't want you to waste any more time," she told him. "You must start making your way now if you're ever going to amount to anything." "This is my way, our way," he said, bewildered. "We agreed on it. I will go up there to Chaka's gate and build our home." Home? She was truly appalled. "Up there in the bush, me in a grass hut. Mark, are you out of your mind?" "I thought what you're going to do is start making some money," she told him fiercely, and picking up her blouse she pulled it over her head, and as her tousled head emerged she went on, "And forget about little boys' games. I'll be making money." His expression was stiff and becoming hostile. "What money?" she asked just as frostily. "I'll have a salary, a salary." She flung back her head and gave a high peal of scornful laughter. "A salary, forsooth. How much?" "I don't know," he admitted. "It isn't really all that important. You're a child, Mark. Do you know that? A salary, £20 a week. Can you really and truly imagine me living on your salary?" She gave the word a world of contempt. "Do you know who earns salaries? Mr. Smothers earns a salary." She was on her feet now, hopping furiously on one leg as she drew on her knickers. "Daddy's foremen at the sawmills earn salaries. The servants that wait on the table, the stable grooms, earn salaries." She was pulling up her riding breeches, and with them all her dignity. "Real men don't earn salaries, Mark." Her voice was high and shrill. "You know what real men do, don't you?" He was buttoning the fly of his breeches also, forced to follow her example, and he shook his head silently. "Real men pay salaries, not take them," she said. "Do you know that when my father was your age he was already a millionaire?" Mark was never able to fathom what it was that triggered him, perhaps the mention of Sean at that particular moment, but suddenly he lost his temper. He felt it like a hot red fog behind his eyes. "I'm not your bloody father," he shouted. "Don't you swear at my father," she shouted back. "He's 5 times the man you'll ever be." They were both panting and flushed, clothing rumpled, half-clad, with wild hair and wilder eyes glaring at each other like animals, speechless with hurt and anger. Storm made the effort. She swallowed painfully and held out her hands, palms upwards. "Listen, Mark. I've got it all planned. If you went into timber selling to the mines, Daddy would give you the agency and we could live in Johannesburg." But Mark's anger was still on him, and his voice was rough and scaly with it. "Thank you," he said. "Then I could spend my life grubbing money for you to buy those ridiculous clothes, and don't you insult me, Mark Anders," she blazed. "Try me," Mark told her. "And that's what I'm going to be the rest of my life. If you loved me, you'd respect that. And if you loved me, you wouldn't want me to live in a grass hut. I love you," he shouted her down. "But you'll be my wife and you'll do what I decide. Don't challenge me, Mark Anders. I warn you. Don't ever do that. "I'll be your husband," he began, but she snatched up her boots and ran to her horse, stooping to loose the hobble and then flinging herself onto its back barefooted and looked down at him. She was breathless with anger, but she struggled to make her voice icy and cutting. "Don't take any bets on Thad." And she dragged the horse's head around and kicked him into a run. "Where is Missy?" Sean demanded as he unfolded his napkin and tucked the corner into his waistcoat, glancing at Storm's empty place at the table. "She's not feeling very well, dear," Ruth told him, as she began serving the soup, ladling it out of the fat-bellied tureen in a cloud of fragrant steam. "I allowed her to have her dinner sent up to her room. What's wrong with her?" Sean looked up with concern creasing his forehead. "It's nothing serious," said Ruth firmly, closing the door on further discussion. Sean stared at her for a moment, and then understanding dawned. "Oh," he said. The functions of the female body had always been shrouded for Sean Courtney in deepest mystery, and awakened in him an abiding awe. "Oh," he said again, and leaned forward to blow noisily on a spoonful of soup to cover his embarrassment, and the niggling resentment that his beloved child was a child no longer. Across the table, Mark applied himself to his spoon with equal determination, but with an empty, aching feeling below his ribs. "Where is Missy tonight?" Sean asked, with what was for him a certain diffidence. "Still not well. She telephoned Irene Luchar's this morning. Apparently the Luchars are having a huge party tonight and she wanted to go. She left after lunch. She's driving herself back to Durban in the Cadillac." "Where will she stay?" Sean demanded. "With the Luchars, naturally. She should have asked me." Sean frowned. "You were down at the sawmills all day, dear. The decision had to be made immediately, or she would have missed the party. I knew you wouldn't mind." Sean minded everything that took his daughter away from him, but he could not say so now. "I thought she hated Irene Luchar's," he complained. "That was last month," said Ruth. "I thought she was sick," Sean persisted. "That was last night. When is she coming home?" "She may stay in town for the race meeting at Grayville on Saturday." Mark Anders listened with the empty space in his chest turning to a great bottomless void. Storm had gone back to join that close group of rich, indolent and privileged young people, to their endless games and their eternal round of extravagant partying. And on Saturday Mark was leaving with 2 mules for the wilderness beyond Chaka's gate. Mark would never fathom how Dirk Courtney knew. To him, it seemed further evidence of the man's power, the tentacles of his influence that reached into every corner and crevice. "I understand you are to make the survey for the government, to decide whether it's worth developing the proclaimed area beyond Chaka's gate," he asked Mark. Mark could still hardly believe the fact that he stood unarmed and completely unprotected here at Great Longwood. His skin tingled with warning of deadly danger, his nerves were drawn like bowstrings, and he walked with exaggerated care, one hand clenched in the hip pocket of his breeches. Beside him, Dirk Courtney was tall and courteous and affable. When he turned to make that statement, he smiled a warm spread of the wide and handsome mouth, and he laid a hand on Mark's upper arm. A light but friendly touch, which shocked Mark as though a mamba had kissed him with its little flickering black tongue. How does he know it? Mark stared at him, his feet slowing so that he pulled gently away from Dirk's touch. If Dirk noticed the withdrawal, it did not show in his smile, and he let his hand fall naturally to his side and took the flat silver cigarette case from his jacket pocket. "Try one," he murmured. "They are made especially for me." Mark tasted the incense of the Swedish-Turkish tobacco, using the act of lighting the cigarette to cover his uncertainty and surprise. Only Sean Courtney and his close family knew, and of course the Prime Minister's office, if that was it, as it seemed it must be. Then Dirk Courtney's tentacles stretched far indeed. "Your silence I must take as confirmation," Dirk told him, as they came down the paved alleyway between 2 lines of whitewashed loose boxes. From over the half-doors, the horses stretched out their necks to Dirk, and he paused now and then to caress a velvety muzzle with surprisingly gentle fingers and to murmur an endearment. "You are a very silent young man." Dirk smiled that warm, endearing smile again. "I like a man who can keep his own counsel and respect the privacy of others." He turned to confront Mark, forcing him to meet his eyes. Dirk reminded Mark of some glossy cat, one of the big predators, not the tabby domestic variety. The leopard, golden and beautiful and cruel. He wondered at his own courage, or foolhardiness, in coming here right into the leopard's lair. A year ago it might have been suicidal to put himself in this man's hands. Even now, without Courtney's protection, he would never have dared. Yet although it was logical to believe that nobody, not even Dirk Courtney, would dare touch him, now that he was Courtney's protege with all that implied, yet prickles of apprehension nettled his spine as he looked into those leopard's eyes. Dirk took his elbow, not giving him opportunity to avoid the touch, and led him through a gateway to the stud pens. The two pens were enclosed with 10-foot-high pole fences, carefully padded to prevent damage to the expensive animals that would be confined here. The earth within the rectangular enclosures was ankle-deep with fresh sawdust, and though one was empty, there was a group of 4 grooms busy in the nearest pen. 2 of them had the mare on a double lead rein. She was a young animal, a deep red bay in color, and she had the beautiful balanced head of the Arab, wide nostrils which promised great heart and stamina and strong but delicate bones. Dirk Courtney placed a booted foot on the bottom rail of the pen and leaned forward to look at her with a gloating pride. "She cost me 1,000 guineas, he said, and it was a bargain." The 2 other grooms had the stallion in check, an old, heavily built animal with gray dappling his muzzle. He wore a girdle, strapped under his belly and up between the hind legs, a cage like an old-fashioned chastity belt of woven light chain that was called the teaser. It would prevent him effectively covering the mare. The grooms gave him rein to approach the mare, but the instant she felt his gentle nuzzling touch under her tail, she put her head down and lashed out with both back legs, a murderous hissing cut of hooves that flew within inches of the stallion's head. He snorted and backed away. Then, undeterred, he closed with her once more, reaching out to touch her flank, running his nose with a gentle over's touch across the glossy hide. But the mare made her skin shudder wildly, as though she were beset by bees, and she let out a screaming whinny of outrage at the importunate touch on her maidenly virtue. One of the grooms was dragged down on his knees as she flashed at the stallion with terrible yellow teeth, catching him in the neck and ripping open his old dappled hide in a shallow, bloody cut before they pulled her off. "Poor old beggar," murmured Mark, although the injury was superficial. It was the indignity of the whole business that aroused Mark's sympathy. The old stallion must endure the kicks and bites, until at last the temperamental filly was wooed and willing. Then he would be led away, his work done. "Never waste sympathy for the losers in this world," Dirk advised him. "There are too many of them in the sawdust-covered arena." The filly lifted her tail, the long glossy hairs forming a soft waving plume, and she urinated a sharp spurt that was evidence of her arousal. The stallion circled her, rolling back his upper lip, exposing his teeth, and his shoulder muscles spasmed violently as he nodded his head vigorously and reached out to her again. She stood quietly now, with her tail still raised, and trembled at the soft, loving touch of his muzzle, ready at last to accept him. "All right," Dirk shouted, "take him out." But it required the strength of both grooms to drag his head around and lead him out of the tall gate that Dirk swung open. "Strangely enough, I don't believe that you are one of this life's losers," Dirk told Mark easily as they waited by the gate. "That is why you are here at this moment. I only trouble myself with a certain type of man. Men with either talent or strength or vision or all of those virtues. I believe you may be of that type." Mark knew then that all this had been carefully arranged. The meeting with Peter Botts, Marion Littlejohn's brother-in-law, outside the post office in Ladysburg. The urgent summons to Dirk Courtney's estate he had delivered, so there was no opportunity to report to Sean Courtney and discuss the invitation. And now this erotic show of mating horses, all of it planned to confuse and unsettle Mark, to keep him unbalanced. "I think you are more like this," Dirk went on, as the grooms led in the stud stallion, an animal too valued to risk damaging by putting to an unwilling female. A tall horse, black as a rook's wing, high-stepping and proud, kicking the soft sawdust with polished hooves, and then coming up hard and trembling on stiff legs as he smelt the waiting mare. And the great black root grew out of his belly, long as a man's arm and as thick, arrogant, and with a flaring head that pulsed with a life of its own and beat impatiently against the stallion's chest. "The losers toil, and the winners take the spoil," said Dirk, as the huge beast reared up over the mare. One of the grooms darted forward to guide him, and the mare hunched her back to receive the long, gliding penetration. "The winners and the losers," he repeated, watching the stallion work with glistening bulging quarters, and Dirk's handsome face was flushed with high color, and his hands gripped the poles of the fence until the knuckles blanched like marble. When at last the stallion dropped back off the mare onto 4 legs, Dirk sighed, took Mark's elbow again and led him away. "You were present when I spoke with my father of my dream." "I was there," Mark agreed. "Oh, good," Dirk laughed genially. "You have a voice. I was beginning to doubt it, but my information is that you have a good brain also." Mark glanced at him sharply, and Dirk assured him, "Naturally, I have made it my business to find out all about you. You know certain details of my plans. I must be in a position to protect myself." They skirted the ornamental pond, below the homestead, the surface covered with flat lily pads, and the smell of their blooms light and sugary in the afternoon heat. And they went on through the formal rose garden, neither of them speaking again until they had entered the high-ceilinged and over-furnished study. Dirk had closed the wooden shutters against the heat, making the room cool and gloomy, and somehow forbidding. He waved Mark to a chair across from the fireplace and went to the table on which stood a silver tray of bottles and crystal. "Drink?" he asked, and Mark shook his head and watched Dirk pour from a black bottle. "You know my dream," Dirk spoke, still concentrating on his task. "What did you think of it?" "It's a large concept," Mark said cautiously. "Large?" Dirk laughed. "It's not the word I would have chosen." He saluted Mark with the glass and sipped at it, watching him over the rim. Strange how the fates work, Dirk thought, watching the slim, graceful figure. Twice I tried to be rid of the nuisance he could have caused me. If I had succeeded, I would not be able to use him now. He hitched one leg over the corner of his desk and set the glass aside carefully to leave both hands free, and he gesticulated as he talked. "We are talking of opening a whole new frontier, a huge step forward for our nation, work for tens of thousands of people, new towns, new harbors, railways, progress." He spread his hands, a gesture of growth and limitless opportunity. That one wonderful word that describes it all, progress. And anybody who tries to stop that is worse than a fool. He's a criminal, a traitor to his country, and should be treated as one. He should be brushed mercilessly aside by any means that comes to hand. He paused now and glowered at Mark. The threat was barely concealed, and Mark stirred restlessly in his chair. On the other hand, Dirk smiled suddenly, like a flooding beam of sunlight bursting through the gray overcast of a storm sky. "Every man who works towards the fulfillment of this huge concept will be fully entitled to a share of the rewards." "What do you want from me?" Mark asked, and the abrupt question caught Dirk with his hands poised and the next flight of oratory on his lips. He let the hands drop to his sides and watched Mark's face expectantly, as though there was something still to come. "And what are the rewards you speak of?" Mark went on, and Dirk laughed delightedly, Those were the words for which he had been waiting. Each man has a coin for which he will work. You know what I want from you, he said. Yes, I think I do, Mark agreed. Tell me what I want, Dirk laughed again. You want a report that recommends that the development of the Chaka's Gate proclaimed area as a national park is not practical. You said it, not me. Dirk picked up his glass again and lifted it to Mark. But nonetheless, I'll drink to it and the rewards. Mark went on. The satisfaction of knowing that you are doing your patriotic duty for the peoples of this nation, Dirk told him solemnly. I had all the satisfaction I need for a lifetime in France, Mark said softly. But I found out you can't eat or drink it, and Dirk laughed delightedly. That really is choice, I must remember it. Are you certain you won't have a drink? Mark smiled for the first time. Yes, I'll change my mind. Whiskey, please. Dirk stood up and went to the silver tray, and he realized that he felt a sneaking relief. If it had proved that this man had no price, as he had started to believe possible, it would have destroyed one of the headstones on which he had based his whole philosophy of life. But it was all right again now. The man had a price, and he felt a sudden contempt and scorn. It would be money, and a paltry sum at that. There was nothing different about this fellow. He turned back to Mark. Here is something you can drink. He gave him the crystal glass. Now let's discuss something you can eat. He went back to the desk, slid open one of the drawers, and took out of it a brown manila envelope, sealed with red wax. He laid it on the desktop and picked up his own glass. That contains an earnest of my goodwill, he said. How earnest? 1,000 pounds, Dirk said. Enough to buy a mountain of bread. One of your companies bought a farm from my grandfather, Mark spoke carefully. He had promised that farm to me, and he died without leaving any of the money. Dirk's expression had closed suddenly, and his eyes were wary and watchful. For a moment he played with the idea of feigning ignorance, but already he had admitted he had investigated Mark thoroughly. Yes, he nodded. I know about that. The old man wasted it all away. The price of that farm was 3,000 pounds, Mark went on. I feel that I am still owed that money. Dirk dropped his hand into the drawer again and brought out 2 identical sealed envelopes. He laid them carefully on top of the first envelope. By a strange coincidence, he said, I just happen to have that exact amount with me. A paltry sum indeed. He smiled his contempt. What had made him suspect that there was something unusual about this man? He wondered. In the desk drawer were 7 other identical manila envelopes, each containing 110-pound notes. He had been prepared to go that high for the report. No, he corrected himself. I would have been prepared to go further, much further. Come, he smiled, here it is. And he watched Mark Anders rise from the chair and cross the room, pick up the envelopes and slip them into his pocket. Sean Courtney's beard bristled like the quills on the back of an angry porcupine, and his face turned slowly to the color of a badly fired brick. Good God, he growled as he stared at the 3 envelopes on his desk top. The seals had been carefully split and the contents arranged in 3 purple-blue fans of crisp treasury bills. You took his money? Yes, sir, Mark agreed, standing in front of the desk like a wayward pupil before the head pedagogue. Then you have the brass to come to me with it. Sean made a gesture as though to sweep the piles of bills onto the floor. Take the filthy stuff away from me. Your first lesson, General. The money is always important, Mark said quietly. Yes, but what must I do with this? As patron of the Society for the Protection of African Wildlife, your duty would be to send the donor a letter of acceptance and thanks for his generous donation. What on earth are you talking about? Sean stared at him. What society is this? I have just formed it, sir, and elected you patron. I am sure we will be able to draw up a suitable memorandum of objects and rules of membership. But what it boils down to is a campaign to make people aware of what we are going to do, to gather public support. Mark spoke rapidly, pouring it all out, and Sean listened with the brick color of his face slowly returning to normal, and a slow but delighted grin pulling his beard out of shape. We'll use this money for advertisements in the press to make people aware of their heritage. Mark raced on, ideas tumbling out of him and immediately spawning new ideas while Sean listened, his grin becoming a spasmodic chuckle that shook his shoulders and then finally a great peal of laughter that went on for many minutes. Enough! At last he bellowed delightedly. Sit down, Mark, that's enough for now. And he groped for a handkerchief to mop his eyes and blow the great hooked beak of a nose like a trumpet while he recovered his self-control. It's indecent, he chortled, positively sacrilegious. You have no respect for money at all. It's unnatural. Oh yes, I have, but money is only a means, not an end, sir. Mark laughed also, for the general's mirth was contagious. My God, Mark, you are a prize, you really are. Wherever did I find you? He gave one last chuckle and then grew serious. He drew a clean sheet of paper from the side drawer and began to make notes. As though I haven't enough work already, he growled. Now let's draw up a list of objects for this bloody society of yours. They worked for nearly 3 hours, and Ruth Courtney had to come and call them to the dinner table. In a minute, dear, Sean told her, and placed a paperweight on the thick pile of notes he had made. He was about to rise when he frowned at Mark. You have chosen a dangerous enemy for yourself, young man, he warned him. Yes, I know, Mark nodded soberly. You say that with feeling. He stared at Mark questioningly. Mark hesitated a moment and then he began. You know my grandfather, John Anders, you spoke of him once before. Sean nodded and sank back into the padded leather chair. He had land 8,000 acres. He called it Andersland. Sean nodded again. And Mark went on carefully, telling it all without embellishment, stating the facts, and when he had to guess or make conjecture, stating that it was so. Again Ruth came to call them to dinner, just when Mark was describing the night on the escarpment when the gunmen had come to his camp. She was about to insist they come before the meal spoiled, but then she saw their faces and came silently to stand behind Sean's chair and listen, her face becoming paler and more set. He told them about Chaka's gate, how he had searched for his grandfather's grave and the men who had come to hunt him, and when he had finished the story they were all silent, until at last Sean roused himself, sighed, a gusty, sorrowful sound before he spoke. Why didn't you report this? Report what? Who would have believed me? You could have gone to the police. I have not a shred of evidence that points to Dirk Courtney except my own absolute certainty. And he dropped his eyes. It's such a wild, unlikely story that I was afraid to tell even you until this moment. Yes, Sean nodded. I can see that. Even now I don't want to believe it is true. I'm sorry, said Mark simply. I know it's true, but I don't want to believe it. Sean shook his head and lowered his chin onto his chest. Ruth, standing behind him, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Oh God, how much more must I suffer for him? He whispered, then lifted his head again. You will be in even greater danger now, Mark. I don't think so, General. I am under your protection, and he knows it. God grant that is enough, Sean muttered, but what can we do against him? How can we stop this? Sean paused, seeking the word, and then hissed it savagely, this monster. There is no evidence, Mark said. Nothing to use against him. He has been too clever for that. By far there is evidence, said Sean with complete certainty. If all this is true, then there is evidence somewhere. Trojan, the mule's broad back felt like a barrel under Mark, and the sun beat through his shirt so that his sweat rose in dark damp patches between his shoulder blades and at his armpits as he jogged down the bank of the Bubezi with Spartan, the second heavily burdened mule, following him on a lead rein. In the river bed on one of the sugary white sandbanks, he let the mules wade in knee-deep and begin to drink, sucking up the clear water noisily so that he could feel the animal's belly swelling between his knees. He pushed his hat onto the back of his head and wiped away the drops from his brow with one thumb as he looked up at the portals of Chaka's gate. They seemed to fall out of the sky like cascades of stone, sheer and eternal, so vast and solid that they dwarfed the land and the river at their feet. The double pannier on the back of the lead mule was the less onerous of the burdens that he had brought with him from the teeming reaches of civilization. He had brought also a load of guilt and remorse, the sorrow of a lost love, and the galling of duty left unperformed. But now, beneath the cliffs of Chaka's gate, he felt his burden lightening and his shoulders gathering strength. Something indefinable seemed to reach out to him from across the Bubezi River, a feeling of destiny running its appointed course, or more a sense of home coming. Yes, he thought, with sudden joy, I am coming home at last. Abruptly, Mark was in a hurry. He pulled up Trojan's reluctant head, with water still pouring from his loose, rubbery lips, and kicked him forward into the swirling green eddy of the river, slipping from the saddle to swim beside him when he lost his footing. As the big soup plate hooves touched bottom, he threw his leg back across the saddle and rode up the far bank, his breeches clinging to his thighs and his sodden shirt streaming water. Suddenly, for the first time in a week, and for no good reason, he laughed, a light, unstrained burst of laughter that hung about men like a shimmering halo long afterwards. The sound was so low, and the hooves of Trojan the gray mule were plugging into the soft earth along the river with a rhythmic chuffing sound, so that Mark was not sure of what he had heard. He reined Trojan to a stop and listened. The silence was so complete that it seemed to hiss like static, and when a wood dove gave its melodious and melancholy whistle a mile along the river, it seemed close enough to touch. Mark shook his head and flicked the reins. At the first hoof fall, the sound came again, and this time there was no mistaking it. The hair down the nape of Mark's neck prickled, and he straightened quickly out of his comfortable saddle slouch. He had heard that sound only once before, but in circumstances that made certain he would never forget it. It was close, very close, coming from the patch of thick green riverine bush between him and the river, a tangled thicket of wild loquat and hanging lianas, typical cover for the animal that had called. It was a weird, unearthly sound, a fluid sound, almost like liquor poured from the neck of a stone jug, and only one who had heard it before would recognize the distress and warning call of a fully grown leopard. Mark swung the mule away and set him lumbering up the rising ground until he reached the spreading shade of a leadwood, where he tethered him and loosened his girth. Then he slipped the marmliquor out of its scabbard and quickly checked the loaded magazine. The fat brass cartridges with their copper-jacketed noses were still bright and slick with wax, and he snapped the bolt closed. He carried the rifle casually in his left hand, for he had no intention at all of using it. Instead, he was aware of a pleasurable glow of excitement and anticipation. In the 2 months of hard riding and walking since his return to Chaka's gate, this was the first chance he had been given of sighting a leopard. There were many leopard along the Bubezi. He had seen their sign almost daily, and heard them sawing and coughing in the night. Always the leopard and the kudu are the last to give way before man and his civilization. Their superior cunning and natural stealth protect them long after the other species have succumbed. Now he had a chance at a sighting. The patch of riverine bush, though dense, was small, and he longed for a sighting, even if just a flash of yellow in deep shade, something concrete, a firm entry in his logbook, another species to add to the growing list of his head count. He circled out cautiously, his eyes flickering from the thick green wall of bush to soft ground at his feet, checking for spoor as well as for actual sight of the yellow cat. Just above the steep river bank he stopped abruptly and stared down before going on to one knee to touch the earth. They weren't leopard tracks, but others he had grown to know and recognize. There was no special distinguishing characteristic, no missing toes, no scarring or deformity, but Mark's trained eye recognized the shape and size, the slight spraying toe and way the man walked, the length of his stride and a toe-heavy impression, that of a quick, alert tread. The distress call of the animal in the thicket made sense now. "Pungush," said Mark quietly. The jackal at work again. The tracks were doubled, entering the thicket and returning. The inward tracks seemed deeper, less extended, as though the man carried a burden, but the outward tracks were lighter. The man walked freely. Slowly, Mark edged in towards the thicket, following the man's prints. Pausing for long minutes to examine the undergrowth carefully every few paces, or squatting down to give himself better vision along the ground under the hanging hanas and branches. Now that he knew what he was going to find, the pleasurable glow of excitement had given way to the chill of anger and the cold knowledge of mortal danger. Something white caught his eye in the gloomy depths of the thicket. He stared at it moments before he saw the white, bleeding pith of a tree trunk, where it had been ripped by the claws of an anguished beast, long raking marks deep through the dark, woody bark. His anger slid in his belly like an uncoiling serpent. He moved sideways and slowly forward, the rifle held ready now, low across his hips, 3 paces before he stopped again. On the edge of the thicket there was an area of flattened grass and scrub. The soft black leaf-mold earth had been churned and disturbed. Something heavy had been dragged back and forth, and there was a fleck of wet red lit by a single beam of falling sunlight that might have been the petal of a wild flower or a drop of blood. He heard another sound then, the clink of metal on metal, link on link. Steel chain moved stealthily in the dark depths of the thicket, and it sighted him. He knew where the animal was lying now, and he moved out sideways, crabbing step after step, slipping the safety catch of the rifle and holding it at high port across his chest. White again, unnatural white, a round blob of it against dark foliage, and he froze staring at it. Long seconds passed before he realized that it was the raw wood of a cut log, a short fork-shaped log as thick as a young girl's waist, so freshly cut that the gum was still bleeding from it in sticky wine-colored drops. He saw also the twist of stolen fencing wire that held the chain to the log. The log was the anchor, a sliding drag weight which would hold the trapped animal without giving it a solid pull against which to pit itself and tear itself free. The chain clinked again. The leopard was within 20 paces of him. He knew exactly where it was, but he could not see it. And as he stared, his mind was racing, remembering everything he had heard about the animal, the old man's stories. You won't see him until he comes, and even then he will only be a yellow flash of light like a sunbeam. He won't warn you with a grunt, not like a lion. He comes absolutely silently, and he won't chew your arm or grab you in the shoulder. He'll go for your head. He knows all about 2-legged animals. He feeds mostly on baboon, so he knows where your head is. He'll take the top off your skull quicker than you open your breakfast egg, and for good measure his back legs will be busy on your belly. You've seen a cat lie on his back and hook with his back legs when you scratch his belly. He'll cat you the same way, but he'll strip your guts out of you just like a chicken. And he'll do it so quickly that if there are 4 of you in the hunting party, he'll kill 3 of them before the 4th man gets his gun to his shoulder. Mark stood absolutely still and waited. He could not see the animal, but he could feel it, could feel its eyes. They stung his skin like the feet of poisonous crawling insects, and he remembered the shiny marble white scar tissue that Courtney had shown him once in one of those mellow moments after the 4th whiskey, pulling up his shirt and flexing muscle, so the cicatrice bulged with the gloss of satin. Leopard, he had said. Devil cat, the worst bastard in all the bush. He felt his feet pulling back slowly, and the dead leaves rustled. He could walk away and leave it, come back when the vultures told him the animal was dead or too weak to be a danger. Then he imagined the terror and anguish of the animal, and suddenly it was not the animal, but his animal, his charge, his sacred charge, and he stepped forward. The chain clinked again, and the leopard came. It came with a terrible silent rush, and in the blurring, streaming charge, only the eyes blazed. They blazed yellow with hatred and fear and agony. The chain flailed out behind it, spinning and snapping, and as Mark brought the rifle up the last 6 inches to his shoulder, he saw the trap hanging on its foreleg like a sinister gray metallic crab. The heavy steel trap slowed the charge just that fraction. Time seemed to pass with a dreamlike slowness, each microsecond falling heavily as drops of thick oil, so that he saw that the leopard's foreleg above the grip of the steel jaws was eaten through. He felt his stomach turn over as he realized that the frenzied animal had gnawed through its own bone and flesh and sinew in its desperate try for freedom. The leg was held by only a thread of bloody, ragged skin, and that last thread snapped at the heavy jerk of the steel trap. The leopard was free, mad with pain and fear, as it launched itself at Mark's head. The muzzle of the marmlicker almost touched the broad, flat forehead. He was so close that he could see the long white whiskers bristling from the puckered, snarling lips like grass stalks stiff with the morning frost, and the yellow fangs behind wet black lips, the furry pink tongue arched across the open throat, and the eyes, the terrible hating yellow eyes. Mark fired and the bullet clubbed the skull open. The yellow eyes blinked tightly at the jarring shock, and the head was wrenched backwards, twisted on the snake-like neck, while the lithe body lost its grace and lightness and turned heavy and shapeless in midair. It fell like a sack at Mark's feet, and tiny droplets of brilliant red blood spattered the scuffed toe cap of Mark's boot and glittered there like cut rubies. Mark touched the open, staring eye, but the fierce yellow light was fading, and there was no blinking reflex of the eyelids with their long, beautiful fans of dark lashes. The leopard was dead, and Mark sat down heavily in the leaf mold beside the carcass and groped for his cigarette tin. The hand that held the match shook so violently that the flame fluttered like a moth's wing. He shook out the flame, threw the match away, and then stroked his open palm across the soft, thick fur, the amber gold dabbed with the distinctive rosettes of black, as though touched by the 5 bunched fingertips of an angel's right hand. "Pungush, you bastard," he whispered again. The animal had died for that golden dappled hide, for the few silver shillings that it would bring when sold in the village market, at a country railway halt, or on the side of a dusty road. A death in unspeakable agony and terror to make a rug or a coat for a lady. Mark stroked the glowing fur again, and felt his own fear give way to anger for the man who had saved his life once, and who he had hunted these 2 months. He stood up and went to the steel trap, lying at the end of its chain. The severed leg was still held between the relentless jaws, and Mark squatted to examine it. The trap was the type they call a slag uster, a killing iron, and the spikes of the jaws had been carefully filed to bite but not sever. It weighed at least 30 pounds, and it would take a thick branch to lever those jaws open and reset the mechanism. The steel was dark and sooty, where the poacher had scorched it with a torch of dry grass to kill the man-smell on the metal. Lying at the edge of the thicket was the half-decomposed carcass of a baboon, the odoriferous bait which had been irresistible to the big yellow cat. Mark reloaded the manlicker, and his anger was so intense that he would have shot down the man who had done this thing, if he had come across him in that moment, despite the fact that he owed him his life. He walked back up the slope and unsaddled Trojan, hobbled him with the leather straps, and hung his saddlebags in the branches of the leadwood out of the way of a questing hyena or badger. Then he went back and picked up the poacher's spoor at the edge of the thicket. He knew it would be useless to follow on the mule. The poacher would be alerted at a mile range by that big, clumsy animal, but he had a chance on foot. The spoor was fresh and the poacher's camp would be close. He would not stray far from such a valuable asset as his steel trap. Mark had a very good chance. He would be cagey, of course, sly and cunning, for he would know that it was now forbidden to hunt in the valley. Mark had visited each village, spoken with each tribal headman, and drank his beer while he explained to him the new order. The poacher knew that he was outside the law. Mark had followed his spoor so often, and the precautions Pungush took, the elaborate ruses to throw any pursuit, made it clear that he was in guilt. But now Mark had a good chance at him. The spoor crossed the river half a mile downstream, and then started to zigzag back and forth among the scrub and forest and brush as the poacher visited his trap line. The leopard trap was clearly the center of his line, but he was noosing for small game, using light galvanized baling wire, probably purchased for a few shillings at a country general dealer's store. He was also using copper telegraph wire, probably obtained by blatantly scaling a telegraph pole in some lonely place. He was trapping for jackal, baiting with offal, and he was trapping indiscriminately at salt licks and mud wallows, any place that might attract small game. Following the trap line diligently, Mark sprang every wire noose and ripped it out. He closed rapidly with his quarry, but it was 3 hours before he found the poacher's camp. It was under the swollen, bloated reptilian gray branches of a baobab tree. The tree was old and rotten, its huge trunk cleaved by a deep hollow, a cave that the poacher had used to shield his small, smokeless cooking fire. The fire was dead now, carefully smothered with sand, but the smell of dead smoke led Mark to it. The ashes were cold. Tucked away in the deepest recess of the hollow tree were 2 bundles tied with plaited bark string. One bundle held a greasy gray blanket, a carved wooden headrest, a small black 3-legged pot, and a pouch of impala skin which contained 2 or 3 pounds of yellow maize and strips of dried meat. The poacher traveled light and moved fast. The other bundle contained 15 jackal skins, sundried and crackling stiff, beautiful furs of silver and black and red, and 2 leopard skins, a big dark golden torn and a smaller half-grown female. Mark relit the fire and threw the blanket, the headrest and the bag upon it, deriving a thin vindictive satisfaction as they smoldered and blackened. He smashed the iron pot with a rock, and then he slung the roll of dried skins on his shoulder and started back. It was almost dark when he got back to the leopard thicket beside the river. He dropped the heavy bundle of dried skin, which by this time felt like a 100-weight sack of coal on his shoulder, and he stared uncomprehendingly at the leopard's carcass. It swarmed with big green metallic shiny flies. They were laying their eggs on the dead flesh, like bunches of white boiled rice, but what astonished Mark was that the carcass was naked. It had been expertly stripped of its golden fur, and now it was a raw pink, laced with yellow fat and the white tracery of muscle ligaments. The head was bare, the mask stripped away so that dull, startled eyes started out of the skull like marbles, and tufts of black hair sprang from the open ear holes. The fangs were exposed in a fixed yellow grin. Quickly Mark ran to the anchor log. The chain and trap were gone. It was fully a minute before the next logical step occurred to him. He ran up the slope to the leadwood tree. Trojan was gone. The hobbling straps had been cut with a razor-sharp blade and laid out neatly under the leadwood tree. Trojan, unexpectedly relieved of his hobble, had reacted gratefully in a fully predictable manner. He had set off, arrow straight through the forest, back home to his rude stable, his nightly ration of grain, and the congenial company of his old buddy Spartan. It was a 15-mile walk back to main camp, and it would be dark in 15 minutes. The saddlebags had been taken down from the tree, and the contents meticulously picked over. What Pungush had rejected, he had folded and stacked neatly on a flat rock. He clearly did not think much of William Shakespeare. His tragedies had been put aside, and he had left Mark his chamois hunting jacket, a last-minute gift from Courtney. He had taken the gentleman's sleeping bag, which had once belonged to General Courtney, with its built-in ground sheet and genuine eider filling, 25 guineas worth from Harrods of London, good exchange for a threadbare greasy blanket and wooden headrest. He had taken the cooking pot, pannikin and cutlery, the salt and flour and bully beef, but had left a single tin of beans. He had taken the clean shirt and khaki trousers, but had left the spare woolen socks and rubbit-soled boots. Perhaps it was chance that the boots pointed downstream to Mark's camp, or was it mockery? A can of beans and boots to carry Mark home. Through the red mists of his humiliation and mounting rage, Mark glimpsed suddenly a whimsical sense of humor at work. The man had been watching him. Mark was sure of that now. His selection from the saddlebags echoed too faithfully what Mark had burned of his. In his imagination, Mark heard the deep bell of Zulu laughter, and he snatched up the mannlicher and picked up Pungush's outgoing spoor. He followed it for only 100 yards and then stopped. Pungush was heavily laden with trap, wet skin, and booty, but he had hit the Zulu's stride Minza Umlabathi, and he was eating ground to the north at a pace which Mark knew was pointless to try and imitate. He walked back to the leadwood tree and sank down beside the trunk. His rage turned to acute discomfort at the thought of the 15-mile walk home, carrying the saddlebags and the roll of dried skins, for honor dictated he did not abandon his meager spoils. Suddenly he began to laugh, a helpless, hopeless shaking of his shoulders, and he laughed until tears ran down his cheeks and his belly ached. "Pungush, I'll get even for this," he promised weakly through his laughter. It rained after midnight, a quick hard downpour, just enough to soak Mark and to bow the grass with clinging drops. Then a small chill wind came nagging like an old wife, and the wet grass soaked his boots until they squelched and chafed with each step, and his cigarettes had disintegrated into a yellow porridge of mangled tobacco and limp rice paper, and the roll of skin and the saddle and the bags cut into his shoulders, and he did not laugh again that night. In the pre-dawn, the cliffs of Chaka's Gate were purple and milky smooth, flaming suddenly with the sun's ardent kiss in vivid rose and bronze. But Mark plodded on under his burden, tired beyond any appreciation of beauty, beyond feeling or even caring, until he came out of the forest onto the bank of the Bubezi River and stopped in mid-stride. He sniffed in total disbelief, and was immediately assailed by the demands of his body, the quick flood of saliva from under his tongue and the cramping of his empty belly. It was the most beautiful odor he had ever smelled, bacon frying and eggs in the pan, slowly gelling and firming in the sizzling fat. He knew it was only a figment of his exhaustion, for he had eaten his last bacon 6 weeks before. Then his ears played tricks also. He heard the ring of an axe blade on wood and the faint melody of Zulu voices, and he lifted his head and stared ahead through the forest into his old camp below the wild figs. There was a cone of pristine white canvas, an officer's bell tent, recently pitched beside his own rudely thatched Linta shelter. The campfire had been built up, and Hlubai, the old Zulu cook, was busy with his pans over it, while beyond the flames in a collapsible canvas camp chair, sitting comfortably, was the burly figure of General Courtney, watching his breakfast cook with a critical eye. He looked up and saw Mark, bedraggled and dirty as an urchin at the edge of the camp, and his grin was wide and boyish. "Hlubai," he said in Zulu, "another 4 eggs and a pound of bacon." Sean Courtney's vast energy and enthusiasm were the beacon flames that made the next week one of the memorable interludes in Mark's life. He would always remember him as he was in those days, belly laughing at Mark's woe and frustration with Pungush, and then still chuckling, calling to his servants and repeating the story to them, with his own comments and embellishments, until they rocked and reeled with mirth and old fat Hlubai overturned a pan of eggs, his great paunch bouncing like a ball and his cannonball of a head, with its hoar-frosting of pure white wool, rolling uncontrollably from side to side. Mark, half-starved on a diet of bully and beans, gorged himself on the miraculous food that flowed from Hlubai's spade-sized, pink-palmed hands. He was amazed at the style in which Courtney braved the hardships of the African bush, from his full-sized hip bath to the portable kerosene-burning icebox that delivered endless streams of frothing cold beer against the stunning heat of midday. Why travel in steerage when you can go first class? Sean asked, and winked at Mark as he spread a large-scale map of northern Zululand on the camp table. Now, what have you got to tell me? Their discussions lasted late into each night, with a petromax hissing in the tree overhead and the jackals yipping and piping along the river, and in the days they rode the ground. Courtney up on Spartan, so clearly enjoying every moment of it, with the vitality of a man half his age, keeping going without a check even in the numbing heat of noon, inspecting the site that Mark had chosen for the main camp, arguing as to where the Bubezi Bridge should be built, following the road through the forest where Mark had blazed the trees, exulting at the sight of a big black Nyala ram with his heavy mane and ghostly stripes, as it raced away panic-stricken by the approach of man. Sitting in his hip bath under the fig trees, up to his waist in creaming white suds, with a cigar in his mouth and a long glass of beer in his hand, bellowing for Lubai to top up with boiling water from the big kettle when his bath cooled. Big and scarred and hairy, and Mark realized then what a wide space this man had filled in his life. As the day drew closer when he must leave again, Sean's mood changed, and in the evenings he brooded over the list of animals that Mark had compiled. 50 zebra. He read Mark's estimate and poured the last few inches of whiskey from the pinch bottle into his glass. On the Sabai River in '98, a single herd crossed in front of my wagons. It took 40 minutes at the gallop to go by, and the leaders were over the horizon when the tail passed us. There were 30,000 animals in that one herd. No elephant? He asked, looking up from the list, and when Mark shook his head he went on softly, we thought it would last forever. In '99, when I rode into Pretoria from the north, I had 10 tons of ivory on board. 10 tons, 20,000 pounds of ivory. No lions there. And again Mark shook his head. I don't think so, General. I've seen no sign of them nor heard them in the night, but when I was a boy I shot one near here. I was with my grandfather. Yes, Sean nodded. When you were a boy, but what about your son, Mark? Will he ever see a lion in the wild? Mark did not answer, and Sean grunted, no lions on the Bubezi River. God, what have we done to this land? He stared into the fire. I wonder if it was mere chance that you and I met, Mark. You have opened my eyes and conscience. It was I and men like me that did this. He shook that great shaggy head and groped in the side pocket of his baggy hunting jacket and produced a leather-bound pocket-sized book, a thick little volume, well-thumbed and shiny with the grease of grubby hands. Mark did not recognize it for a moment, but when he did, he was startled. I did not know you read the book, he exclaimed, and Sean glanced up at him from under beetling brows. I read it, he said gruffly. The older I get, the more I read it. There is a lot of solace here. But sir, Mark persisted, you never go to church. This time Sean frowned as though he resented the prying questions. I live my religion, he said. I don't go singing about it on Sunday and drop it for the rest of the week like some I know. His tone was final, forbidding further discussion, and he turned his attention to the battered volume. He had marked his place with a pressed wild flower, and the Bible fell open at the right page. I found it last night, he told Mark, as he propped the steel-rimmed spectacles on his nose. It seemed like an omen, and I marked it to read to you. Matthew X. He cleared his throat and read slowly. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a farthing? And one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father. When he had finished, he tucked the Bible away in his pocket, and they were both silent, thinking about it and watching the shapes in the ashes of the fire. Then perhaps he will help us to save the sparrow from its fall, here at Chaka's gate, said Sean, and he leaned forward to take a burning twig from the fire. He lit a fresh cigar with it and puffed deeply, savoring the taste of wood smoke and tobacco before speaking again. It is just unfortunate that it all comes at a time like this. It will be the end of the next year before we can make an official move to have the proclamation ratified and budget for full development here. Mark was instantly alert and his voice sharp as he demanded, "Next year, I'm afraid so. But why so long?" "The grim reality of politics, son," Sean growled. "We have just received a shattering blow and all else must wait while we play the game of power." "What has happened?" Mark asked with real concern now. "I haven't read a newspaper in 2 months. I wish I were that lucky." Sean smiled without humor. "There was a by-election in a little place up in the Transvaal. It's a seat that has always been ours, a good safe seat, in the hands of a respected backbencher of great loyalty and little intellect. He had a heart attack in the dining room of the house, expiring between the soup and the fish. We went to our safe little constituency to elect a new member." Here Sean paused, and his expression went bleak, "and we got the trouncing of our lives. A 15% swing to the Herzog party. They fought us on our handling of the strike last year, and it was a disaster." "I didn't know. I'm sorry. If that swing, 15%, carries for the whole country, then we will be in opposition after the next election. Everything else is of no significance. General Smuts has decided to go to the country next year in March, and we will be fighting for our existence. Until then, we cannot introduce this type of legislation or ask for funds." Mark felt cold despair spread out to numb his very fingertips. "What happens here?" he asked. "In the meantime, must we stop what I am doing? Do we just leave it? Another year of poaching and hunting, another year without protection or development." Sean shook his head. "I've had my people studying the existing proclamation. We have powers there that we can enforce, but no money to do it." "You can't do anything without money," said Mark miserably. "Ah, so at last a little respect for the power of money." Sean shot him a thin smile across the fire, and then went on seriously. "I've decided to finance the development and running of the proclaimed area until I get a budget allocation for it. I'll foot the bill from my own pocket. Perhaps I'll get reimbursed from the budget later, but if I don't," he shrugged, "I reckon I owe that much at least. I've had a pretty good run. It won't need much." Mark rushed in eagerly, but Sean quieted him irritably. "You'll get the same salary as before, and we'll make a start on the main camp. I'm going to give you 4 men to do the work," he went on, speaking quietly. "We'll have to make do without a bridge across the river and only a wagon track for our first road, but it'll be a start, and let's just hope like hell we win our election." On the last day at breakfast, Sean laid a folder in front of Mark. "I talked Caldwell, the man who did the drawings for Jock of the Bushveld, into designing the layout." He smiled as Mark opened the folder. "I wanted you to get the best for your £3,000. In the folder was a mock-up of the full-page press announcement which would launch the Friends of African Wildlife. The margin contained magnificent line drawings of wild animals, and under the heavy typed announcement was set out the objects of the society, and an eloquent plea for support and membership. I had my lawyers draft the articles and draw up the wording. We'll run it in every newspaper in the country. The Society's address is the head office of Courtney Holdings, and I have taken on a full-time clerk to handle all the paperwork. I've also got a young journalist to edit the Society's newspaper. He's full of ideas and caught up in the whole thing. With luck, we'll get huge public support behind us. It's going to cost more than £3,000. Mark was torn between delight and concern for the size to which his simple idea had grown. "Yes," Sean laughed. "It's going to cost more than £3,000, which reminds me. I sent Dirk Courtney a receipt for his money and a life membership of the Society." The joke carried them over the awkwardness of the last moments before departure. Sean's bearers disappeared among the trees, carrying head-loads of equipment to where the motor lorry had been left on the nearest road 20 miles beyond the cliffs of Chaka's Gate, and Sean lingered regretfully. "I'm sad to go," he admitted. It's been a good time, but I feel stronger now, ready to face whatever the bastards have got to throw at me." He looked about him, taking farewell of river and mountain and wilderness. "There is magic here." He nodded. "Look after it well, son," and he held out his hand. It was Mark's last opportunity to ask the question which he had tried to ask a dozen times already, but each time Sean had turned it aside or simply ignored it. But now he had to have an answer, and he took Sean's big gnarled bony fist in a grip that would not be denied. "You haven't told me how Storm is, sir. How is she? Is she well? How is her painting?" he blurted. It seemed even then that Sean would not be drawn. He stiffened angrily, made as if to pull his hand away, and then the anger faded before it reached his eyes. For a moment there showed in the deep-set eyes a dark, unfathomable grief, and his grip tightened on Mark's hand like a steel trap. "Storm was married a month ago, but I have not seen her since you left Lion Cop," he said, and he dropped Mark's hand. Without another word, he turned and walked away. For the first time he went slowly and heavily, swaying against the drag of his bad leg, shuffling like an old man, a very tired old man. Mark wanted to run after him, but his own heart was breaking and his legs would not carry him. He stood forlornly and watched Sean Courtney limp away into the trees. The natal number 2 came in along the line, his pony's hooves kicking up little spurts of white marking grime like a machine gun traversing, and he caught the ball 2 feet before it dribbled out of play. He leaned low out of the saddle and took it backhanded under his pony's neck, a full-blooded stroke that finished with the mallet high above his head, and the ball rose in a floating arc, a white blur against the stark blue of summer sky. From the clubhouse veranda and the deck chairs beneath the colored umbrellas, applause splattered above the drum of hooves, and then rose into a swelling hum as they saw that Derek Hunt had anticipated. He was coming down in a hard canter with Saladin not yet asked to extend. Saladin was a big pony, with a mean and ugly head that he cocked to watch the flight of the white ball, his overlarge nostrils flaring so the shiny redus membrane flashed like a flag. The eye that Muko watched the ball rolled in the gaunt skull, giving the horse a wild and half-crazed air. He was of that raggedy roan and gray that no amount of currying would ever brighten into a gloss, and his hooves looked like those of a cart horse. He had to lift them high in the ungainly action that was quickly carrying him ahead of the hard-running Argentinian pony at his shoulder. Derek sat him as though he were an armchair, idly penduluming his stick from his wrist, his pith helmet hard down over his ears and strapped up tightly under the chin. His belly bulged out over the belt of his breeches. His arms were long and thick as those of a chimpanzee, covered in a thick fuzz of ginger hair. The skin was heavily freckled and had a raw red look between the freckles, as though it had been scalded with boiling water. His face was the same raw, painful-looking red, tinged by the purplish glaze of the very heavy drinker, and he was sweating. The sweat glistened like early dew on his face and dripped from his chin. His short-sleeved cotton singlet looked as though he had been caught in a tropical downpour. It clung to the thick bear-like shoulders, and was stretched so tightly over his bulging paunch and so transparent with wetness, that you could see the deep, dark pit of his belly button from the sidelines. At each jar, as Saladin's hooves struck the hard-baked earth, Derek Hunt's great backside and the tight-fitting white breeches quivered like a jelly in the saddle. 2 Argentinian ponies were cutting across field to cover, their handsome riders olive-skinned and dashing as cavalry officers, ridding with huge verge and excited Spanish cries, and Derek grinned under his bristling ginger mustache as the ball started its long plummeting curve back to earth. "Christ," drawled one of the members on the clubhouse steps. The ugliest horse in Christendom, and he raised his pink gin to salute Saladin, and the ugliest 4-goal handicapper in the entire world on his back, agreed the masher beside him. Poor bloody Dagos should turn to stone just looking at them. Saladin and the Argentinian number 1 arrived at the drop of the ball at exactly the same moment. The Argentinian rose in the saddle to trap the fall, his white teeth sparkling under the trim black pencil line of his mustache, the smooth, darkly tanned muscles of his arm bulging as he prepared to go on to the forehand drive, his sleekly beautiful pony wheeling into line for the shot, nimble and quick as a ferret. Then an extraordinary thing happened. Derek Hunt sat fat-gutted and heavy in the saddle, and nobody could see the touch of rein and heel that made Saladin switch his quarters. The Argentinian pony cannoned off him as though she had hit a granite copy, and the rider went over her head, going in an instant from balanced perfection to sprawling, windmilling confusion, falling heavily in a cloud of red dust, and rolling to his knees to scream hysterical protest to the umpire and the skies. Derek leaned slightly, and there was the tap of mallet against bamboo root, a gentle, almost sulphur-acing little tap, and the ball dropped meekly ahead of Saladin's slugging, hammering head. It bounced once, twice, and then came up obediently for the next light tap that kept it hopping down the field. The Argentinian number 4 swept in from the right, with all the smooth-running grace of a charging lioness, and the roar of the crowd carried across the open field, spurring him on to make the challenge. He shouted a wild Spanish oath, his eyes flashing with excitement. Smoothly, Derek changed the mallet from his right hand to his left and tapped the bouncing white ball onto his offside, forcing the Argentinian to increase the angle of his interception. The instant he was drawn, Derek cropped hard, lofting the ball in an easy lob high over the Argentinian's head. He said, "Ha," but not loudly, and touched Saladin with his heels. The big, ugly roan stretched out his neck and extended, with Derek moving now to help him push. They ran past the Argentinian as though he had indeed turned to stone. They left him floundering in their wake and picked up the ball beyond him. Tap, tap, and tap again. He ran it down through the exact center of the stubby goal posts and then turned and trotted back to the pony lines. Chuckling so that his belly bounced, Derek swung one leg forward over Saladin's neck and slid down to the ground, letting him go free to the grooms. "I'll take Satan for the next chucka," he shouted in that beery, throaty voice. Storm Courtney saw him coming and knew what was going to happen. She tried to rise, but she was slow and clumsy. The child in her womb anchored her like a stone. "One for the poor, what?" shouted Derek, and caught her with one long, ginger-fuzzed, boiled red arm. The sweat on his face was icy cold and smeared down her own cheek, and he smelled of sour beer and horse. He kissed her with an open mouth, in front of Irene Luchars and the 4 other girls, and their husbands and all the grinning grooms and the members on the veranda. She thought desperately that she was going to be ill. The acid vomit rose into her throat, and she thought she was going to throw up in front of them all. "Idrek, my condition," she whispered desperately, but he held her under his one arm as he took the bottle of beer that one of the white-jacketed club servants brought on a silver tray, and scorning the glass, he drank straight from the bottle. She struggled to be free, but he held her easily with immense and careless strength, and he belched, a ripping explosion of gas. "One for the poor," he shouted again, and they all laughed like courtiers at the king's jest. Good old Derek. Law unto himself, old Derek. He dropped the empty bottle. "Keep it until I get back, wifey." He laughed and took one of her swollen breasts in his huge, raw-knuckled, red-boiled hand and squeezed it painfully. She felt cold and trembly and weak with humiliation and hatred. She had missed a month many times before, so Storm did not begin to worry until the second blank came up on her pocket diary. She had been about to tell Mark then, but that had been the time they had parted. Still, she had expected it all to resolve itself, but as the weeks passed, the enormity of it all began to reach her in her gold and ivory castle. This sort of thing happened to other girls, common working girls, ordinary girls. It did not happen to Storm Courtney. There were special rules for young ladies like Storm. When it was certain, beyond all doubt, the first person she thought of was Mark Anders. As the panic caught at her heart with fiery little barbs, she wanted to rush to him and throw her arms about his neck. Then that stubborn and completely uncontrollable pride of the Courtneys smothered the impulse. He must come to her. She had decided he must come on her terms, and she could not bring herself to change the rules she had laid down. Though still, even in her distress, her chest felt tight and her legs shaky and weak whenever she thought of Mark. She had wept silently in the night when she had first left Mark, and now she wept again. She longed for him even more now with his child growing in the secret depths of her body. But that perverse and distorted pride would not release its bulldog hold on her, would not allow her even to let him know of her predicament. "Don't challenge me, Mark Anders," she had warned him, and he had done it. She hated him and loved him for that. But now she could not bend. The next person she thought of was her mother. She and Ruth Courtney had always been close. She had always been able to rely on her mother's loyalty and shrewdly practical hard sense. Then she was stopped dead by the knowledge that if Ruth were told, then her father would know within hours. Ruth Courtney kept nothing from Sean, or he from her. Storm's soul quailed at the thought of what would happen once her father knew that she carried a bastard. The immense indulgent love he had for her would make his anger and retribution more terrible. She knew also Mark would be destroyed by it. Her father was too strong, too persistent, and single-minded for her to believe she would be able to keep Mark's name from him. He would squeeze it out of her. She knew of her father's affection for Mark Anders. It had been apparent for anyone to see, but that affection would not have been sufficient to save either of them. Sean Courtney's attitude to his daughter was bound by iron laws of conduct, the old-fashioned view of the father that left no latitude for maneuver. Mark Anders had contravened those iron laws, and Sean would destroy him, despite the fact he had come to love him, and in doing so, he would destroy a part of himself. He would reject and drive out his own daughter, even though it left him ruined and broken with grief. So for her father's sake and for Mark Anders' sake, she could not go for comfort and help to her mother. She went instead to Irene Luchars, who listened to Storm's hesitant explanations with rising glee and anticipation. "But you silly darling, didn't you take precautions?" Storm shook her head glumly, not quite certain what Irene meant by precautions, but certain only that she hadn't taken them. "Who was it, darling?" was the next question, and Storm shook her head again, this time fiercely. "Oh dear," Irene rolled her eyes. "That many candidates for the daddy. You are a dark horse, Storm darling. Can't one actually do something?" Storm asked miserably. "You mean an abortion, darling?" Irene asked brutally and smiled a sly, spiteful smile when Storm nodded. He was a tall, pale man, very gray and stooped, with a reedy voice and hands so white as to be almost transparent. Storm could see the blue veins and the fragile ivory bones through the skin. She tried not to think of those pale, transparent hands as they pried and probed, but they were cold and cruelly painful. Afterwards, he had washed those pale hands at the kitchen sink of his small gray apartment with such exaggerated care that Storm had felt her pain and embarrassment enhanced by a sense of affront. The cleansing seemed to be a personal insult. "I imagine you indulge in a great deal of physical activity, horse riding, tennis?" he asked primly, and when Storm nodded he made a little sucking and glucking sound of disapproval. The female body was not designed for such endeavor. You are very narrow and your musculature is highly developed. Furthermore, you are at least 10 weeks pregnant. At last he had finished washing, and now he began to dry his hands on a threadbare but clinically white towel. "Can you help me?" Storm demanded irritably, and he shook his pale gray head slowly from side to side. "If you had come a little earlier," and he spread the white transparent hands in a helpless gesture. They had drawn up a list of names, she and Irene, and each of the men on the list had two things in common. They were in love, or had professed to be in love with Storm, and they were all men of fortune. There were 6 names on the list, and Storm had written cards to 2 of them and received vague replies, polite good wishes, and no definite suggestion for a meeting. The 3rd man on the list she had contrived to meet at the Umgeni Country Club. She could still wear tennis clothes, and the pregnancy had given her skin a new bloom and luster, her breasts a fuller ripeness. She had chatted lightly, flirtatiously with him, confident and poised, giving him encouragement he had never received from her before. She had not noticed the sly, gloating look in his eyes until he leaned close to her and asked confidentially, "Should you be playing tennis now?" She had only been able to keep herself from breaking down until she reached the Cadillac parked in the lot behind the courts. She was weeping when she drove out through the gates, and she had to park in the dunes above the ocean. After the first storm of humiliation had passed, she could think clearly. It had been Irene Luchar's, of course. She must have been blind and stupid not to realize it sooner. Everybody, every single person would know by now. Irene would have seen to that. Loneliness and desolation overwhelmed her. Derek Hunt had not been on the list of 6, not because he was not rich, not because he had never shown interest in Storm. Derek Hunt had shown interest in most pretty girls. He had even married 2 of them, and both of them had divorced him in separate blazes of notoriety, not before they had, between them, presented him with 7 offspring. Derek Hunt's reputation was every bit as vast and flamboyant as his fortune. "Look, old girl," he had told Storm reasonably, "you and I have both got a problem. I want you, have always wanted you, can't sleep at night, Struth," and his ginger whiskers twitched lasciviously, "and you need me. The word's out about you, old girl, mark of the beast, condemnation of society and all that rot. I'm afraid. Your loss, my gain. I've never given a stuff for the condemnation of society. I've got 7 little bastards already. Another one won't make any difference. What about it then? One for the poor, what?" They had driven up to Swaziland, and Derek had been able to get a special license, lying about her age. There had been nobody she knew at the ceremony, only 5 of Derek's cronies, and she had not told her father nor her mother nor Mark Anders. She heard him coming home like a Le Mans Grand Prix winner, a long cortege of motor cars roaring up the driveway, then the squeal of brakes, the cannonade of slamming doors, the loud comradely shouts, and the snatches of wild song. Derek's voice, louder and hoarser than the rest. "Caramba, me heartiest whipped your pants off on the field, going to drink you blind now." This way, the pride of the Argentine, the stamping and shouting as they trooped up the front staircase. Storm lay flat on her back and stared at the plaster cupids on the ceiling. She wanted to run, this senseless panicky urge to get up and run. But there was no place to run to. She had spoken to her mother 3 times since the wedding, and each time had been agony for both of them. "If only you had told us. Daddy might have been able to understand, to forgive. Oh, darling, if you only knew the plans he used to make for your wedding. He was so proud of you, and then not to be at your wedding. Not even invited. Give him time, please, Storm. I am trying for you. Believe me, darling, I think it might have been better if it was anybody in the world but Derek Hunt. You know what Daddy thinks of him." There was nowhere to run, and she lay quietly, dreading, until at last the heavy, unsteady boots came clumping up the staircase, and the door was thrown open. He had not changed, and he still wore riding boots. The backside of his breeches was brown with dubbin from the saddle, and the crotch drooped almost to his knees like a baby's soiled napkin. The sweat had dried in salty white circles on the cotton singlet. "Wake up, old girl. Time for every good man and true to perform his duty." He let his clothing lie where it fell. His bulging belly was fish white and fuzzed with ginger curls. The heavy shoulders were pitted and scarred purple with the old cicatrices of myriad carbuncles and small boils, and he was massively virile, thick and hard and callous as the branch of a pine tree. "One for the poor, what?" he chuckled hoarsely as he came to the bed. Suddenly and clearly, She had an image of Mark Anderslim and graceful body, with the clean shape of young muscle, as he sat in the dappled sunlight of the glade. She remembered with a terrible pang of loss the lovely head with the fine strong lines of mouth and brow, and the serene poet's eyes. As the bed dipped beneath the solid weight of her husband, she wanted to scream with despair and the knowledge of coming pain. For breakfast Derek Hunt liked a little black velvet, mixing the Guinness stout and champagne in a special crystal punch bowl. He always used a Bollinger vintage 1911 and drank it out of a pewter tankard. He believed in a substantial breakfast, and this morning it was scrambled eggs, Scotch kippers, deviled kidneys, mushrooms, and a large, well-done fillet steak, all of it on the same plate. Although his eyes were watery and pink-rimmed with the previous night's revelry, and his face blazed crimson as the rising sun, he was cheerful and loudly friendly, guffawing at his own jokes, and leaning across the table to prod her with a thick red thumb like a boiled langoose to emphasize a point. She waited until he had picked up the bowl and tilted the last of the black velvet into his tankard, and then she said quietly, "Derek, I want a divorce." The grin did not leave his face, and he watched the last drops fall into the tankard. "Damn stuff evaporates or the dish has got a hole in it," he wheezed and then chuckled merrily. "Get it? A hole in it. Good. What? Did you hear what I said? Aren't you going to answer?" "Needs no answer, old girl. Bargain is a bargain. You've got a name for your bastard. I've still got my share coming." "You've had that as many times as you could wish," Storm answered quietly, with a whole world of resignation in her voice. "Won't you let me go now? Good God!" Derek stared at her over the rim of his tankard, his mustache bristling and the pink eyes wide with genuine amazement. "You don't think I was really interested in the crumpet, do you? Can get that anywhere, all of it looks the same in the dark." He snorted with real laughter now. "Good God, old girl, you didn't really think I fancied your lily-white titties that much?" "Why?" she asked. 10,000,000 good reasons, old girl." He gulped a mouthful of scrambled eggs and kidney, and every single one of them in General Sean Courtney's bank account. She stared at him. "Daddy's money, right first time," he grinned. "Up you go to the head of the class." "I but," she made fluttery little gestures of incomprehension with both hands. "I don't understand. You are so rich yourself." Was old girl used to be past tense, and he let out another delighted guffaw. 2 loving wives, 2 unsympathetic divorce judges, 7 brats, 40 polo ponies, friends with big right hands, rocks that shouldn't have been where the road was going, and a mine with no diamonds, a building that fell down, a dam that burst, a reef that pinched out, cattle that got sick, and myopic lawyers who don't read the small print. "That's the way the money goes, pop goes the weasel." "I don't believe it." She was aghast. "Would never joke about that," he grinned. "Never joke about money, one of my principles." "Probably my only principle." And he prodded her. "My only principle, get it? Skunked, absolutely flatters, I assure you. Daddy is the last resort, old girl, you'll have to speak to him, I'm afraid." "Last resort, what?" "One for the poor, don't you know?" There was no answer to the front door, and Mark almost turned away and went back into the village, feeling a touch of relief and a lightening of heart that he recognized as cowardice. So instead, he jumped down off the veranda and went around the side of the house. The stiff collar and tie chafed his throat, and the jacket felt unnatural and constricting, so that he shrugged his shoulders and ran a finger around inside his collar as he came into the kitchen yard of the cottage. It was 5 months since last he had worn clothes or trodden on a paved sidewalk. Even the sound of women's voices was unfamiliar. He paused and listened to them. Marian Littlejohn was in the kitchen with her sister, and their merry prattle had a lilt and cadence to which he listened with new ears and fresh pleasure. The chatter ceased abruptly at his knock, and Marian came to the door. She wore a gaily striped apron, and her bare arms were flowery to the elbows. She had her hair up in a ribbon, but tendrils of it had come down in little wisps onto her neck and forehead. The kitchen was filled with the smell of baking bread, and her cheeks were rosy from the heat of the oven. "Mark," she said calmly. "How nice," and tried to push the curl of hair off her forehead, leaving a smudge of white flour on the bridge of her nose. It was a strangely appealing gesture, and Mark felt his heart swell. "Come in." She stood aside and held the door open for him. Her sister greeted Mark frostily, much more aware of the jilting than Marian herself. "Doesn't he look well?" Marian asked, and they both looked Mark over carefully as he stood in the center of the kitchen floor. "He's too thin," her sister judged him waspishly and began untying her apron strings. "Perhaps," Marian agreed comfortably, "he just needs the proper food." And she smiled and nodded as she saw how brown and lean he was, but she recognized also, with eyes as fond as a mother's, the growing weight of maturity in his features. She saw also the sorrow and the loneliness, and she wanted to take him in her arms and hold his head against her bosom. "There is some lovely buttermilk," she said instead. "Sit down here where I can see you." While she poured from the jug, her sister hung the apron behind the door and without looking at Mark said primly, "We need more eggs." "I'll go into the village." When they were alone, Marian picked up the roller and stood over the table, leaning and dipping as the pastry spread and rolled out paper thin. "Tell me what you have been doing," she invited, and he began, hesitantly at first but with blossoming sureness and enthusiasm, to tell her about Chaka's Gate, about the work and the life he had found there. "That's nice." She punctuated his glowing account every few minutes, her mind running busily ahead, already making lists and planning supplies, adapting pragmatically to the contingencies of a life lived far from the comforts of civilization, where even the small comforts become luxuries. A glass of fresh milk, a light in the night, all of it has to be planned for and carefully arranged. Characteristically, she felt neither excitement nor dismay at the prospect. She was of pioneer stock. Where a man goes, the woman follows. It was merely work that must be done. The site for the homestead is up in the first fold of the hills, but you can see right down the valley, and the cliffs of Chaka's Gate are right above it. It's beautiful, especially in the evenings. I'm sure it is. I have designed the house so it can be added on to, a room at a time. To begin with, there will only be 2 rooms. 2 rooms will be enough to begin with, she agreed, frowning thoughtfully. But we'll need a separate room for the children. He broke off and stared at her, not quite certain that he had heard correctly. She paused with the rolling pin held in both hands and smiled at him. "Well, that's why you came here today, isn't it?" she asked sweetly. He dropped his eyes from hers and nodded. "Yes." He sounded bemused. "I suppose it is." She lost her aplomb only briefly during the ceremony, and that was when she saw General Sean Courtney sitting in the front pew with his wife beside him. Sean in morning suit and with a diamond pin in his cravat. Ruth cool and elegant in a huge wagon-wheel-sized hat, the brim thick with white roses. "He came," Marian whispered ecstatically, and could not restrain the triumphant glance she threw to her own friends and relatives, like a lady tossing a coin to a beggar. Her social standing had rocketed to dizzying heights. Afterwards, the general had kissed her tenderly on each cheek, before turning to Mark. "You've picked the prettiest girl in the village, my boy." And she had glowed with pleasure, pink and happy and truly as lovely as she had ever been in her life. With the help of the 4 Zulu laborers Sean had given him, Mark had opened a rough track in as far as the Bubezi River. He brought his bride to Chaka's Gate on the pillion of the motorcycle, with the sidecar piled high with part of her dowry. Far behind them, the Zulus led Trojan and Spartan under heavy packs, the rest of Marian's baggage. In the early morning the mist lay dense along the river, still and flat as the surface of a lake, touched to shades of delicate pink and mauve by the fresh new light of coming day. The great headlands of Chaka's Gate rose sheer out of the mist, dark and mysterious, each wreathed in laurels of golden cloud. Mark had chosen the hour of return so that she might have the best of it for her first glimpse of her new home. He pulled the cycle and sidecar off the narrow, stony track and switched off the motor. In the silence they sat and watched the sun strike upon the crests of the cliffs, burning like the beacons that the mariner looks for in the watery deserts of the ocean, the lights that beckon him on to his landfall and the quiet anchorage. "It's very nice, dear," she murmured. "Now show me where the house will be." She worked with the Zulus, muddy to the elbows as they puddled the clay for the unburned Kimberley bricks, joshing them in their own language and bullying them cheerfully to effort beyond the usual pace of Africa. She worked behind the mules, handling the traces, dragging up the logs from the valley, her sleeves rolled high on brown smooth arms and a scarf knotted around her head. She worked over the clay oven, bringing out the fat golden brown loaves on the blade of a long-handled spade, and watched with deep contentment as Mark wiped up the last of the stew with the crust. "Was that good, then, dear?" In the evening she sat close to the lantern, with her head bowed over the sewing in her lap, and nodded brightly as he told her of the day's adventures, each little triumph and disappointment. "What a shame, dear," or "How nice for you, dear." He took her, one bright, cloudless day, up the ancient pathway to the crest of Chaka's gate, holding her hand as he led her over the narrow places, where the river flowed 600 sheer feet below their feet. She tucked her skirts into her bloomers, took a firm hold on the basket she carried, and never faltered once on the long climb. On the summit, he showed her the tumbled stone walls and overgrown caves of the old tribesmen who had defied Chaka, and he told her the story of the old king's climb, pointing out the fearsome path up which he had led his warriors. And finally he described the massacre, and pictured for her the rain of human bodies hurled down into the river below. "How interesting, dear," she murmured, as she spread a cloth from the basket she had carried. "I brought scones and some of that apricot jam you like so much." Something caught Mark's eye, unusual movement far down in the valley below, and he reached for his binoculars. In the golden grass at the edge of the tall reed beds they looked like a line of fat black bugs on a clean sheet. He knew what they were immediately, and with a surging uplift of excitement he counted them. 18. He shouted aloud. "It's a new herd. What is it, dear?" She looked up from the scone she was spreading with jam. "It's a new herd of buffalo," he exulted. "They must have come in from the north. It's beginning to work already." In the field of the binoculars he saw one of the great bovine animals emerge into a clearing in the long grass. He could see not only its wide black back, but the heavy head and spreading ears beneath the mournfully drooping horns. The sunlight caught the bosses of the polished black horns so that they glittered like gunmetal. He felt an enormous proprietary pride. They were his own, the first to come into the sanctuary he was building for them. "Look." He offered her the binoculars, and she wiped her hands carefully and pointed the glasses over the cliff. "They're on the edge of the swamp." He pointed with the pride and joy shining on his face. "I can see them," she agreed, smiling happily for him. "How nice, dear." Then she swung the binoculars in a wide sweep across the river to where the roof of the homestead showed above the trees. "Doesn't it look so nice with its new thatch?" she said proudly. "I just can't wait to move in." The following day they moved up from the shack of crude thatch and canvas at the old camp under the sycamore fig trees, and a pair of swallows moved in with them. The swiftly darting birds began to build their neat nest with little shiny globs of mud under the eaves of the new yellow thatch against the crisply whitewashed wall of Kimberley brick. "That's the best of all possible luck," Mark laughed. "They make such a mess," said Marion doubtfully, but that night, for the first time ever, she initiated their lovemaking, rolling comfortably onto her back in the doubled, drawing up her nightdress to her waist, and spreading her warm, womanly thighs. "It's all right if you want to, dear." And because she was kind and loved him so, he was as quick and as considerate as he could be. "Was that good, then, dear?" "It was wonderful," he told her, and he had a sudden vivid image of a lovely, vital woman, with a body that was lithe and swift, and his guilt was brutal like a fist below the heart. He tried to thrust the image away, but it ran ahead of him through his dreams, laughing and dancing and teasing, so that in the morning there were dark blue smears beneath his eyes and he felt fretful and restless. "I'm going up the valley on patrol." He did not look up from his coffee. "You only came back last Friday." She was surprised. "I want to look for those buffalo again," he said. "Very well, dear. I'll pack your bag. How long will you be gone? I'll put in your sweater and the jacket. It's cool in the evenings. It's a good thing I baked yesterday," she prattled on cheerfully, and he had a sudden terrible urge to shout at her to be silent. "It will give me a chance to plan out the garden. It will be nice to have fresh vegetables again, and I haven't written a letter for ages. They'll be wondering about us at home." He rose from the table and went out to saddle Trojan. The flogging explosion of heavy wings roused Mark from his reverie, and he straightened in the saddle just as a dozen of the big birds rose from the edge of the reed beds. They were those dirty buff-colored vultures, powering upwards as they were disturbed by Mark's approach, and undergoing that almost magical transformation from gross ugliness into beautiful planing flight. Mark tethered Trojan and slipped the marinliquor from its scabbard as a precaution. He felt a tickle of excitement, hopes high that he had come upon a kill by one of the big predatory cats. Perhaps even a lion, one of the animals for which he still searched the valley in vain. The buffalo lay at the edge of the damp, soft ground, half hidden by the reeds, and it was so freshly dead that the vultures had not yet managed to penetrate the thick black hide, nor to spoil the sign which was deeply trodden and torn into the damp earth. They had only gouged out the uppermost eye and with their beaks scratched the softer skin around the bull's anus, for that was always their access point to a big thick-skinned carcass. The buffalo was a big mature bull, the great boss of his horns grown solidly together across the crown of his skull, a huge head of horn 48 inches from tip to tip. He was big in the body also, bigger than a prize Hereford stud bull, and he was bald across the shoulders, the scarred gray hide scabbed with dried mud and bunches of bush ticks. Mark thrust his hand into the crease of skin between the back legs and felt the residual body warmth. "He's been dead less than 3 hours," he decided, and squatted down beside the huge body to determine the cause of death. The bull seemed unmarked until Mark managed to roll him over, exerting all his strength, and using the stiffly out-thrust limbs to move the 1.5 tons of dead weight. He saw immediately the death wounds. One was behind the shoulder, through the ribs, and Mark's hunter's eye saw instantly that it was a heart stroke, a wide-lipped wound, driven home deeply. The clotted heart blood that poured from it had jellied on the damp earth. If there was any doubt at all as to the cause of that injury, it was dispelled instantly when he looked to the second wound. This was a frontal stroke, at the base of the neck, angled in skillfully between bone, to reach the heart again, and the weapon had not been withdrawn. It was still plunged into the hilt, and the shaft was snapped short where the bull had fallen upon it. Mark grasped the broken shaft, placed one booted foot against the bull's shoulder, and grunted with the effort it required to withdraw the blade against the reluctant suck of clinging flesh. He examined it with interest. It was one of those broad-bladed stabbing spears, the assegai which had been designed by the old King Chaka himself. Mark remembered Sean Courtney reminiscing about the Zulu Wars, Isandlwana, and Morma Gorge. They can put one of those assegais into a man's chest and send the point 2 feet out between his shoulder blades, and when they clear the blade, the withdrawal seems to suck a man as white as though he had his life blood pumped out of him by a machine. Sean had paused for a moment to stare into the camp fire. As they clear, they shout Unjidla. "I have eaten. Once you have heard it, you'll not forget it. 40 years later, the memory still makes the hair come up on the back of my neck." Now still holding the short, heavy assegai, Mark remembered that Chaka himself had hunted the buffalo with a similar weapon. A casual diversion between campaigns, and as Mark glanced from the blade to the great black beast, he felt his anger tempered with reluctant admiration. His anger was for the wanton destruction of one of his precious animals, and his admiration was for the special type of courage that had done the deed. Thinking of the man, Mark realized that there must have been special circumstances for that man to abandon such a valuable, skillfully and lovingly wrought weapon together with the prize he had risked his life to hunt. Mark began to backtrack the sign in the soft black earth, and he found where the bull had come up one of the tunnel-like pathways through the reeds after drinking. He found where the huntsman had waited in thick cover beside the path, and his bare footprints were unmistakable. "Pungush!" exclaimed Mark. Pungush had lain upwind, and, as the bull passed, he had put the steel behind his shoulder, deeply into the heart. The bull had leapt forward, crashing into a ponderous gallop as Pungush cleared his point, and the blood had sprayed from the wide wound as though the standing reeds had been hosed by a careless gardener. The buffalo is one of the few wild animals which will turn and actively hunt its tormentor. Although the bull was dead on his feet, spurting blood with every lunging stride, he had swung wide into the wind to take Pungush's scent, and when he had it, he had steadied into that terrible crabbing, nose up, wide-homed, relentless charge that only death itself will stop. Pungush had stood to meet him as he came thundering down through the reeds, and he had picked the point at the base of the neck for his second stroke and put the steel in cleanly to the heart. But the bull had hit him also, before blundering on a dozen paces and falling to his knees with that characteristic death bellow. Mark found where Pungush had fallen, his body marks etched clearly in the soft clay. Mark followed where he had dragged himself out of the edge of the reed beds and shakily regained his feet. Slowly Pungush had turned northwards, but his stride was cramped. He was heeling heavily, not up on his toes, not extended into his normal gait. He stopped once where he had left his steel-jawed spring trap, and he hid it in an ant-bear hole and kicked sand over it, obviously too sick and weak to carry it or to cache the valuable trap more securely. Mark retrieved the trap, and as he tied it on to Trojan's saddle, he wondered briefly to how many of his animals it had dealt hideous death. A mile further on, Pungush paused to gather leaves from one of the little turpentine bushes, a medicinal shrub, and then he had gone on slowly, not using the rocky ridges, not covering or backtracking as he usually did. At the sandy crossing of one of the steep, narrow, dry watercourses, Pungush had dropped on one knee and had used both hands to push himself upright. Mark stared at the sign, for there was blood now for the first time, black droplets that had formed little pellets of loose sand, and in his anger and jubilation, Mark felt a prick of real concern. The man was hard hit, and he had once saved Mark's life. Mark could still remember the blessed taste of the bitter medicine in the black-baked pot cutting through the terrible thirsts of malaria. He had been leading Trojan up to this point to keep down, to show a low silhouette, so as not to telegraph heavy hoof beats ahead to his quarry. Now he swung up into the saddle and kicked the mule into a plunging sway-backed canter. Pungush was down. He had gone down heavily at last, dropping to the sandy earth. He had crawled off the game path under a low bush out of the sun, and he had pulled the light kaross of monkey skins over his head, the way a man settles down to sleep or to die. He lay so still that Mark thought he was indeed dead. He slipped down off Trojan's back and went up cautiously to the prostrate body. The flies were buzzing and swarming gleefully over the bloody bundle of green turpentine leaves that were bound with strips of bark around the man's flank and across the small of his back. Mark imagined clearly how he had received that wound, Pungush standing to meet the charging buffalo, going for the neck with the short, heavy-bladed assegai, putting the steel in cleanly and then jumping clear, but the bull pivoting hard on his stubby front legs and hooking with the massive bossed and wickedly curved horns. Pungush had taken the hook low in the side, far back behind the hip bone of the pelvis. The shock would have hurled him clear, giving him time to crawl away while the bull staggered on, fighting the deep steel in his chest, until at last he had gone down on his forelegs with that last defiant death bellow. Mark shuddered in the harsh sunlight at the wound that bundle of leaves covered, and went down on one knee to brush the flies away. Now for the first time he became aware of the man's physique. The cuirass covered his head and shoulders only. The great chest was exposed. A loincloth of softly tanned leather embroidered with blue beads was drawn up between his legs, leaving free the solid bulge of his buttocks, and the sinewy thews of his thighs and the flat, hard plane of the belly. Each separate muscle was clearly defined, and the ropey veins below the surface of the skin were like bunches of serpents, testimony to the man's tremendous physical development and fitness. The skin itself was lighter than that of the average Zulu. It had the smooth, dark, buttery color and luster of a woman's skin, but tight, dark curls covered the chest. I baited for a jackal, Mark thought wonderingly, and I caught myself a lion, a big old black-maned lion. And now he felt real concern that Pungush was dead. For such a splendid animal, death was a shabby bargain. Then he saw the gentle, almost imperceptible rise and fall of the deep-muscled chest, and he reached out and touched the shoulder through the cuirass. The man stirred, and then painfully lifted himself on one elbow, letting the cuirass fall back, and he looked at Mark. The full noon of his strength and pride, he was a man in dignity, perhaps 40 years of age, with just the first frosts of wisdom touching the short cap of dark wool at his temples. The agony did not show in his face. The broad forehead was smooth as polished amber, the mouth was in repose, and the eyes were dark and fierce and proud. It was the handsome moon face of the high-bred Zulu. "Sakubona, Pungush," said Mark. "I see you, Zero Jackal." The man looked at him for a moment, thinking about the name and the style of greeting, the language and the accent in which it was spoken. The calm expression did not change, no smile nor snarl on the thick sculptured lips, only a new light in the dark eyes. "Sakubona Jamla, I see you, O Seeker." His voice was deep and low, yet it rang on the still air with the timbre of a bronze gong, and then he went on immediately, "Sakubona Ngaga." Mark blinked. It had never occurred to him that the jackal might think of him by a name every bit as derogatory. Ngaga is the pangolin, the scaly anteater, a small creature that resembles an armadillo, a nocturnal creature which, if caught out in daylight, scurries around like a bent and wizened old man pausing to peer short-sightedly at any small object in its path, then hurrying on again. The two names Jamla and Ngaga used together described with embarrassing clarity somebody who ran in small circles, peering at everything, and yet blindly seeing nothing. Suddenly Mark saw himself through the eyes of a hidden observer, riding a seemingly pointless patrol through the valley, dismounting to peer at anything that caught his interest, then riding on again, just like an Ngaga. It was not a flattering thought. He felt with sudden discomfort that despite Pungush's wounds and Mark's position of superiority, so far he had had the worst of the exchange. "It seems that Ngaga has at last found what he seeks," he pointed out grimly, and went to the mule for his blanket roll. Under the bloody bunch of leaves there was a deep dark hole where the point of the buffalo horn had driven in. It might have gone in as far as the kidneys, in which case the man was as good as dead. Mark thrust the thought aside, and swabbed out the wound as gently as he could with a solution of acroflavine. His spare shirt was snowy white and still crisp from Marion's meticulous laundering and ironing. He ripped off the sleeves, folded the body into a wad and placed it over the gaping hole, binding it up with the torn sleeves. Pungush said nothing as he worked, made no protest nor showed any distress as Mark lifted him into a sitting position to work more easily. But when Mark ripped the shirt, he murmured regretfully, "It is a good shirt." There was once a young and handsome Ngaga who might have died from the fever, Mark reminded him, but a scavenging old jackal carried him to a safe place and gave him drink and food. Ah, Pungush nodded. But he was not such a stupid jackal as to tear a good shirt. The Ngaga is much concerned that the jackal is in good health, so that he will be able to labor mightily at the breaking of rocks and other manly tasks when he is an honored guest at the kraal of King Georgie. Mark ended that subject and repacked his blanket roll. "Can you make water, O jackal? It is necessary to see how deep the buffalo has speared you." The urine was tinged pinky brown, but there were no strings of bright blood. It seemed that the kidneys may merely have been badly bruised, and that the thick pad of iron muscle across the Zulu's back had absorbed much of the brutal driving thrust. Mark found himself praying silently that it was so, although he could not imagine why he was so concerned. Working quickly, he cut 2 long straight saplings and plaited a drag litter from strips of wet bark. Then he padded the litter with his own blankets and Pungush's kaross before hitching it up to Trojan. He helped the big Zulu into the litter, surprised to find how tall he was, and how hard was the arm he placed around Mark's shoulder to support himself. With Pungush flat in the litter, he led the mule back along the game trail, and the ends of 2 saplings left a long snaking drag mark in the soft earth. It was almost dark when they passed the scene of the buffalo hunt. Looking across the reed banks, Mark could make out the obscene black shapes of the vultures in the trees, waiting their turn at the carcass. "Why did you kill my buffalo?" he asked, not certain that Pungush was still conscious. "All men know the new laws. I have traveled to every village, I have spoken with every Induna, every chief, all men have heard. All men know the penalty for hunting in this valley. If he was your buffalo, why did he not carry the mark of your iron? Surely it is the custom of the Abelungu, the white men, to burn their mark upon their cattle." Pungush asked from the litter without a smile nor with any trace of mockery, yet mockery Mark knew it was. He felt his anger stir. This place was declared sacred, even by the old king, Chaka. "No," said Pungush. "It was declared a royal hunt," and his voice took a sterner ring. "I am Zulu of the royal blood. I hunt here by my birthright. It is a man's thing to do. No man has the right to hunt here." "Then what of the white men who have come here with their izabamu, their rifles, these past 100 seasons?" asked Pungush. "They are evil-doers even as you are. Then why were they not taken to be guests at the kraal of King Georgie, as I am so honored?" "They will be in future," Mark assured him. "Ho," said Pungush, and this time his voice was thick with contempt and mockery. "When I catch them, they will go also," Mark repeated doggedly, but the Zulu made a weary gesture of dismissal with one expressive pink-palmed hand, a hand that said clearly that there were many laws, some for rich, some for poor, some for white and some for black. They were silent again until after dark, when Mark had camped for the night and put Trojan to graze on a head rope. As he squatted over the fire, cooking the evening meal for both of them, Pungush spoke again from his litter in the darkness beyond the firelight. "For whom do you keep the silwane, the wild animals of the valley? Will King George come here to hunt? Nobody will ever hunt here again, no king nor common man. Then why do you keep the silwane? Because if we do not, then the day will dawn when there will be no more left in this land. No buffalo, no lion, no kudu, nothing. A great emptiness." Pungush was silent for the time it took Mark to spoon a slop of maize porridge and bully beef into the lid of the pannikin and take it to the Zulu. "Eat," he commanded, and sat cross-legged opposite him with his own plate in his lap. "What you say is true," Pungush spoke thoughtfully. "When I was a child of your age," Mark noted the barb but let it pass, "there were elephant in this valley, great bulls with teeth as long as a throwing spear, and there were many lions, herds of buffalo like the great king's cattle he broke off. They have gone, soon what is left will go also. Is that a good thing? Mark asked. It is neither a good thing nor a bad thing. Pungush shrugged and began to eat. It is merely the way of the world, and there is little profit in pondering it. They finished eating in silence, and Mark cleared the plates and brought coffee, which Pungush waved away. Drink it, snapped Mark. You must have it to cleanse the blood from your water. He gave Pungush one of his cigarettes, and the Zulu carefully broke off the brown cork tip before putting it between his lips. He wrinkled his broad, flat nose at the insipid taste, for he was accustomed to the ropey black native tobacco, but he would not belittle a man's hospitality by making comment. When it is all gone, when the great emptiness comes here to this valley, what will become of you, O jackal? Mark asked. I do not understand your question. You are a man of the Silwane. You are a great hunter. Your life is yoked to the Silwane as the herdsman is yoked to his cattle. What will become of you, O mighty hunter, when all your cattle are gone? Mark realized that he had reached the Zulu. He saw his nostrils flare and something burn up brightly within him, but he waited while Pungush considered the proposition at great length and in every detail. I will go to Igoldi, said Pungush at last. I will go to the gold mines and become rich. They will put you to work deep in the earth, where you cannot see the sun nor feel the wind, and you will break rocks, just as you go now to do at the kraal of King Georgie. Mark saw the repugnance flit across the Zulu's face. I will go to Tequani. Pungush changed his mind. I will go to Durban and become a man of much consequence. In Tequani, you will breathe the smoke of the cane mills into your lungs, and when the fat Babu overseer speaks to you, you will reply, Yebo Nkosi, yes, master. This time the repugnance on the Zulu's face was deeper still, and he smoked his cigarette down to a tiny sliver of paper, an ash which he pinched out between thumb and forefinger. Jarnella, he said sternly. You speak words that trouble a man. Mark knew well that the big Zulu's injury was more serious than his stoic acceptance of it would indicate. It was womanly to show pain. It would be a long time before he was ready to make the journey by sidecar over the rough tracks and rutted dusty roads to the police station and magistrate's court at Ladyburg. Mark put him into the small Linta tool shed that he had built on the far wall of the mule stables. It was dry and cool and had a sturdy door with a Yale padlock. He used blankets from Marion's chest and the mattress she had been saving for the children's room, despite her protests. But he's a native, dear. Every evening he took the prisoner's meal down to him in the pannikin, inspected the wound and dressed it afresh. Then while he waited for Pungush to eat, he sat on the top step in the doorway to the shed, and they smoked a cigarette while they talked. If the valley belongs now to King Georgie, how is it that you build your house here, plant your gardens and graze your mules? I am the king's man, Mark explained. You are an Induna. Pungush paused with a spoon of food halfway to his mouth and stared at Mark incredulously. You are one of the king's counselors. I am the keeper of the royal hunt. Mark used the old Zulu title, and Pungush shook his head sadly. My father's father was once the keeper of the royal hunt, but he was a man of great consequence, with 24 wives, a man who had fought in 12 wars and killed so many enemies that his shield was as thick with oxtails as there is grass on the hills in springtime. The oxtail was the decoration which the king grants a warrior to adorn his shield when he has distinguished himself in battle. Pungush finished his meal and added simply, King Chaka knew better than to send a child to do man's work. The next evening Mark saw that the wound was healing cleanly and swiftly. The man's tremendous fitness and strength were responsible for that. He was able to sit cross-legged now, and there was a new jauntiness in the way he held his head. It would be sooner than Mark had thought that Pungush would be fit enough to make the journey to Ladyburg, and Mark felt an odd sinking feeling of regret. King Georgie is doubtlessly a great, wise, and all-seeing king. Pungush opened the evening's debate. Why then does he wait until sundown to begin work that should have been started at dawn? If he wanted to avoid the great emptiness in this valley, his father should have begun the work. The king's affairs are many in far countries. He must rely on indunas to advise him who are not as wise or all-seeing, Mark explained. The Abelungu, the white men, are like greedy children, grabbing up handfuls of food they cannot eat. Instead, they smear it over their faces. There are greedy and ignorant black men also, Mark pointed out. Some who even kill leopards with steel traps for their fur. To sell to the greedy white men, to dress their ignorant women, Pungush agreed, and that makes the score deuce, Mark thought as he gathered up the empty pannikins. The next evening Pungush seemed sad as at the time of leave-taking. You have given me much on which I must think heavy whiley, he said. You will have much time to do so, Mark agreed. In between the breaking of rocks. And Pungush ignored the reference. There is weight in your words. For one who is still young enough to be herding the cattle, he qualified the compliment. Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, Mark translated into Zulu, and Pungush nodded solemnly, and in the morning he was gone. He had opened the thatch at the back of the roof and wriggled through the small hole. He had taken his kaross and left Marion's blankets neatly folded on the mattress. He had tried for the steel springtrap, but Mark had locked it in the kitchen, so he had left it and gone northwards in the night. Mark was furious for so misjudging his prisoner's recovery, and he muttered darkly as he plunged along after him on Trojan. This time I'm going to shoot the bastard on sight, he promised, and realized at that moment that Pungush had backtracked on him. He had to dismount and laboriously unravel the confused trail. Half an hour later, Pungush led him into the river, and it was well after noon when he at last found where the Zulu had left the water, stepping lightly on a fallen log. He finally lost the cold spoor in the rocky ground on the far rim of the valley, and it was almost midnight when he rode weakly back to the thatched cottage. Marion had his dinner ready and 10 gallons of hot bath water bubbling on the fire. 6 weeks later, Pungush returned to the valley. Mark sat astounded on the stoop of the cottage and watched him come. He walked with the long gliding stride that showed he was fully recovered from his wound. He wore the beaded loin-cloth and the jackal-skin cloak over his shoulders. He carried 2 of the short-shafted stabbing assegai with the broad steel blades, and his wives followed at a respectable distance behind him. There were 3 of them. They were bare-breasted, with the tall clay headdress of the Zulu matron. The senior was of the same age as her husband, but her dugs were flat and empty as leather pouches, and she had lost her front teeth. The youngest wife was a child still in her teens, a pretty plump little thing with jolly melon breasts, and a fat brown infant on her hip. Every wife carried an enormous bundle on her head, balancing it easily without use of hands, and they were followed by a gaggle of naked and half-naked children. Like their mothers, the little girls each carried a headload, the size of it directly proportional to the age and stature of the bearer. The smallest, perhaps 4 years of age, carried a beer gourd the size of a grapefruit, echoing faithfully the straight erect carriage and swaying buttocks of her seniors. Mark counted 7 sons and 6 daughters. I see you, Jamla. Pungush paused below the stoop. I see you also, Pungush, Mark acknowledged cautiously, and the Zulu squatted down comfortably on the lowest step. His wives settled down at the edge of Marion's garden, politely out of earshot. The youngest wife gave one of her fat breasts to the infant, and he suckled lustily. It will rain tomorrow, said Pungush, unless the wind goes into the north, in which case it will not rain again until the full moon. That is so, Mark agreed. Rain now would be good for the grazing. It will bring the silwing down from the Portuguese territory beyond the Pongola. Mark's astonishment had now given way to lively curiosity. There is talk in the villages, common word among all the people that has only recently come to my ears, Pungush went on airily. It is said that Jamla, the new keeper of the royal hunt of King Georgie, is a mighty warrior who has slain great multitudes of the king's enemies in the war beyond the sea. The jackal paused and then went on, albeit he is still unbearded and green as the first flush of the springtime grass. Is that the word? Mark inquired politely. It is said that King Georgie has granted Jamla a black oxtail to wear on his shield. A black oxtail is the highest honor, and might loosely be considered the equivalent of a I am also a warrior, Pungush pointed out. I fought with Bambata at the gorge, and afterwards the soldiers came and took away my cattle. This is how I became a man of Silwain and a mighty hunter. We are brothers of the spear, Mark conceded. But now I will make ready my Isyadudu, my motorcycle, so that we may ride to Ladyburg and speak with the magistrate there of matters of great interest to all of us. Jamla. The Zulu shook his head grievingly, like a father with an obtuse son. You aspire to be a man of the Silwain, you aspire to fill the great emptiness, and yet who will there be to teach you, who will open your eyes to see and your ears to hear, if I am in the kraal of King Georgie breaking his rocks? You have come to help me, Mark asked. You and your beautiful fat wives, your brave sons and nubile daughters. It is even so. This is a noble thought, Mark conceded. I am Zulu of royal blood, Pungush agreed. Also my fine steel trap was stolen from me, even as my cattle were stolen, thus making me a poor man once more. I see, Mark nodded. It remains only for me to put out of my mind the business of leopard skins and dead buffalo. It is even so. Doubtless I will also find it in my heart to pay you for this help and advice. That also is so. What size is the coin in which you will be paid? Pungush shrugged with disinterest. I am royal Zulu, not a Hindu trader haggling in the marketplace. The coin will be just and fair. He paused delicately, always bearing in mind the multitude of my beautiful wives, my many brave sons and the host of nubile daughters, all of whom have unbelievable appetites. Mark had to remain silent, not trusting himself to speak until he controlled the violent urge to burst out laughing. He spoke again, solemnly, but with laughter rippling his belly muscles. In what style will you address me, Pungush? When I speak, will you answer Yeho Nkosi, yes, master? Pungush stirred restlessly, and an expression flitted across the broad, smooth features like a fastidious eater who has just discovered a large fat worm on his plate. I will call you Tamla, he said, and when you speak as you have just spoken, I will answer Jamla. That is a great stupidity. In what style will I address you? Mark inquired politely, fighting his mirth. You will call me Pungush, for the jackal is the cleverest and most cunning of all the Silwain, and it is necessary for you to be reminded of this from time to time. Then something happened that Mark had not seen before. Pungush smiled. It was like the breakthrough of the sun on a gray, overcast day. His teeth were big and perfect and white, and the smile stretched so wide that it seemed his face might tear. Mark could no longer contain it. He laughed out loud, beginning with a strangled chuckle. Hearing it, Pungush laughed also, a great ringing bell of laughter. The two of them laughed so long and hard that the wives fell silent and watched in amazement, and Marion came out onto the stoop. What is it, dear? He could not answer her, and she went away shaking her head at the craziness of men. At last they both fell silent, exhausted with mirth, and Mark gave Pungush a cigarette from which he carefully broke the corked tip. They smoked in silence for nearly a minute. Then suddenly, without warning, Mark let out another uncontrolled guffaw, and it started them off again. The cords of sinew stood out on Pungush's neck, like columns of carved ebony, and his mouth was a deep pink cavern lined with perfect white teeth. He laughed until the tears ran down his face and dripped from his chin, and when he lost his breath, he let out a great whistling snort like a bull hippo breaking surface, and he wiped the tears away with his thumb and said, "E.B.," and slapped his thigh like a pistol shot between each fresh paroxysm of laughter. Mark ended it by reaching out his shaking right hand, and Pungush took it in a reverse grip, panting and heaving still. "Pungush, I am your man," Mark sobbed, and I, Jamla, am yours." There were 4 men sitting in a semicircle around the wall of the hotel suite. They were all dressed in such fashion that it seemed a uniform. The dark high-buttoned suits, the glazed celluloid collars and sober neckties. Although their ages were spread over 30 years, although one of them was bald with gray wisps around his ears, and another had a fiery red bush of hair, although one wore a prim gold pince-nez pinched onto a thin aquiline nose, while another had the open Farseeing gaze of the farmer, yet all of them had those solid-hewn Calvinistic faces, indomitable, unrelenting, and strong as granite. Courtney spoke to them in the young language which had only recently received recognition as a separate entity from its parent Dutch, and had been given the name of Afrikaans. He spoke it with an elegance and precision that softened the reserve in their expressions, and eased the set of jaw and the stiffness in their backs. "It's a jingo area," Dirk told them. "There is a Union Jack flying on every rooftop. It's a rich constituency, landowners, professional men. Your party has no appeal there." He was talking of the parliamentary constituency of Ladysburg. "In the last elections, you did not even present a candidate, nobody fool enough to lose his deposit, and the Smuts party returned General Courtney unopposed." The eldest of his listeners nodded over his gold pince-nez, inviting him to continue. "If you are to fight the Ladysburg seat, you will need a candidate with a different approach, an English speaker, a man of property, somebody with whom the voters can identify." It was a beautiful performance. Courtney, handsome, debonair, articulate in either language, striding back and forth across the carpeted lounge, holding all their attention, stopping dramatically to make a point with a graceful gesture of strong brown hands, then striding on again. He talked for half an hour, and he was watching his audience, noting the reaction of each, judging their weaknesses, their strengths. At the end of that half hour, he had decided that all 4 of them were dedicated, completely committed to their political faith. They stirred only at appeals to patriotism, to national interest, at reference to the aspirations of their people. So Courtney thought comfortably, "It's cheaper to buy honest men. Rogues cost good bright gold, while honest men can be had with a few fine words and noble sentiments. Give me an honest man every time." One of the older men leaned forward and asked quietly, "General Courtney has had the seat since 1910. He is a member of the Smuts cabinet, a war hero, and a man of huge popular appeal. He is also your father. Do you think the voters will take the young dog when they can have the sire?" Dirk answered, "I am prepared not only to risk my deposit if I achieve the National Party nomination, but I am confident enough of my eventual success to make a substantial earnest of my serious intentions to the campaign funds of the party." He named a sum of money that made them exchange quick glances of surprise. "In exchange for all this?" the elder politician asked. "Nothing that is not in the best interest of the nation and of my constituency," Dirk told them soberly, and he pulled down the map that hung on the far wall facing them. Again he began to speak, but now with the contagious fervor of the zealot. In burning words, he built up a vision of plowed fields stretching to the horizon, and sweet clean water running deep in endless irrigation furrows. The listeners were all men who had farmed and plowed the rich but hostile soil of Africa, and all of them had searched blue and cloudless skies with hopeless eyes for the rain clouds that never came. The image of deeply turned furrows and slaking water was irresistible. "Of course, we will have to repeal the proclamation on the Bubezi Valley." Dirk said it glibly, and not one of them showed shock or concern at the statement. Already they could see the inland sea of sweet, limpid water ruffling in the breeze. "If we win at this election," the eldest politician began. "No, Mynheer," Dirk interrupted gently, "when we win." The man smiled for the first time. "When we win," he agreed. Dirk Courtney stood high on the platform, with thumbs hooked into his waistcoat. When he smiled and tilted that noble lion head with the shining mane of curls, the women in the audience that packed the church hall rustled like flowers in the breeze. "The butcher," said Dirk Courtney, and his voice rang with a depth and resonance that thrilled them all, man and woman, young and old. "The butcher of Fordsburg, his hands red with blood of our countrymen." The applause began with the men that Dirk Courtney had in the audience, but it spread quickly. "I rode with Sean Courtney against Bornbata." One man was on his feet, near the back of the hall. "I went to France with him." He was shouting to be heard above the applause. "And where were you, Mr. Dirk Courtney, when the drums were beating?" The smile never left Dirk's face, but two little spots of hectic color rose in his cheeks. "Ah," he faced the man across the craning heads of the audience. "One of the gallant general's gunmen. How many women did you shoot down at Fordsburg?" "That doesn't answer my question," the man shouted back, and Dirk caught the eye of one of the two big men who had risen and were closing in quietly on the questioner. 4,000 casualties, so id Dirk. "The government would like to hide that fact from you, but 4,000 men, women and children." The two big men had closed in on their quarry, and Dirk Courtney drew all eyes with a broad theatrical gesture. "A government that has that contempt for the life, property, and freedom of its people." There was a brief scuffle, a yelp of pain, and the man was hustled out of the side door into the night. The newspapers started picking it up almost immediately. The same editorials which had ranted against their cabal and the Bolshevik threat, which had praised Smut's direct and timely action, were now remembering a high-handed and brutal solution. Across the nation, begun by Dirk Courtney and picked up by all the Herzogites, the balance of public feeling was swinging back, like a pendulum, or the curved blade of the executioner's axe. Dirk Courtney spoke in the town hall of Durban to 3,000, in the church hall of Ladyburg to 300. He spoke at every country church in the constituency, at little crossroad general dealer shops where a dozen voters assembled for an evening's entertainment. But always the press was represented. Dirk Courtney worked slowly northwards, during the day visiting all his land holdings, each of his new cane mills, and each evening he spoke to the little assemblies of voters. Always he was vibrant and compelling, handsome and articulate, and he painted a picture for them of a land crossed with railways and fine roads, of prosperous towns and busy markets. They listened avidly. "There are two," said Pungush. "One is an old lion. I know him well. He stayed last year in Portuguese territory along the north bank of the Uzutu River. He was alone then, but now he has found a mate." "Where did they cross?" Mark asked. "They crossed below Ndumu and came south between the swamp and the river. The lion was 5 years old and very cunning, a lean torn, tall at the shoulder and with a short ruff of reddish mane. There was an ugly bald scar across his forehead, and he favored his right foreleg where a piece of hammered pot-leg fired from a Tower musket 2 years previously had lodged against the shoulder joint. He had been hunted by man almost without remission since he was a cub, and he was getting old now, and tired. He crossed the river in the dark, swimming his lioness ahead of him, going south from the hunters who had assembled to drive the bush along the river the next morning. He could hear the drums still beating, and smell the smoke of their fires. He could hear also the yapping clamor of the dog packs. They had assembled, 200 or 300 tribesmen with their hunting dogs, and a dozen Portuguese half-breeds with breech-loading rifles, for the lions had killed 2 trek oxen on the outskirts of one of the river villages. In the morning the hunt would begin, and the lion took his mate south. She was also a big animal, and though she was still very young and not as experienced, yet she was quick and strong, and she learned from him each day. Her hide was still clean and unscarred by claw or thorn. Across the back she was a sleek olive tan shading down to a lovely buttery yellow at the throat and fluffy cream on the belly. She still had traces of her kitten spots dappling her quarters, but the night they swam the Yuzutu, she came into season for the first time. On the south bank, they shook the water from their bodies, with fierce, shuddering spasms, and then the lion snuffed at her, drumming softly in his throat and then lifting his snout to the bright white stars, his back arching reflexively at the tantalizing musk of her pate blood-tinged estrus discharge. She led him half a mile up one of the thickly wooded tributary valleys, and then she crept into the heart of the thicket of tangled bush, a stronghold guarded by the fierce 2-inch, wickedly hooked thorns, tipped in red as though they had already drawn blood. Here in the dawn he covered her for the first time. She crouched low against the earth, hissing and crackling with angry snarls, while he came over her, biting at her ears and neck, forcing her to submit. Afterwards she lay close against him, licking at his ears, nuzzling his throat and belly, turning half away from him and nudging him flirtatiously with her hind quarters, until he rose and she crouched down submissively and snarled at him, while he mounted her briefly once again. They mated 23 times that day, and in the night they left the thorn thicket and wandered southwards again. A half hour before the set of the moon, they reached the edge of the plowed land, and the lion stopped and growled softly at the smell of man and cattle. Tentatively, he reached out one paw and tested the freshly turned earth. Then he drew his leg back and made a little troubled mewing sound of indecision. The lioness brushed herself lovingly against him, but he turned aside and led her along the edge of the plowed land. "Will they reach the valley, Pungush?" Mark asked, leaning out of the saddle to speak to the Zulu as he trotted at Trojan's shoulder. Pungush spoke easily, despite the fact he had run without rest for nearly 3 hours. They must cross almost half a day's march of land where men are working, where the plows of the new sugar growers are busy. Besides, Jamla, they know nothing of your valley and the mad Ngaga who would welcome them. Mark straightened in the saddle and rode on grimly. He knew that this mating pair, would be his last chance to have lions in his valley. Yet there was 20 miles of danger to cross, such as these animals, coming out of the wilderness of Portuguese Mozambique, would never have experienced before. Plowlands, declared cattle area, where lions were vermin. An area devoid of wild prey, but heavily populated with domestic animals. An area where the cry of lion would send 50 men running eagerly for a rifle, 50 white men competing fiercely for the trophy, hating the big predatory cats with a blind, unthinking hatred, welcoming what was probably their only chance at one of them, safe in the knowledge that they were fair game, unprotected by law in the cattle areas. The lions came to the camp downwind, and they lay flat in the short grass in the darkness at the edge of the camp. They listened to the drowsy voices of the men at the fire, and smelled the myriad strange smells of tobacco smoke, of cooking maize meal and the sour tang of Zulu beer, and they lay very flat and tense against the earth, only their round, black-tipped ears cocked and their nostrils flaring and sucking the air. The oxen were crawled with a low circular enclosure of felled thorn trees, arranged with their trunks inward and the bushy thorny tangle outwards. The smell of the cattle was strong and tempting. There were 72 oxen in the kraal, 2 full spans. They belonged to Ladybird Sugar Company, and they were plowing the new lands east of Chaka's Gate, after the labor teams had stumped out the standing timber and burned it in long windows. The lion waited, patient, but alert and tensed and silent, while the silver moon went down below the trees and the men's voices dwindled into silence. He waited while the fires died down into puddles of dull, ruddy ash. Then he rose silently. The lioness did not move, except that the great muscles in her chest and limbs swelled, rigid with tension, and her ears cocked fractionally forward. The lion circled cautiously upwind of the camp. There was a soft, cool wash of breeze coming steadily out of the east, and he used it skillfully. The oxen caught the whiff of lion as he moved into the wind, and he heard them coming up, rising in that awkward plunging leap from where they had settled. Horns clashed together as they swung into a tight group facing upwind, and one of them let out a soft, mournful lowing. Immediately it was taken up, and their low bellows woke the men at the fires. Somebody shouted and threw a log on the fire. A torrent of sparks rose into the dark branches of the mimosa, and the log caught, lighting the camp with a yellow, leaping, dancing light. The plowmen and the lead boys were gathered fearfully around the fire, still with skin karosses draped around their shoulders, allied with sleep and alarm. The lion slipped like a shadow, dark and flat against the earth towards the kraal, and the cattle bunched and bellowed wildly at the sharp rank cat smell. Against the thorny windward side of the kraal, the lion crouched, arched his back and ejected a stream of urine. The pungent, biting ammoniac stink was too much for the mass of cattle. In a single solid bunch, they swung away downwind and charged the thorny wall of the temporary kraal, crashing through it without check, and they thundered free, quickly spreading, losing the solid formation and scattering away into the night. The lioness was ready for them, and she streaked in across the flank of the panicking, plunging formation, selecting a single victim, a heavy young beast. She drove him onwards, chivying him like a sheep dog, crossing and recrossing his frantic driving quarters, running him far from the fires and the plowmen before coming snaking up alongside and hooking expertly at one of his powerfully driving forelegs, and the curved yellow claws biting in just above the hock until they grated against the bone. Then she went back on her own bunched quarters and dragged the leg to cross the other. The ox dropped as though he had been shot through the brain, and he somersaulted haunch overhead and slid against the earth on his back, all four legs kicking to the starry sky. In a rubbery flash of supple speed, the cat closed, judging finely the massive hooves that could have crushed her skull and the wide, straight horns which could have impaled her rib to rib. She bit in hard at the base of the skull, driving the long ivory yellow eye teeth into the first and second vertebrae. They crunched sharply like a walnut in the jaws of the cracker. When the lion came padding hurriedly out of the night, she had already opened the belly cavity of the ox, and her whole head was red and toffee sticky with blood as she went for liver and spleen and kidneys. She flattened her ears against her bloody skull and snarled murderously at him, but he put his shoulder to her flank and pushed her aside. She snarled again, and he cuffed her with a lordly paw and began to feed in the hole she had made. She glared at him for a second, then her ears came erect, and she began to lick his shoulder with long, pink, voluptuous strokes, purring with a deep, soft rattle in her throat, pressing her long, sleek body against him. The lion tried to ignore her and fed with snuffling grunts and wet, tearing, ripping sounds. But she became bolder, the eternal female taking advantage of her new highly attractive condition, liberties which before would have brought swift and stern disciplinary action. Desperately the lion tried to restrain her by placing a huge paw on her head, claws carefully retracted, and gulped furiously, trying to eat the entire ox before she could join in, but she wriggled out from under the paw and licked his ear. He growled half-heartedly, flickered the ear. She inched forward and licked his eyes, so he had to close them tightly, furrowing his brow and trying to feed blind. But finally he surrendered to the inevitable and allowed her to force her head into the bloody crater. Side by side, purring and growling softly, they fed. There were 18 of them, gathered on the wide mosquito-screened veranda of the foreman's cottage under the hissing Petromax lamps. The brandy bottle had been out since sundown, and most of the men were red-faced and bright-eyed as they listened to Dirk Courtney. There will be schools and hospitals within a 20-mile ride of everybody, he promised, and the women looked up from their knitting. They knew what it was like to raise a young family out here. This is the beginning only, he promised the men, and those of you who were first in will be the first to profit. Once I am in Parliament, You'll have a strong voice speaking up for you. You'll see improvement here you couldn't imagine possible and quickly. You're a rich man, Mr. Courtney, one of them said. He was a small trader, not directly employed by Ladybird Sugar but sufficiently reliant on it to phrase his question with respect. One of the bosses. How come you speak out for the working man? I'm rich because I worked hard, but I know that without you men, I won't be rich much longer. We are linked together like a team. They nodded and murmured, and Dirk went on quickly. One thing I promise you, when I can hire a white man at a decent wage, I won't push in coolie or nigger labor. They cheered him then and filled their glasses to toast him. Your present government, the Smuts men, tried that on the gold mines. 2 and 2 a day for black men and white men out on the street. When the workers protested, they sent the bloody butcher of Fordsburg, a man who I am ashamed to call my father. There was an urgent hammering on the kitchen door, and the foreman excused himself quietly and hurried out. He was back within a minute and whispered to Dirk Courtney. Dirk grinned and nodded and turned back to his audience. Well, gentlemen, a fine bit of sport in the offing. A lion has killed one of my oxen, down on the new Bewley block. The plowboy has just come in to report it. It happened only an hour ago, so we will have an excellent sporting chance at him. May I move closure of this meeting, and we'll meet here again at, he glanced at his watch, at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, every man with a horse and rifle. Mark and Pungush slept, each under a single blanket, on the sun-baked earth, with Trojan cropping the scraggy dry yellow grass nearby. There was a cold little breeze out of the east, and they woke in the total dark of not yet dawn and sat over the fire drinking coffee and smoking silently until Pungush could take the spoor again. From the back of Trojan it was still too dark to see the ground, but Pungush ran confidently ahead, forcing the mule into a reluctant lumbering trot to keep pace. At the edge of the plowed land he had to cast, but he cut the lion's spoor on its new track almost immediately. They went off again, with the sunrise outlining the upper branches of the trees, turning them black and spiky against the ruddy gold. The soft amber rays were without warmth, and threw long distorted shadows of mule and men on the hard red earth. Mark marveled once again that the Zulu could run a spoor in this light over such ground, where he could see no mark or sign of the lion's passing. There was a single gunshot, so faint that Mark thought he might have imagined it, but Pungush stopped instantly and signaled him to rein in the mule. They stood and listened intently, and suddenly there was a distant popping fusillade, 10, 11 rifle shots, and then silence again. Pungush turned and looked at Mark expressionlessly. The silence was complete. Even the morning bird chorus was stilled by the gunfire for a moment. Then, as the silence persisted, a troop of little brown francolins started chirruping again on the edge of the plowed lands. Go on. Mark nodded to Pungush, trying to keep his face as expressionless, but his voice shook with outrage. They were too late. The last lions south of the Uzutu were dead. He felt sick with helpless anger. They did not notice Mark until he was right up to them. They were too excited, too intent on their work. There were 8 white men, all heavily armed and dressed in rough hunting clothes, with 2 Zulu grooms holding the horses. In a trampled opening among the mimosa trees lay the half-eaten carcass of a red and white ox. However, this was not what was engaging their attention. They were grouped in a tight circle beyond the ox, and their voices were raucous, raised in rough jest and cheerful oath. Mark dismounted and handed the reins to Pungush. He walked slowly towards the group, dreading what he would find, but he stopped again as one of the men looked up and saw him. He recognized Mark instantly. Ah, Warden, Dirk Courtney laughed, tossing that splendid head of glossy curls. We are doing your job for you. The laughter was sly and spiteful, the malice so apparent that Mark knew he was thinking of the bribe that Mark had accepted and then turned against him. Here is one that you can cross off your report. Dirk chuckled again, and gestured for his men to stand aside. The circle opened and Mark stepped into the opening. The men around him were still red-faced and garrulous, and he could smell the stale liquor on them. "Gentlemen, may I present the newly appointed warden of Chaka's gate-proclaimed area." Dirk stood opposite him, across the circle, with one hand thrust carelessly into the pocket of his chamois leather jacket, a handmade double-barreled 450 elephant rifle by Gibbs of London tucked into the crook of his elbow. The lion lay on its side with legs extended. He was an old, scarred torn, so lean and rangy that each rib showed clearly through the short tan hair. There were 4 bullet holes in the body. The one behind the shoulder would have raked both lungs, but another heavy bullet had shattered the skull. The mouth hung open slackly, and a little blood-stained saliva still oozed out onto the lolling pink tongue. "Congratulations, gentlemen," Mark nodded, and only Dirk Courtney caught the irony in his voice. "Yes," he agreed. "The sooner we clear this area and make it safe for settlement the better for all." There was a hearty chorus of agreement, and one of them produced a brown bottle from his back pocket and passed it from hand to hand, each in turn pointing its base briefly heavenwards, then exclaiming appreciatively and smacking their lips. "What about the lioness?" Mark asked quietly, refusing his turn at the bottle. "Don't worry about her," one of them assured him. "She's down already. I hit her clean in the shoulder. We are just giving her a chance to stiffen up before we go after her to finish her off." And he drew his sheath knife and began to skin out the carcass of the lion, while his comrades passed loud comment and advice. Mark walked back to Pungush, who squatted patiently at Trojan's head. "The lioness is wounded but has run." "I have seen the spoor," Pungush nodded and pointed it out with his eyes, not moving his head. "How bad is she hit?" "I do not know yet. I must see how she settles to run before judging." "Take the spoor," said Mark. "Let us go quietly without alerting these mighty hunters." They drifted away from the clearing, leading the mule casually, Mark following a dozen paces behind the Zulu. 500 yards further on, Pungush stopped and spoke quietly. "She is hit in the right shoulder or leg, but I do not think the bone has gone, for she touches with every second pace. She goes well on 3 legs, and at first there was a little blood, but it dries quickly." "Perhaps she bleeds inside?" Mark asked. "If that is so, we will find her within a short while dead." Pungush shrugged. "All right." Mark swung up into the saddle. "Let us go swiftly, that we may outrun these others. None of them will be able to follow across such hard ground." He was too late. "Anders!" Dirk Courtney shouted, riding up at the head of his band. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" "My job," Mark answered. "I'm following a wounded beast. We are coming with you." Mark glanced at Pungush, and a silent accord flashed between them. Then he turned back to the group. "You all realize the danger involved. These animals have probably been hunted before, and my tracker thinks the lioness is only lightly hit." There was a little sobering and hesitation, but all 8 of them rode on after Pungush. He went hard, loping away, Minza Umlabathi, stretching the horses into an easy canter, and after the first hour Dirk Courtney swore bad-temperedly. "I don't see any blood." "The blood has dried," Mark told him. "The wound has closed." The contents of the brown bottle were long ago exhausted. Red faces were sweating heavily in the rising heat. Eyes were bloodshot and high good humor turning to headaches and woolly tongues. None of them had remembered to bring a water bottle. 2 of them turned back. An hour later Dirk Courtney snarled suspiciously, "This bloody nigger is giving us a bum run. Tell him I'll take the horsewhip to him. The lioness is going strongly, don't believe it. I can't see any spoor." Pungush stopped abruptly, motioned them to stay, and went forward cautiously into a low thicket of waterbessie scrub. "I've had a guts full of this," muttered one of the hunters miserably. "The 2. I've got work to do." 3 more of them turned back, and those that remained sat their restless horses until Pungush emerged from the thicket and beckoned them forward. In the heart of the thicket, impressed deeply into the soft mound of a mole heap, he showed them the unmistakable pad of a lioness. It headed relentlessly southward. "All right," Dirk Courtney acknowledged. "He's still on the spoor. Tell him to keep going." An hour after noon, the lioness led them on to a low, unbroken cap of solid gray granite, and Pungush sat down wearily. His muscles shone in the sunlight with sweat as though they had been oiled. He looked up at Mark on the mule and shrugged with an expressive gesture of helplessness. "Dead spoor," said Mark. "Gone away." Dirk Courtney pulled up his horse's head with a cruel jerk of the curb and snapped at Markanders. "I want to speak to you." He trotted away out of earshot of the group, and Mark followed him. They stopped and faced each other, and Dirk's mouth was twisted into a pinched and bitter line. "This is the second time you have been clever at my expense," he started grimly. "You could have had me as an ally, but instead you had my father send me a receipt for my gift. Now you and your savage have pulled another trick. I don't know how you did it, but it's the last time it will happen." He stared at Mark, and the slant of the eyes altered. Once again that mad, malevolent light burned in their depths. "A powerful friend I would have been, but a much more powerful enemy I am now. So far only my father's protection has saved you. That will change. No man stands in my way, I swear that to you." He wheeled his horse, put spurs to it, and galloped away. The other two disconsolate hunters trailed away after him. Mark rode back to Pungush, and they drank from the water bottle and smoked a little before Mark asked, "Where is the lioness? We left her spoor 2 hours back." Mark glanced sharply at him, and Pungush stood up and walked to another mole heap at the edge of the granite. He squatted beside it, and with a roll of his open palm outlined the fleshy pad of a lion paw. Then he bunched his knuckles and rolled them for the toe marks. Miraculously, the spoor of a full-grown lion appeared in the soft earth, and Pungush looked up at Mark's startled, unbelieving expression and let out one of those whistling hippo snorts of laughter, rocking back on his heels delightedly. "For 2 hours we followed the Takalosh," he hooted. "I cannot see her," said Mark, carefully glassing the shallow wooded valley below them. "Oh, Jamla, who cannot see? Where is she, Pungush? Do you see the forked tree beyond the 3 round rocks?" A step at a time he directed Mark's gaze, until suddenly he made out just the 2 dark round blobs of her ears above the short yellow grass, about 600 yards from where they sat. She was lying close in under the spread of a thorn thicket, and even as he watched, she lowered her head and the ears vanished. Now that she is alone, she wishes to return to the place she knows well, beyond the Yuzutu. That is why she moves always that way. When the pain of the wound allows, before they had come up with her, they had found 3 places where she had lain to rest, and at one such place there had been a smear of blood and a dozen yellow hairs. A Takalosh is a mythical creature from Zulu magical legend. Glued into the clot. Pungush had inspected the hairs minutely. By color and texture he could tell from which part of the lioness body they had come. High in the right shoulder, and if she was bleeding inside she would be down already. But she is in great pain, for she walks short. The wound has stiffened. She cannot go far. Now Mark swung the glasses towards the west and longingly stared through them at the blue misty loom of the cliffs of Chaka's Gate, 6 miles away. "So close," he murmured, "so close." But the exhausted cat was dragging herself painfully away from sanctuary, back towards the plowed lands, towards cattle and men and the dog packs. Instinctively he turned in that direction now, swinging the binoculars in a long, slow traverse across the north and east. From the low ridge he had a good field of sight, across miles of light forest to the open chocolate expanse of plowed land. Something moved in the field of the binoculars, and he blinked his eyes and refocused carefully. 3 horsemen were coming slowly in their direction, and even at this range Mark could see the dogs running ahead of them. Quickly, he looked back at the leading rider. There was no mistaking that arrogantly erect figure. Dirk Courtney had not given up the hunt. He had merely returned to assemble a hunting pack, and now the dogs were coming down fast on the smell of the wounded cat. Mark laid a hand on the hard muscle of Pungush's shoulder, and with his free hand he pointed. The Zulu stood up and stared for a full minute at the oncoming horseman, then he began to speak quickly. "Jamla, I will try to call the lioness and lead her." Mark started to ask a question, but Pungush stopped him harshly. "Can you pull the dogs away or stop them?" Mark thought for a moment, then nodded. "Give me your snuff, Pungush." He took the snuff horn that hung on a thong around his neck and handed it to Mark without question. "Go," said Mark. "Call my lioness for me." Pungush slipped away down the ridge and left Mark to hurry to Trojan. There were 3 sticks of black dried meat left in Mark's food bag. He found 2 flat stones and pounded the dry meat into a fine powder between them, glancing up every few seconds to see the huntsman coming on rapidly. Once the meat was powdered, he scooped it into his pannikin and added an ounce of native snuff from the horn, mixing the 2 powders with his fingers as he ran back down the ridge to intersect the lioness trail at the point they had left it. When he reached the shoulder of the ridge where the wounded cat had skirted a rocky outcrop, he knelt and made 3 neat piles of the mixed powder directly in the path of the oncoming dogs. The dried meat would be irresistible when they reached it. The dogs would sniff at it greedily. He could hear them already, baying excitedly, coming on swiftly, leading the hunters at a canter. As he ran back up the ridge to where Trojan stood, Mark smiled bleakly. A hound with a good suck of fiery native snuff up his nose wasn't going to smell anything else for at least 12 hours. The lioness lay on her side with her mouth open. She panted for air, and her chest pumped like a blacksmith's bellows, and her eyes were tightly closed. The bullet had been fired from her right quarter. It was a soft lead slug from a .45-5 Martini Hendry, and it had taken her high in the shoulder, but far forward, cutting in through the heavy muscle and grazing the big joint of the shoulder, lacerating sinew and shattering that extraordinary small floating bone, found only in the shoulder of a lion, the lucky bone so prized as a hunter's talisman. The bullet had missed the artery as it plunged into the neck and lodged there beneath the skin, a lump the size of the top joint of a man's thumb. The flies swarmed joyously into the mouth of the wound, and she lifted her head and snapped at them, and then mewing softly at the agony that movement had caused, she began to lick the bullet hole carefully, the long tongue rasping roughly against her hide, curling pink and dexterous as it cleansed the fresh little trickle of watery blood that had sprung from it. Then she sank back wearily and closed her eyes again. Pungush was aware of the wind in the same way as the helmsman of a tall ship is, for it was as important to him as it is to a mariner. He knew exactly at each moment of the day its force and direction, anticipated any change before it occurred, and he did not have to carry an ash bag nor wet a finger. The knowledge was instinctive. Now he moved carefully into a downwind position from the wounded animal. It did not occur to him to thank any providence for the constant easterly breeze that put him fairly between the cat and the near boundary of Chaka's gate. Silent as the cloud shadow moves across the earth, he moved in on the cat, judging the extreme limit of her acute hearing before kneeling facing where she lay 300 yards away. He filled and deflated his lungs rapidly a dozen times, the great muscled chest swelling and subsiding as he built up reserves of oxygen in his blood. Then he caught a full breath and stretched out his neck at a peculiar angle, cupping his hands to his gaping mouth to act as a sounding board. From the depths of the straining chest issued a low drumming rattle that rose and sank to a natural rhythm and ended with an abrupt little cough. The lioness head came up in a single flash of movement, her ears erect, her eyes alight with yellow lights, for in her pain and fear and confusion she had heard the old lion calling to her, that low, far-carrying assembly call with which he had directed her hunting so often, and which he had used to bring her to him when separated in thick bush. The pain of rising was almost too much for her. The wound had stiffened, and her neck and shoulder and chest were crushed under a granite boulder of agony. But at that moment she heard for the first time the distant yelping chorus of the dog pack. She and the old lion had been hunted by dogs before, and the sound gave her strength. She came up and stood for a moment on 3 legs, favoring the right fore, panting heavily, and then she went forward, whining softly at the pain, carrying the bad leg high, lunging for balance at each stride. Mark watched from the ridge, saw the yellow cat start to move again, hobbling slowly westwards at last. Far ahead of her, keeping out of sight, the big Zulu trotted, pausing whenever she faltered to kneel and repeat the assembly call of a dominant male lion. And each time the lioness answered him with eager little mewling grunts and hobbled after him, westward towards the dreaming blue hills that guarded the Beaubasy Valley. Mark had heard the old hunter's stories before. Old Man Anders had always claimed that his gun-bearer, who had been killed by an elephant on the Sabai River in '84, could call lions. However, Mark had never seen it done, and secretly had put the story into the category of the picturesque but apocryphal. Now he saw it happening and still wanted to doubt it. He watched fascinated from his grandstand upon the ridge, and only a change in the clamor of the dog pack made him swing his binoculars back towards the east. At the rocky shoulder of the ridge, where he had set his bait of powdered biltong and snuff, the pack milled confusedly. There were 8 or 9 dogs, a mongrel pack of terriers and boar hounds and ridgebacks. The determined hunting chorus had disintegrated into a cacophony of whines and yelps, while Dirk Courtney overrode them, standing in his stirrups to lay about them furiously with the horsewhip. Mark took Trojan's reins and led him down off the ridge, using what little cover there was, but confident that the huntsmen were too involved with their own problems to look ahead and see him. When he reached the place beside the thorn thicket where the lioness had last lain, he cut a branch with his clasp knife, and used it like a broom to brush away any sign the cat had left. He followed slowly westwards towards Chaka's gate, pausing every few minutes to listen for the drumming lion call, watching the ground as he moved, and using the branch to brush away all lion sign, covering for his lioness, until in the dusk they climbed a low saddle through the hills and in slow, drawn-out procession, went down to the Beaubasy River. Pungush made his last call in darkness, and then ran out in a wide circle, leaving the lioness within 100 yards of the river, knowing how she would be burned up by the heat of the wound and crazed for water. He found Mark by the glow of his cigarette. "Get up," said Mark, and gave him an arm. Pungush did not argue. He had run almost without a pause since before dawn, and he swung up behind Mark. They rode home, 2 up on Trojan's broad sway back, and neither of them spoke until they saw the lantern light in the cottage window. "Jamla," said Pungush, "I feel the way I did the day my first son was born," and there was a tone of wonder in his voice. "I did not believe a man could feel thus for a devil that kills cattle and men." Lying in the darkness, with Marion beside him in the double bed, Mark told her about it, trying to convey the wonder and the sense of achievement. He told her what Pungush had said, and stumbled for words to describe his own feelings, to come haltingly at last into silence. "That's very nice, dear. When are you going into town again? I want to buy some curtains for the kitchen. I thought a checked gingham would look pretty. What do you think, dear?" The lioness gave birth to her cubs in the thick Jesse bushes that choked one of the narrow tributary valleys which came down off the escarpment. There were 6 cubs, but they were almost 3 weeks old when Mark first saw them. He and Pungush lay belly down on the edge of the cliff that overlooked the valley when she led them back from the river in the dawn. The cubs followed her in an untidy straggle spread over 100 yards. The sinew in her right fore had healed crooked and slightly shorter, which gave her a heaviness in her gait, a roll like a sailor's, as she came up the draw. One of the cubs, more persistent than the rest, was trying to suckle from her pendulant, heavy, multiple dugs as she walked. He kept making clumsy flying leaps at them as they swung above his head. Mostly he fell on his head and got trodden on by his mother's back feet, but once he succeeded and hung like a fat brown tick on one nipple. The lioness whirled about and cuffed him left and right, then began to lick him with a tongue that wrapped around his head entirely and knocked him on his back again. One of the other cubs was stalking his siblings, crouching in ambush behind a single blade of grass, with flattened ears and viciously slitted eyes. When he leapt out on his brothers and sisters, and they totally ignored his warlike maneuvers, he covered his embarrassment by turning back and sniffing the grass blade with such attention that it seemed this had been his original intention. 3 of the others were hunting butterflies. There had been a new hatching of Collodi's loan. On white and purple wings, they fluttered close to the earth, and the cubs reared on their hind legs and boxed at them with more gusto than skill, overbalancing at the end of each attack and collapsing in a fluffy tangle of outsized paws. The 6th cub was hunting the tails of the butterfly hunters. Every time they slashed their little tufted tails in the feverish excitement of the chase, he pounced upon them with savage growls, and they were forced to turn and defend themselves against the sting of his needle-sharp baby teeth. The progress of the family from river to Jesse thicket was a long drawn-out series of unseemly brawls, which the lioness finally broke up. She turned back and gave that drumming cough which promised imminent retribution if not obeyed instantly. The cubs abandoned their play, formed an Indian file, and trotted after the lioness into the shelter of the Jesse. "I would like to know how many females there are in the litter," Mark whispered, grinning fondly like a new father as he watched them go. "If you wish, Jamla, I will go down and look under their tails," Pungush offered solemnly. "And you will treat my widows generously." Mark chuckled and led the way back down the side of the hill. They had almost reached the tree where Mark had left Trojan when something caught his eyes. He turned aside and kicked hopefully at the little heap of stones, before he realized that they had not been erected by human hands, but had been pushed up by the surface roots of a syringa tree. He gave a grunt of disappointment and turned away. Pungush watched him speculatively, but made no comment. He had seen Mark perform that strange little ritual 100 times before, whenever an unusual rock or pile caught his attention. It had become a custom that every few evenings Mark would wander across from the thatched cottage at Main Camp, half a mile to where Pungush's wives had erected the cluster of huts that was the family home. Each hut was shaped in the perfect cone of a beehive, long whippy saplings bent in to form the framework, and the thatch bound in place by the plaited string of bark stripped from the saplings. The earth between the huts was smoothed and brushed, and Pungush's carved wooden stool set before the low doorway of his personal sleeping hut. After Mark's 4th visit, another, newly carved stool appeared beside it. Though it was never spoken of, it was immediately apparent that this had been reserved exclusively for Mark's visits. Once Mark was seated, one of the wives would bring him a bowl to wash his hands. The water had been carried laboriously all the way from the river, and Mark merely damped his fingertips so that it would not be wasted. Then the youngest wife knelt in front of him, smiling shyly, and offered with both hands a pot of the delicious sour achwala, the Zulu millet beer, thick as gruel and mildly alcoholic. Only when Mark had swallowed the first mouthful would Pungush look up and greet him. "I see you, Jamla." Then they could talk in the relaxed, desultory fashion of men totally at ease in each other's company. "Today, when we came down off the hill after watching the lions, you turned off the path and kicked at some stones. It was for this strange custom I named you, this endless seeking, this looking and never finding." Pungush would never ask the direct question. It would have been the grossest bad manners to ask outright what our Mark was looking for. Only a child or an umlungu, a white man, would be so callow. It had taken him many months to ask the question, and now he framed it in the form of a statement. Mark took Anatherpal Athai's beer pot and offered Pungush his cigarette case. The Zulu declined with an open hand, and instead began to roll his own smoke, coarse tarry black tobacco in a thick roll of brown paper, the size of a Havana cigar. Watching his hands, Mark replied, "My father and my mother died of the white sore throat, diphtheria, when I was a child, and an old man became both father and mother to me." He started to answer the question in as devious a manner as it had been asked, and Pungush listened, nodding and smoking quietly. "So this man, my grandfather whom I loved, is buried somewhere in this valley. It is his grave I seek," he ended simply, and realized suddenly that Pungush was staring at him with a peculiar somber expression. "What is it?" Mark asked. "When did this happen? 6 seasons ago. Would this old man have camped beneath the wild figs?" Pungush pointed down the valley. "Where first you camped?" "Yes," Mark agreed. "He always camped there." He felt the surge of something in his chest, foreknowledge of something momentous about to happen. "There was a man," said Pungush, "who wore a hat under which an impi could have camped, and he made a circle of his arms, exaggerating only a little the size of a double Terai brim, and who had a beard, shaped thus like the wings of a white egret. An image of the old man's forked beard, snowy and stained only around the mouth with tobacco juice, leapt in Mark's mind. An old man who walked like the secretary bird when it hunts for locusts in the grass. The long, thin legs, the stooped arthritic shoulders, the measured stride, the description was perfect." "Pungush!" Mark exploded with excitement. "You know him. Nothing moves in this valley, no bird flies, no baboon barks, but the jackal hears and sees." Mark stared at him, appalled at his own oversight. Of course Pungush knew everything. Pungush, the silent watcher, why in God's name had he not thought to ask him before? He followed this path. Pungush walked ahead of Mark, and with the natural skill of the born actor he mimicked John Anders, the halting gait and stooped shoulders of an old man. If Mark half closed his eyes, he could see his grandfather as he had seen him so many times before. Here he turned off the path. Pungush left the game trail and started up one of the narrow, dried-out watercourses. Their feet crunched in the sugary sand. Half a mile further, Pungush stopped and pointed at one of the shiny, water-polished black boulders. Here he sat and set his rifle aside. He lit his pipe and smoked. Pungush turned and scrambled up the steep bank of the watercourse. While the old man smoked, the fourth man came up the valley. He came as a hunter, silently, following the easy spoor of the old man. He used the Zulu word of respect for an elder, Ixigu. "Wait, Pungush," Mark frowned. "You say the fourth man. I am confused." "Count the men for me." They squatted down on the bank, and Pungush took a little snuff, offered the horn to Mark, who refused, then sniffed the red powder out of his palm, closing one nostril at a time with his thumb. He screwed his eyes closed and sneezed deliciously before going on. "There was the old man, your grandfather, Ixiltuegu. That is one. Then there was another old man, without hair on his head nor on his chin. That is 2, Mark agreed. Then there was a young man with very black hair, a man who laughed all the time and walked with the noise of a buffalo herd. Yes, that is 3. These 3 came together to the valley. They hunted together and camped together below the wild figs. Pungush must be describing the Graylings, the father and son who had made the sworn deposition to the Ladybird magistrate. That was as he had expected, but now he asked, "What of the fourth man, Pungush?" "The fourth man followed them secretly, and Ixigu, your grandfather, did not know of him. He had always the manner of the hunter of men, watching from cover and moving silently. But once when your grandfather, Ixigu, had left camp to hunt alone for birds along the river, this secret man came to the camp below the wild figs, and all 3 of them spoke together, quietly but with closed faces and wary eyes of men who discuss affairs of deadly moment. Then the silent man left them again and went to hide in the bush before Ixigu returned. You saw all this, Pungush, Mark asked. What I did not see, I read in the spoor. Now I understand about the fourth man. Tell me what happened that day Ixegu was sitting there smoking his pipe. Pungush pointed down into the watercourse. And the silent one came and stood here, even where we now sit, and he looked down at your grandfather without speaking, holding his izabamu, his rifle, thus. What did Ixegu do then? Mark asked. He felt nauseous with the horror of it. He looked up and asked a question in a loud voice as a man does when he is afraid, but the silent one did not reply. Then, I am sorry, Jamla, knowing that Ixegu was of your blood, the telling, oh, it gives me pain. Go on, said Mark. Then the silent one fired once with his rifle, and Ixegu fell face down in the sand. He was dead, Mark asked, and Pungush was silent a moment. He was not dead. He was shot here in the belly. He moved, he cried out. The silent one fired again. Mark felt the acid bite of vomit in the back of his throat. Pungush shook his head. What did he do? He sat down on the bank here where we sit, and he smoked silently, watching the old man Ixegu lying down there in the sand until he died. How long did he take to die? Mark asked in a choked, angry voice. Pungush swept a segment of the sky to indicate 2 hours of the sun's course. At the end, Ixegu was calling out in Zulu as well as his own language. What did he say? Pungush. He asked for water, and he called to God and to a woman who might have been his mother or his wife. Then he died. Mark thought about it with surges of nausea alternating with flashes of bitter hating anger and racking grief. He tried to imagine why the killer had let his victim die so slowly, and it was many minutes before he remembered that the story must have already been arranged, that the old man was to die in a hunting accident. No man accidentally shoots himself twice. The body was to have only one gunshot wound, but the stomach was always the most agonizing wound. Mark remembered how the got wounded screamed in the trenches as they were being carried back by the stretcher bearers. Grieve with you, Jarnella. Mark roused himself at Pungush's words. What happened after Ixegu died? The other 2 men, the old bald one and the young loud one, came from the camp. All 3 of them talked here beside the body. They talked for a long time with shouting and red angry faces, and they waved their hands thus and thus. Pungush imitated men in heated argument. One pointed here, another pointed there, but in the end the silent one spoke and the other 2 listened. Where did they take him? First they opened his pockets and took from them some papers and a pouch. They argued again, and the silent one took the papers and put them back in the dead man's pockets. Mark realized the wisdom of this. An honest man does not rob the corpse of an accident victim. Then they carried him up the bank, and this way, Pungush stood and led Mark 400 yards into the forest, below the first steep gradient of the escarpment. Here they found a deep ant-bear hole, and they pushed the old man's body down into it. Here, Mark asked. There was short rank grass and no sign of a cairn nor a mound. I see nothing. They collected rocks from the cliff there and placed them in the hole on top of the body so that the hyena would not dig it out. Then they covered the rocks with earth and they smoothed it with a tree branch. Mark went down on one knee and inspected the ground. Yes, he exclaimed. There was a very shallow depression in the earth, as though it had subsided a little over an excavation. Mark drew his sheath knife and blazed 4 of the nearest trees, making it easier to return to this place, and he built a small pyramid of rocks on the depressed saucer of earth. When he had finished, he asked Pungush, "Why did you not tell anybody of this before? Why did you not go to the police in Ladybird? Jamla, the madness of white men does not concern me. Also, it is a very long journey to Ladybird, to the policeman who would say, 'Ho, Kaffir, and what were you doing in the Bubezi Valley to see such strange events?'" Pungush shook his head. "No, Jamla, sometimes it better for a man to be blind and deaf. Tell me truly, Pungush, if you saw these men again, would you remember them? All white men have faces like boiled yams, red, lumpy, and without shape." Then Pungush remembered his manners. "Except you, Jamla, who are not so ugly as all that, thank you, Pungush. So you would not know them again. The old bald one and the young loud one I might know. Pungush furrowed his brow in thought. And the silent one, Mark asked. Ho, Pungush's brow cleared. Does one forget what a leopard looks like? Does one forget the killer of men? The silent one I would remember at any time and in any place. Good, Mark nodded. Go back home now, Pungush. He waited until the big Zulu was out of sight among the trees, then Mark went down on his knees and removed his hat. Well, Pops, he said, I'm not very good at this. But I know you'd have liked to have the words said. His voice was so hoarse and low that he had to clear his throat loudly before he went on. The house on Lion Cop was shuttered, and the furniture all under white dust sheets, but the head servant met Mark in the kitchen yard. Nkosi has gone to Tekwini. He left 2 weeks ago. He gave Mark a breakfast of grilled bacon and fried eggs. Then Mark went out and mounted his motorcycle again. It was a long, hard run down to the coast, and Mark had plenty of time to think as the dusty miles spun away under the wheels of the aerial Square 4. He had left Chaka's gate within hours of finding the old man's grave, going instinctively to one man for advice and guidance. He had wanted Marion to come with him, at least as far as Ladybird, where she could have stayed with her sister. However, Marion had refused to leave her home or her garden, and Mark had felt secure in the knowledge that Pungush would be sleeping in the toolshed behind the stables to guard the homestead in Mark's absence. Mark had waded the river and trudged up the slope below to the beginning of the track, where he kept the motorcycle in its thatched shelter. It had been a slow, bumpy journey in the dark, and he had reached Lion Cop in the dawn to find Courtney had moved his household to Durban. Mark rode through the gates of Imoyeni in the late afternoon, and it was like coming home again. Courtney was in the rose garden, but she dropped the basket of cut flowers and lifted her skirts to her knees as she ran to meet him, the wide-brimmed straw hat flying from her head and hanging by its ribbon around her throat, and her delighted spontaneous laughter ringing like a young girl's. Oh, Mark, we've missed you so. She took him in a motherly embrace, kissing both his cheeks. How brown and hard you look, and you've filled out beautifully. She held him at arm's length and felt his biceps in mock admiration before embracing him again. The general will be delighted to see you. She took Mark's arm and led him towards the house. He hasn't been well, Mark, but seeing you again will be a tonic to him. Mark stopped involuntarily in the doorway and felt the shock dry the saliva under his tongue. General Courtney was an old man. He sat at the bay windows of the bedroom suite. He wore a plaid dressing gown, and a mohair rug was tucked around his legs. On the table beside him was a pile of files and reports, parliamentary white papers and a sheath of letters, all the documentation of his life that Mark remembered so well. But the general had fallen asleep, and the metal-rimmed spectacles had slid down onto the tip of his nose. He snored softly, his lips fluttering at each breath. His face seemed to have wasted so that the bones of cheek and brow stood out gauntly. His eyes receded into deep plum-purple cavities, and his skin had a grayish, lifeless tinge to it. But the truly shocking thing was the color of his beard and the once thick bush of his hair. On Courtney the late snows were falling. His beard had turned into a silver cascade, and his hair was as white and as thin as the fine sun-bleached grasses of the Kalahari Desert. Ruth crossed to his chair and lifted the spectacles off his nose. Then gently, with a loving wife's concern, she touched his shoulder. Sean, darling, there is somebody here to see you. He woke the way an old man wakes, blinking and mumbling with small, inconclusive movements of his hands. Then he saw Mark and his expression firmed. Suddenly there was a little of the old sparkle in the dark eyes and the warmth in his smile. My boy, he said, lifting his hands, and Mark stepped forward quite naturally. Then for the first time they embraced like father and son, and afterwards Sean beamed at him fondly. I was beginning to believe we had lost you forever to the ways of the wild. Then he looked up at Ruth beside his chair. In celebration, I think we can advance the hour a little, my dear. Won't you have Joseph bring up the tray? Sean, you know what the doctor said yesterday. But Sean snorted with disgust. For 50 years, man and boy, my stomach has got used to its evening dash of John Haig pinch bottle. Lack of it will kill me more swiftly and surely than Dr. Henderson and all his pills and potions and blatant quackeries. He placed one arm about her waist and squeezed her winningly. There's a bonny girl. When Ruth had gone, smiling and shaking her head disapprovingly, Sean waved Mark to the chair opposite him. What does the doctor say is wrong with you, sir? Doctor. Sean blew through his lips. The older I get, the less faith I have in the whole sorry bunch. He reached for the cigar box. They even wanted me to stop these. What on earth is the use of living if you have to give up all the processes of life, I ask you? He lit the cigar with a flourish and drew on it with relish. I'll tell you what's wrong with me, son. Too many years of running hard, of fighting and riding and working. That's all it is. Now I'm having a nice little rest, and in a week or so I'll be chipper and fly as I ever was. Ruth brought the silver tray and they sat until it was dark, talking and laughing. Mark told them of the life at Chaka's gate, about each little triumph, describing the cottage and the work done on the roads. He told them of the buffalo and the lioness and the cubs, and Sean told him of the progress made by their wildlife society. It's disappointing, Mark. Nothing like I had hoped for. It's extraordinary just how little people care about things that don't affect their daily lives directly. I never expected instant success. How can people care about something they have never seen? Once we have made the wilderness accessible, once people can have the experience, like seeing these cubs, it will begin then. Yes, Sean agreed thoughtfully. That's what the true object of the society is, to educate them. They talked on while darkness fell and Ruth closed the shutters and drew the curtains. Mark waited for an opportunity to speak of the true reason for his coming to Amoyani, but he was uncertain of how it might affect a man who was already sick. At last he could wait no longer. He drew a deep breath, hoped for grace, and told it quickly and without trimmings, repeating Pungush's story exactly and describing what he had seen himself. When he finished, Sean was silent for a long time, staring into his glass. At last he roused himself and began asking questions, shrewd, cutting questions that showed his mind was as quick and crisp as it had been before. Have you opened the grave? And Mark shook his head. Good, said Sean and went on. This Zulu, Pungush, was the only witness. How reliable is he? They discussed it for another half hour before Sean asked the one question he had obviously been avoiding. You think Dirk Courtney is responsible for this? Yes, Mark nodded. What proof is there? He is the only one who could have profited by my grandfather's murder, and the style is his. I asked what proof there is, Mark. There is none, he admitted, and Sean was silent again while he weighed it all. Mark, I understand just how you feel, and I think you know how I feel. However, there is nothing we can do now that will have any effect, beyond alerting the murderer, whoever he is. He leaned forward in his chair and stretched out a hand to grip Mark's forearm in a gesture of comfort. All we have now is the unsupported testimony of a Zulu poacher who speaks no English. A good lawyer would eat him without spitting out the bones, and Dirk Courtney would have the best lawyer, even if we could trace this mysterious, silent one to him and get him into court. We need more than this, Mark. I know, Mark nodded, but I thought we might be able to trace the grailing father and son. They went to Rhodesia, I believe. The foreman at Ladyburg railway station told me that. Yes, I'll get somebody on to that. My lawyers will know a good investigator. He made a note on the pad at his side. But in the meantime, we can only wait. They talked on, but it was clear that the discussion had tired Sean Courtney, and gray and blue shadows etched the lines and wrinkles on his face. He settled down a little deeper in his chair, his beard lowered onto his chest, and suddenly he had fallen asleep again. He sagged slowly sideways. The crystal glass fell from his hand to the carpet with a soft thud and splattered a few drops of whiskey, and he snored a soft, single snort. Ruth picked up the glass, arranged the rug carefully around his shoulders, and signaled Mark to follow her. In the passage, she chatted brightly. "I have told Joseph to make up your bed in the blue room, and there is a good hot bath waiting. There will be only the two of us for dinner, Mark. The general will have a tray in his room." They had reached the door of the library, and Mark could be silent no longer. He caught Ruth's arm. "Mrs. Courtney," he pleaded, "what is it? What is wrong with him?" The bright smile faded slowly, and she swayed slightly on her feet. Now for the first time he noticed how the few strands of white had turned to deep iron-gray wings at her temples. He saw also the little lines and creases around her eyes, and the deeper furrows of worry across her brow. "His heart is broken," she said simply, and then she was weeping. No hysterical sobs or wild cries of grief, but a slow, deep welling up of tears that was more harrowing, more poignant than any theatrical display. "They have broken his heart," she repeated, and swayed again, so that Mark caught and steadied her. She clung to him, her face pressed to his shoulder. "First the estrangement from Dirk, and then Michael's death," she whispered. "He never let it show, but they destroyed some part of him. Now the whole world has turned against him, the people to whom he has devoted his life in peace and war. The newspapers call him the Butcher of Fordsburg. Dirk Courtney has whipped them upon him like a pack of wild dogs." He led her into the library and made her sit on the low, buttoned sofa while he knelt beside her and found a crumpled handkerchief in his jacket pocket. "On top of it all, there is Storm. The way she ran off and married that man. He was a horrible man, Mark. He even came here asking for money, and there was a terrible scene. That's when Sean had his first attack that night. Then finally there was further shame, further heartbreak when Storm was divorced. It was all too much, even for a man like Sean." Mark stared at her. "Storm is divorced?" he asked softly. "Yes," Ruth nodded, and then her expression lightened. "Oh, Mark, I know you and Storm were becoming such good friends. I am sure she is fond of you. Can't you go to her? It might be the cure for which we all pray." Umhlanga Rocks was one of those little seaside villages that were scattered along the sandy coastline on each side of the main port of Durban. Mark crossed the low bridge over the Umgeni River and headed north. The road cut through the thick, jungly coastal bush, dense as an equatorial forest, and hung with ropes of hanas from which the little blue vervet monkeys swung and chattered. The road ran parallel with the white beaches, but at the 12th milestone Mark reached the turnoff and went directly down to the coast. The village was clustered around the iron-roofed Oyster Box Hotel, where Mark and Dickie Lancome had danced and dined with Marion and that other nameless girl so long ago. The only other buildings were 20 or 30 cottages set in large gardens, overrun by the rampant jungle, and overlooking the sea with its rowdy frothing surf and rocky points jutting out from the smooth white beaches. Ruth had given him accurate directions, and Mark parked the motorcycle on the narrow, dusty lane and followed the pathway that wound without apparent direction through a wild garden of purple bougainvillea and brilliant poinsettia. The cottage was small, and the bougainvillea had climbed up the pillars of the veranda and spread in brilliant, almost blinding display across the thatched roof. Mark knew at once that he had the right place, for Storm's Cadillac was parked in the open under the trees. It looked neglected and in careless disrepair. The tread was worn from the tires. There was a long, deep scratch down one side. A side window was cracked, and the paintwork was dull with dust and splattered with the dung of the fruit bats hanging in the tree above. Mark stopped and stared at the Cadillac for a full minute. The Storm he had known would have stamped her foot and screamed for her father if anybody had tried to make her ride in that. Mark climbed the veranda steps and paused to look about him. It was a peaceful and lovely spot, such as an artist might choose, but in its remoteness and its neglected and untrimmed profusion hardly suitable for one of the elegant young ornaments of society. Mark knocked on the front door and heard somebody moving about inside for some minutes before the door was opened. Storm was more beautiful by far than he had remembered. Her hair was long and bleached at the ends by salt water and sun. Her feet were bare. Her arms and legs were tanned and slim and supple as ever, but it was her face that had changed. Although she wore no cosmetics, the skin had the shine of vibrant youth like the luster inside a seashell, and her eyes were clear and bright with health. Yet there were new depths to them. The petulant set of her mouth had softened. Her arrogance had become dignity. In that moment, as they stared at each other, he knew that she had indeed grown from girl to woman in the time since he had last seen her. And he sensed that the process had been agonizing, but that from it all was emerging a new value, a new strength, and the love which had been in him all this time spread out to fill his soul. "Storm," he said, and her eyes opened wide as she stared at him. Her voice was a little cry of pain, and she tried to drag the door closed. Mark jumped forward and held it. "Storm, I must speak with you." She tugged desperately at the door handle. "Go away, Mark. Please go away." All the new dignity and poise seemed to crumble, and she looked at him with the wide, frightened eyes of a child waking from nightmare. At last she knew that she could not force the door against his strength, and she turned away and walked slowly back into the house. "You shouldn't have come," she said miserably, and the child seemed to sense the changed air. It squalled. "Oh, hush, baby," Storm called softly, but her voice goaded it into a fresh outburst, and she crossed the room on bare feet with the long veil of hair hanging down her back. The room was starkly furnished, the cement floor bare and cool, no rugs to soften them, but along the walls were stacked her canvases, many of them blank but others half-finished or completed, and the familiar evocative smell of turpentine was heavy and pungent. The child lay belly down on a kaross of monkey skins laid out on the cement floor. Legs and arms were spread in that frog-like baby attitude, and except for a toweling napkin around the hips, it was naked and suntanned. The head was thrown back angrily, and the face flushed with the force of its yells. Mark stepped into the room and stared with sickly fascination at the child. He knew nothing of babies, but he could see that this was a sturdy and aggressively healthy small animal. The limbs were strong, kicking and working with a violent swimming motion, and the back was broad and robust. "Hush now, darling," cooed Storm. She knelt beside him and lifted him under the armpits. The napkin slid down to the child's knees, and there was no doubting that he was a boy. His tiny penis stuck out at half-mast, like a white finger with its little floppy chef's cap of loose, wrinkled skin. Mark found himself hating this other man's child, with a sudden frightening hatred. Yet he went forward involuntarily to where Storm knelt with the baby in her lap. Mother's touch had quelled the shouts of anger, and now the boy was smacking his lips and making little anticipatory hunger grants and pawing demandingly at Storm's bosom. The child had a fine golden cap of hair, through which Mark could see the perfect round of his skull and the little blue veins under the almost translucent skin. Now that the furious crimson tide of anger had receded from his face, Mark saw how beautiful was the child, as beautiful as the mother, and he hated it. He hated it with a bitter, sickening feeling in his stomach and a corrosive taste in his mouth. He moved closer, watching Storm wipe a dribble of saliva from the child's chin and hoist up his napkin to his waist. The child became aware of a stranger. He started and lifted his head to stare at Mark, and there was something hauntingly familiar in that face. The eyes that looked at him had looked at him before, he knew them so well. "You should not have come," said Storm, busy with her baby, not able to lift her eyes to him. "Oh God, Mark, why did you come?" Mark went down on one knee and stared into the child's face, and it reached out towards him with a pair of plump hands, dimpled and pink and damp with spit. "What is his name?" Mark asked. Where had he seen those eyes? Involuntarily, he extended his forefinger, and the child grabbed it with a fat little chuckle and tried to stuff it into his mouth. "John," Storm answered, still not looking at him. "John was my grandfather's name," Mark said huskily. Yes, whispered Storm, you told me. The words meant nothing for a moment. All he was aware of was that the hatred he felt for this little scrap of humanity slowly faded. In its place there grew something else. Then suddenly he knew where he had seen those eyes. Storm, he asked. Now she lifted her head and stared into his face. When she replied, she was half proud and half defiant. Yes, she said and nodded once. He reached for her clumsily. They knelt facing each other on the monkey-skin kaross and they embraced fiercely, the child held awkwardly between them, gurgling and hiccuping and drooling merrily as it chewed Mark's finger with greedy toothless gums. "Oh God, Mark, what have I done to us?" whispered Storm brokenly. Baby John woke them in the silvery, slippery gray light of before dawn. Mark was grateful to him, for he did not want to miss a minute of that coming day. He watched Storm light the candle and then work over the cradle. She made small, soothing sounds as she changed the baby, and the candlelight glowed on the sweet, clean lines of her naked back. Dark, silky hair hung over her shoulders, and he saw that childbirth had not thickened her waist. It still had the flared, graceful line, like the neck of a wine bottle above the tight, round double bulge of her buttocks. At last she turned and carried the baby to the bed, smiling at Mark as he lifted the blankets for her. "Breakfast time," she explained. "Will excuse us, please." She sat cross-legged in the bed, and she took one of her nipples between thumb and forefinger and directed it into the open, questing mouth. Mark drew as close as he could and placed one arm around Storm's shoulders. He watched with total fascination. Her breasts were big now, and heavy, jutting out into rounded cones. There was a pale blue dappling of active veins deep below the skin, and the nipples were the color of almost ripe mulberries, with the same rough, shiny texture. The child's tugging induced a sympathetic blue-white drop of milk to well from the tip of her other breast. It glistened like a pearl in the candlelight. John fed with tightly closed eyes and piglet grunts and snuffles. The milk ran from the corners of his mouth, and after the first pangs of his hunger were appeased, Storm had to prod him to keep him from falling asleep again. At each prod his jaw worked, busily for a minute or so, and then the level of activity slowly declined until the next prod. Storm changed him from one breast to the other and laid her own cheek gratefully against the hard, lean muscle of Mark's chest. "I think I am happy," she murmured. "But I've been unhappy for so long that I am not quite sure." John lay in a puddle of sea water 2 inches deep. He was stark naked and brown all over to prove this was no unusual state. He slapped at the water with both hands, and it splashed into his face so that he gasped and blinked his eyes and licked his lips, uncertain whether to be angry or to cry. Instead, he repeated the experiment with exactly the same consequences, and he spluttered sand and sea water. Poor little devil, Storm watched him. He has inherited the Courtney pride and stubbornness. He won't give up until he drowns himself. She lifted him from the puddle, and there was instantly such a howl of protest that she had to return him hurriedly. "I am sure if you went to the general with John," Mark persevered. "You don't really understand us Courtneys." Storm sat back and began to plait her hair over one shoulder. "We don't forget or forgive that easily. Storm, won't you try it? Please go to him. I know exactly how he is, Mark. Better than you, better than Daddy knows himself. I know him so well as I do myself because we are one person. I am he and he is me. If I go to him now, having done what I did, having insulted him, having destroyed all the dreams he wove about me, if I go now, when I am destitute of pride and honor, if I go as a beggar, he will despise me forever. No, Storm, you are wrong. On this I am never Ron and Mark darling. He would not want to despise me just as he does not want to hate me now, but he would not be able to help himself. He is Sean Courtney, and he is trapped in the steel jaws of his own honor. He is a sick man, you must give him the chance." "No, Mark, it would kill him. I know that, and it would destroy me. For both our sakes, I dare not go to him now. You don't know how much he cares for you." "Oh, I do, Mark. I also know how much I care for him, and one day, when I am proud again, I will go to him. I promise you that. When I know he can be proud of me, I will take him that as a gift. Oh, damn you and your stiff, cruel pride. You nearly destroyed us with it also. Come, Mark," she stood up. "Take John's other hand." They walked the child between them along the firm sand at the edge of the surf. He hung on their hands, leaning forward to watch his own feet appear and disappear magically below him, and he let out great shouts of triumph at his accomplishment. The day was bright and clean, and the gulls caught the wind and rode above them on smoky white wings, answering the child's shouts with their own harsh cries. Oh, I had so many fine clothes and fancy friends. Storm watched the gulls. I sold the clothes and lost the friends and found how little any of it really meant to me. Look at the gulls," she said, head thrown back. "See the sunlight through the spread feathers. I was so busy that I never had time to see clearly before. I never saw myself, not those around me. But now I am learning to look. I saw that in your painting," Mark said, and lifted John to his chest, delighting in the hot, restless little body. "You are painting different subjects. I want to be a great artist. I think you will be." That Courtney's stubbornness again. "We don't always get what we want," she told him, and the spent surf came sliding up the beach and creamed around their ankles. The child slept face down on the monkey-skin karass, exhausted with sun and sea and play, his belly bulging with food. Storm worked at the easel under the window with narrowed eyes and cocked head. "You are my favorite model," she said. "That's just because I'm so cheap," and she laughed lightly. "With what I pay you, I could be rich," she pointed out. "You know what they call ladies who do it for money?" Mark asked lazily and relapsed into silence, giving himself up to the full pleasure of watching her, and they were silent for nearly an hour, silent but close and spiritually in tune. Mark spoke at last. "I know what you mean by seeing more clearly now. That one," he pointed at one of the larger canvases against the wall, "that's probably the best thing you've ever done. I hated to sell it. The man who bought it is coming tomorrow. You've sold some of your paintings." He was startled. "How do you think John and I live?" "I don't know." He hadn't thought about that. "I supposed your husband." Her expression changed, darkening swiftly. "I want nothing from him." And she tossed her head so that the braid of hair flicked like the tail of an angry lioness. "I want nothing from him and his friends and my loving friends, all those nice, loyal people who stay away from me in droves now that I am the scarlet divorcee. I've learned a lot since last I saw you, and especially I have learned about that kind of person. They are rich," Mark pointed out. "You once told me how important that is." The dark anger went out of her and she drooped a little, the brush falling to her side. "Oh, Mark, please don't be bitter with me. I don't think I could stand that." He felt something tear in his chest, and he rose swiftly and went to her, picked her up with a swing of his shoulders and carried her high, through the curtained doorway into the small, cool, dark bedroom. It was strange, but their love-making was never the same. Always there were new wonders, new accords of desire, the discovery of some little things that excited them both beyond all relation to its apparent significance. Repetition could not weary nor dull the appetite they had for each other, and even as that appetite was totally satiated, so the endless well of their mutual desire began to fill again. It would start again immediately with the lazy touch of fingers as they lay curled together like sleepy puppies, the sweat of their loving cooling on their skin, raising little goose bumps around the dark, rosy aureoles of her nipples. A finger drawn lightly down his cheek, rasping on the sandpaper of his beard, and then pushing lightly between his lips, making him turn his head for another gentle kiss. A mere touch of lips and the mingling of their breath, so that he could smell that peculiar perfume of passion from her mouth. A smell like newly dug truffles, a mushroomy, exciting smell. She saw the new spark of interest in his eyes and drew softly away to chuckle at him. A throaty, sensuous sound. and she drew one sharp fingernail swiftly down his spine, so that little sparks of fire flew along his nerves and his back arched. "I am going to claw you because you deserve it, you randy old tomcat." She made a growly sound in her throat and curled her nails into a lion's claw, drawing it lightly across his shoulder, and then hard down his belly, so that her nails left red lines against the skin. She studied the red lines, with her lips parted and the tip of her pink tongue touching her small white teeth. The nipples of her breast swelled as she watched, growing like new buds, as though they were about to burst. She saw the direction of his eyes, and she put her hand behind his head, drawing him in down gently, pulling back her shoulders so that the heavy rounded bosom was offered like a sacrifice. Mark took some of the big scaly crayfish from the Lodide pools, and they smelled of kelp and iodine, thumping their tails furiously in his grip, snapping their legs and bubbling at the small mouths with their multiple mandibles. Mark rose, streaming salt water, from the depths of the pool and handed them up to Storm, who squealed with excitement on the rocky edge of the pool and took them gingerly, using her straw hat as a glove against the spiky carapace and waving legs. Mark built a fire in a scooped fireplace in the sand, while Storm held John on her lap and fed him through a discreetly unbuttoned blouse, offering advice and ribald comment as he worked. Mark threw wet seaweed over the coals, put the crayfish on top of that and covered them with another layer of seaweed, topping it off with a final layer of sand. And while they waited for the crayfish to cook and John to finish his noisy guzzling, they drank wine and watched the setting sun turn the sea clouds into a brilliant display. God, nature's an old ham. If I painted like that, they'd say I had no sense of color, and I could go work for a chocolate company painting boxes. Afterwards, Storm laid John in the apple basket that served as a portable cradle, and they ate crayfish, pulling the long, luscious sticks of white meat from the horny legs and washing it down with the tart white Cape wine. In the darkness, the stars were stark pricks of brilliant white, and the Sioux boomed in long, soft, phosphorescent lines. It's so wonderfully romantic. Storm watched it, sitting hugging her knees, and then turned her head and smiled wickedly. "And you can take that as a hint if you want to on the rug together," she said. "Do you know what some people do?" "No, what do some people do?" Mark seemed more interested in what he was doing than the actions of the nameless somebodies. "You don't expect me just to say it out like that." "Why not? It's rude." "All right, so whisper it." So she whispered it, but she was giggling so much that he was not sure he had heard right. She repeated it, and he had heard right. He was truly stunned, so that he found himself blushing in the dark. "That's terrible," he answered huskily. "You would never do that." However, he was over the first shock, and the idea intrigued him. "Of course not," she whispered, and then after a silence, "unless of course you want to." There was another long silence during which Storm made some investigations. "If I'm any judge, and I should be by now, you want to," she stated flatly. Long afterwards, naked in the dark, they swam together out beyond the first line of breakers. The water was warm as fresh milk, and they trod water to kiss with wet, salty lips. On the beach, Mark built up the fire, and they sat close to it, cuddled together in the yellow light of the flames, and they drank the rest of the wine. "Mark," she said at last, and there was a sadness in her voice that he had never heard before. "You have been with us 2 days now, which is 2 days too much. Tomorrow I want you to go. Go early before John and I are awake so we don't have to watch you." Her words struck like a lash so that he writhed at the sting. He turned to her with a stricken face in the firelight. "What are you saying? You and John are mine. We belong together, the three of us, always." "You didn't understand a word of what I was saying, did you?" she asked softly. "You didn't understand when I said I must rebuild my pride, refashion my honor. I love you, Storm. I have always loved you. You are married to somebody else, Mark. That doesn't mean anything," he pleaded. "Oh yes, it does." She shook her head. "And you know it does. I will leave Marion. Divorce, Mark." Yes, he was desperate. "I'll ask her for a divorce." That way we can both be truly proud. That will be a fine way for me to go to my father. Think how proud we will make him. His daughter and the son he never had, for that's the way he thinks of you, both of them divorced. Think of baby John. How high he will hold his head. Think of us. What a noble life we can build on the misery of the girl who was your wife. Looking into her eyes in the firelight, he saw that her pride was iron and her stubbornness was as steel. Mark dressed quietly in the dark, and when he was ready he groped his way to the cradle and kissed his son. The child made a little whimpering sound in his sleep, and he smelt warm and milky, like a newborn kitten. He thought that Storm was sleeping also as he stooped over her, but then he realized that she was lying rigidly with her face pressed into the pillow to stifle the harsh, silent sobs that convulsed her. She did not lift her face to him, and he kissed her hair and her neck. Then he straightened up and walked out into the dark. The motorcycle started at the first kick, and he wheeled it out into the lane. Storm lay in the dark and listened to the sound of the engine die away into the night, and afterwards there was only the lonely, mournful sound of the surf and the clink of the tree frogs outside the window. Mark sat on the carved wooden stool in the sunset, in front of Pungush's hut, and he asked for the first time something that had been in his mind since their first meeting. "Pungush, tell me of the time when the jackal pulled the Ngaga from the flooding river." And the Zulu shrugged. "What is there to tell? I found you caught in the branches of a flooded tree on the edge of the river, and if I had sense, I would have walked away, for you were clearly a very dead Ngaga and the brown water was washing over your head. Did you see how it was that I fell into the river?" There was a pause, while Pungush steeled himself to admit ignorance. "It seemed to me that you had been blinded with fever and fallen into the river. You did not see the man I killed, nor the man that fired at me with a rifle." Pungush covered his amazement nobly but shook his head. "A little time before I found you in the river, I heard the sound of guns, 4, perhaps 5 shots from up the valley. This must have been you and the one who hunted you, but I saw no man and the rain washed away all sign before the next morning. The flood waters would have washed the dead man away and the crocodiles eaten him. They were silent again while the beer pot passed between them. Did you see the man who fired at you?" Pungush asked. "Yes," said Mark, "but my eyes were weak with fever, and as you say, it was raining. I did not see him clearly." Hobday stood within the hall against the wall out of the crush of excited bodies. He stood like a rock, solid and immovable, his head lowered on the thick wrestler's neck. His eyes were hooded as though he were able like a great bird of prey to draw an opaque nictitating membrane across them. Only his jaw made an almost imperceptible chewing motion, grinding the big flat teeth together so that the muscle in the points of his jaw bulged slightly. He was watching Dirk Courtney across the crowded hall, the way a faithful mastiff watches its master. Tall and urbane, Dirk Courtney had a warm double handshake for each of those who crowded forward to assure him of support and to wish him luck. His gaze was straight and calm, but it kept flicking back to the long counting tables. They were trestle tables that had done duty at 1,000 church socials and as many weddings. Now the scrutineers sat along them, and the last ballot boxes from the outlying areas were carried in through the front doors of the Ladyburg Church Hall. The sprawling shape of the constituency of Ladyburg meant that some of the boxes had come in 60 miles, and although the voting had closed the previous evening, it was now an hour before noon and no result had yet been announced. Mark crossed slowly towards where General Sean Courtney sat, pushing his way gently through the throng that lined the roped-off area around the counting tables. Mark and Marion had come in from Chaka's gate 3 days before, especially to assist at the elections. There were never enough helpers, and Marion had been completely at home, cutting sandwiches and dispensing coffee, working with 20 other women under Ruth Courtney's supervision in the kitchens behind the hall. Mark had scoured the village district with other party organizers. Like a press gang, They had hunted down missing or recalcitrant voters and brought them into the ballot stations. It had been hard work, and then none of them had slept much the previous night. The dancing and barbecue had lasted until 4 in the morning, and after that the anticipation of the announcement of the result had kept most of them from sleep. For Mark it all had a special significance. He knew now with complete certainty that if Dirk Courtney was returned as the Member of Parliament for Ladysburg, then his dreams for Chaka's Gate were doomed. As the voters had come in during the day, their hopes had seesawed up and down. Often it seemed that the end of the hall where Dirk Courtney's organizers sat under huge posters of their candidate was as crowded as Sean Courtney's end of the hall was deserted. When this happened, Marion's brother-in-law, Peter Botts, removed his pipe from his mouth and smirked comfortably at Mark across the length of the hall. He had become an enthusiastic supporter of Dirk Courtney's, and his circumstances had altered remarkably in the last 6 months. He had opened offices of his own on the first floor of the Ladysburg Farmers' Bank. He drove a new Packard and had moved from the cottage to a fine rambling house in 3 acres of garden and orchard, where he had insisted that Marion and Mark dine with him the previous night. The evening star sets, the morning star rises, my dear Mark. The wise man recognizes that he had sermonized as he carved the roast. General Courtney's star has not set yet, said Mark stubbornly. Not yet, agreed Peter, but when it does you will need new friends, powerful friends. You can always rely on us, said Marion's sister kindly. You don't always have to live out there in the bush. You don't understand, Mark interrupted quietly. My life's work is out there in the bush. Oh, I wouldn't bank on that. Peter heaped slices of roast beef onto Mark's plate. There are going to be changes in the Ladysburg district when Mr. Dirk Courtney takes over. Big changes. Besides, it isn't fair on poor Marion. No woman wants to live out there. Oh, I am quite happy wherever Mark wants to go, Marion murmured. Don't worry, Peter assured them. We'll look after you. And he patted Mark's shoulder in a brotherly fashion. Mr. Dirk Courtney thinks the world of Peter, said his wife proudly. Now as Mark crossed the hall towards General Sean Courtney, he felt the heavy doughy feeling of dread in his guts. He did not want to bear the tidings he had for the general, yet he knew it was better that they came gently from a friend, rather than in gloating triumph from an enemy. He paused to watch Sean Courtney from a distance, feeling both pity and anger. Sean had rallied strongly since those low days at Emoyeni. His shoulders had regained some of that wide, rakish set, and his face had filled out. Some of the gaunt shadows had smoothed away, and he had been in the sun again. The skin was tanned brown against the silver of his beard and his hair. Yet he was seated now. The strain of the last few days had taxed him sorely. He sat erect on a hard-backed chair, both hands resting on the silver head of his cane. With him were many of his old friends who had gathered to give him support, and he listened seriously to his brother Garrick, who sat in the chair beside him, nodding his agreement. Mark did not want to go to him. He wanted to delay the moment, but then there was a stir across the hall. Mark saw Peter Botts scurrying across to where Dirk Courtney stood, and his face was bright scarlet with excitement. He spoke rapidly, gesticulating widely, and Dirk Courtney leaned forward to listen eagerly. Mark could not delay a moment longer. He hurried forward, and Sean saw him coming. Well, my boy, come and sit a while. They tell me the voting is extremely close so far, but we'll have the result before noon. Then he saw Mark's face. What is it? He demanded harshly. Mark stooped over him, his mouth almost touching the general's ear, and his voice croaked in his own ears. It's just come in on the telegraph, General. We have lost Johannesburg Central, Doornfontein, and Jep. They were all solid, safe smut seats. They had been South Africa Party since Union in 1910, and now they were gone. It was a disaster, a stunning catastrophe. Sean gripped Mark's forearm as if to take strength from him, and his hand shook in a gentle palsy. Across the hall they heard the wild, gloating cheers start ringing out, and Mark had to hurry. That's not all. Sir General Smuts himself has lost his seat. The nation had rejected them. The coalition of the Labour and the National Party under Herzog were sweeping into power. My God, muttered Sean, it's come. I didn't believe it possible. Still gripping Mark's arm, he pulled himself to his feet. Help me out to the car, my boy. I don't think I can bring myself to congratulate the new member for Ladybird. But they were too late. The announcement came before they reached the door. It was shouted in a stentorian voice by the chief scrutineer from the platform at the end of the hall. Mr. Dirk Courtney, National Labour Party, 2683 votes. General Sean Courtney, South Africa Party, 2441 votes. I give you the new member for Ladybird. And Dirk Courtney leapt lightly onto the platform, clasping both hands above his head like a prize fighter. Well, there was a twisted grin on Sean's face. The skin had that grayish tone again, and his shoulders had slumped. So, exit the butcher of Fordsburg, and Mark took him out to where the rolls waited in the street. The champagne was adorned Perignon of that superb 1904 vintage, and Sean poured it with his own hands, limping from guest to guest. I had hoped to toast victory with it, he smiled, but it will do as well to drown our sorrows. There was only a small gathering in the drawing-room of Lion Cop Homestead, and the few attempts at joviality were lost in the huge room. The guests left early. Only the family sat down to dinner, with Marion in Storm's old seat and Mark between her and Ruth Courtney. Well, my boy, what are your plans now? Sean abruptly asked in one of the silences, and Mark looked up with genuine astonishment. We'll be going back to Chaka's Gate, of course, of course. Sean smiled with the first spontaneous warmth of that dark day. How foolish of me to think otherwise. But you do realize what this, Sean made a gesture with one hand, unable to say the word defeat, what this could mean for you. Yes, sir, but you still have enormous influence. There is our wildlife society. We can fight. We have to fight to keep Chaka's Gate. Yes, Sean nodded, and there was a little sparkle in his eyes again. We'll fight, but my guess is it will be a hard, dirty fight. At first there was no sign of the gathering clouds to darken the tall blue sky above Chaka's Gate. The only change was that Mark was submitting his monthly report, not to Sean Courtney, but to the new Minister of Lands, Peter Grobler, a staunch Herzog man. His reports were acknowledged formally, but although his salary was still paid regularly by the department, in a short official letter Mark was informed that the whole question of the proclaimed areas was now under consideration at cabinet level, and that new legislation would be promulgated at the next session of Parliament. His appointment as game warden was to be considered a temporary post, without pension benefits, and subject to monthly notice. Mark worked on doggedly, but many nights he sat late in the lantern light writing to General Courtney. The two of them were planning at long distance their campaign to awaken public interest in Chaka's Gate, but when Marion had gone off to bed in the next room, he would take a fresh page and cover it with the small cramped lines to Storm, pouring out to her all his thoughts and dreams and love. Storm never replied to his letters. He was not even certain that she was still in that thatched cottage above the beach, but he imagined her there, thinking of her at odd hours of the day and the night, seeing her working at her easel or walking the beach with baby John tottering at her side. One particular night he lay awake and imagined her in the tiny shuttered bedroom with the child at her breast, and the image was too vivid, too painful to allow him sleep. He rose quietly, left a note for Marion as she slept heavily, and with Pungush trotting at Trojan's head, set off up the valley. Marion woke an hour after he had gone, and her first waking thought was that if there was still no show on this morning, then it was certain. She had waited all these weeks for that absolute certainty, before telling Mark. Somehow she had been afraid that if she had spoken of it too soon, it would have been bad luck. She slipped from the bed and crossed the still, dark room to the bathroom. When she returned minutes later, she was hugging herself with suppressed joy, and she lit the candle by her bedside, eager to see Mark's face when she woke him to tell him. Her disappointment when she saw the empty, rumpled bed and the note propped on the pillow was intense, but lasted only a short while before her usual gentle, placid nature reasserted itself. "It will give me more time to enjoy it by myself," she said aloud, and then she spoke again. Harold Anders. No, that's too common. I will have to think of a really fine-sounding name." She hummed happily to herself as she dressed, and then went out into the kitchen yard. It was a cool, still morning with a milky pink sky. A baboon called from the cliffs of Chaka's Gate, the short explosive bark ringing across the valley, a salute to the sunrise that was turning the heights to brazen splendor. It was good to be alive and to have a child growing on such a day, Marian thought, and she wanted to do something to celebrate it. Mark's note had told her that he would be home by nightfall. "I'll bake a new batch of bread," and she wanted something very special for this day. Then she remembered that it had rained 5 days previously. There might be wild mushrooms coming up from the rains, those rounded buds with sticky brown tops. The rich meaty flesh was a favorite of Mark's, and he had taught her when and where to find them. She ate her breakfast absent-mindedly with Mark's copy of the Home Doctor propped against the jam jar, rereading the section on the expectant mother. Then she began on her housework, taking a comfortable pride in the slippery glaze of the cement floors and the burnish which she had worked onto the wood of the simple furniture, in the neatness and order, the smell of polish, the wild flowers in their vases. She sang as she worked, and once laughed out loud for no reason. It was mid-morning before she tied her sun bonnet under her chin, put a bottle of Chamberlain's Superior diarrhea remedy into her basket, and set off up the valley. She stopped at Pungush's kraal, and the youngest wife brought the baby to her. Marian was relieved to see that he was much improved, and Pungush's wife assured her that she had given him much liquid to drink. Marian took him in her lap and fed him a spoonful of the diluted remedy, despite his violent protests, and afterwards the 5 women sat in the sun and talked of children and men and childbirth, of sickness and food and clothing, and all the things that absorb a woman's life. It was almost an hour later that she left the 4 Zulu women and went down towards the river. The downpour of rain had disquieted the lioness. Some deep instinct warned her that it was but the harbinger of the great storms to come. The Jesse thickets in the valley were a suitable retreat for her litter no longer. Heavy rain on the escarpment would soon turn the steep, narrow valley into a cascading torrent. Twice already she had tried to lead the cubs away, but they were older now and had developed a stubbornness and tenacity. They clung to the haven of the thick, thorny Jesse, and her efforts had failed. Within half a mile, 1 or 2 of the faint-hearts would turn and scurry back to what they considered home. Immediately the lioness turned back to seize the deserter. It precipitated an undignified rush by the others in the same direction, and within 5 minutes they were all back in the Jesse. The lioness was distracted. This was her first litter, but she was governed by instinct. She knew that it was time to wean her cubs, to take them out of the trap of the narrow valley, to begin their hunting lessons. But she was frustrated by the size of her litter. 6 cub litters were a rarity in the wilderness, and so far there had been no casualties among the cubs. Her family was becoming too ungainly for her to handle. However, instinct drove her, and in the middle of a cool, bright morning in which she could smell the rain coming, she tried again. The cubs gamboled along behind her, falling over each other and sparring amicably as far as the river. This was familiar ground, and they went along happily. When the lioness started out across the open white sandbanks towards the far side, there was immediately the usual crisis in confidence. 3 cubs followed her willingly. 2 stood undecidedly on the high bank and whined and mewled with concern, while the 6th turned and bolted straight back up the valley for the ebony. The lioness went after him at a gallop and bowled him on his back. Then she took the scruff of his neck and lifted him. The cubs were big now, and although she lifted him to the full stretch of her neck, his backside still bumped on every irregularity of the ground. He curled up his legs, wrapped his tail tightly up under his quarters and closed his eyes, hanging from her mouth as she carried him down into the bed of the Bubezi River. The river was 500 yards wide at this point, and almost completely empty at the end of the dry season. There were still deep green pools of water between the snowy white sandbanks, and the pools were connected by a slow trickle of warm, clear water only a few inches deep. While 5 cubs watched in an agony of indecision from the near bank, the lioness carried the cub through the shallows, soaking his dragging backside so he hissed and wriggled indignantly. Then she trotted up the far bank and found a clump of dense wattles where she placed him. She turned back to fetch another cub, and he followed her with a panicky rush. She had to stop and box him about the ears, snarling until he squealed and fell on his back. She grabbed him by the neck and dragged him back into the withels. She started back across the river to find the cub stumbling along on her heels again. This time, she nipped hard enough to really hurt, and bundled him back into the thicket. She nipped again at his hindquarters until he cowered flat on the earth, so subdued and chastened that he could not gather the courage to follow again. He lay under the bush and made distraught little sounds of anguish. Marion had never been this far from the cottage alone, but it was such a lovely, warm, clear morning, peaceful and still, that she wandered on in a mood of enchantment and happiness such as she had seldom known before. She knew that if she followed the river bank, she could not lose herself, and Mark had taught her that the African bush is a safer place in which to wander abroad than the streets of a city, as long as one followed a few simple rules of the road. At the branch of the 2 rivers, she stopped for a few minutes to watch a pair of fish eagles on top of their shaggy nest in the main fork of a tall leadwood tree. The white heads of the 2 birds shone like beacons in contrast to the dark russet plumage, and she thought she could just make out the chirruping sound of the chicks in the cup of the haystack nest. The sound of the young heightened the awareness of the life in her own belly, and she laughed and went on down the branch of the red Bubezi. Once a heavy body crashed in the undergrowth nearby, and there was a clatter of hooves on stony earth. She froze with a fleeting chill of fear, and then when the silence returned, she regained her courage and laughed a little breathlessly and went on. There was a perfume on the warm, still air, sweet as full-blooming roses, and she followed it, twice going wrong but at last coming on a spreading creeper hanging over a gaunt dead tree. The leaves were dark shiny green, and the dense bunches of flowers were pale butter yellow. She had never seen the plant before, nor the swarm of sunbirds that fluttered about it. They were tiny, restless, darting birds, with bright, metallic, shiny plumage like the little hummingbirds of America, and they dipped into the perfumed flowers with long, slim, curved beaks. Their colors were unbelievable in the sunlight, emerald greens and sapphire blue, black like wet anthracite and reds like the blood of kings. They thrust their beaks deep into the open throats of the yellow blooms to sip out the thick, clear drops of nectar through their hollow, tubular tongues. Watching them, Marion felt a deep, pervading delight, and it was a long time before she moved on again. She found the first batch of mushrooms a little further on, and she knelt to snap the stems off at the level of the earth, and then hold the umbrella-shaped fleshy plant to her face and inhale the delicious musty odor, before laying it carefully, cap uppermost, in the basket so that grit and dirt would not lodge in the delicately fluted gills. She took 24 mushrooms from this one patch, but she knew they would cook down to a fraction of their bulk. She went on, following the lip of the steep bank. Something hissed close by and her heart skipped again. Her first thought was of a snake, one of those thick bloated reptiles, with the chocolate and yellow markings and flat scaly heads, which blew so loudly that they were called puff adders. She began moving backwards, carefully staring into the clump of first-growth whitetails from which the sound had come. She saw small movement, but it was some seconds before she realized what she was seeing. The lion cub was flat on its belly in the dappled shadow of the thicket, and its own dappled baby spots blended beautifully against the bed of dried leaves and leaf mold on which it lay. The cub had learned already the first lesson of concealment, absolute stillness, except for his two round, fluffy ears. The ears flicked back and forth, signaling clearly every emotion and intention. He stared at Marion with wide, round eyes that had not yet turned the ferocious yellow of full growth, but were still hazed with the bluish glaze of kittenhood. His whiskers bristled stiffly, and his ears signaled wildly conflicting messages. Flattening against the skull, one step nearer and I'll tear you to pieces. Shooting out sideways, one step nearer and I'll die of fright. Coming up and cupping forward, what the hell are you anyway? Oh, exclaimed Marion, you darling little thing. She set down the basket and squatted. She extended one hand and made soft cooing noises. There's a darling. Are you all alone then, poor baby? She moved forward slowly, still talking and cooing. Nobody's going to hurt you, baby. The cub was uncertain, its ears rising into an attitude of curiosity and indecision as it stared at her. Are you all alone then? You'll make a lovely pet for my own baby, won't you? Closer and closer she edged, and the cub warned her with a half-hearted apologetic hiss. What a cheeky darling we are. Marion smiled and squatted 3 feet from the cub. How are we going to take you home? Marion asked. Will you fit in the basket? In the river bed, the lioness carried the second cub through the shallows and was followed by one of the heroes of the litter, struggling along gamely through the thick white sand. However, when he reached the edge of the shallow stream and tested it with one paw, his newfound courage deserted him at the cold, wet touch, and he sat down and wept bitterly. The lioness, by this time almost wild with distraction and frustration, turned back and dropped her burden, which immediately set off in clumsy gallop for the Jesse thicket again. Then she seized the weeping hero instead and trotted back through the stream and set off determinedly for the far bank. Her huge round pads made no sound in the soft earth as she came up the bank, carrying the cub. Marion heard the crackling, spluttering explosion of sound behind her, and she whirled to her feet in one movement. The lioness crouched on the lip of the bank 50 yards away. It warned her again with that terrible sound. All that Marion saw were the eyes. They were a blazing yellow, a ferocious, terrifying yellow, and she screamed, a wild, high, ringing, rising sound. The sound launched the lioness into her charge, and it came with an unbelievably fluid, flowing speed that turned into a yellow, rushing blur. She snaked in low, and the sand spurted beneath her paws, all claws fully extended, the lips drawn back in a fixed, silent snarl, the teeth exposed, long and white and pointed. Marion turned to run and had gone 5 paces when the lioness took her. She pulled her down with a swipe of a forepaw across the small of her back, and 5 curved yellow claws cut deeply, 4 inches through skin and muscle, opening the abdominal cavity like a saber cut, crushing the vertebrae and bursting both kidneys instantaneously. It was a blow that would have killed even a full-grown ox, and it hurled Marion 20 feet forward, but as she fell on her back, the lioness was on her again. The jaws were wide open. The long white fangs framed the deep, wet pink cavern of tongue and throat. In an instant of incredibly heightened perception, Marion saw the smooth ridges of firm pink flesh that covered the arched roof of the lioness' mouth in regular patterns, and she smelt the meaty stink of her breath. Marion lay twisted under the great yellow cat. She was still screaming, and her lower body lay at an odd angle from the shattered spine, but she lifted both arms to protect her face. The lioness bit into the forearms, just below the elbows, and the bone crunched sharply, shattering into slivers and splinters in the mangled flesh. Both arms were severed almost through. Then the lioness seized Marion's shoulder and worried it until the long eye teeth meshed through broken bone and fat and tissue, and Marion kept screaming, twisting and writhing under the cat. The lioness took a long time to kill her, confused by her own anger and the unfamiliar taste and shape of the victim. She tore and bit and ripped for almost a minute before she found the throat. When the lioness stood up at last, her head and neck were a gory mask, her fur sticky and sodden with blood. Her tail still lashed from side to side in residual anger, but she licked her face with a long, dexterous tongue, and her lip curled at the sweet, unfamiliar flavor. She wiped her face carefully with her paws before trotting back to her cub, and licking him also with long, pink protective strokes. Marion's broken, torn body lay where she left it, until Pungush's wives came, a little before sundown. Mark and Pungush crossed the river in darkness with the moonlight turning the sandbanks to ghostly gray, and the round white moon itself reflected perfectly in the still mirror surface of the pool below the main camp. The turbulence of their fording shattered the image into 1,000 points of light, like a crystal glass flung on to a stone floor. As they rode up the bank, they heard the death wall in the night, that terrible keening, the mourning of Zulu women. The men halted involuntarily, the sound striking dread into both of them. "Come!" shouted Mark and kicked one foot from the stirrup. Pungush grabbed the leather and swung off his feet as Mark lashed Trojan into a gallop, and they tore up the hill. The fire that the women had lit through a grotesque yellow wavering glow and weird dancing shadows. The four women sat in a group around the long, karos-wrapped bundle. None of them looked up as the men ran forward into the firelight. "Who is it?" Mark demanded. "What has happened?" Pungush seized his eldest wife by the shoulders and shook her, trying to interrupt the hysteria of mourning, but Mark strode forward impatiently and lifted one end of the kaross. He stared for a moment, not understanding, not recognizing. Then suddenly all color fled from his face, and he turned and ran into the darkness. There he fell to his knees and leaned forward to retch up the bitter bile of horror. Mark took Marion into Ladybird, wrapped in a canvas bucksheet, and strapped into the sidecar of the Ariel. He stayed for the funeral and for the grief and recriminations of her family. "If only you hadn't taken her out there into the bush. If only you had stayed with her, if only." On the third day he went back to Chaka's gate. Pungush was waiting for him at the fold of the river. They sat together in the sunlight under the cliffs, and when Mark gave Pungush a cigarette, he broke off the cork tip carefully and they smoked in silence until Mark asked, "Have you read the sign, Pungush?" "I have, Jarnella. Tell me what happened." The lioness was moving her little ones, taking them one at a time across the river from the Jesse bush. Slowly, accurately, Pungush reconstructed the tragedy from the marks left in the earth which he had studied in Mark's absence, and when he was finished speaking, they were silent again. "Where is she now?" Mark asked quietly. "She has taken the little ones north, but slowly, and 3 days ago, the day after," Pungush hesitated, "the day after the thing was done, she killed an impala ram and the cubs ate a little with her. She begins now to wean them." Mark stood up and they forded the river, climbing together slowly up through the forest to the cottage. While Pungush waited on the front stoop, Mark went into the small, deserted home. The wild flowers had died and wilted in their vases, giving the room a sad and dejected feeling. Mark began to gather up all Marion's personal possessions, her clothing and cheap but treasured jewelry, her combs and brushes, and the few hoarded pots of cosmetics. He packed them carefully into her largest suitcase to take to her sister, and when he was finished, he carried the case out and locked it in the tool shed. It was too painful a reminder to keep in the house with him. Then he went back and changed out of his town clothes. He took the marine liquor down from the rack and loaded it with brass cartridges from a fresh package. The casings of the cartridges were glistening yellow under their film of wax, the bullets soft-nosed for maximum shock at impact. When he went out onto the stoop carrying the rifle, Pungush was still waiting. "Pungush," he said, "we have work to do now." The Zulu stood up slowly, and for a moment they stared at each other. Then Pungush dropped his eyes and nodded. "Take the spoor," Mark commanded softly. They found where the lioness had killed the impala, but the scavengers of the bush had cleaned the area effectively. There were a few splinters of bone that had fallen out of the crushing jaws of the hyena, a little hair, pulled out in tufts, a shred of dried skin, and part of the skull with the twisted black horns still intact. But the spoor was cold. Wind and the trampling feet of the scavengers, the jackals and hyena, the vultures and marabou storks had wiped sign. "She will keep going north," said Pungush, and Mark did not ask how he knew that, for the Zulu could not have answered. He simply knew. They went slowly on up the valley, Pungush scouting ahead of the mule, making wide tracks back and forth, casting carefully for the sign, and on the second day he cut the spoor. "She has turned now." Pungush squatted over the pug marks, the big saucer-sized pads and the smaller myriad prints of the cubs. "I think she was going back towards the yuzu too." He nodded over the spoor, touching it with the thin reed wand he carried as a tracking stick. "She was taking the little ones back, but now she has changed her mind. She has turned southwards. She must have passed close to where we camped last night. She is staying in the valley. It is her valley now, and she will not leave it." "No," Mark nodded grimly. "She will not leave the valley again. Follow, Pungush." The lioness was moving slowly, and the spoor ran hotter every hour. They found where she had hunted without success. Pungush pointed out where she had stalked, and then the deep driving back claws had raked the earth as she leapt to the back of a full-grown zebra. 20 paces further, she had fallen heavily, dislodged by the stallion's wild plunging. She had struck shoulder first, Pungush said, and the zebra had run free but bleeding from the long slash of her claws. The lioness had limped away and lain under a thorn tree for a long time before rising and going back slowly to where she had left her cubs. Probably she had torn muscle and sinew in that fall. "When will we come up with her?" Mark asked, his face a stony mask of vengeance. "Perhaps before sunset." But they lost 2 hours on a rocky ridge, and Pungush had to cast widely and work with all his skill to cut the spoor again at the point where it doubled sharply and turned west towards the escarpment. Pungush and Mark camped on her spoor with only a tiny fire for comfort, and they lay directly on the earth. Mark did not sleep. He lay and watched the waning moon come up over the tree tops, but it was only when Pungush spoke quietly that he realized that the Zulu also was sleepless. "The cubs are not weaned," he said, "but they will take a long time to die." "No," Mark replied. "I will shoot them also." Pungush roused himself and took a little snuff, leaning on one elbow and staring into the coals of the fire. "She has tasted human blood," Mark said at last. Even in his grief and anger, he sensed Pungush's quiet disapproval and wanted to justify what he was about to do. "She did not feed," Pungush stated. Mark felt his gorge rise and the bitter taste of it again as he remembered the terrible mutilation, but Pungush was right. The lioness had not eaten any of that poor torn flesh. "Pungush, she was my wife." "Yes," Pungush nodded. "That is so. Also it was her cub." Mark considered the words and felt for the first time a confusion of his own objects. The lioness had acted out of one of the oldest instincts of life, the urge to protect her young, but what were his motives? "I have to kill her, Pungush," he said flatly, and there was some slimy, obscene thing in his belly. It moved there for the first time, and he tried to deny its existence. Marion was dead. Sweet, loyal, dutiful Marion, who had been all that a man could ask for in a wife. She had died an unspeakable death, and now Mark was alone. Or did the word free come too readily to his tongue? Suddenly he had an image of a slim, dark, lovely girl and a lusty, naked little boy walking in the sunset at the edge of the sea. Guilt, that slimy thing, uncoiled in his belly and began to ripple and undulate like a serpent, and he could not crush it down. "She has to die," Mark repeated, and perhaps his own guilt could die in that same purging. "Very well," Pungush agreed. We will find her before noon tomorrow." He lay back and pulled his kaross over his head, and his voice was muffled, the words almost lost. "Let us hurry now towards the great emptiness." They found the lioness early the next morning. She had moved in close under the hills of the escarpment, and when the first heat of the day made the cubs flag and begin to trail disconsolately along behind her, she had selected an umbrella thorn with a flat-topped mass of foliage spreading from the straight trunk, and she had lain in the shade on her side, exposing the soft, creamy fur of her belly and the double row of flat black nipples. Now the cubs were almost satiated. Only two of the greediest still suckled valiantly, their bellies bulging and the effort of swallowing almost too much. The indefatigable hunter of tales was now concentrating all his prowess on his mother's long whiplash whip, its fine black tuft of hair which she jerked out from under his nose at the very instant of each attack. The other three were fighting off sleep, with violent outbursts of undirected energy, succumbing slowly to drooping eyelids and strained bellies, until at last they lay in an untidy heap of fluff and fur. Mark was 120 yards downwind. He lay belly down behind a small ant heap, and it had taken almost an hour to work in this close. The umbrella thorn was set in an area of short open grassland, and he had been forced to stalk flat, tortoising forward on his elbows with the rifle held across the crook. "Can we get closer?" Mark asked, his whisper merely a soft breath. The short, stiff yellow grass was just high enough to screen the cat when she lay flat on her side. "Jamla, I could get close enough to touch her." He put the emphasis on the word "I" and left the rest of it unstated. So they waited in the sun, another 20 minutes, until at last the lioness lifted her head. Perhaps some deep sense of survival had warned her of the presence of the hunters. Her head came up in a flash of yellow movement, the extraordinary swiftness so characteristic of all the big cats, and she stared fixedly downwind, the sector of maximum danger. For long seconds she watched, and the wide yellow eyes were steady and unblinking. Sensing her concern, two of the cubs sat up sleepily and waited with her. Mark felt the lioness was looking directly at him, but he obeyed the law of absolute stillness. The first movement of lifting the marinlicker would send her away in a blur of speed, so Mark waited while the seconds spun out. Then suddenly the lioness dropped her head and stretched out flat once again. "She is restless," warned Pungush. "We can get no closer." "I cannot shoot from here." "We will wait," said Pungush. All the cubs slept now, and the lioness dozed, but always all her senses were working, nostrils tasting carefully each breath of the wind for the taint of danger, the big round ears never still, flicking to the slightest sound of wind or branch, bird or animal. Mark lay in the direct sunlight, and the sweat rose to stain his shirt. A tsetse fly settled behind his ear and bit into the softness of his neck, but he did not make the movement of brushing it away. It was an hour before his chance came. The lioness rose suddenly to her full height and swung her tail from side to side. She was too restless to stay here under the thorn tree any longer. The cubs sat up groggily and looked to her with puzzled, furrowed faces. The lioness was standing broadside to where Mark lay. She held her head low, and her jaws were a little open as she panted softly in the heat. Mark was close enough to see the dark specks of the tsetse fly sitting on her flanks. She was still in shadow, but now she was backlit by the pale yellow grass beyond her. It was a perfect shot, the point of the elbow the hunter's aiming mark. The span of a hand back from there, and the bullet would rake both lungs. The span of a hand lower would take the heart cleanly. The lungs were certain, but the heart was swift. Mark chose the heart and lifted the rifle to his shoulder. The safety catch had long before been set at the firing position. Mark took up the slack in the trigger and felt the final resistance before the mechanism tripped. The bullet was 230 grains in weight, and the bronze jacket of the slug was tipped with a gray blob of lead, so that it would mushroom on impact and open massive damage through the lioness's chest cavity. The lioness called her cubs with a soft moaning grunt, and they scrambled obediently to their feet, still a little unsteady from sleep. She walked out into the sunlight, with that loose feline gait, her head swinging from side to side at each pace, the long back slightly swayed, and the heavy droop of her full dugs thickening the graceful line of her body. No, thought Mark, I will take the lungs. He lifted his aim a fraction, holding steady and true 4 inches behind the point of the elbow, swinging the rifle to follow her as she went into a short, restless trot. The cubs tumbled along behind her in disorder. Mark held his aim until she reached the edge of the bush, and then she was gone with the insubstantial blurred movement of a wisp of brown smoke on the wind. When she was gone, he lowered the rifle and stared after her. Pungush saw the thing break in him at last. The cold stillness of hatred and guilt and horror broke, and Mark began to cry, hacking, tearing sobs that scoured and purged. It is a difficult thing for a man to watch another weep, especially if that man is your friend. Pungush stood up quietly and walked back to where they had tethered the mule. He sat alone in the sun and took a little snuff and waited for Mark. Government Minister speaks on duty to humanity. The newly appointed Deputy Minister of Lands, Mr. Courtney, expressed concern today at the mauling of a young woman in the proclaimed area of northern Zululand. The woman, Mrs. Marion Anders, was the wife of the government ranger in the area. She was mauled to death by a lioness last Friday. This unfortunate incident underlines the grave danger of allowing wild animals to exist in proximity to settled areas of human habitation. Residents in these areas will be in constant danger of animal attack, of crop depredation, and game-borne diseases of domestic animals as long as this position is allowed to continue. Mr. Courtney said that the rinderpest epidemic, if at the turn of the century, had accounted for a loss of domestic cattle estimated to exceed 2 million head. Rinderpest was a game-borne disease. The minister pointed out, we cannot risk a repetition of such a calamity. The proclaimed area of northern Zululand encompasses both highly valuable arable land and a major watershed vital to proper conservation of our natural resources. If the full potential of our national assets is to be exploited, these areas must be turned over to properly controlled development. The minister went on, your government has placed priority on this issue, and we will be placing legislation before Parliament at the next sitting. Mark read the article through carefully. It was placed prominently on the leader page of the Natal Witness. There are more. General Sean Courtney thumbed open a slim folder with half a dozen other cuttings. Take them with you. You'll see it's all the same general purport. Courtney is beating the drum with a very big stick, I'm afraid. He's in such a position of power now. I never dreamed he would be a deputy minister. Yes, Sean nodded. He has rushed to power, but on the other hand we still have a voice. One of our members in a solid seat has stood down for Janny Smuts. Even I have been offered a seat in a safer constituency. Will you take it, sir? Sean shook his silver beard slowly. I've had a long time in public life, my boy, and anything you do too long becomes a bore. He nodded as he thought about his words. Of course, that's not strictly true. I am tired. Let the younger ones with more energy pick up the reins now. Janny Smuts will keep in close touch. He knows he can call on me, but I feel like an old Zulu chief. I just want to sit in the sun, drink beer, grow fat, and count my cattle. What about Chaka's Gate, sir? Mark pleaded. I have spoken to Janny Smuts and some of the others on both sides of the house. We have a lot of support in the new government as well. I don't want to make it a party issue. I'd like to see it as an issue of each man's own conscience. They went on talking until Ruth intervened reluctantly. It's after midnight, dear. You can finish your talk in the morning. When are you leaving, Mark? I should be back at Chaka's Gate tomorrow night. Mark felt a prick of guilt as he lied. He knew damned well he was not going home just yet a while. "But you'll stay for lunch tomorrow." "Yes, I'd like that, thank you." As Mark rose, he picked up the file of newspaper clippings from Sean's desk. "I'll let you have them back tomorrow, sir." However, the moment Mark was alone in his room, he dropped into an easy chair and turned avidly to the reverse side of the newspaper cutting he had brought with him. He had not dared to turn over the cutting and read the words that had caught his eye in the general's presence, but now he lingered over them, rereading and savoring. Part of the article was missing, scissored away when the deputy minister's speech had been trimmed, but their waist enough. Exceptional exhibition by young artist presently showing at the sample rooms of the Marine Hotel on the Marine Parade is an exhibition of 30 paintings by a young lady artist. For Miss Storm Courtney, it is her first public exhibition, and even a much older and more established artist could have been justly gratified with such a reception by the art lovers of our fair city. After the first 5 days, 21 of her paintings had found enthusiastic purchasers at prices as high as 50 guineas each. Miss Courtney has a classical conception of form, combined with both a sure sense of color and a mature and confident execution rare in an artist of such tender years. Worthy of special mention is number 16, Greek Athlete at Rest. This painting, property of the artist and not for sale, is a lyrical composition that would perhaps raise the eyebrows of the more old-fashioned. It is an unashamedly sensual ode to hear the scissors had cut through, leaving Mark with a disturbing, unfinished feeling. He read it once more, inordinately pleased that Storm had reverted to her maiden name with which to sign her work. Then carefully he folded the cutting into his wallet, and he sat in the chair staring at the wall until he fell asleep, still fully dressed. A young Zulu lass, no more than 16 years of age, opened the door of the cottage. She was dressed in the traditional white cotton dustcoat of the nanny, and she carried baby John on her hip. Both nanny and child regarded Mark with huge solemn eyes, but the nanny's relief was patent when Mark addressed her in fluent Zulu. At the sound of Mark's voice, John let out an excited squawk that could have been recognition, but was probably merely a friendly greeting. He began to leap up and down on the nanny's hip with such force that she had to grab to prevent him taking off like a sky rocket. He reached out both hands towards Mark, burbling and laughing and shouting, and Mark took him, all warm and wriggling and baby-smelling, from the maid. John immediately seized a handful of Mark's hair and tried to remove it by the roots. Half an hour later, when Mark handed him back to the little moon-faced maid and went down the steep pathway to the beach, John's indignant howls of protest followed him, only fading with distance. Mark kicked off his shoes and left them and his shirt above the high tide mark. Then he turned northwards and followed the white sweep of sand, his bare feet leaving wet prints on the smooth, firm edge of the seashore. He had walked a mile, and there was no sign of any other person. The beach sand was rippled by static wind-blown wavelets and dappled with the webbed prints of seabirds. On his right hand, the surf rose in long, glassy lines, curling green and then dropping over in a crash of white water that shook the sand beneath his feet. On his left hand, the dense, dark green bush rose above the white beach, and again beyond that, the far blue hills and taller, bluer sky. He was alone until he saw, perhaps a mile ahead, another solitary figure, also following the edge of the sea, a far small and lonely figure coming towards him, still too distant to tell whether it was man or woman, friend or stranger. Mark lengthened his stride and the figure drew nearer, clearer. Mark began to run, and the figure ahead of him stopped suddenly and stood with that stillness poised on the edge of flight. Then suddenly the stillness exploded, and the figure was racing to him. It was a woman with dark silky hair streaming in the wind, a woman with outstretched arms and flying bare brown feet, and white teeth and blue, very blue eyes. They were alone in the bedroom. Baby John's cot had been removed to the small dining room next door, since he had begun to show an interest in everything that looked like a good romp, hanging on the edge of his cot with shouts of applause and approbation, and then trying his utmost to scale the wooden railings and join the play. Now they were enjoying those contented minutes between love and sleep, talking softly in the candlelight under a single sheet, lying on their sides facing each other, holding close, with their lips almost touching as they murmured together, "But darling Mark, it is still a thatched hut and it is still wild bush." "It's a big thatched hut," he pointed out. I just don't know if I have changed that much. There is only one way to find out. Come with me. But what will people say?" "The same as they'd say if they could see us now." She chuckled easily and snuggled a little closer. "That was a silly question. The old Storm speaking. People have said all there is to say about me, and none of it really mattered a damn. There aren't a lot of people out there to sit in judgment. Only Pungush, and he's a very broad-minded gentleman." She laughed again sleepily. "Only one person I care about. Daddy mustn't know. I've heard him enough already." So Storm came at last to Chaka's gate. She came in the beaten and neglected Cadillac, with John on the seat beside her, her worldly possessions crammed into the cab or strapped on the roof, and Mark riding his motorcycle escort ahead of her over the rude and bumpy track. Where the track ended above the Bubezi River, she climbed out and looked around her. Well, she decided after a long, thoughtful survey of the towering cliffs and the river in its bed of green water and white banks, framed by the tall nodding strands of fluffy-headed reeds and great spreading sycamore figs, at least it's picturesque. Mark put John on his shoulder. "Tungush and I will come back with the mules for the rest of your gear," and he led her down the footpath to the river. Pungush was waiting for them under the trees on the far bank, tall and black and imposing in his beaded loin cloth. "Pungush, this is my lady and her name is Vungu Vungu the Storm." "I see you, Vungu Vungu. I see also that you are misnamed," said Pungush quietly, "for a storm is an ugly thing which kills and destroys. And you are a lady of beauty." "Thank you, Pungush." Storm smiled at him. "But you are also misnamed, for a jackal is a small, mean creature." "But clever," said Mark solemnly, and John let out a shout of greeting and bounced on Mark's shoulder, reaching out with both hands for Pungush. "And this is my son." Pungush looked at John. "There are two things a Zulu loves dearly, cattle and children. Of the two, he prefers children, preferably boy children. Of all boy children, he likes best those that are robust and bold and aggressive." "Jamla, I should like to hold your son," he said, and Mark gave John to him. "I see you, Fimbo," Pungush greeted the child. "I see you, little man with a great voice." And then Pungush smiled that great beaming radiant smile, and John shouted again with joy and thrust his hand in Pungush's mouth to grab those white shining teeth. But Pungush swung him up onto his shoulder and laughed with a great hipposnort and carried him up the hill. So they came to Chaka's gate, and there was never any doubt, right from that first day. Within an hour, there was a polite tap on the screen door of the kitchen, and when Mark opened it, there stood in a row on the covered stoop all of Pungush's daughters, from the eldest, who was 14, to the youngest of 4. "We have come," announced the eldest, "to greet Fimbo." Mark looked at Storm inquiringly, and she nodded. The eldest daughter swung John up onto her back with a practiced action, and strapped him there with a strip of cotton limbo. She had played nursemaid to all her brothers and sisters, probably knew more about small children than both Storm and Mark combined, and John took to the frog-like position on her back, as though he had been born Zulu. Then the little girl bobbed a curtsy to Storm and trotted away, with all her sisters in procession, bearing John off to a wonderland peopled entirely with playmates of endless variety and fascination. On the third day, Storm began sketching, and by the end of the first week she had taken over the household management on a system that Mark referred to as comfortable chaos, alternating with brief periods of pandemonium. Comfortable chaos was when everybody ate what they wanted, perhaps chocolate biscuits and coffee for dinner one night, and a feast of barbecued meat the next. They ate it where they felt like it, perhaps sitting up in bed or lying on a rug on the sandbank of the river. They ate when they wanted, breakfast at noon or dinner at midnight, if talking and laughing delayed it that long. Comfortable chaos was when the dusting of furniture or polishing of floors were forgotten in the excitement of living, when clothes that needed mending were tossed into the bottom of the cupboard, when Mark's hair was allowed to grow in points over the back of his collar. Comfortable chaos ended unpredictably and abruptly to be replaced by pandemonium. Pandemonium began when Storm suddenly got a steely look in her eye and announced, "This place is a pigsty," followed by the snipping of scissors, buckets of steaming water, clouds of flying dust, hanging pots and flashing needles. Mark was shorn and clad in refurbished clothing. The cottage gleamed and sparkled, and Storm's housekeeping instincts were exhausted for another indefinite period. And the next day she would be up on Spartan's back, John strapped Zulu fashion behind her, following Mark on patrol up the valley. The first time John had been taken on patrol, Mark had asked anxiously, "Do you think it's wise to take him? He's still very small." And Storm had replied, "I am older and more important than Master John. He fits into my life, not me into his." So John rode patrol on muleback, slept in his apple basket under the stars at night, and took his daily bath in the coot green pools of the Bubezi River, quickly developed an immunity to the occasional tsetse bite, and flourished. They climbed the steep pathway to the summit of Chaka's Gate, sat with their feet dangling over that fearful drop, and they looked across the whole valley, the far blue hills and the plains and swamps and the wide winding rivers. "When I first met you, you were poor," Storm said quietly, leaning against Mark's shoulder with her eyes filled with the peace and wonder of it. "But now you are the richest man in the world, for you are the owner of paradise." He took her up the river to the lonely grave below the escarpment. Storm helped him to build a pile of rocks and to set the cross that Mark had made over it. He told her Pungush's story of how the old man had been killed, and she cried openly and unashamedly, holding John on her lap, sitting on the gravestone, listening and living every word. "I have looked, but never truly seen before," she said, as he showed her the nest of a Surrey bird, cunningly woven of lichen and spider web, turning it carefully so she could peer into the funnel entrance and see the tiny speckled eggs. "I never knew what true peace was until I came to this place," she said, as they sat on the bank of the Bubezi in the yellow light of fading day, and watched a kudu bull with long spiral corkscrew horns and chalk-striped shoulders lead his big-eared cows down to the water. "I did not know what happiness was before," she whispered, when they had woken together a little after midnight for no reason and reached for each other in the darkness. Then one morning she sat up in the rumpled bed, over which John was rampaging unchecked and sowing crumbles of lightly chewed biscuit, and she looked at Mark seriously. "You once asked me to marry you, she said. Would you like to repeat that question, sir?" And it was later that same day they heard the axeman at work up the valley. The blade of a two-handed axe, swung against the hole of a standing hardwood tree, rings like a gunshot, and the sound of it bounced against the cliffs of Chaka's Gate and was flung back to break in dying echoes down the valley, each stroke still lingering on the air while the next cracked off the gray cliffs. There was more than one axeman at work, so that the din was continuous, like the sounds of battle. Storm had never before seen such a passion of anger on Mark's face. His skin was drained of blood so that the tan of the sun was fever yellow, and his lips seemed frostbitten and pinched by the force of it. Yet his eyes blazed, and she had to run to match his angry stride as they went up the scree slope from the river beneath the cliff S, and the sound of the axes broke over them, each separate stroke as brutal and shocking as the ones that preceded it. Ahead of them, One of the lofty leadwoods quivered as though in agony and moved against the sky. Mark stopped in mid-stride to watch it, with his head thrown back and the same agony twisting his own lips. It was a tree of extraordinary symmetry, the silvery trunk rising with such jace as to seem as slim as a young girl's waist. It had taken 200 years to reach its towering height. 70 feet above the ground, it spread into a dark green dome of foliage. As they watched, the tree shuddered again and the axes fell silent. Slowly, majestically, the leadwood swung into a downward arc, gathering ponderous momentum, and the partially severed trunk groaned and popped as the fibers tore. Faster and faster still she fell, crashing through the tops of the lesser vegetation below her, the twisting tearing wood shrieking like a living thing, until she struck solid earth with a jarring impact they could feel in their guts. The silence lasted many seconds, and then there was the sound of men's voices, awed voices, as though intimidated by the magnitude of the destruction they had wrought. Then almost immediately after that, the axes started again, fragmenting the great silences of the valley, and Mark began to run. Storm could not keep pace with him. He came out in an area of devastation, a growing swathe of fallen trees where 50 black men worked like ants, half naked and burnished with their own sweat, as they stripped the branches and piled them in windrows for burning. The wood chips shone white as bone in the sunlight, and the sap that oozed from the axe cuts had the sweetish smell of newly spilled blood. At the head of the long, narrow clearing, a single white man crouched to the eyepiece of a theodolite set on its squat tripod. He was aiming the instrument down the clearing and directing with hand signals the setting of brightly painted markers. He straightened from the instrument to face Mark, a young man with a mild, friendly face, thick spectacles in silver wire frames, lank sandy hair flopping onto his forehead. "Oh, helm there," he smiled, and then the smile froze as Mark hissed at him. "Are you in charge here?" "Well, yes, I suppose I am," the young surveyor stuttered. "You are under arrest. I don't understand." "It's quite simple," Mark blazed at him. "You are cutting standing timber in a proclaimed area. I am the government ranger, and I am placing you under arrest. Now look here," the surveyor began placatingly, spreading his open hands in a demonstration of his friendly intentions. "I'm just doing my job." In his blind wholesale rage, Mark had not noticed the approach of another man, a heavy, broad-shouldered man who moved silently out of the uncut brush along the edge of the clearing. However, the thick North Country accent was instantly familiar and struck sparks along the surface of Mark's skin. He remembered Hobday from that day when first he had returned to Andersland to find his world turned upside down. "That's all right, chummy. I'll talk to Mr. Anders." Hobday touched the young surveyor's shoulder placatingly and smiled at Mark, a smile that exposed the short, evenly ground teeth, but was completely lacking in any warmth or humor. "There is nothing you can tell me," Mark started, and Hobday lifted one hand to stop him. "I am here in my official capacity as a provincial inspector for the Ministry of Lands, Anders. You'd better listen." The angry words died and Mark stared at him, while Hobday calmly unfolded a letter from his wallet and proffered it to Mark. It was typewritten on government paper and signed by the Deputy Minister of Lands. The signature was bold and black, Dirk Courtney. Mark read through the letter slowly with a plunging sense of despair, and when he finished, he handed it back to Hobday. It gave him unlimited powers in the valley, powers backed by all the authority and weight of government. "You are going Eupenthurald," he said, "but still working for the same master." And the man nodded complacently, and then his eyes switched away from Mark's face as Storm came up. The expression on his face changed as he looked at her. Storm had her hair in thick twin braids, dangling forward onto each breast. The sun had turned her skin to a rich reddish brown, against which her eyes were startlingly blue and clear. Except for the eyes, She looked like a Sioux princess from some romantic novel. Hobday dropped his eyes slowly over her body, with such intimate lingering insolence that she reached instinctively for Mark's arm and drew closer to him, as though to bring herself under his direct protection. "What is it, Mark?" She was still breathless from her climb up the slope, and high color lit her cheeks. "What are they doing here?" "They're government men," said Mark heavily, "from the Ministry of Lands. But they can't cut our trees," she protested, her voice rising. "You've got to stop them, Mark." "They're cutting survey lines," Mark explained. "They are surveying the valley. But those trees, it don't really matter, Arnam," Hobday told her. His voice was lower now, with a thick gloating tone, and his eyes were still busy on her body, like insects crawling greedily to the scent of honey, moving over the thin sun-bleached cotton that covered her breasts. "It don't matter a damn," he repeated. "They are all going to be under water anyway, cut or standing. It's all going under." He turned away from her at last and swept one hand down the rude clearing. "From that side to this," he said, indicating the gap between the towering gray cliffs of Chaka's Gate. "Right across it, we're going to build the biggest bloody dam in the whole world." They sat together in darkness, close together as though for comfort, and Mark had not lit the lantern. The reflected glow of stars was thrown in under the thatched veranda of the cottage, giving them just enough light to make out each other's faces. "We knew it was coming," whispered Storm, "and yet somehow I did not believe it." Just as though wishing could make it stop. "I'm going through early tomorrow to see your father," Mark told her. "He has to know." She nodded. "Yes, we must be ready to confront them." "What will you do?" "I can't leave you here with John. Ian, you can't take me with you." "Not to my father," she agreed. "It's all right, Mark. I'll take John back to the cottage. We'll wait for you. I'll come for you there, and next time we return here you'll be my wife." She leaned against him. "If there is anything to return to," she whispered. "Oh, Mark, they can't do it. They can't drown all this." The words eluded her and she fell silent, clinging to him. They did not speak again until minutes later a low, polite cough roused them, and Mark straightened to see the dark, familiar bulk of Pungush standing below the veranda in the starlight. "Pungush," he said. "I see you." "Jamla," the Zulu replied, and there was a tone and tightness in his voice that Mark had never heard before. "I have been to the camp of the strangers. The cutters of wood, the men with painted poles and bright axes." He turned his head to look down the valley, and they followed his gaze. The ruddy glow of many campfires flickered against the lower slopes of the cliffs, and on the still night air, the sounds of laughter and men's voices carried faintly. "Yes?" Mark asked. "There are 2 white men there. One of them is young and blind and of no importance, while the other is a square, thick man who stands solid on his feet like a bull buffalo, and yet moves silently and speaks little and quietly." "Yes?" Mark asked again. "I have seen this man before in the valley." Pungush paused. "He is the silent one of whom we have spoken. He is the one who shot Ixigu, your grandfather, and smoked as he watched him die." Hobday moved quietly, solidly, along the edge of the slashline of the trees. The axes were silent now, but the end of the noon break would be enforced to the minute. At the stroke of the hour they would be back at work. He was driving them hard. He always worked his gangs hard, took a pride in his ability to extract from each man effort beyond his wage. It was one of the qualities that Dirk Courtney valued in him, that and his loyalty, a fierce, unswerving loyalty that balked at no demand upon it. There was no squeamishness, no hesitating. When Dirk Courtney ordered it, there was no question asked. Hobday's reward was every day more apparent. Already he was a man of substance, and when the new land was apportioned, that red, sweet, well-watered soil, rich as newly butchered beef, then his reward would be complete. He paused at the spot where the slope increased sharply, angling into its plunge to the river bed below, and he looked out across the land. Involuntarily he licked his lips, like a glutton smelling rich food. They had worked so long for this, each of them in his own way, led and inspired by Dirk Courtney, and although Hobday's personal share of the spoil would be a minute fraction of a single percent, yet it was riches such as most other men only dream of. He licked his lips again, standing very still and silent in the shadows, and he looked to the sky. The clouds were piled to the very heavens, mountains of silver, blinding in the sunlight, and as he watched they moved ponderously down on the light wind. He could feel the closeness, and he stirred impatiently. Rain would delay them seriously, and rain was coming, the big torrential summer rains. Then he was distracted again. Something moved on the far side of the slash line, and his eye darted to the movement. It was a flash of bright color like the flick of a sunbird's wing, and his veiled eyes jumped to it instantly. His body, without moving, became charged with tension. The girl came out of the brush line and paused 30 paces away. She had not seen him, and she stood poised, listening, head cocked like a forest animal. She stood lightly, gracefully, and her limbs were slim and brown, the flesh so firm and young and sweet that he felt the quick bright rush of lust again as he had when, the previous day, he had seen her for the first time. She wore a loose, wide peasant skirt of gay color, and a thin cotton bodice pulled low at the front and drawn loosely with a string that left the bulge of bosom pushing free, the fine skin shading from dark ruddy brown to pale cream. She was dressed like a girl going to meet a lover, and there was a deliciously fearful tenseness in the way she took a step forward and stopped again uncertainly. He felt the lust fueled in his groin, and he was suddenly aware of his own hoarse breathing. The girl turned her head and looked directly at him, and as she saw him, she started visibly, dropping back a pace with one hand flying to her mouth. She stared at him for fully 5 seconds, and then slowly a transformation came over her. The fingers dropped away from her face, and she put both hands behind her back, a movement that thrust the pert breasts against the cotton of her bodice, so he could see the rosy dark buttons of her nipples through the material. She thrust out one hip at a saucy angle and lifted her chin boldly. Deliberately she let her eyes slide down his body, let them linger on his groin, and then rise again to his face. It was an invitation as clear as the spoken word, and Hobday heard the blood roaring in his ears. She tossed her head, flicking the thick braid of hair over her shoulder, and she turned away, walking deliberately back to the tree line, exaggerating the roll of tight round buttocks under the skirt. She looked back over her shoulder, and as he started forward to follow, she let out a tingling flirt of laughter and ran lightly on sandaled feet, turning at an angle down the slope, and Hobday began to run. Within 50 yards, Storm had lost sight of him in the heavy underbrush, and she stopped to listen, fearful that he might have given up the pursuit. Then there was movement above her at the crest of the slope, and she realized with the first pang of real alarm that he had moved more swiftly than she had anticipated, and he had not followed her down, but had stayed above her in a position of command. She went off again, running, and almost immediately she realized that he was ahead of her, moving fast along the crest. From up there he could trap her by a swift turn directly down the slope. She felt panic spur her and started to run in earnest. Immediately the loose scree betrayed her and slipped away under her feet. She fell and rolled, flailing her arms for support and coming up onto her knees the moment her fall was broken. She let out a little sob of fear. The man had seen her fall and had come down the slope. He was so close that she could see the square white teeth in the brown, smooth face. He was grinning, a keen, excited grimace, and he was steady and quick, moving down directly into the path along which she must run to safety, cutting her off squarely from where Mark waited. She jumped to her feet and swirled away, doubling the slope, instinctively turning directly away from her pursuer and from all help. Suddenly, she was completely alone, fleeing on frantic feet into the lonely spaces of the bush, beyond earshot of succor. Mark had been right, she realized. He had not wanted her to act as the bait. He had known just how dangerous a game she had set out to play, but in her stubborn, arrogant way she had insisted, laughing at his protests, belittling his fears until he had reluctantly agreed. Now she was running, terrified, the terror making her heart pound and squeezing her lungs so that her legs felt weak and rubbery under her. Once she tried to turn back, but like an old and wily hound coursing a hare, he had anticipated and was there to block her. Again she ran, and suddenly the river was in front of her. The upcountry rains had spaded the course of the Bubezi, and it rolled past in wide green majesty. She had to turn again along the bank, and was immediately into the area of thick Jesse bush. The heavy thorn crowded her closely, leaving only narrow passages, a labyrinth of dark and secret twists and turns in which almost immediately she lost direction. She stopped and stood, trying to listen over the rush of her own breathing, trying to see through the wavering mist of her tears, tears of fear and of helplessness. Her hair had come down in little wisps over her forehead, her cheeks blazed with high color, and the tears made her eyes glitter with a feverish sheen. She heard nothing, and the brown thorn encircled her. She turned slowly, almost like a blind woman, and now she was sobbing softly in her terror. She chose one of the narrow passages for escape and dived into it. He was waiting for her. She came round the first twist of the pathway and ran almost directly into his chest. Only at the very last instant she saw the outstretched arms, thick and brown and smooth, with the fingers of both hands hooked to seize her. She screamed, high and shrill, and spun away, back along the path she had come, but his fingers caught in the thin cotton of her blouse. It tore like paper, and as she ran, the smooth, creamy flesh of her back shone through the rent, flashing with a pearly promise that spurred his lust even higher. And when he laughed, it was a hoarse, breathless blurt of sound that launched Storm into a fresh paroxysm of terror. He hunted her through the Jesse, and twice when he could have taken her, he deliberately let her slip through his fingers, drawing out the excruciating pleasure of it, cat with mouse, delighting at the way she shrieked at his touch, and at the fresh outburst of frantic terror with which she tried to escape him. But at last she was finished, and she backed up into a corner of solid, impenetrable thorn wall and crouched there, clutching the shreds of her torn blouse about her, trembling with the wild, uncontrollable shudders of a patient in high fever, her face smeared with tears and her sweat, staring at him with huge, dark blue eyes. He came slowly to her. He stooped, and she was unresisting as he placed his big, square brown hands on her shoulders. He was still chuckling, but his own breath was unsteady, and his lips were drawn back from the square white teeth in a grimace of lust and excitement. He pressed his mouth down over hers, and it was like one of those nightmares in which she could not move nor scream. His teeth crushed painfully against her lips, and she tasted her own blood, a slick metallic salt on her tongue, and she felt herself suffocating. His hands were hard and rough as granite on the soft silk of her breasts, and she came to life again, tugging unavailingly at his wrists, trying to drag them away. "Yes," he grunted in the soft, thick-choked voice. "Fight, keep fighting me. Yes, yes. That's right, struggle, don't stop." His voice roused her from the hypnotic spell of terror, and she screamed again. "Yes," he said, "do that, scream again." And he turned her across his body, forcing her down until his knee caught her in the small of the back and her body bent backwards like a drawn bow, her hair sweeping the ground, and the curve of her throat was soft and white and vulnerable. He placed his open mouth on her throat. She was pinned helplessly as with one hand he swept the wide peasant skirt up above her waist. "Scream," he whispered gutturally. "Scream again." And with complete and horrified disbelief, she felt those thick brown fingers, calloused and deliberately cruel, begin to prise open her body. They seemed to tear her tenderest, most secret flesh, like the talons of an eagle, and she screamed and screamed. Mark had lost them in the labyrinthine maze of the Jesse bush, and there had been silence now for many minutes. He stood bareheaded and panting, listening with every fiber of his being in the aching silence of the Jesse thorn. His eyes were wild, and he hated himself with bitter venom for letting himself be persuaded by Storm. He had known how dangerous this man was. He was a killer, a coldly competent killer, and he had sent a girl, a young and tender girl, to bait him. Then Storm screamed, close by in the Jesse, and with a violent lift of savage relief, Mark began to run again. At the last moment Hobday heard him coming, and he dropped Storm's slim, abused body and turned with unbelievable speed, dropping into the crouch of a heavyweight prize fighter, solid and low behind lifted arms and hunched shoulders, thick and rubbery with muscle. Mark swung the weapon he had made the night before, a long sausage of raw hide, the seams double sewn, and then filled with lead buckshot. It weighed 2 pounds, and it made a sound through the air like the wings of a wild duck, and he swung full-armed, the blow given power and weight by his terrible anger and hatred. Hobday threw up his right arm to catch the blow. The bones of his forearm broke cleanly with a sharp crackle, but still the force of the blow was not fully expended, and the leaded bag flew on, directly into Hobday's face. Had he not caught the full weight of it on his arm, the blow would have killed him. As it was, his face seemed to collapse, and his head snapped backwards to the full stretch of his neck. Hobday crashed backwards into the wall of Jesse, and the curved, red-tipped thorns caught in his clothing and flesh and held him there, sprawling like a boneless doll, arms outspread, legs dangling, his face hanging forward on his chest, and the thick dark droplets of blood beginning to fall onto his shirt and roll softly downwards across his belly, leaving wet crimson lines down the khaki drill. The rain began as they carried Hobday up the track to where the 2 vehicles were kept under the lee of the cliffs of Chaka's Gate, on the south bank of the Bubezi. It came with the first splattering of fat, warm drops that stung exposed skin with their weight and momentum. It fell heavily and still more heavily, turning the surface of the track to a glaze like melting chocolate, so they slipped under their burden. Hobday was chained at his ankles with the manacles that Mark used for holding arrested poachers. His good arm was cuffed to the leather belt at his waist. The other arm was crudely sprinted and strapped down to the same belt. Mark had tried to force him to walk, but either he was shamming or he was really too weak. His face was grotesquely distorted. The nose was swollen and pushed to one side, both eyes almost closed and leaden blue with bruises. His lips also were swollen and thickly scabbed with black dried blood where they had been mashed against his teeth. And through the mangled flesh were the dark gaps where 5 of the big square teeth had been torn out or snapped off level with the gum by the murderous force of Mark's blow. Pungush and Mark carried him between them, laboriously up the steep path in the teeming, stinging rain, and behind them trailed Storm with baby John on her hip, her hair melting in long black shiny smears down her face in the rain. She was shivering violently, in sudden uncontrollable spasms, either from the cold or from lingering shock. The child on her hip squalled petulantly, and she covered him with a fold of oilskin and tried to hush him distractedly. They reached the 2 vehicles under the crude thatched shelter Pungush had built to protect them from the elements. They put Hobday into the sidecar of the aerial, and Mark buttoned the canvas screen over him to protect him from the rain and to hold him secure. He lay like a corpse. Then Mark crossed to where Storm sat, shivering and sodden and miserable, behind the wheel of the battered old Cadillac. "I'm sending Pungush with you," he said, as he took her in his arms and held her briefly. She did not have the strength or will to argue, and she leaned heavily against Mark's chest for comfort. "Go to the cottage and stay there," he instructed. "Don't move out of it until I come for you." "Yes, Mark," she whispered and shuddered again. "Are you strong enough to drive?" he asked with sudden gentleness, and she roused herself and nodded gamely. "I love you," he said, "more than anything or anybody in this world." Mark led on the motorcycle over the slippery, muddy track, and it was almost dark when they reached the main road, itself hardly better than a track with deeply churned double ruts in the glutinous mud, and all the time the rain fell. At the crossroads, Mark pulled the motorcycle off the road and hurried back to talk to Storm through the open window of the Cadillac. "It's 6 hours from here to Umlanga Rocks in this mud. Don't try and push it," he told her and reached through the window. They embraced awkwardly but fiercely, and then she rolled up the window and the Cadillac pulled away, the rear end sliding and skidding in the mud. Mark watched it over a rise in the land, and when the rear lights winked out over the ridge, he went back to the motorcycle and kicked the engine to life. In the sidecar the man stirred, and his voice was mushy and distorted through the mangled lips. "I'm going to kill you for this," he said, "like you killed my grandfather." Mark asked softly and wheeled the cycle into the road. He took the fork to Ladybird, 30 miles away through the darkness and the mud and the rain, and his hatred and anger warmed him all the way like a bonfire in his belly, and he marveled at his own restraint in resisting the temptation to kill Hobday with the bludgeon when he had the chance. The man who had tortured and murdered the old man, and who had abused and desecrated Storm, was in his power, and still the temptation to avenge himself was fierce. Mark pushed it aside and drove on grimly into the night. The motorcycle slipped and slid from one verge of the road to the other as he took it up the steep ascent of the Ladybird escarpment, and below him, the lights of the town were blanketed by the falling white fog of rain. Mark was uncertain as to whether or not the general was in residence at Lion Cop, but as he gunned the machine into the walled kitchen yard, he saw lights in the windows, and a clamorous pack of the general's hunting dogs rushed out into the night, followed by 3 Zulu servants with lanterns. Mark shouted at them, "Is the Nkosi here?" Their answers were superfluous, for as Mark dismounted he looked up and saw the bulky, familiar, beloved shape step into the lighted window of the study, head held low on broad shoulders, as Courtney peered down at him. Mark ran into the house, stripping off his streaming oilskins, and he burst into the general's study. "My boy." Courtney hurried to meet him across the huge room. "What is it?" Mark's whole being was charged with a fierce and triumphant purpose. "I have the man who killed my grandfather," he exulted, and halfway across the study Sean stopped dead and stared at him. "Is it?" He stopped, and the dread was plain on his face. "Is it Dirk Courtney? Is it my son?" The servants carried Hobday's heavy, inert body into the study and laid him on the buttoned leather sofa in front of the fire. "Who put those chains on him?" growled Sean, studying the man, and then, without waiting for a reply, take them off him. "My God, what happened to his face?" Ruth Courtney came then, awakened by the uproar and excitement, dressed in a long dressing gown with her nightcap still knotted under her chin. "Good Lord," she stared at Hobday. "His arm is broken and perhaps his jaw also." "How did it happen?" Sean demanded. "I hit him," Mark explained, and Sean was silent for a long moment, staring at him before he spoke again. "I think you had better tell me the whole story," he said. "From the beginning." While Ruth Courtney worked quietly over Hobday's broken face, Mark began his explanation to the general. "His name is Hobday. He works for Dirk Courtney, has done so for years. One of his right-hand men." "Of course," Sean nodded. "I should have recognized him. It was the swollen face. I've seen him before." Quietly, quickly, Mark told everything he knew about the man, starting from his first meeting with Hobday at the deserted homestead on Andersland. "He told you he was working for Dirk Courtney then?" Sean demanded. "For Ladybird Sugar," Mark qualified, and Sean nodded his white beard onto his chest. "Go on." Mark repeated Pungush's story of the old man's death, how the 3 men had come with him to the valley, and how the Silent One had shot him and waited for him to die, and how they had buried him in an unmarked grave. However, Sean shook his head, frowning, and Hobday on the couch stirred and tried to sit up. His swollen, distorted jaw worked and the words were blurred. "It's a bloody nigger lie," he said. First time I've ever been to Chaka's gate was 3 days ago. Sean Courtney's worry showed clearly on his gaunt features as he turned back to Mark. You say you hit this man, that you are responsible for his injuries. How did it happen? When he came to the valley, Pungush recognized him as the man who killed John Anders. I lured him out of his camp, and Pungush and I captured him and brought him here. After half killing him. Sean asked heavily and did not wait for Mark's reply. My boy, I think you've put yourself into a very serious position. I cannot see a shred of evidence to support all this, evidence that would convict a man in a court of law, while on the other hand you have assaulted somebody, grievous bodily harm and abduction at the least. Oh, I do have proof, Mark cut in quickly. What is it? Sean asked gruffly. The man on the couch turned his battered face to Sean, and his voice rose confidently. He's a bloody liar. It's all lies. Quiet. Sean waved him to silence and looked to Mark again. Proof, he asked. My proof will be in the fact that Dirk Courtney kills this man or has him killed the moment we turn him free. They all stared at Mark in stunned silence, and Mark went on seriously. We all know how Dirk Courtney works. He destroys anything that stands in his way or that is a danger to him. Hobday was watching him, and for once the eyes were no longer veiled and cold. His mangled lips quivered and gaped slightly, showing the black gaps where the teeth were missing from his jaw. It isn't necessary for this man to confess anything to us. The fact that he has been here in this house with the general and myself in the camp of Dirk Courtney's enemies, the fact that his face bears the marks of heavy persuasion, that will be enough for Dirk Courtney. Then one phone call is all it would take. Something like this. Mark paused, then went on. Hobday was with us. He is ready to make a sworn statement about the killing of John Anders. Then we take Hobday down to the village and leave him there. Dirk Courtney kills him, but this time we are ready. For once we can trace the murder directly to him. God damn you, snarled Hobday, struggling into a sitting position. It's a lie. I haven't confessed anything. You can tell that to Dirk Courtney. He might believe you, Mark told him quietly. On the other hand, if you turned King's evidence and did confess, you'd have the protection of the general and the law, all the force of the law, and we would not turn you loose. Hobday looked around him wildly, as though some avenue of escape might open miraculously for him, but Mark went on remorselessly. You know Dirk Courtney better than any of us, don't you, Hobday? You know how his mind works. Do you think he will take the chance that you didn't confess? Just how useful are you going to be to him in the future? Can you trust his loyalty now that the shadow of doubt is on you? You know what he is going to do, don't you? If you think about it, you'll realize that your only chance of survival will be to have Dirk Courtney locked up safely or dancing at the end of a rope. Hobday glared at him. You bastard, he hissed through his broken lips, and it was as though a cork had been drawn. A steady stream of obscenity poured from him, vicious filth. The ugly, meaningless words repeated over and over again while his naked eyes glittered with helpless hatred. Mark stood up and cranked the handset of the telephone on Sean's desk. Exchange, he said into the mouthpiece. Please connect me with the residence of Mr. Dirk Courtney. No, choked Hobday. Don't do that. And now terror had replaced hatred, and his face seemed to collapse around the ruined nose and mouth. Mark made no effort to obey, and clearly everybody in the room heard the click of a connection being made, and then the squawk of a voice distorted by the wires and distance. This is the residence of the Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands. Mr. Dirk Courtney. Hobday lumbered off the couch and staggered to the desk. He snatched the earpiece from Mark's hand and slammed it back onto its bracket of the telephone. No, he panted with pain and fear. Please don't do that. He hung on to the corner of the desk, hunched up with the pain, clutching his broken arm to his chest, his mashed features working convulsively. They waited quietly, Mark and Ruth and Sean, waiting for him to reach his decision. Hobday turned and staggered heavily back to the sofa. He collapsed upon it with his head hanging forward, almost touching his knees, and his breathing hissed and sobbed in the silence. "All right," he whispered hoarsely. "What do you want to know?" General Sean Courtney shook himself as though awaking from a nightmare, but his voice was decisive and brisk. "Mark, take the rolls. Go down into town and get me a lawyer. I want this statement drawn up in proper form. I'm still a justice of the peace and commissioner of oaths. I will witness the document." Mark parked the rolls in Peter Bott's gravel driveway of the big new house on the outskirts of town. The house was dark and silent, but to Mark's heavy knocking on the carved teak front door, a dog began to bark in the house somewhere, and at last a light bloomed in an upstairs window and the sash slid up with a squeal. "Who is it? What do you want?" Peter's voice was querulous and fuddled with sleep. "It's Mark," he shouted up at the window. "You've got to come with me now. My God, Mark, it's after 11 o'clock. Can't it wait until morning? General Courtney wants you now." The name had its effect. There was a mumble of voices within the bedroom, Marion's sister protesting sleepily, and then Peter called down again. "All right, give me a minute to dress, Mark." As he waited in the driver's seat of the Rolls with the rain slashing down on the roof and rippling in wavering lines down across the windshield, Mark pondered briefly why he had chosen Peter Bott's. It was not only that he knew exactly where to find him so late at night. He realized that he wanted Peter to be there when they tore down his idol. He wanted to rub his nose in it when they proved Dirk Courtney a thief and a murderer. He wanted that satisfaction, and he smiled bleakly without humor in the darkened Rolls. "I deserve at least that," he whispered to himself, and the front door of the house opened. Peter hurried out, ducking his head against the slanting rain. "What is it?" he demanded through the window of the Rolls. "It had better be important, getting me out at this time of night." "It's important enough," Mark told him and started the engine. "Get in." "I'll follow you in my Packard," Peter told him and ran to the garage. Peter Bott sat at General Courtney's big desk. Hurriedly dressed, he was without a necktie and his small prosperous paunch bulged the white shirt, pulling it free of his trousers' waistband. His sandy hair was thinning and ruffled, so that pink scalp showed through as he bowed over the foolscap sheet of paper. He wrote swiftly, a neat, regular script, his features betraying each new shock at the words he was transcribing, his cheeks pale and his mouth set and thin. Every few minutes he would pause incredulously and stare at Hobday across the room, breathing heavily at some new and terrible admission. "Have you got that?" the general demanded, and Peter nodded jerkily and began to write again. The others listened intently. The general slumped in his chair by the fire. His eyes were closed as though he slept, but the questions he rapped out every few minutes were bright and penetrating as a rapier blade. Mark stood behind his chair, quiet and intent, his face expressionless, although his anger and his hatred cramped in his guts. Hobday sat forward on the sofa, and his voice was a muffled drone in his thick North Country accent, muted in contrast to the terrible words he spoke. It was not only the killing of John Anders. There was more, much more. Forgery of state documents, bribery of high officials, direct abuse of public office, and Mark started and leaned forward with shock as Hobday recounted how he had tried on 2 occasions, following Dirk Courtney's orders, to kill him. Mark had not realized nor recognized him, but now Hobday's stocky shape tied in his memory with the shadowy, faceless hunter in the night on the escarpment, and with the other figure seen through the rain and the fever mists. Hobday did not look up as he told it, and Mark had no questions to ask. It was as though once Hobday had started, he must purge himself of all this filth, as though he were now deriving some perverse satisfaction from the horror his words struck into his audience. They listened, appalled by the magnitude of it all. Every few minutes, Ruth exclaimed involuntarily, and Sean would open his eyes briefly to stare at her, before closing them again and covering them with one hand. At last Hobday came to the murder of John Anders, and each detail was exactly as Pungush had described it. Mark felt sickened and wretched as he listened, but he asked only one question. Why did you let him die so slowly? Why didn't you finish him? It had to look like an accident. Hobday did not look up. One bullet only. A man does not shoot himself twice by accident. I had to let him die in his own time. There was no breadth nor horizon to Mark's anger, and this time Ruth Courtney caught her breath with a sound like a sob. Again Sean Courtney opened his eyes. "Are you all right, my dear?" She nodded silently, and Sean turned back to Hobday. "Go on," he said. At the end, Peter Botts read the statement back, his voice quivering and fading at the more horrendous passages, so that Sean had to gruff at him fiercely. "Speak up, man." He had made 2 fair copies, and Hobday signed each page with an illiterate scrawl, and then each of them signed below him, and Sean pressed his wax seal of office on to the final page of each copy. "All right," he said, as he carried the top document to the iron safe built into the wall behind his desk. "I want you to keep and file the other copy," he said to Peter. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Botts." He locked the safe and turned back into the room. "Mark, will you telephone Dr. Aikson now, please? We've got to take care of our witness, I suppose. Though for my money I'd just as soon see him suffer." When Dr. Aikson arrived at Lion Cop, it was almost 2 in the morning, and Ruth Courtney took him up to the guest room where Hobday lay. Neither Sean Courtney nor Mark went up. They stayed in the study, sitting quietly together across the fire which a servant had built. Against the windows, the wind bumped and the rain spattered. Sean was drinking whiskey, and Mark had filled his glass twice for him in the last hour. He was slumped down in his favorite chair now, tired and old and bowed with grief, holding the glass with both hands. "If I had the courage, I would take the rifle to him myself like a rabid dog. But he is still my son, no matter how often I deny it. He is still of my blood, of my loins." Mark was silent, and Ruth came into the room. "Dr. Aikson is setting that man's arm," she said. "He will be another hour, but I think you should come up to bed now, my dear." She crossed to Sean's chair and laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. "We have all had more than enough for one day." The telephone rang on the desk, a tinny, irritant sound that startled them all. They stared at it for a full 5 seconds until it rang again demandingly, and Ruth crossed to it and lifted the earpiece. "Mrs. Ruth Courtney," she said softly, almost fearfully. "Mrs. Courtney, are you the mother of Mrs. Storm Hunt?" "Yes, this is correct. I am afraid we have very bad news. This is the superintendent of Addington Hospital in Durban. Your daughter has been involved in a motor accident. The rain and the mud, I am afraid. Her son, your grandchild, has been killed outright. Thankfully, he suffered no pain, but your daughter is in a critical condition. Can you come to her as soon as you possibly can? We don't know if she will last the night, I'm afraid." The telephone dropped from Ruth's hand, and she swayed on her feet, the color flying from her face, leaving it frosted with icy white. "Oh God," she whispered, and she started to fall. Her legs collapsed and she crumpled forward. Mark caught her before she hit the floor and lowered her onto the sofa. Sean crossed to the dangling earpiece and lifted it. "This is General Courtney," he barked angrily. "What is it?" Mark took the big rolls down. The long, slanting right hand turned towards the bridge very fast. The woman he loved, the mother of his dead child, was dying, and Mark's heart was breaking. The road was deep with chocolate mud, and other vehicles had rutted it deeply, churning the mud to a thick, ugly porridge. The rolls flared and kicked in the ruts, but Mark fought the wheel grimly. The bridge over the baboon stream was 500 yards ahead of them, still invisible in the endless driving rain. The headlights faded 50 feet ahead, overwhelmed by the flights of white raindrops, thick as javelins. In the rear seat, Ruth Courtney sat quietly, staring ahead with eyes that did not see. The collar of her fur coat was pulled up around her ears, so she looked small and frail as a child. General Sean Courtney sat beside Mark, and he was talking quietly as though to himself. "I've left it too late. I've been a stubborn old fool. I wanted too much from her. I wanted her to be better than human, and I was too harsh on her when she did not meet the standards I set for her. I should have gone to her long ago, and now perhaps it's too late." "It's not too late," Mark denied. "She will live, she must live." "It's too late for my grandson," whispered Sean. "I never saw him, and only now I realize how much I wanted to." At the mention of baby John, Mark felt the sickening jolt of despair in his stomach again, and he wanted to shout, "He was my son. My firstborn." But beside him, Sean was talking again. "I've been a spiteful and unforgiving old man. God have mercy on me, but I even cut my own daughter out of my will. I disowned her, and now I hate myself for that. If only we can reach her, if only I can talk to her once more. Please, God, grant me that." Ahead of them, the steel guard railings of the bridge loomed out of the torrential darkness, and lightning bounced off the belly of the clouds. For an instant Mark saw the spidery steel tracery of the railway bridge spanning the chasm 200 yards downstream. Under it, the rocky sides of the gorge dropped almost sheer 130 feet to the swollen, racing brown flood waters of the baboon stream. Mark touched the brakes, and then double-declutched the gears, bringing the rolls under tighter control as he lined up for the entrance to the road bridge. Suddenly, dazzling light flared from the darkness on the right-hand side of the road, and Mark threw up one hand to protect his eyes. Out of the darkness rushed a great dark shape, with two blazing headlights glaring like malevolent eyes as it came. With sudden clarity of mind, Mark realized that the Rolls was trapped helplessly on the approach ramp to the bridge, and that on his left hand, only a frail railing of iron pipes screened them from the drop, and that the monstrous vehicle racing down from the right would come into a collision which would hurl the Rolls through the railing as though it were a child's toy. "Hold on!" He screamed and swung the wheel to meet the roaring, towering monster of steel, and the blinding white light cut into his eyes. Peter Botts pulled off the road into the pine trees and switched off the engine of the Packard. In the silence, he could hear the pine branches thrashing restlessly on the wind, and the dislodged raindrops tapped on the roof. Peter lit a cigarette, and the match danced in his cupped hands. He inhaled deeply, waiting for the calming effect of the tobacco smoke, and he stared ahead up the straight roadway that led to Great Longwood, the homestead of Dirk Courtney. He sensed that the decision he must make now was the most vital of his entire life. Whichever way he decided, his life was already changed forever. When Dirk Courtney fell, he would bring down all those close to him, even the innocent, as he was innocent. The scandal and the guilt would sully him, and he had worked so hard for it. The prestige, the blooming career, and all the sweets that he was just now starting to enjoy. All of it would be gone, and he would have to begin again, perhaps in another town, another land, to begin again right at the very bottom. The thought appalled him. He had become used to being a man of substance and importance. He did not know if he could face a new beginning. On the other hand, if Dirk Courtney did not come down, if he were saved from death and disaster, just how grateful would he be to the man who worked his salvation? He knew the extent of Dirk Courtney's present fortune and power, and it was conceivable that some of that, perhaps a large slice of that, might come to him, to Peter Botts, the man who had saved Dirk Courtney, and yet still retained the instrument of his destruction. It was one of those moments of destiny, Peter realized, that come only occasionally to a chosen few. On one hand, dishonor and obscurity; on the other, power and riches, tens of thousands, perhaps even millions. He started the engine of the Packard, and the rear wheels spun in the slimy mud, and then he swerved back onto the driveway and put the big machine to the hill. Dirk Courtney sat on the corner of his desk, one foot swinging idly. He wore a dressing gown of patterned silk, and the lustrous material caught the lamplight as he moved. There was a white silk scarf at his throat, and his eyes were clear and alert in the handsome tanned face, as though he had not just risen from deep sleep. He spun the dueling pistol on his forefinger as he listened intently. Peter Botts sat nervously on the edge of the chair, and though there was a fire in the grate that Dirk had poked and fed to a fierce blaze, still he shivered every few moments and rubbed his hands together. The cold was in his soul, he realized, and his voice rose a little as he grabbled on. Courtney did not speak, made no comment nor exclamation, asked no question until he was done. He spun the pistol, 2 turns, and the butt snapped into the palm of his hand. 2 turns and snap. When Peter Botts finished, Dirk cocked the hammer of the pistol and the click of the mechanism was unreasonably loud in the silent room. "Hobday, my father, his wife, young Anders, and yourself. The only others that know. And the Zulu." "And the Zulu," Dirk agreed and dry-fired the pistol. The hammer cracked against the pan. "How many copies of the statement?" "1," lied Peter. "In the iron safe of the general's study." Dirk nodded and recocked the pistol. "All right. If there is another copy, you have it," he said. "But we don't lie to each other, do we, Peter?" It was the first time he had used his given name. There was a familiarity and a threat in it, and Peter could only nod with a dryness in his throat. Again Dirk dry-fired the pistol and smiled. It was that warm and charming smile, that frank and friendly smile that Peter knew so well. "We love each other too much for that, don't we?" He kept smiling. "That's why you came to tell me this, isn't it? Because we love each other." Peter said nothing and Dirk went on, still smiling. "And of course you are going to be a rich man, Peter, if you do as I ask. A very rich man. You will do as I ask, won't you, Peter?" And Peter nodded again. "Yes, of course," he blurted. "I want you to make a phone call," said Dirk. "If you speak through a handkerchief, it will sound as though it's long distance and it will muffle your voice. Nobody will recognize it. Will you do that?" "Of course," Peter nodded. "You will phone my father's house. Speak either to him or his wife. I want you to pretend that you are the superintendent of Addington Hospital, and here is what you will tell them." Courtney sat in the darkened cab of the truck and listened to the rain as he reviewed his plans and preparations carefully. He did not like having to move in a hurry, without time for careful planning. It was too easy to overlook some vital detail. He did not like having to do this type of work himself. It was best to send another. He did not take personal risks, not anymore, not unless there was no other way. Regrets and misgivings were vain and wasted the moments which still remained before action. He turned all his attention back to his planning. They would use the rolls, and there would be 3 of them, the general and his Jewish whore and that arrogant, scheming puppy Anders. Dirk had picked the spot with care, and the farmyard truck was loaded with 50 sacks of horse feed, 3 tons of dead weight. It would give it irresistible momentum. Afterwards he must do 2 things. Firstly, he must make sure of them. He had a length of lead piping wrapped in Hessian packing. It would crack a skull without breaking skin. Then he must take the general's keys. The key of the safe was on the bunch, and it was on his watch chain. The thought of plundering his father's dead body did not cause him even a tremor. His only concern was that the keys were retrievable, that there was no fire, and that the rolls was not submerged in the roaring torrent of the baboon stream. If that did happen, he must rely then on the general not having changed his habits of 20 years before. The spare key had been kept in the wine cellar then, on the rack above the champagne bottles. Dirk had discovered it there when he had used the cellar in a boyhood game, and he had taken the key twice for his own ends and returned it secretly. The general was an old dog, a creature of habit. It would still be there. Dirk was certain. All right then, the safe, 2 keys. If neither was available, then it was an old safe, but he did not want to use force on it. He must hope for the keys. Anyway, he was content that he could open it one way or another. The statement was his, to be carefully burned, and that left Hobday, probably in one of the guest rooms, sedated, helpless. The lead pipe again, and then an overturned paraffin lamp. It was a big house of old, dry wooden beams and thick thatch. It would burn as a pyre, with Hobday lying in it like a Viking chieftain. That left only Peter Botts. Dirk glanced sideways at him. The situation was containable. It was no worse than 50 others he had survived. It needed only swift, direct action. He spoke encouragingly to Peter. "Don't worry," he said. "After tonight, a new life awaits you. I'm going to take you with me along the paths of wealth and power, Peter. You'll never regret this night, I swear it to you." He squeezed Peter's upper arm, a comradely gesture in the darkness. Of course, he had a copy of the statement, Dirk thought, but afterwards there would be time, plenty of time to find it and to be rid of the pompous little prig. In a year or so, when the excitement had died down, another little accident and it would all be over. "Have you got the pistol?" he asked, and Peter gulped nervously, clutching the bulky military model Smith Wesson with both hands between his knees. "You are not to use it," Dirk warned again, "except as the very last resort. We don't want bullet holes to explain. You do understand?" "Yes, I understand. You are insurance, that's all. Final insurance." And out in the darkness, through the slanting arrows of rain, a light glowed and faded and grew again higher up the slope. "Here they come," said Dirk, and started the engine of the truck. Mark spun the wheel hard right, and thrust the accelerator pedal flat against the floorboards, trying to ride off the collision and beat the great roaring vehicle to the threshold of the bridge. Behind him, Ruth Courtney screamed shrilly, but Mark thought he had made it. He thought for an instant that the sudden acceleration had forged the rolls ahead, but the truck slewed hard, swinging viciously, and he felt the crack of impact in every bone of his body. It struck at the level of the rear wheels of the rolls, and the big heavy car snapped sideways, tearing his hands from the steering wheel and hurling Mark against the door. He felt bones break in his chest like dry twigs, and then the world turned end over end as the rolls cartwheeled. A shower of bright white sparks flamed like the tail of a meteor in the darkness, as steel brushed murderously against steel. There was another jerk as the rolls crashed through the guardrail of the bridge, and then they were dropping free, plunging silently into black space. In the rear seat, Ruth Courtney was still screaming, and the rolls struck, a glancing, shuddering blow, bounding off the rock wall of the gorge and leaping out into space once more. Mark was pressed against the side door, held there by the accelerating dropping force of the plunging rolls. But at the next impact the door was burst open, and Mark was hurled like a stone from a slingshot, out into resounding swirling darkness. He saw the burning headlights of the rolls, spinning in a great vortex of blinding white, below him, and the gorge rang with the iron echoes of steel on rock, and the crazy bellowing roar of the Rolls-Royce engine jammed at full power. He seemed to fall forever, through darkness, and then suddenly he struck with a force that drove the air from his lungs. The hard, unyielding impact convinced him for a moment that his body was crushed to boneless pulp on the rocky floor of the gorge, but then the cold, tumultuous torrent of racing water overwhelmed him. He had been thrown far enough to fall into the river itself. Clinging to his last shreds of consciousness, he fought for breath, fought to keep his head above the surface, as the torrent swept him away. Glistening black boulders leapt like predators out of the dark, clawing at his legs, pummeled his injured chest, barging into him with numbing, bruising power in the flood, and icy water gushed down his straining throat, burning his lungs and making him choke and retch for each breath. He slid down a racing spill of white rapids, feeling skin stripped from his hip and shoulder at the contact of harsh rock, and then at the bottom he struck again, jammed solid between two monumental rocks. In the darkness, they stood over him like gravestones. He was held in their jaws, and the water tore furiously at him, as though denied of its prey, trying to pluck him away. There was light, just enough to make out shapes and distances, and Mark marveled at that with a brain jellied by pounding and starved of oxygen. Then he looked up, and through streaming eyes saw that the truck was parked on the threshold of the bridge high above the gorge. Its headlights struck the ironwork, and the light was broken up and diffused by the rain. It cast a vague, uncertain glow into the gorge. Added to this was a closer, more powerful light source. The smashed carapace of the Rolls-Royce lay at the foot of the cliff, half in the water, half upon the rocky ledge. It lay on its back, with all four wheels spiraling idly, but both headlights still burned fiercely, striking the uneven rock walls, providing a dramatic stage lighting. Mark looked around him and saw that the current had swept him in under the cliff, and that a ledge of glistening black rock extended out over his head. He reached up with his right hand, and then cried out as his fingers touched the ledge, and bright agony flared in his wrist. Something was broken there, he realized, as he clung desperately to the slippery boulders and tried to force the fingers of his right hand to open or close. The torrent was too strong to resist much longer, and he felt himself starting to slide, dragging over the boulders, on the point of being swept away once more. He knew that less than 100 yards downstream, the first waterfall plunged, frothing and thundering, down the sheer side of the escarpment. He released his grip with the left hand and threw himself upwards with all his strength. His fingers caught on the sharp lip of the ledge above his head, and his body swung like a pendulum, the hungry waters slashing at his knees, testing the strength of his grip, trying to drag him away, trying to break the hooked fingers, tearing the fingernails loose so that droplets of blood squeezed out from under them. Slowly, achingly, Mark bent the arm at the elbow, lifting his knees, drawing his feet clear off the water and its murderous drag. He hung another moment, gathering what was left of his strength and resolve, and then with one last convulsive heave, he threw his right arm upwards and hooked his elbow over the ledge and followed it immediately with his left elbow. Another moment of rest, and then he wriggled painfully out on the ledge and lay face down. He thought he was blind now, or that the lights had been doused, but the darkness was in his head only. Slowly the darkness cleared and he lifted his head. The thunder of the river drowned out all other sound. He could not hear the scrabble of loose stone and the slide of booted feet as Dirk Courtney came down the almost vertical pathway below the bridge. It did not surprise Mark that it was him. It seemed only natural that Dirk Courtney should be here, at the scene of disaster. He was dressed in hunting breeches and calf-length boots, a thick navy pea jacket, and a woolen cap pulled low over his face. He slid down the last 10 feet of the cliff, keeping his balance, light as a dancer on his feet, and he paused on the ledge beside the shattered rolls. Carefully he looked about him, flashing a lantern into the shadows and crevices. Mark flattened himself down on the rock, but he was beyond the range of the lantern beam. Dirk turned the beam onto the rolls, and Mark groaned with the shock of it. General Sean Courtney had been thrown halfway through the windscreen, and then the full weight of the machine had rolled onto his upper torso. His head was almost severed, and the thick white beard was sodden with bright blood that shone like rubies in the lantern light. Dirk Courtney stooped over him and felt for the carotid pulse in the throat. Despite the fearful mutilation, he must have detected some flutter of stubborn life there. Dirk rolled the head sideways, and the eyes were open and startled. Dirk lifted the short, thick club he carried in his right hand. It was wrapped in coarse brown hessian, but its weight and heft were obvious by the way he handled it. Mark tried to cry out, but his hoarse croak was lost in the roar of waters. Dirk struck his father across the temple, above the right ear, where the wet gray curls were plastered against the skull, and Mark seemed to feel the thud of the blow in his own soul. Then with one exploring forefinger, Dirk pressed the temple and felt the give of mortal damage, the grating of the rough edges of shattered bone shard deep in his father's head. Dirk's features were expressionless, cold and remote, but then he did something which seemed to Mark more dreadful, more shocking than the killing blow. With a tender touch of his fingertips, he closed the eyelids over Sean Courtney's dead, staring eyes. Then he went down on one knee and kissed his father's bloodied lips lightly, without a change of expression. It was the act of an unhinged mind. It was only at that moment that Mark realized that Dirk Courtney was insane. Almost immediately, Dirk's manner changed and his hands lost the gentle touch, becoming once again businesslike and precise. He rolled the body, unbuttoned the camel hair overcoat and searched swiftly through Sean's clothing. Then he drew out a gold watch chain with the keys and gold hunter attached. He examined the keys briefly and then pushed them into his pocket. He stood and went to the rear door of the rolls and struggled with the handle. The door burst open at last, and Ruth Courtney's body spilled out sideways and lay at his feet. He took a handful of her thick dark hair and drew her head back. Again he swung the short thick club against her temple, and again he felt the skull like a doctor making his diagnosis, prodding to feel the soft spot of crushed bone. Satisfied, he lifted Ruth Courtney's limp, childlike body in his arms and carried her to the edge of the water. He dropped her over the side, and she was gone instantly, dashed away on the dark current, down to where the plunging waterfalls would tumble her body into the Ladyburg Valley, and the cruel rocks would leave no doubt in a coroner's mind as to how she had died. Helpless with his injuries and exhaustion, his body battered and strained beyond its natural limits, Mark could not move, could hardly breathe as he watched Dirk Courtney stoop and grasp his father's ankles. He dragged the general's heavy body to the edge of the torrent, striding backwards, against the dead weight. Mark dropped his face into his hands and found that he was weeping, great racking dry sobs that probed the injuries deep in his chest. When he looked up again, Sean Courtney's body was gone, and Dirk Courtney was coming towards where he lay, cautiously following the narrow edge, searching the darkness with the lantern beam, sweeping the dark tumbling waters, examining each foot of the ledge, looking for him, looking for Mark, knowing he had been in the rolls. The headlights of the truck had struck full into Mark's face in that fatal instant of collision. Dirk Courtney knew he was here somewhere. Mark rolled onto his side and tried to unfasten the buttons of his coat, but in his haste he had tried with the right hand, and he whimpered with the pain. With his left hand now, he ripped the buttons away and struggled. Out of the garment, its wet folds resisting each movement so that, when he at last was free of it, Dirk Courtney was only 50 feet away, coming steadily, carefully along the ledge, the lantern in one hand, the short heavy club dangling in the other. Lying on the edge of the river, Mark flipped the jacket sideways, trying to make it fall onto the rocks in the torrent below, but he had no time to see if he had succeeded. Dirk Courtney was too close. Mark rolled in towards the foot of the cliff, stifling the cry of pain as his damaged ribs and broken wrist came in rude contact with the rock. In the lee of the cliff there was a dark shallow chimney, screened from the light of the headlights and lantern. Mark came to his feet. Dirk Courtney was out of sight beyond the angle of the cliff, but the beam of his lantern jumped and swept and swung, bobbing with each pace as he came on. Mark turned his face to the cliff, gathered himself, and found that some of his dissipated strength was returning, and his anger was still alive, like a small warm flame in his chest. He did not know if it was enough strength or anger to carry him through, but he began to climb slowly, clumsily, like a maimed insect. He clung to the cold, wet rock and dragged himself upwards. He was 20 feet up when Dirk Courtney stopped on the ledge directly below him. Mark froze into stillness, the last defense of the helpless animal, but he knew that the instant Dirk lifted the beam, he was discovered. He waited for it, with the numbed resignation of the beast waiting in the abattoir chute. Dirk made another careful search, swinging the lantern in a full slow traverse of both sides of the river, and he was on the point of lifting the beam to play it onto the cliff where Mark hung, when something caught his attention. He took 2 hurried paces to the edge of the rocky ledge and shone the lantern downwards. Mark's jacket was caught on one of the boulders, and Dirk went down on one knee to try and reach it with one outstretched arm. It was the respite that Mark needed. Dirk's full attention was on the stranded jacket, and the rush and roar of water covered the noise of Mark's scrabbling feet and hands on the cliff. He did not look down again until he had dragged himself 50 feet higher, and then he saw that the jacket had succeeded as a decoy. Courtney was 100 feet downstream, standing on the lip of the first steep waterfall, on the very edge of the escarpment. He had the sodden jacket in his hands, and he was peering over the fearsome drop. In the lantern light, the water was black and smooth as oil, as it streamed into the abyss, turning slowly to thick white spume as it fell. Courtney threw the jacket out into black space and stood back from the drop. He settled down comfortably on his haunches, sheltered by the cliff from rain and wind, and quite calmly he selected a cigar, like a workman taking a break after performing satisfactorily a difficult task. That casual little act, the flare of a sulfur match and the contented puff of blue tobacco smoke in the lantern light, probably saved Mark's life. It stoked his anger to the point when it could overcome his agony and bodily exhaustion. It provided him with the will to go on, and he began to climb again. Sometimes during the climb, reality faded away from Mark. Once a sense of warmth and well-being began to suffuse his whole body, a wonderful feeling, floating as though on the very frontiers of sleep. But he caught himself before he fell, and deliberately punched his right hand against the rock face. He screamed with the pain of it, but with the pain came new resolve. But resolve faded slowly in the cold and the pain, and fantasy grew again. He believed that he was one of King Chaka's chosen, following the old king up that terrible cliff to the summit of Chaka's gate, and he found himself talking gibberish in broken Zulu, and in his head, he heard the deep, resonant voice of the old king calling him on, giving him encouragement, and he knew if he climbed faster he might catch a glimpse of the king's face. He lost his grip in his impatience and slid away, gathering momentum down the incline, until he crashed into one of the stunted dwarf trees that grew from the cliff face. It broke his fall, but he screamed again at the pain of broken ribs. He climbed on, and then he heard Storm's voice. It was so clear and close that he stopped and turned his face up into the rain and darkness. She was there, floating above his head, so beautiful and pale and graceful. "Come, Mark," she said, and her voice echoed and rang like a silver bell in his head. "Come, my darling." He knew then that she was alive, that she was not dying in a cold hospital bed, that she was here, come to him in his pain and exhaustion. "Storm," he cried, and threw himself upwards, falling forward and lying face down in the short wet grass at the top of the cliff. He just wanted to lie there forever. He was not even sure that he had reached the top, was not sure if this was not yet another fantasy. Perhaps he was dead already and this was all there was to it. Then slowly he was aware of the rain drops on his cheek, and the sound of the little tree frogs clinking in the rain and the cold breath of the wind, and he realized with regret that he was still alive. The pain began returning then. It started in his wrist first and began to spread, and he did not think he had the strength left to ride it. Then suddenly he had the image, clearly formed in his mind, of Courtney stooped over his father's body, with the club raised in his hand to strike, and Mark's anger came to save him again. Mark pushed himself to his knees and looked about him. 100 yards away, the truck was parked on the threshold of the iron bridge, and in its headlights he could make out the shape of a man. With one more huge, draining effort, Mark came to his feet and stood swaying, gathering himself for his next lumbering step. Pete Bott stood in the rain, holding the heavy pistol hanging in his right hand. The rain had soaked his fine sandy hair, and it ran down his cheeks and forehead, so he kept wiping it away with his left hand. The rain had soaked through the shoulders of his overcoat also, and he shivered spasmodically, as much from fear as from cold. He was caught up in the great swirl of events over which he had no control, an encircling web from which he could see no escape, even though his lawyer's mind twisted and turned. Accessory to murder, before and after the fact. He did not want to know what was going on down there at the foot of the cliff, and yet he felt the sick fascination and dread of it. This was not what he had imagined when he had made the decision to go to Dirk Courtney. He had thought it would be a few words and he could walk away, pretending it had not happened, crawling back into his wife's warm bed and pulling the blankets over his head. He had not been prepared for this horror and violence, for a gun in his hand and this ugly, bloody business in the gorge. The penalty is death, he thought, and shivered again. He wanted to run, but there was no place to run now. "Oh God, why did I do it?" he whispered aloud. "I wish, oh God, I wish," the age-old cry of the weakling, but he did not finish the wish. There was a sound behind him and he began to turn, lifting the pistol and beginning to point it with both arms at full stretch in front of him. A figure came towards him out of the darkness, and Peter opened his mouth to cry out. The figure was an apparition of blood and mud, with a distorted pale face, and it came so swiftly that the cry never reached his lips. Peter Botts was a man of words and ideas, a soft little man of desks and rich foods, and the man who came out of the darkness was a soldier. Mark knelt over him in the mud, panting and holding his ribs, waiting for the pain of movement to recede and for his starred vision to clear. He looked down at the man under him. His face was pressed into the mud, and Mark took a handful of his hair and rolled the head on its narrow shoulders to prevent the man drowning. It was only then that Mark recognized him. "Peter," he whispered hoarsely, and felt his senses reel again, uncertain if this was another fantasy. He touched the unconscious man's lips, and they were warm and soft as a girl's. "Peter," he repeated stupidly, and suddenly he knew it all. It did not have to be thought out a step at a time. He understood how Dirk Courtney had known where to set his ambush. He knew that Peter was the traitor, and he knew that the decoy had been Storm and baby John. He knew it was all a lie then. He knew that Storm and her child were safe and sleeping in the tiny bedroom above the beach, and the knowledge buoyed him. He picked the Smith & Wesson revolver out of the mud with his left hand and wiped it carefully on his shirt. Dirk Courtney paused at the head of the pathway. He was only slightly breathless from the climb, but his boots were thick with mud and raindrops dewed his shoulders, glittering in the burning headlights of the truck. The headlights dazzled him, and there was an area of unfathomable darkness behind them. "Peter," he called, and lifted one arm to shield his eyes. He saw the shadowy figure of the waiting man leaning against the cab of the truck, and he walked forward. "It's done," he said. "You have nothing to worry about now. I have the key to the safe, it's just the cleaning up left to do." He stopped abruptly and peered again at the waiting figure. The man had not moved. "Peter," his voice cracked. "Come on, man, pull yourself together, there is still work to do," and he started forward again, stepping out of the beam of the headlights. "What time is it?" he asked. "It must be getting late." "Yes." Mark's voice was thick and slurred. "For you, it's very late," and Dirk stopped again, staring at him. The silence seemed to last for all of eternity, but it was only the instant that it took Dirk to see the revolver and the pale, mud-smeared face. He knew that the bullet would come now, and he sought to delay it just long enough. "Listen to me," said Dirk urgently. "Wait just 1 second." He changed his grip on the lantern in his right hand, and his voice was compelling, the tone quick and persuasive, just enough to hold Mark's finger on the trigger. "There is something you must know." Dirk made a disarming gesture, swinging the lantern back, and then hurling it forward in a wide arc of his long, powerful arm, and at the same instant hurling himself forward. The lantern struck Mark on the shoulder, a glancing blow, just enough to deflect his gun hand as he fired. But he heard the bullet strike, that muffled thumping sound of soft lead expanding into living flesh, and he heard the grunt of air driven forcibly from Dirk Courtney's lungs by the strike. Then the man's big hard body crashed into Mark, and as they reeled sideways, supported by the chassis of the truck, He felt one arm lock around his chest and hard fingers close over his gun hand. In that first moment of direct encounter, Mark knew instantly that Dirk Courtney's strength and weight were far greater than his own. Even if he had been uninjured, it would have been no contest. He was so outmatched that he felt as though he had been caught up in the cogs of a powerful piece of machinery. Dirk Courtney's body seemed not to be made of flesh and bone, but of brutal iron. Mark's broken ribs moved in the vast encircling grip, and he cried out as the sharp edges of splintered bone lanced into his flesh. He felt his gun hand being forced back, the muzzle of the pistol training up into his own face, and Dirk Courtney swung him off his feet, both of them spinning into a turn like a pair of waltzing dancers, so that only the wildest effort and a lucky trick of balance allowed Mark to come down on his feet again. But now, he no longer had the support of the truck chassis, and the next effort would throw him headlong into the mud. He felt Dirk Courtney gather himself for the next effort, the hard athlete's muscles moving him into perfect balance. Mark tried desperately to meet it, but it came with a smooth surge of power as irresistible as a huge comber rushing towards the beach. Then miraculously, at the moment when he was going, Mark felt the big body hit with a tremor, heard the sobbing outrush of Dirk Courtney's breath, and almost instantly Mark's stomach was drenched with a copious rush of warm liquid as it poured from his adversary. The strength melted out of Dirk Courtney's body. Mark could feel his balance go. The grip on his pistol hand relaxed slightly, and Mark realized that his bullet had done damage, and that last effort had torn something open in Dirk's chest. His life blood was expelled from the wound in thick hissing jets by the powerful pump of his heart, and Mark found he was able, by a supreme effort, to reverse the direction of the pistol barrel, swinging it in a slow arc back until pointed into Dirk Courtney's face. Mark did not believe that he had the strength left to pull the trigger. The weapon seemed to fire of its own accord, and the muzzle flash almost blinded him. Dirk Courtney's head snapped back as though he had been hit in the mouth with the full swing of a baseball bat. He was hurled backwards, out of the beam of the headlights into the darkness, and Mark heard his body sliding and tumbling down the steep side of the gorge. The pistol dropped from Mark's hand, and he fell, first onto his knees, and then slowly toppled forward onto his face in the mud. This is the last will and testament of Sean Courtney, married out of community of property to Ruth Courtney, formerly freedman born Cohen, and presently residing at Lioncup Ranch in the district of Ladyburg. I give and bequeath my entire estate and effects, movable or immovable, whether in possession, reversion, expectancy, or contingency, wherever situate and of whatever description nothing excepted, to my wife the said Ruth Courtney. At first light the next morning, Mark led the search party down the steep river banks. His right arm was in a sling, his ribs were strapped tightly under his shirt, and he hobbled painfully with his injuries. They found Sean Courtney half a mile below the last cataract, where the baboon Strawn debauched into the valley. He lay on his back and there was no blood. The waters had cleansed every drop of it, and even his wounds were clean and washed pale blue. Except for the dent in his temple, his features were almost unmarked, and the white bush of his beard had dried in the early morning sun. It curled proudly on his chest. He looked like a carved stone effigy of a medieval knight laid out with his armor, and soared on a sarcophagus in the dim depths of an ancient cathedral. In the event of my wife predeceasing me, or dying simultaneously, or within 6 months of each other, the river had been kind and carried her down to the same sandbank. She was lying face down, half buried in the soft white sand. One slim naked arm was outflung, and on the third finger was the simple band of bright gold. The fingers almost, but not quite, touched her husband's arm. They buried them together, side by side, in the same deep excavation on the slope of the escarpment, a little way beyond the big house of Lion Cop. I direct that the following shall apply in regard to the rest and residue of my estate. There followed almost 500 separate bequests which covered 50 pages and totaled almost 5 millions of sterling. Scan Courtney had forgotten nobody. Beginning with the humblest grooms and domestic servants enough for a piece of ground, a small herd, the equivalent of a life pension. To those with a lifetime of service and loyalty, the gift was greater in proportion. To those who had labored to build up the various prosperous companies and enterprises, there was a share of those companies, a large share. He had not forgotten a single friend nor relative, not one of them. I acknowledge that I have one legitimate man-child, though I hesitate to employ the word son, one Dirk Courtney, presently residing at Great Longwood in the district of Ladysburg. However, God or the devil has already provided for him so abundantly that anything I could add would be superfluous. Therefore I leave him nothing, not even my blessing. They buried Dirk Courtney in the pine forest below the dog ring. No priest could be found to recite the office of burial, and the undertaker closed the grave under the curious eyes of a few members of the press and a throng of sensation-seekers. Though there were many to stare, there was nobody to weep. To my daughter Storm Hunt, born Courtney, who took lightly her filial duties, I, in turn, discharged my paternal duties with the bequest of a single guinea. He did not mean it, Mark whispered to her. He was talking about you that night. As it happened, he was remembering you. I had his love, she said softly. Even though at the end he tried to deny it, I will have it always. That is riches enough. I don't need his money as well. To Mark Anders, for whom I have conceived the affection a man usually accords only to his natural son, I leave no money, as I am well aware of the contempt he holds for that commodity. I bequeath to him, in lieu of cash, all my books, paintings, guns, pistols, and rifles, personal jewelry, and all my domestic animals, including dogs, horses, and cattle. The paintings in themselves made up a considerable fortune, and many of the books were unique in rarity and condition. Mark sold only the cattle and horses, for they were many and there was no place for them all in the tsetse-infested valley of the Bubezi. The rest and residue of my estate I bequeath to the said Mark Anders in his capacity as the trustee of the Wildlife Protection Society. The bequest to be used to further the aims of the society, particularly to the development and extension of the proclaimed lands presently known as Chaka's Gate, into a wildlife reservation. No one in government will want to touch a bill that was drawn up and piloted by the former Deputy Minister of Lands, General Janny Smuts prophesied to Mark, as they stood talking quietly together after the funeral. The man's name will leave a pungent stink on anything he ever touched. Political reputations are too fragile to risk like that. I foresee a stampede by the new government to dissociate themselves from his memory. We can confidently expect a new bill being introduced, confirming and upgrading the status of the proclaimed lands of Chaka's Gate, and I can assure you, my boy, that the bill will have the full support of my party. As General Smuts had foreseen, the bill passed through the House at the following session, becoming law on 31 St. May 1926, as Act No. 56 of 1926 of the Parliament of the Union of South Africa. 5 days later, the telegram from the Minister of Lands arrived at Ladysburg confirming Mark's appointment as first warden of Chaka's Gate National Park. There was no trial at which Hobday could turn King's evidence and claim immunity from the crime of murder, so at Hobday's own trial, the public prosecutor asked for the death sentence. In his summing up, the Chief Justice mentioned the evidence given by Sithole Zama, alias Pungush. He made an excellent impression on this court. His answers were clear and precise. At no time did the defense shake his transparent honesty and powers of total recall. On Christmas Eve in the whitewashed room at Pretoria Central Jail, with his arms and legs pinioned by leather straps, and his head covered by a black cotton bag, Hobday dropped to eternity through the crashing wooden trap. Peter Botts, cleared of any implication in the crimes of murder and attempted murder by the testimony of Mark Anders, was not placed on trial. His crimes were weakness and greed, Mark tried to explain to Storm. If there were punishment for those, then there would be a gallows waiting for each of us. Besides, there has been enough vengeance and death already. Peter Botts left Ladybird immediately after the hearings, and Mark never learned where he went or what became of him. Now when you cross the Bubezi River by the low concrete bridge, where Dirk Courtney's dam wall and hydroelectric station might have stood, you will come to the barrier on the far bank. A Zulu ranger in smart suntans and a slouch hat will salute you, and give you a smile that sparkles like the park's board badge on his hat brim. When you leave your vehicle and go into the office building of hewn stone and neat thatch to sign the register, look then to the left wall beyond the reception desk. In a glass case, there is a permanent display of photographs and memorabilia from the park's early days. The centerpiece of this collection is a large photograph of a sprightly old gentleman, lean and tanned and tough as a strip of rawhide, with a shock of pure white hair and a marvelous pair of spiky mustaches. His cotton jacket is a little rumpled and fits him as though it was made for his elder brother. The knot of his tie has slipped down an inch and one tab of his shirt collar is slightly awry. Although his smile is impish, his jaw is firm and determined. However, it is the eyes that arrest attention. They are serene and direct, the eyes of a visionary or a prophet. Under the photograph is the legend, Colonel Mark Anders, first warden of Chaka's Gate National Park, and below that again in smaller letters, because of this man's energy and farsightedness, Chaka's Gate National Park has come down to posterity. Colonel Anders served on the board of the National Parks Trust from its inception in 1926. In 1935, he was elected chairman. He fought with distinction in 2 world wars, was severely wounded in one, and commanded his battalion in North Africa and Italy in the second. He is the author of many books on wildlife, including Sanctuary and Vanishing Africa. He has traveled the world to lecture and to gain support for the work of conservation. He has been honored by monarchs and governments and universities. In the photograph, a tall, slim woman stands beside the colonel. Her hair is streaked with gray and drawn back severely from her face, and although there are crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and deep lines around her mouth, yet they are the lines of laughter, and the planes and angles of her face still show traces of what must once have been great beauty. She leans half protectively, half possessively against the colonel's right arm, and below the photograph the legend continues. His wife and lifelong companion in his work was the internationally celebrated artist, who painted her memorable African landscapes and wildlife studies under her maiden name of Storm Courtney. In 1973, Colonel Anders retired from his position of chairman of the park's board and went with his lady to live in a cottage overlooking the sea at Erlanga Rocks on the Natal coast. When you have read the legend, you may go back to your motor car. The Zulu Ranger will salute you again and raise the barrier. Then you too can go, for a short time, into Eden.